So if my account shows anything on the fat side, I hope and pray you'll send a check at once. Sela. On other fronts, I'm still laboring with that foul bummer of a book about the American dream, or some such bullshit. It is the bane of my fucking existence, and has been for longer than I care to remember. Just recently I had to take a few months off to run a political campaign, which resulted in such an incredible outburst of energy, on my part, that I suddenly understood what a terrible hole I bargained myself into, with regard to that pig-fucking book. Actually, I have about 400 pages stacked here beside me, and it's all bullshit. There are so many things worth dealing with that I can't understand how I trapped myself on a shit kicker. In this era of assholes, all I want to do is smite them hip and thigh. That Aspen/politics article I sent you led to a mayoral campaign that ripped this town asunder. We ran a 29-year-old bike racer for mayor and lost by 6 votes. There was no end to the madness and crazed action. I didn't sleep for 3 weeks. We took on the Aspen Ski Corp with directors like Robert McNamara and Paul Nitze and a whole gaggle of power freaks and beat them stupid with flying squads of bearded hustlers and street people. Freak power was the theme, and in 3 weeks' time we organized a flat-out takeover bid that came within 6 votes, out of 1,200, of seizing control of the town. And so much for all that. The only hope for this evil book I'm trying to rake together is that I might be able to work the Aspen campaign into it. That would lend it a hint of the energy that I haven't been able to find for it up to now. Anyway, please take a look at my account and see if there's any cash on hand. And if there is, please send it along. Contrary to New York rumors, I'm not dead or drug-stupid. My only problem, of late, has been a creeping suspicion that I've forgotten how to speak whatever language is currently in use east of the Rockies. I no longer have any faith in my ability to communicate with you folks back there in Cocktailville. All I want to do, right now, is get this fucking millstone of a book off my neck and get onto things that matter. You can help by sending along a check for whatever royalties I have coming. Thanks. Hunter. To Hughes Rudd, CBS News. Thompson wrote Rudd about his escapades in Los Angeles with Sandy and his confidence in the rising freak power prospects in the coming election. December 13, 1969. Woody Creek Co. Dear Hughes. Christ, it seems incredible that I still haven't answered your letter of 10/1. Time has gotten wholly out of hand here, beyond my control, and the more I think about your comments on my general lifestyle here, the more I tend to agree. One of these bright mornings I'm going to wake up and find that 10 years have gone by, and that I haven't done a fucking thing. So the program now is to get this stinking book done, for good or ill, and at the same time try to make some arrangement for buying this house, then rent the house for enough to make mortgage payments and bug off, for a while, to somewhere else. I can't say where. Maybe even land a job of some kind, just to get myself reoriented in the real world. At the moment I would far rather be working on a film of some kind, instead of this rotten journalism, but there's no hope of ducking this thing without getting myself totally blacklisted. So I guess I'll be here all winter. After that, I can't say. On other fronts, Sandy and I just got back from a 10-day freakout in LA, dedicated to the total destruction of my credit, by means of running up huge, unpayable bills on the Diners Club card. We ran completely amok and accomplished nothing, but we had a wonderful time. One of my central memories recalls an evening of mescaline and a load of honeydew melons I bought at the farmer's market. Then, with a room full of rum and music and freaks, we had a melon-eating orgy on the hotel balcony overlooking the Strip, and afterwards hurled the rinds down on passing cars. There was also a vast amount of high-speed driving on the freeways, mainly late at night in a 1,000,000-horsepower Pontiac, full of mescaline. In all, it was a wretched and debilitating scene, and soon they'll want me to pay for it. And again, to other fronts, I got a decent long letter from Joe Benty after also receiving a nerve-rattling early morning phone call from him and the producer, Lewis, I think, all concerning your Aspen piece, Nazis in high places, network censorship, and all that bullshit. The Aspen hassle was clearly getting out of hand, so I told him I'd never mention it again unless he did, which seems fair. It also seems that you people have enough to cope with at the moment, with Agnew on one flank and Nicholas Johnson on the other. That battle seems out of my hands. You'll be happy to know, however, that my latest effort on the home front resulted in the total political destruction of the mayor and the city council. We launched a serious takeover bid and came within 6 votes of electing a 29-year-old dope-smoking bike racer as mayor of Aspen. The old guard candidate, the current mayor's creature, was whipped to jelly. A silly old bitch won. She was backed by people like Leon Uris and that real estate geek who rented the house to you, along with Dunaway and the Times 56, the Contractors Association, and the whole cocktail set, plus a heavy chunk of the failed liberal establishment who said they dug our program but couldn't tolerate our people. On election day we staffed all 3 polling places, one of which was Guido's, with teams of heavily bearded poll watchers. The mayor had threatened to sick goons on our freaks if they showed up to vote, and the police chief refused to guarantee access, so we organized our own goons, armed with tape recorders and reams of legal documents, among other things, and beat them stupid on all counts. We actually won the love vote by 5, but we lost the absentee ballots by 11, primarily because of skullduggery in City Hall. I ran the campaign for all practical purposes, and now I have hundreds of new enemies. It feels wonderful. Anyway, that was what caused me to flip out for LA. The campaign kept me awake for 3 weeks and I thought I was going down there for a rest, but it didn't work. So I slept for about 2 weeks when I got back here, and now, in the press of sudden poverty, I have to get back to work. Which reminds me that it's late and letters don't pay. One of the things that emerged from the mayoral campaign was a fine sense of a rising tide. We registered about 300 loonies in the city, and now we have another rich load in the county. So the next project is to bust the county attorney, the kingpin CTY commissioner, and the sheriff. Next autumn should be a hummer out here. Total confrontation. I'm beginning to think that Agnew doesn't realize what he's up against. The real silent majority is the rising tide. If a serious freak ran for president in 1972, and if he could muster enough money and talent to get himself launched, I think he could come very close to winning, but this is a long and twisted subject, and like I have said, I have to do some money writing. So, for now, well, Merry Christmas and all that crap. Sandy talks constantly of both you and Anne. Keep in mind that we have a decent guest room, and say hello to Benty when you see him, and Curald, that swine. Christmas is a rotten hype and all we can do is ride it out. Say hello to Anne for me, and send word. Ciao. Hunter. Also hello to John, wherever he is. To the editor, Aspen News and Aspen Times. Signing himself Adolph, Thompson sent his local newspaper an anti-Vietnam War satire worthy of Jonathan Swift's modest proposal to end hunger in 1729 London by feeding the orphans to the poor. December 14, 1969. Woody Creek Co. Dear Editor, my reason for writing this letter is unfortunate, but I can no longer live in Aspen without doing something about the absence of feeling about the war in Vietnam. I am not the only one who feels this way. Accordingly, I want to explain our action before we do it, because I realize a lot of people won't understand. On Christmas Eve we are going to burn a dog with napalm, or jellied gasoline made to the formula of napalm, on a street where many people will see it. If possible, we will burn several dogs, depending on how many we find on that day. We will burn these dogs wherever we can have the most public impact. Anybody who hates the idea of burning dogs with napalm should remember that the American Army is burning human beings with napalm every day in Vietnam. If you think it is wrong to burn a dog in Aspen, what do you think about burning people in Asia? We think this will make the point, once people see what napalm does. It hurts humans much worse than it hurts dogs. And if anybody doubts this, they can volunteer to take the place of whatever dogs we have when the time comes. Anybody who wants to try it should be standing in front of the mountain shop about 4 o'clock on Christmas Eve, and he should be wearing a sign that says, Napalm Dog. If this happens, we will put the jellied gasoline on the person, instead of an animal. Frankly, I'd rather burn a human warmonger than a dog, but I doubt if any of these will show up. Sincerely, Adolf. For obvious reasons I can't state my real name. To John Wilcock, Los Angeles Free Press. This essay-length missive to the editor of the Los Angeles Free Press explained freak power and outlined the political strategy Thompson would use the next year in his campaign for sheriff of Pitkin County. December 17, 1969. Woody Creek Co. Dear John. Your query about me writing something for the Christmas issue came at a weird time. I had just finished a wild election campaign here, and with a day's rest I took off for LA and a 2-week freakout to clear my head. So by the time I got back here I hadn't slept for 6 straight weeks, except for naps here and there, and I needed about 2 weeks of sleep to get my head together. So I obviously can't get you anything for the Christmas issue, unless it's running unconscionably late like Paul Krasner's 10th anniversary issue of The Realist. The best I can do is lay off a quick rambling first draft on some subject that I hope to come up with by the time I get to the next paragraph of this letter. At the moment I can't think of a fucking thing to tell you except that I'm always in the market for fine mescaline. I know you don't fool with dope, but maybe some of your enemies do, and if you run into any of them in the next month or so, I hope you'll pass this message along. Other than that, I suppose you might be interested in the LA hotel situation. As you know, I've always favored the Continental, where you visited me in the course of that wretched publicity tour for Random House. I've been back there several times since then, and the place gets weirder and weirder. This recent visit may turn out to be my last, if only because I paid for the whole thing with a credit card that will soon be taken away from me. There was also a heavy mescaline factor, which led to crazed behavior in the room and around the rooftop pool. We spent one evening hurling honeydew melon rinds off the 10th floor balcony and down to the strip below. It took a long time for them to reach the street, and when they did they exploded with a heavy smacking sound. I got these melons at the farmer's market one afternoon, for no particular reason except that I knew they would taste good. But when I returned to the room it was full of freaks and loud music, there were candles burning and strange posters taped to the wall, and before long we ran amok. Fortunately we had the sense to hurl the garbage at a sharp angle, so that when pigs began sweeping the hotel, they began far enough away from our area so that we had time to move out very leisurely. None of which really matters. I just wanted to let you know that the Continental is still a decent place to stay, although real estate mogul and former singer Gene Autry has sold it to the Hyatt House chain and the prices are up about 50%. But they can't shake the freak image. The hallways still rumble with the sound of rock bands rehearsing, the elevators are still full of Halloween people, and the late-night balconies are still a fine sideshow. At one point, on this last visit, I looked down and saw a man in jockey underwear climbing across the front of the hotel like a white chimp, crawling from balcony to balcony in a very confident way, as if he knew exactly where he was going and had been there many times before. Maybe it was the manager, investigating routine complaints. Whoever it was seemed very agile. He was moving about 8 floors up from the street, with nothing below except space and sure death if he fell. On other fronts, I suppose I might mention the recent Aspen election. We made a serious attempt to elect a 29-year-old bike racing head as mayor, and after a savage, fire-sucking campaign we lost by only 6 votes, out of 1,200. Actually, we lost by one vote, but 5 of our absentee ballots didn't get here in time, primarily because they were mailed to places like Mexico and Nepal and Guatemala 5 days before the election. Yeah, this is probably worth talking about for a moment. Because we came very close to winning control of the town, and by coming so close I think we may have learned and proved some things that might be helpful in other places. Frankly, when we decided to run a serious candidate I didn't think we had a chance in hell, and, besides, I've been telling myself for 2 years to forswear, at all costs, any personal involvement in local politics. My lifestyle is not entirely suited to lengthy power struggles with any small-town establishment. One of the most obvious facts of our campaign was that every cop in town would be fired, at once, if we won, the chief being no exception. Beyond that, I promised to run for sheriff next year against the incumbent if Joe Edwards actually won the mayor's race this year. So the fatbacks were looking at a double-barreled nightmare every time they saw an Edwards poster, or a hair freak wearing one of our pocket posters, a red hand with 2 fingers raised in a victory, not peace, symbol. We almost used the clenched red fist, but at the last moment we decided that it would be too heavy for a lot of the people we would have to keep on our side if we wanted to win. There, in a nut, is the problem. We were outnumbered, so our only hope of victory lay in convincing a hell of a lot of people that we normally never see or talk to that we were, in fact, right. We began with a hastily organized effort, about 6 people, to work the streets and the bars, as quietly as possible, persuading heads to register. This was the hardest part of the gig, because it had to be done weeks ahead of the actual campaign before Edwards announced and before we could begin whipping the fatbacks with anything public. The idea was to first mobilize our hidden vote freak power and then, using that as a power base, go after the small but very vocal liberal vote. I was convinced that we could win by putting these 2 blocks together, and as it turned out I was right. That combination would have won by at least 100 votes out of 1,200, but it never occurred to me that most of the local liberals would back off at the last moment, leaving us with what amounted, in the end, to an under 30 vote and 100 or so defectors from the old, failed liberal camp who said, "Fuck it, let's run flat out this time." Their help was invaluable. They not only voted for Edwards, but they came out front in newspaper ads and went on the air, the local radio station, and said exactly why they were going to do it. Beyond that, their money contributions paid for more than half our campaign, the rest came from small contributions and the sale of our pocket posters, and when it was all over, we came out a few dollars ahead, despite our total failure to concern ourselves with finances while the campaign was happening. I spent about half my time at the radio station, there was no TV, dragging people in to tape Edwards endorsements, dragging Edwards in to make policy statements, and making sure the next day's schedule would carry a heavy load of our ads. Nobody ever worried about the cost, and in the end we paid every penny of the bill despite the rotten cop-out of the radio station's owner, who finally endorsed our opponent in the main local paper, which he also owns. Early on, our opponent, a 55-year-old lady shopkeeper, grabbed the crucial noon-hour time slot for a paid and heavily slanted question-and-answer session. There was nothing we could do about losing that chunk of prime time, but we neutralized it by getting a local, Murray Roman-style rapper to do a brutal take-off on the L.A. Ralph Williams Ford commercials, selling Aspen, instead of used cars, and running it immediately after the old lady's Q&A sessions, with a background of Herbie Mann's Battle Hymn of the Republic. It was a wild, inspired piece of work, a masterpiece of audio/political zappery, and I dug it so much that I made myself a tape. If they run contests for that sort of thing, this one would be a sure winner. On the station logs it appears as Bill Greed commercial, and in retrospect it seems like the clearest of all our statements. Not even our supporters liked it. The satire, they said, was too heavy, too rude, and angry to make any voting points with the so-called neutral types we knew we had to convince, in order to win. Even Joe Edwards, our candidate, was afraid of it. After the first day, the opening flute notes of that battle hymn on the radio caused heads to snap around and all conversation to stop, while everybody listened to Bill Greed's crazed and venal sales pitch an awful, artful mockery of every effort that had ever been made, then and now, to sell Aspen. Which gets us back to the whole point of the campaign, the argument that a gang of big city greed heads are selling this place out from under the people who came here to live in quiet, non-commercial peace, like decent human beings, and to escape the urban horrors that plagued them in LA, the Bay Area, Chicago, and New York. Most of us are living here because we like the idea of being able to walk out our front doors and smile at what we see. On my own front porch I have a palm tree growing in a blue toilet bowl, and on occasion I like to wander outside, stark naked, and fire my .44 Magnum at various iron gongs I've mounted on the nearby hillside. I like to load up on mescaline and turn my amplifier up to 110 decibels for a taste of White Rabbit 57 while the sun comes up on the snow peaks along the Continental Divide. And when I drive into town, still hung on those peaks, I like the idea of calling for a Tuborg in a place where the bartender says, "Wow, man. You need an anchor rope, do you have any more of that shit?" Which is not entirely the point. The world is full of places where a man can run wild on drugs and loud music and firepower, but not for long. I lived a block above Haight Street for 2 years, but by the end of '66 the whole neighborhood had become a cop magnet and a bad sideshow. Between the narcs and the psychedelic hustlers, there was not much room to live. What happened in the Haight echoed earlier scenes in North Beach and the Village, among others, and it proved, once again, the basic futility of seizing turf you can't control. The pattern never varies. A low-rent area suddenly blooms new and loose and human and then fashionable, which attracts the press and the cops at about the same time. Cop problems attract more publicity, which then attracts fad salesmen and hustlers, which means money, and that attracts junkies and jack-rollers. Their bad action causes more publicity and for some perverse reason an influx of bored upward mobile types who dig the menace of white ghetto life and whose expense account tastes drive local rents and street prices up and out of reach of the original settlers, who are forced, once again, to move on. One of the most hopeful developments of the failed Haight/Ashbury scene was the exodus to rural communes. Most of the communes failed for reasons that everybody can see now, in retrospect, like that scene in Easy Rider, where all those poor freaks were trying to grow their crops in dry sand, but the few that succeeded, like the hog farm in New Mexico, kept a whole generation of heads believing that the future lay somewhere outside the cities where one good scene after another had been first settled, then publicized, then busted. The pattern had become almost a ritual. Which gets back to Aspen, where hundreds of H/refugees tried to settle in the wake of that ill-fated summer of love in 1967. That summer was a wild and incredible freak show here, but when winter came the crest of that wave broke and drifted on the shoals of local problems such as jobs, housing, and deep snow on the roads to shacks that had, a few months earlier, been easily accessible. Many of the West Coast refugees moved on, but several hundred stayed. They hired on as carpenters, waiters, bartenders, dishwashers, and a year later they were part of the permanent population. By mid-'69 they occupied most of Aspen's so-called low-cost housing, first the tiny midtown apartment hovels, then outlying shacks, and finally the trailer courts. So, by the autumn of '69, it was obvious to anybody who had any dealings with the dope/young/freak culture that a serious voter registration effort might yield up a formidable power base for a new kind of candidate. Aspen's last mayoral election, in 1967, had been decided on a plurality of some 50 votes, out of a total of 650. This time, we knew, the total would or could be more than 1,000, and, given the kaleidoscope realities of a three-way race, we thought a freak power candidate might have a good chance of winning. Which was true, except that I assured Joe Edwards, in the course of persuading him to run, that he would certainly have the support of our never-tested underground vote, but also of the older liberal bloc, which agreed with us on nearly every issue. Edwards was the perfect coalition candidate. He was a 29-year-old head and bike racer, whose only known success in a year of law practice had been a far-out, wild-eyed suit against the city for harassment of hippies. Beyond that, he was on the platform committee of a newly formed liberal action group called the Citizens for Community Action, which seemed to guarantee their support. Both Edwards and the CCA were pro-hippie, anti-development, and generally opposed, on all fronts, to the plastic money fuckers who've been selling every chunk and parcel of this valley they've been able to get their hands on for the past 10 years. A series of CCA meetings had distilled the issues and a small but very articulate voting base for a genuine, Grassroots revolt. The program, in a nut, was to drive the real estate goons completely out of the valley, to prevent the state highway department from bringing a 4-lane highway into town, and in fact to ban all auto traffic from every downtown street. Turn them all into grassy malls, where everybody, even freaks, can do whatever's right. The cops would become trash collectors and maintenance men for a fleet of municipal bicycles, for anybody to use. No more huge, space-killing apartment buildings to block the view, from any downtown street, of anybody who might want to look up and see the mountains. No more land rapes, no more busts for flute playing or blocking the sidewalk. Fuck the tourists, dead-end the highway, zone the greed heads out of existence, and in general create a town where people can live like human beings, instead of slaves to some bogus sense of progress that is driving us all mad. Obviously, we had a heavy program, and in retrospect I have to wonder how in hell we came within 6 votes of winning the whole gig. One of our problems, on election day, was that all of our poll watchers were bearded. Even our liberal sympathizers objected to the image we were presenting to the public. But in fact we had no choice. The lame duck mayor had spent half the previous day on the radio, screeching threats of prison terms and gang beatings for any hair freak who dared to show up at the polls. I tried to have him arrested for intimidating voters. His broadcasts were a clear violation of the law, but the DA told me to get fucked. You'll have to police the election yourselves, he said, and so we did. But the only people willing to be Edwards poll watchers tended to be weird looking. The mayor was running his own candidate, the local magistrate, and by the final week of the campaign he knew he was in bad trouble. It was obvious, by then, that Joe Edwards, the left candidate, had built such a tidal wave of momentum that the right was already croaked, and that the only question, on election day, was how far the freak tide would carry. The fatback's only hope, in the end, was the old lady/shopkeeper whose platform consisted of an endorsement by the local contractors association and her claim that all she really wanted was to be the town's den mother. She was the middle road candidate, the androgynous Ike figure of all our nightmares, and although she won only one of the 3 wards, she won that one, a new, Orange County-style subdivision, so heavily that her Agnew-ville vote finally cancelled our wins in the other 2 wards. The final tally wasn't in until after midnight, and by then our headquarters was a madhouse of bad mescaline freakouts and loonies screaming for dynamite. I had the presence of mind to remain unarmed, which proved wise, because by the end of election night I was in a killing rage. We had run the whole campaign with a power nut of about 6 people, and when the final count came in, each one of us knew at least 3 people who hadn't bothered to vote or who'd mocked our efforts to persuade them to register. Politics is bullshit, they said. You fuckers are kidding yourselves with this Joe Edwards bit, you don't have a chance. By dawn of the next morning we had the voting lists together, and it was easy to see why we lost. Almost 30 of the town's most infamous heads had either failed or refused to vote. Some were too stoned to make it to the polls, others had left town, temporarily, without making the 5-minute effort to sign up for an absentee ballot. A few had forgotten, they said, to register, and another dozen or 80 had simply opted out, insisting that it wasn't worth the effort. So the new mayor of Aspen is a giddy old lady who would feel honored to go down on Agnew. Looking back on the election, there are 2 ways to see it. 1, that we were lucky to mobilize enough heads, on a one-shot basis, to come within 6 votes, or 1, of winning anything, or 2, that our last-minute rush to make freak power a voting reality came close to a weird and impossible victory, and that the Edwards campaign forged a power base and a new voice in this county that, in future elections, the fatbacks can't ignore. In the uproar surrounding the mayor's race, nobody noticed that we managed to elect 2 heads to the city council. Those 2, along with the 2 liberals elected, gives us a probable 4-2 majority on the council, which is crucial on issues like hippie purges, dope crackdowns, pork barrel expenditures and that kind of crap. There is no question that now for the first time local laws are going to be enforced on a fair and equal basis. No more hair hassles, or busts for blocking the sidewalk, and it's weird, in retrospect, to see that it took only 2 years to turn that whole scene around. The next step looks like one of the heaviest: getting rid of the sheriff. He's up for re-election in November of 1970, not many months away, and if the Joe Edwards campaign was any indicator, we have the votes to elect almost anybody with a valid claim to sanity. At the moment I seem to be the only serious challenge candidate, and that's a horror, because I'm not really looking for work these days, and particularly not as the main pig. My supporters assure me, however, that I'm likely to be sucked into office by means of a spontaneous draft, so I am already hard at work compiling a list of qualified deputies to carry the load. My own responsibility, as I see it, will be mainly philosophical. Christ, I seem to be running on. All I meant to say was that we made a serious power bid here, and almost won. I mention it because the formula we used could work in a lot of other places, particularly in any town or small community with a recent influx of heads and urban refugees. The formula, as such, sounds simple, but making it work can be a goddamn nightmare unless, of course, you start with a clear majority. Otherwise, you have to work off of a minority power base and somehow persuade a lot of straight/alien types that you're right. The first step is getting your own people to register, without frightening the potential opposition into some kind of backlash panic. This is tricky, because it has to be done quietly. At the same time, you need a candidate freaky enough to convince even hardcore dropouts that voting might be worth their effort, but not so freaky that his name or the very sight of him will cause shock tremors in the straight community. And finally, he needs a program on the surface, at least that makes excellent sense. It can be weird and radical, but not cheap and crazy. In Aspen, for instance, Joe Edwards was able to advocate and successfully defend the idea of laying grass sod on all the city streets and banishing autos to parking lots on the outskirts of town, but his campaign would have been doomed from the start if he'd talked about legalizing marijuana, a far less radical notion than tearing up the streets. We did everything possible, in fact, to avoid the hippie issue, because Edwards' bias was so well known that any discussion could only have hurt. There was no point, we felt, in backing ourselves into that kind of treacherous corner. It would have made the campaign a suicidal joke like Tim Leary's bid for the governorship of California. There is a massive difference between self-promotion and self-preservation. I've never had much taste for Leary strip, and electoral politics is such a foul and rotten game that only a fool would play it except to win and move on to something better. Which reminds me that I have to get back to writing for money, so I can put together enough to get out of the country on short notice, which seems likely if my sheriff's campaign results in anything but total victory. Probably you recall what happened to that fellow Yablonsky, who tried to unseat the president of the Mine Workers Union. He and his family were murdered in their home within a month after the election. 58. And so much for that. My whole point, in the beginning, was to say that we proved out here against a powerful, wealthy, and relatively sophisticated opposition that freak power can work. It would take me more space than I have here to explain the details and various circumstantial problems, but if anybody's curious, tell them to write me and I'll try to line it out. The crucial point is that it can be done without a numerical majority and without any crippling compromise. Some places would obviously be easier than others, depending on the opposition, issues, and the nature of the local economy. Like Butte, Montana might be a little tough, since it's run by the Anaconda Copper Co. And Youngstown, Ohio, would be nasty, for different reasons that amount to the same thing. But I can think of several places that look easy, although they probably wouldn't be if I named them. I can't think of anything more likely to unify a town than a rumor saying it's been marked for takeover by the international freak conspiracy. On this note, I see where Bill Graham, the Fillmore Man 59, has decided to make a movie about a bunch of heads taking over a town in Colorado. If the film ever appears, it will make things viciously difficult for anybody who wants to try it for real. It would be like trying to organize a motorcycle club in a small town where the Wild One has just played at the local theater. But what the hell? When Agnew becomes president, we won't have to worry about elections except as film fantasies and weird scenes from the past, so there's no real point in bitching about a greed head like Graham sabotaging a scene he'll never need. But on the off chance that we'll still be able to vote a year from now, he could do us rural refugee types a favor by not terrifying the natives with a film that will cause us all to be driven back to the cities like tribes of lepers. Well, shit. This is way too long and not half as coherent as it might be, but I don't have time for a rewrite, so you'll have to cope with it, for good or ill. Right now I have to get back to my project. I've developed a process for deriving a powerful hallucinogen from potatoes. The patent is pending, so I can't discuss it until at least next year. Sela. I hope the paper goes well. Here's $5 for my renewal. I forgot to send it earlier, when I got the notice. My life has become very chaotic. This pastoral existence has made my brain soft. Once I get this potato business under control, I plan to move to Watts and join the police force. Ciao. Hunter. From Oscar Acosta. Acosta's antics continued to take their toll on his legal career. Xmas Eve, 1969. Hunter. Slightly uptight cause in an hour or two I might be in jail, maybe because I was fired yesterday, maybe because I finished the play after 9 months on the fucking thing, maybe because I took 2 bennies to keep me going. It is the second job I've been fired from in the past 2 years, and both times for the same reason: my fanaticism, my radicalism, my nationalism. What gripes me is the dirty pool. I'm something of a damn good lawyer. I use the law. Within its own confines, they know nothing of my extracurricular activities. Possibly, I may make new law, a thing that happens to one lawyer out of a million. I speak freely and directly. It is for this that they move against me. How can I not advocate the overthrow of the government? Without seeming too paranoid, too egotistical, I know it was not simply the incompetent board of directors that did it. It was men from Reagan's staff and men from the Ford Foundation. As absurd as it sounds, I actually have senators, Alan Cranston and Edward Roybal, and congressmen, Burton and Brown, and assemblymen, Brown and Jesse Unruh, etc., who have, of late, been responding to my requests. I have never given them a damn thing, never once even hinted that I would, and yet they respond. Which means that they are aware of me. At least. What do I do with this near power? Where do I go from here? It would be absolutely impossible for me to run for elective office. I haven't paid taxes in 5 years. I've advocated victory for the Viet Cong, etc. And, of course, I'm a well-known acid freak. The last thing I want to do is be a middle-aged, loud-mouthed so-called revolutionary. It's got to be the real thing for me. The last thing I want to do is die from some stray bullet during a civil rights demonstration. Jesus, that would really spoil it for me, to say nothing of my image. I'm sending you the play. I think it's finished. I'll go over it one more time before I submit it. I'd really appreciate it if you could give me your opinion, advice, or what have you. As you know, I've really put myself out for this one. Except for the novel of 1960, I haven't spent this much time on anything. Myself, I like it. It may even be a good play. I wish you wouldn't hold back. The criticism you gave me of my long, short story was very helpful, technically, but more importantly, it gave me the extra boost I needed to start writing again. All I get from the workshop and those lily-livered liberals are things like, wow. Great, man. It really works. What the fuck can I do with that? The remaining acid from that batch we consumed, it worked as well as any other I've tried. I took it with 6 persons, once, and with 4 others, once. It worked for all. So, your theory was wrong. It's something to think about, wouldn't you say? Which reminds me, did you buy the mesk? I can get either for $1 a cap in SF, wholesale. Next month I'll be going up, so if you're interested, let me know. I'll be leaving the office by the 1st of February, call me collect any time. I repeat, tell me what you think of the play. Z. To Hughes Rudd, CBS News. Rudd had run up quite a tab during a recent visit to Woody Creek. December 28, 1969. Woody Creek Co. Dear Hughes. I'm enclosing an itemized account of your expenses in the course of the Aspen gig. As you see, it takes care of the bulk of your $21,000 outstanding, and all I ask is an even split when the nut comes in. Shit, I'll take a third or even less. Why not settle for $2,500 and call it square? It took me a long time and a lot of research to put this thing together. As for Spade Cooley, you deserve whatever happens to you on that one. Hell, even I knew far out in Woody Creek that Spade had cashed in. Next time, use Mitch Greenhill's name, 60 he's good for 10 more years, at least. For Christ's sake don't tell Benty I said he admitted that CBS had yielded to pressure in the course of our phone call. He didn't. In fact both he and Lewis insisted, at great length, that nobody from Stanton on down would dare to touch a fucking second of their news time. And I said that I fully understood this and felt overcome with shame for my rude notions of pressure from somewhere up. Shit, I know better than that even while your friend Craig is sitting out here telling me how he and several others killed the piece in the best interests of Aspen. Which gave me a good chuckle until I realized that the thing had, in fact, been killed. Anyway, I don't want to get into that again. I got a good letter from Benty written from his home in the grip of a hashish frenzy, and if I could find the thing I'd try to answer it in kind. Which reminds me that on Christmas Day I gave away about 2 ounces of hashish, never dreaming it was worth $75 per. Now, stone broke again, I tend to question my sanity. Actually, I question it daily, and for many more reasons than my tendency to dispense drugs like Florence Dooley. 61. Christmas was the same old annual nightmare out here, and NYR's will be worse. I am locked into an orgy of betting on football games and constant haggling with the bookie. I am considering having his arms broken for $100 each, but right now I can't pay the hitman not until the bookie pays me. So you see the problem. They're closing in on me, I think. Agnew was right. Ciao. Hunter. Itemized expenses, out of pocket and otherwise, incurred by Hughes Rudd during work and research on doomed Aspen/hippie piece August 69. $1,769. Miscellaneous food and drink for H.S. Thompson during 10 days of probing into local mores, habits, kinks and philosophy BKGND. Of same. 1,000. At $100 per day to H.S. Thompson for protection from local thugs, authorities, etc. 190. SNW.44 Magnum Revolver. 88. Ammunition for same. 4,650. Drugs and drink for sub-advisors and special consultants, LSD, mescaline, hashish, beer, wine, marijuana, Old Night Rider whiskey, black rum, and Jimson weed. 1,120. Car rental and repairs after riot. 987. Damage to camera during riot. 220. Surgical fees, INRA, cameraman attacked during riot. 600. Rental fee, glass dwelling with sun exposure. 9,362. Mental anguish and possible brain damage H. Rudd and family due to savage harassment, abuse, and attack by local merchants and influence peddlers, also for soul challenge and other spiritual crisis, lack of sleep for prolonged periods and general nerve rot. $20,986. Total expenses for Rudd Aspen encounter. 1970. Thompson for sheriff. The freak also rises. Wild victory in horse country, disaster at the America's Cup. Nixon's massacre at Kent State, the nightmare of Ralph Steadman. Just how weird can you stand it, brother, before your love will crack? In kitchen at Owl Farm during sheriff's campaign. Left to right, Bill Kennedy, HST, Ed Bastian. Photo by David Heiser. Voting, 1970. With Sandy, Bill Noonan, Freak Power candidate for county coroner, HST. Under Colorado law, the coroner is the only official with the power to arrest the sheriff. Photo by Bob Kruger. Beat them to death with their own rules, with Oscar Acosta at Freak Power headquarters. Photo by Bob Kruger. Cover of Scanlon's, June 1970. Scanlon's, 1970. Drawing by Ralph Steadman. Warren Hinkle. Photo by Ralph Steadman. Wall poster number 5. Poster by Tom Benton. To Selma Shapiro, Random House. Going through her files at Random House, Hell's Angels publicist Selma Shapiro came across a photograph Thompson had sent of himself naked taken in Haight-Ashbury. She one-upped the joke by sending it back. January 1, 1970. Woody Creek Co. Dear Selma. Words fail me at this time. What can a man say to a person who returns a stark naked photo of himself? Probably next week the publicity manager for Today will send back my Fidel pin, and I'll find that special locket I gave J. Allen one on sale in some dingy East LA pawn shop. Well, life is ugly. We do what we can, but the scales tell the story every time. Fear and loathing is everywhere. The swine have come home to roost. In the meantime, I trust you are still selling well. And that life in New York still rattles around on those peaks that those of us in the outback will never know. Okay for now. I'll send word when I finish wrapping my new product. Ciao. HST. To Steve Geller. Still hoping to get the Rum Diary made into a movie, Thompson updated a Hollywood friend about his venture into local politics. January 8, 1970. Woody Creek Co. Dear Steve. You got it all wrong. It wasn't me who ran for mayor. I was the guru, the main hustler, the hype monger. I called the fellow one Saturday night and said, yes, you must make the race, and after that I didn't talk to him for another 2 weeks, or a few days before the election. And I'd never talked to him before that. By that time he'd seen his name on posters all over town and heard his program lined out with a flute background on the local radio and huge full-page ads in the paper saying what he was going to cure and croak if elected, and finally he began to take it all seriously. At a crucial public meeting, just as it looked like we were losing momentum, he suddenly emerged from his funk and ate the other candidate alive. It was like the first Kennedy-Nixon debate, and with another 2 days we'd have won handily. Actually, it was the heinous cope-out of the local liberals that beat us. But fuck all that. It's history now, and I'm not sure what to do with it. Right now I'm using it as the lead-in for a book on, well, who can say? But I thought you should know that I didn't run for mayor. My gig is saying and writing all the shit that a candidate can't say, for fear of alienating huge blocks of voters. And this was done except for 6 votes. Now, looking back and ahead at the same time, I'm not sure what to make of it. Possibly, we laid the groundwork for a total takeover out here. Or maybe we just kicked up a one-shot stir that will never work again. I'll know by the end of next summer, when 2 more crucial elections come up, CTY. Commissioner and sheriff. By winning those 2, we could snap the spine of the establishment. The mayor's race was largely symbolic, but these next 2 involve real power. I'm not sure I want to get that far into it, since victory would almost definitely mean staying here another year, at least, to make sure our new world is properly wired. At the moment, I'm more inclined to finish this goddamn book for Random House and then move out fast to somewhere else, for a year and maybe more. I'd like to keep the house here and rent it out for enough to make payments, then flee to a good beach. Maybe Mexico, or maybe even Malibu. I'm not sure where, but I'll definitely be moving before the next snow, or next winter. Probably it will all depend on what I can do with this stinking book. It's another one of these personal journalism nightmares, and thus doomed in terms of a film sale, and all I really want is to get it out of the way and start on something totally new. But I've eaten their advances, so now I have to puke up a book, and although it bugs the shit out of me, I guess I have to do it. Yeah, and I've said all that before. Which reminds me, speaking of film sales and that action, that I think the last thing I told 20th Century Fox's Lawrence Terman, on the strength of your intro, as it were, was that I'd send him my novel, The Rum Diary, whenever I had it rewritten to my satisfaction. But that now appears to be a hopeless pipe dream, so if you run into him anywhere along the line, tell him he can have the original MS pretty cheap. The sale might be complicated, due to the fact that Random House may or may not own the book. I know they have a binding option on it. Ballantine wants to publish it, but they're bound by the RH option and my sad insistence that I'm sooner or later going to rewrite it. The result is a dead stalemate. My own feeling about the book is that it's a good story, in terms of having a beginning and an end, etc., and it has a few very high points, but as a novel, it sucks. There is too much overwritten silliness, and in a weird way it reminds me of Easy Rider. Point 2. I'm not sure what a Gentile film is, in your words, but to me that film was badly unconceived. I recall being shocked by the violent ending, not because of the violence, but because I couldn't quite believe the fuckers would end it that way, in a total cop-out. I felt the same way one night in Las Vegas at the second Sonny Liston, Floyd Patterson fight, which I covered for the National Observer. The shock of that fluke victory made Liston seem far larger than he really was until Cassius Clay got hold of him, and that one didn't really surprise me. Anyway, if Terman is looking around for long shots at the moment, tell him to ring me up. My cash position is grave, and last week I agreed to trade my motorcycle for a piece of weird metal sculpture, so I guess I'm on the downside of a bear market on all fronts. As for getting out there again, I'm not sure when or how. I financed that last trip on my Diners Club card, which will shortly be seized by the rightful owner. They have already begun to threaten me. Besides, I'd probably scare the shit out of you if we met anywhere except here. I tend to freak out when I go on the road. On that last trip I'd planned to stay at Bob Gover's 3 house in Malibu, but by the time I finally got there I was so crazed on mescaline that he hid from me. I find most writers to be painfully delicate on their home courts, and I'm the same way. So maybe we can get together some night in the Pump Room or the Staten Island Ferry. The only writer/person I can deal with in Hollywood is Dennis Murphy, whose wife fears my deranged influence. He derives from the ancient, pre-Salon, Big Sur culture that will surely survive in history as one of the finer places to have lived in the 1960s. He's writing something for CBS or something like that. Say hello if you run into him on the cocktail circuit. And that's about it for now. Seeing 3 pages in the till, I have to wonder at another night gone down the tube. What makes a man write letters, night after night, instead of profitable manuscript pages? Right now I have to get back to my option, which means writing something that will give me an honest choice between savage head-on political action and another few years of backed-off writer's perspective. If I get into bomb throwing, and that sort of thing, I'd prefer to do it as a matter of conscious choice, instead of necessity. And on that score, I think the fat is in the fire. Indeed. Hunter. To Dennis Murphy. Dennis Murphy, author of the 1958 novel The Sergeant and grandson of the founder of the Big Sur steam baths that spawned California's Esalen Institute, was now a successful Hollywood screenwriter, and as such presumably flush with cash. January 8, 1970. Woody Creek Co. Dear Dennis. Let's get on with this Colonel Wong fast food business. I need the franchise to go along with my drive-in theater. My option expires on June 1st, at which time I need $10,000 cash and $80K more in the bag. At the moment I have nothing. My best advice to you is get out of that fucking group. If you spent more time in the company of human beings you wouldn't need those bell-bottom crutches. Frankly, I think you should get out of Hollywood. The proper route, I think, is to convert the Big Sur house into a sort of mysterious high-powered action farm for drugs, politics, and general sporting prowess. Build trap-shooting houses on the cliff and floating gong targets out there in the kelp. Put a Dow Jones ticker in the kitchen and 12 private phone lines, along with AP and UPI in the living room. Grow many peyote cactus on the hillsides, alongside the world's most savage motocross course. A man from Tasahara was here for Christmas, proposing strange alliances. We could work those in, along with heavy dealing in firearms and bogus passports. A printing press would be necessary. Also a first-class chemical lab. But we could work these things out with little effort. Let me know. Ciao. HST. From Oscar Acosta. Acosta had been wounded by Thompson's hard criticisms of not only his writing, but his behavior in general. January 11, 1970. Los Angeles, CA. Hunter. Your most consistent criticism has been directed at my use of the mass media. You've not substantively objected to the tactic or the goal for the simple reason that you don't know what they are, but merely to my appearing on TV and making public statements to the press. This seems very strange coming as it does from a former newspaperman and present magazine writer. A writer who's written a book, who has gone on publicity stints on TV, radio, etc. A local citizen who writes letters to the editor, organizes a campaign for a mayoralty race, and who shows no signs of doing anything differently in the immediate future. I'll be the first to admit that the whole thing started as part of another trip. By some fortuitous circumstance, I woke up in the middle of an emerging struggle for recognition by a large group of persons who had previously been ignored. For 3 months I sat back and observed their total lack of competence in dealing with the press and with the power structures. If you'll recall, the level of communication consisted of articles appearing in La Raza, cuss and more cuss. An inarticulate rage, a blind fury. They asked me to be one of the spokesmen. In 1966-67, when I first started working as a lawyer, I was hounded to death by these same type of groups asking me to speak for them. Perhaps you don't know, but the cause of my anxiety which led to Aspen was this very demand. For 9 months I went to a psychiatrist, took his numerous pills, slept 12 hours a day, all because I could not respond to the demands of, that's right, my people. My answer was the big drop, and I got as far as Aspen. In many ways, the people in Aspen, the total community of the ski, offers the best this society can afford. You have money, beauty, smallness, and privacy. There is art, culture, intelligentsia, and the usual meanness. I found I could drink, smoke, drop acid and play the clown along with the best of them. But after 6 months of unconcern with the world outside that ski resort, I could no longer tolerate the isolation which is a form of pure egotism. So, I found myself in LA, a lawyer, a would-be writer, an articulate man, having gone into the world of drugs, mixed with the comfortable Anglo, and still I had no credibility, no power, and no appeal to broads. In a word, if I could not make it in this Anglo society, how in the fuck was the average poor person going to make it? But I didn't want to be or become simply another politician on the make. Out of self-interest they pander to the system they allegedly despise. I have insisted that I be allowed to develop my own style, speak my own words and live my own life. To this end I dress as I please, speak as I please and advocate the use of drugs as I please, for which I have been permanently excluded from employment with the LA County government, the federal legal services programs, and, most recently, from the Mexican-American Legal Defense Fund. Last year, before I started here, I asked for employment with all the liberal to radical legal organizations. 0. These rejections I take as a mark of honor, for I know of no other lawyer who has been so blackballed for speaking his piece. I cannot seriously believe that you really believe that I either enjoy the public appearances or that I have become a pawn in their own game. Once every month I take acid. I question myself, under acid, about the value of my situation in East LA. Several times I've left with the idea of not returning until I was absolutely convinced of its value. I'm still here. For me to drop out this time would be the last cop-out for me. Were I to turn my back on this challenge without giving it my best of college tries would lead to suicide. In a sense, I have no choice. I must make every effort to become a leader of men. The time will come when I can go sit on an island, sipping suds, dropping acid, chasing after broads and comfortably writing my memoirs and other such pleasantries. No man can become a leader without a base of support. My natural base is with the Mexican American. I cannot hope to reach them without the use of the mass media. And the mass media only caters to newsworthy events, as you should know. Reporters simply will not take down my words, my ideas, without some event around which they can tell a story. And so I stage an event, be it picket, sit-in, walkout, 3-day fast, or what have you. The score to date, some of my writings are being used in college courses. At least 100 Chicanos are in law schools under some scholarship or another, because they want to be like me. Literally, thousands of Mexican people feel a bit more secure because they have their lawyer to defend them. Hundreds of men and women are no longer afraid to get up and speak to Anglo administrators, having seen me a lawyer, rap at and badmouth them publicly. There is without doubt an awakening, a questioning, a movement in the Chicano communities throughout the country, both the NY Times, The Nation, once again, and other persons who are not as easily fooled as some have asked for material. The LA Times is considering my writing a weekly column. I'm teaching at UCLA Law School, the first Chicano teaching at law school in the country. To some extent, Fidel Castro is taking us seriously. To some extent, the leaders in Mexico are beginning to take notice of us. I have many, many men and women whom I can trust, whom I can turn to if the going really gets bad. If I really wanted to, there are many broads who would gladly pull down their pants for me. I am writing more and better shit than I was before East LA. And you want me to build a retreat? You dumb motherfucker, I'm trying to build a society, a country, a land where we can live in peace without having to pay taxes to and be jailed by those petty, little men. Do you think my vision is so limited? Do you think I merely want a broken down barrio? And do you seriously believe that a ranch, however big, would satisfy me? So I buy a ranch in Mexico and a few hundred persons can flake out or work on it. What in God's name makes you think that that government would leave us alone? Haven't you heard what happened to Timothy Leary? Or to all those other socialist reformers who got their little communes going? Shit, look at Drop City. In fact, look closer to home, look at our farm. Can you freely plant grass? Can you really keep the cops off your property? Don't you still have to pay taxes in support of a government that is bent on destruction of the human race? I've told you before, your sanctuary is nothing more than a temporary prison. Your dissatisfaction with the world around you has, unfortunately, led to more drugs and more rage. If you were not before, you are now simply an anarchist, the lowest form of politics. It is easy, simplistic, and totally without value to merely curse the darkness. In fact, you remind me of the hippie and the militant. The former wants to be let alone and the latter, to destroy, so he can be alone. Your desire to build a personal fort is, at best, infantile. Your involvement in the campaign was the first thing you'd done since I've known you, for which I had some respect. I know nothing of your writing, having only read that one unfinished article for Esquire and Hell's Angels you had already done. It seemed to me that at last you were coming out of your shell. The letters to the editor, including the article about Aspen, I consider only a trip. And that is what has bothered the shit out of me for the past 2 years. On the one hand, I have felt that of all the people I have known, you were the closest to being a man, my equal. But still you were my opposite in terms of action, without which no person can be a man. At first I ascribed the different lifestyles to different cultures, different predicaments. But as I came to see the reality of the worldwide conspiracy of destruction, then I realized that it was the good guys against the bad guys, and not merely the racial/ethnic minorities against the white imperialists. All of which meant that the struggle was just as much yours as it was mine. But still you sit on your ass and look forward to football on TV. Finally, if I had really wanted to, I could have written a thing for TV some time ago. I have not, because I am what I am. I'm going to try to write what I want. If I can't, then fuck them. I did not write the play as propaganda. If it's no good, it fails not because of my ideological beliefs, but merely because I am not yet a good dramatist. My attempt was merely an attempt to describe the rage which acid has produced within me in the land called Elsinore. Mankind is doomed. Period. Enclosed you'll find the final draft of Perla is a Pig, which theme, in my opinion, is not much different from the play. Merely a different style. Z. To William J. Kennedy. Kennedy had sent Thompson a copy of his first novel, The Ink Truck, published in September 1969 by Dial Press. January 12, 1970. Woody Creek Co. Goddamn, I was certain I'd written you, but then my desk is full of things I was certain had already been dealt with or solved, and the awful truth is that I can't seem to get anything really done. It's beginning to look like a serious problem. My income has fallen to nothing and my daily realities are more and more chaotic. I write a vast number of pages every night, but they add up to nothing. Very depressing. Your December 22nd letter was full of weird news, although not really, I guess, since nothing is really weird anymore. The Agnew wind is on us for real, I think, and this year's horrors will seem like cotton candy by 1971. The cocksuckers are going to want to settle a lot of old scores, not so much with individuals as with a whole presumptuous lifestyle that calls them ugly. And of course they are a gang of old fucks who will leave a lot of scars on this world before they go. And so much for that. Your bad fuck around at the TU Albany Times Union sounds nasty but entirely predictable, in light of what I just said. We dumped on Nixon's people for 10 years, and now they're going to dump on us. Fire this one, evict that one, jack up the interest rates, fill the jails, teach the scum a lesson. You may have the answer, in the form of academic sanctuary, but I think they'll start closing that one down, too. And even if they don't, I'll never make it in that league, so I don't give it much thought. Frankly, I look forward to a grim and mind-smashing downhill slide on all fronts. Right now, next to my typewriter, is a letter from Random House, wanting to know if I'm still alive, and implying very strongly that I might be closer to dead than I think, if I don't send them a manuscript very soon. This stinking book just sits here in the form of a huge pile of junk paper. It makes no sense at all. I have no interest in getting it published, except for money, and that's what it's come to now. I am stone broke again, owing two publishers something like $17 grand, and with most people under the impression that I died from drugs at least 2 years ago. My interest in books is so close to non-existent that I wonder if I'll ever write another one. The temptation is to say I'd rather write a film, but the ugly truth is that I don't feel like writing anything at all. I don't feel particularly lazy, just hopelessly cut off from the kind of people who read things. Or edit them. Or publish them. I don't even want to talk to those people, much less work with them. But my options are somewhat limited, I guess, so in spite of this stinking angst I suppose I'll have to play that game again, give the jackals another word toy, to keep their machine going. The only decent thing that's happened to me on the writing front in 2 years arrived in the mail today, a letter from Warren Hinkle, former editor of Ramparts, saying they'd bought my Jean-Claude Killy article for his new magazine, Scanlan's Monthly. The first issue is due in March, and I assume it will be something like the old, fire-sucking Ramparts. If their taste for my Killy article is any indication, I'd say it will be a boomer. For one thing, the piece ran 110 milliseconds, pages for which they paid $1,500, or better than Esquire. For another, the piece in print will be prefaced by a letter, from me, detailing my troubles with Playboy, calling the editors a gang of scurvy fist fuckers and saying a whole lot of ugly things about the backstairs action that led them to first assign the piece, pay all my expenses for 3 months, and then reject it with incredible venom. I figure they don't deserve the luxury of blacklisting me in private. They should come right out and say it all in public, and that's what the article is all about. Other than that, I can't tell you anything helpful about the magazine. Hinkle has weird and violent tastes. Maybe your agent can find out something. Mine is useless. As for the ink truck, I assume it shared the fate of most novels. Sandy read it and didn't like it at all for about the first half, then decided she liked it. Both she and Peggy Clifford IV seem to feel you work too hard to write like a writer, and on the basis of your 12-20 seconds letter, I can't really argue with them. For whatever that's worth, and since I know I do the same thing, well, what can I say? Except that maybe it's best to write like something else. Actually, I think I understand the complaint, but the only instance I can cite right off is my distaste for your word volley, which they dropped, I see, from the title. It reminded me, as I said, of Beatle John Lennon's book, in his own right, which I thought was a piece of silly shit, and so much for all that, too. I haven't read the IT, but like I said, I won't admit it when I do, so why talk about it? No word from Lee Berry or Eugene McGarr. No word of any importance from anywhere, on any subject, for any reason. Even the Observer has cut me off, so I didn't read Green's review. He's okay, nothing at all like Ridley and a weird bird to be working for the NO. Frankly, I think we're all fucked. Journalism is a hype and fiction is worse than bridge. Probably Agnew is right, and I leave you with all that. Ciao. HST. To Jim Silberman, Random House. As the deadline loomed for his book on the death of the American dream, Thompson tried to buy some time from his editor with a detailed outline of what would develop into his best-known work, 1972's Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. January 13, 1970. Woody Creek Co. Dear Jim. Your 1/9 letter came as something of a relief. I'd been expecting it for months, like a demand note on a long overdue mortgage. First off, let me assure you that I'm well aware that we're into another year, another decade. As you so artfully phrased it. Second, I massively agree with your notion that it would be splendid to be publishing me once again. I wish I could explain the delay. It bothers me to the point of stupid, self-destructive rages in my own house, which is not really my house and probably never will be, due to total mismanagement of all my funds and efforts to secure a land fortress. In a nut, my total inability to deal with the small success of the HA book has resulted, after 3 years of a useless, half-amusing rural fuck around in just about nothing except 3 wasted years. I came out here hoping to live in lazy peace with the locals, but finally and inevitably, I think that dream of the peaceful valley went from nervous truce to nasty public warfare. Last fall I found myself running a freak power rebellion that came within 6 votes of taking over the town, and the valley, for that matter. So now a lot of those people who called me a friend in those days when I was still trying to live the peaceful valley myth now call me a communist dope fiend motherfucker. No more of that waving from my porch at friendly cattle driving neighbors. I finished that one night a long time ago when the subject of Vietnam came up in a friendly rancher's kitchen. I didn't realize it then, but now, in edgy retrospect, I see how the whole problem began with a harmless mention of Vietnam. Not that it wouldn't have begun over something else. Hell, almost anything in these ugly pigeonholed years. When I lived here in 1963, the cowboys dug me. For a few months in the winter of that year I shot deer for $5 a head for a cowboy who sold the carcasses in town for $10. He would take the orders in town, then drive out to pick me up. He drove and I shot, and we had a good thing for a while, but one day he decided to show me how to shoot with my .44 Magnum, 6 shots later his face was bleeding in 6 places from the terrible recoil, and that sort of ruined our relationship. Now, in the wake of this new polarization, he is one of many locals who tell each other in the course of their steady tavern talk that the valley would be a lot better off if somebody broke both my legs and dragged me back to Haight Street behind a pickup truck. This kind of talk came out of the recent local elections, which I think I mentioned to you in a letter about that time. Or maybe I sent you that clipping from the Aspen News. That started the war, the election formalized it, and now we are all stuck with it. At least until next autumn, when our new and probably overconfident power base is already geared to the idea that I'm going to run for sheriff. Our wild campaign mobilized a local, freak/young electorate that had never seen itself, until we lost the mayor's race by 6 votes. Now, after coming so close, the buggers are convinced that next time, with a little planning, we can beat the fatbacks like old gongs. I may, in fact, run for sheriff, but only as a smokescreen for some less obvious freak power candidate for the county commissioner's office. There are all kinds of weird possibilities, particularly since I see this kind of power struggle as one of the big stories of the 1970s. All we had to do, in Aspen, was persuade the freaks to register. The actual voting was foreordained. And our midnight registration campaign jumped the number of voters from 670 in 1968, to 1,600 in 1969. In other words, we dragged the dropouts back in at least long enough to vote, and we found enough of them to almost overturn a very sophisticated local establishment. The freaks and young heads they've been trying to run out of town for the past 2 years came back to haunt them on election day. We sent teams of bearded poll watchers to all 3 wards, all of them armed with tape recorders and Xeroxed copies of all pertinent laws. And, despite illegal threats of violence and prison terms from the mayor, the cops, and the DA, we managed to run our people through a gauntlet that scared the hell out of them, and after 12 hours of crazed action our tally was 522. The establishment candidate, a 55-year-old lady shopkeeper and former GOP committee woman for Colorado, had only 517. Then they counted the absentee ballots, and the final tally was 533 to 527, against us. It was a long and brutal night. Anyway, that's the situation that I'm trying to use, at this point, to start the narrative of what you call the American Dream book. I am still hung on the idea of running a narrative through it, rather than letting it go as a series of disjointed commentaries on scenes that may or may not hang together. But I've had a lot of trouble with the notion of mixing up a fictional narrative with a series of straight journalistic scenes. I'm convinced it can work, and I've done it before, but the problem now is that I'm so self-conscious about the mixture that I can't let it work. The fiction part strikes me as bullshit and the journalism seems dated and useless. In the HA book I paraphrased a lot of dialogue without giving it a second thought, but now that I'm doing it consciously I give every line so many second thoughts that paralysis has become my work pattern. It's embarrassing to think that I can't compete, in book form, with cop-outs like Medium Cool 5 and Easy Rider, but the compulsion to write something better and more real than those things has left me with what amounts to nothing at all except a bundle of weird article carbons. It's heartening to hear you say that you have a chunk of the manuscript, but as much as I'd like to get that $5,000 that comes with sending in a proper third, I can't honestly say that you have anything more than a heap of useless bullshit. Aside, I just got a note from Warren Hinkle saying he's scheduled my doomed Playboy piece on Jean-Claude Killy or Flackism in America, as you said it, for the first issue of his new magazine called Scanlon's Monthly. He sounds happy with the notion of running the whole 110-page article, along with some correspondence with Playboy, and since he sent me a check for $1,500 I guess I'm happy too. God only knows what kind of magazine he has in mind, but if he can drum up anything like the old, high-flying Ramparts, I know I look forward to reading it. As an editor, Hinkle is one of the few crazed originals to emerge from the jangled chaos of what we now have to sift through and define or explain somehow as the 1960s. And that's really what I'm trying to write about. As it sits now in this heap of terrible garbage on my desk, the ADMS begins in Aspen, on election night in 1969, with a quick recap of Joe Edwards' mayoral campaign and me sitting on the floor in headquarters, completely burned out after 3 weeks of sleepless work, wondering what kind of madness had caused me to be there. What kind of bullshit, delusions, or common ego disease had cast me in this weird role as a mescaline-addled campaign manager for a 29-year-old Texas lawyer and dope-smoking bike freak in a Rocky Mountain ski resort? I gave it a lot of thought that night while we waited for the ward tallies, and finally I traced it back to that night in September, 1960, when I quit my expatriate hitchhiker's role long enough to climb down from a freeway in Oregon and watch the first Kennedy-Nixon debate on TV in a tiny village near Salem. That was when I first understood that the world of Ike and Nixon was vulnerable, and that Nixon, along with all the rotting bullshit he stood for, might conceivably be beaten. I was 21 then, and it had never occurred to me that politics in America had anything to do with human beings. It was Nixon's game, a world of old hacks and legalized thievery, a never-ending drone of bad speeches and worse instincts. My central ambition, in the fall of 1960, was to somehow get enough money to get out of this country for as long as possible to Europe, Mexico, Australia, it didn't matter. Just get out, flee, abandon this crippled, half-sunk ship that A. Lincoln had once called the last, best hope of Earth. In October of 1960 that phrase suddenly made sense to me. I'm not sure why. It wasn't Kennedy. He was unimpressive. His magic was in the challenge and the wild chance that he might even pull it off. With Nixon as the only alternative, Kennedy was beautiful whatever he was. It didn't matter. The most important thing about Kennedy, to me and millions of others, was that his name wasn't Nixon. Far more than Adlai Stevenson, he hinted at the chance for a new world, a whole new scale of priorities, from the top down. Looking at Kennedy on the stump, it was possible to conceive of a day when a man younger than 70 might enter the White House as a welcome visitor, on his own terms. That was a weird notion in those days. After 8 years of Ike, it was hard to imagine anyone except a retired board chairman or a senile ex-general having any influence in government. They were the government, a gang of rich, mean-spirited old fucks who made democracy work by beating us all stupid with a series of billion-dollar hypes they called defense contracts, special subsidies, and emergency tax breaks for anybody with the grease to hire a congressman. Yeah, and why worry this thing any longer, particularly in a letter? My point is, or should be, that since 1960 I've gone through so many personal brain changes in so many special places and rare scenes that I still don't know exactly what brought me, in the fall of '69, to that election night headquarters in a room above the Elks Club in Aspen, Colorado. Brooding about the fate of a candidate I barely knew and whose name hardly mattered. Time out for an hour to read the galleys of the Killy article. My wife just came back from the P.O. with a huge envelope about 20 times 30. The pages are incredibly heavy, with a protective tissue sheet between each one, or two. Hinkle doesn't fuck around, but where will I find an envelope big enough to fit this thing when I have to send it back? Aside from that, the swine have lopped off the whole end of my original MS, about 25 pages of high white prose that I thought was the best part. Goddamn the tasteless pigs. This magazine action is about on par with writing copy for FOMOCO pamphlets. Not even your friends can make room. Which is as good a reason as any, I guess, for writing books. They may be the only word form left where a writer has even a slim hope of getting something published the way he really wrote it. I've been writing for a living for 11 years, and never, not once, not even with my poem in Spider magazine, have I ever had anything published straight. The HA book was the closest I ever came, and that's sad when you recall all the terrible senseless haggling we went through. And so much for all that. I see I've wasted another night by writing letters. It seems to be that with all that fine talent you command, you could come up with some working idea about how to put all this deranged garbage into a saleable package. 5 pages a night for 3 years mounts up to a really massive lump, We could call it the uncensored ravings of HSTAPO. Censor's view of the 1960s. Or Fear and Loathing in the 60s from the files of Hunter S. Thompson. I leave you to ponder it. And meanwhile I'll look back and see what I've said here, if anything. Many words and no focus, that's my epitaph for the past 3 years. And, speaking of history, I trust you noticed the unspeakably savage public rebirth of the Hells Angels. Did you read the coverage in Rolling Stone? That scene at the Altamont Rock Festival shames my worst fantasies. The Sharks finally came home to roost. 6 There is no doubt in my mind that Shercliffe seized that opportunity to send all remaining PB copies of my book to a warehouse in the Mato Grosso. Odd, but lines like that don't seem so funny anymore. One of the problems with owing people money is that it undermines most of what you say about them for good or ill. This crippled debtor status leaves me robbed of all that righteous anger that I had so much fun with for so long. Which drags us back, I guess, to the question of the book. And all I can say about it, for sure, is that I want to get it written and done, finished, gone, off my neck and somewhere way behind me. I loathe the fucking memory of that day when I told you I'd go out and write about the death of the American dream. I had no idea what you meant then, and I still don't. I remember telling you this on those steps outside your office, and in several letters since then. I don't remember exactly when my hazy angst turned to desperation, but at this point even a word like desperation seems stale. That's a nasty word, and maybe it's the wrong one for this, because I guess if I really felt desperate I'd have sent you a bundle of pages by now, even bad pages. But I keep telling myself that if I juggle my research a bit longer, it will all fall into place, a magic framework, or formula, to make sense of this swill. I have it all here, 2 rooms full of notes and memos, but all I can do is juggle it. I spend most of my waking hours in a black rage at almost everything, but every time I sit down to write about it, I end up with 10 pages of finely phrased bullshit that I never seem to mesh with what I wrote the night before, or the night after. I don't want to make it sound any worse than it is, but I'm beginning to think the situation is really pretty bad. The angst has become malignant. I feel it growing in me, choking the energy, causing me to flail around like some kind of dingbat. There is a weird, helpless kind of rage in not understanding how I can write so many pages and still not get anything written. Your suggestion about making bookends of reports on those extremes sounds convenient, but I can't see how it could work without dropping the whole idea of a narrative, linking the scenes. Maybe we don't really need that, but without it I see the book as a jumble, a lazy cop-out that won't say much of anything except as a limp advertisement for what it could and should have been. I'm coming around to the idea that I'd be better off writing a bomb than nothing at all, but I haven't come so far that I'm ready to write a thing that even I think is bad. The problem harks back to the Rum Diary, which I've always wanted to publish, but I'm beginning to wonder now if I might not have killed the book entirely by brooding and haggling over it for so long. About 3 times a year I have a dream about what might have happened if Pantheon had managed to publish the Rum Diary before you got a hold of Hell's Angels. That lost option haunts me in some kind of left-handed way. If nothing else, it might have saved me from getting locked into this nightmare assignment of explaining the death of the American dream. Christ, I shudder every time I see that term in print. I should have taken Shercliffe's advice and done a book on surfers. Hell, anything at all would have been better than this millstone, cops, winos, scumfeeders, anything with a focus, a subject, some reason for writing about it, a handle, or even just a fucking excuse. As it is, I feel like some kind of pompous old asshole writing his memoirs. I feel about 90 years old. Why in the name of stinking Jesus should I be stuck with this kind of book? Maybe later, when my legs go. Fuck the American dream. It was always a lie, and whoever still believes it deserves whatever they get, and they will. Bet on it. There is a terrible wave building up, and by my calculations the deal will go down in the winter of 74, 75. When James Baldwin wrote The Fire Next Time, he was talking about 10% of the population, but this time we're looking at 50%. If Nixon makes it to 76, he'll have to be carried out of the White House on a straight-jacketed stretcher, and Agnew will be dragged out by his heels. Yes, I seem to be getting a bit wiki, so maybe I'd better close off. I wish I could end with some kind of happy reassurance about the book. Maybe with a touch of inordinate luck I can find a narrative opening sometime soon and break out of this terrible bind. Thompson Ravings, Kant. Jesus, looking back at that heap of mad swill, pages 1 to 6, I have to wonder if perhaps I haven't gone mad. Read it and let me know how it sounds on that end. Meanwhile, I thought I'd try to outline the situation as briefly and cogently as possible. Keep in mind that the following is done off the top of my head, sort of howling at the moon. But it might be easier to do it this way, than to keep on rambling in straight letter form. So, to wit. The problem, my book is long overdue. The material exists, the research is done, with one possible exception, but no book exists. Why? The reasons listed below are not necessarily in order of relative importance, but maybe. 1. The title, main concept, is so broad and pretentious that I no longer feel able to cope with it. Actually, I never did. What I said that night in the Four Seasons was that anything I write is going to be about the death of the American dream, in the same sense that the HA book was about the death of the AD. But that's not the same as going out and writing a book with that as the working title. I wouldn't read a book with a title like that, and I see no reason why anybody should read one from me. It sounds like something from Publish or Perish League. I've been saying this in letters to you, Lynn, Bernie, etc. for more than a year, but nobody has ever answered them. See specifically my letter to you dated 8/30/69. But, once again, let me hark back to Faulkner's concept of seeing the world in a grain of sand. The job of a writer, it seems to me, is to focus very finely on a thing, a place, a person, act, phenomenon, and then, when the focus is right, to understand, and then render the subject of that focus in such a way that it suddenly appears in context, the reader's context, regardless of who the reader happens to be, or where. Thus, you focus on some scurvy freak in Oakland who calls himself a Hell's Angel and write about him in such a way that any dingbat stockbroker in Cleveland can see himself somehow in the image of that scurvy freak. Some people have to be forced to relate, others only need an excuse. Shit, that last line sounds like it came from somebody who might write a book called The Death of the American Dream. Strike it. The point is that a good book is about people, not theories, and my problem is that I don't have any real people in these situations I'm writing about, nothing to hook a reader and drag him into the scenes. Except possibly myself, in the sense of my own involvement, but let's save that possibility for later. 2. And this may really be #1, but it's hard for me to say or even know, for certain, just how worried I really am about producing a bad second book, and by bad I mean rotten reviews, or none, wretched sales, and a general all-round bummer. I'd be kidding myself if I said this wasn't a serious factor, although probably I'd be far less concerned about it if I were convinced that I have a really good book in the works. This never bothered me in terms of the HA book, because when I began the thing it never occurred to me that I was getting into a serious book. I saw it as a quick and easy way to get $6,000 by rapping off a hairy commercial shocker on a subject that didn't particularly interest me, but which seemed very saleable. It was only after several months of research that I began to take the book seriously, and then, as I recall, I went into a deep funk and couldn't write a word for many months. And I never would have got the bastard written at all if I hadn't been deathly afraid of seeing the contract cancelled the day after the deadline. Now, looking back on what eventually came of it, I find myself brooding over the fact that only a bare handful of all those favorable reviews seemed to recognize the book I thought I'd written. So there is no rational reason for my concern with reviews. I know what kind of people write book reviews. I used to do it myself, but, well, fuck that. The nut of the problem is that even though I dismiss nearly everything written about the HA book as silly, unctuous bullshit, I know that it all made a difference in the sales figures, if nowhere else. And the sales figures, I know, determined what kind of advance I got for the AD book, so I have to consider the notion that a bomb this time around might make the third book even more of a problem. I wouldn't mind a bomb if I thought I could get out from under it without screwing myself for the next 5 years, but it scares the hell out of me to think that this unholy pressure to produce a second book might destroy whatever small leverage I have. At the moment I see 4 possibilities. A. I could write a good book, one that I like, that won't sell. B. Or a bad book that sells, and I could live with either one of these, but the real nightmare is C. That I might write a bad book that won't sell. I intend to do everything possible to avoid that. The fourth option, D, is the odd wild chance that I might write a good book that sells. This is what I'd like to do, and the only thing I'm dead sure of right now is that to make it both ways I'm going to figure out some way to avoid coming down to this typewriter every night with the stinking idea that I'm going to tell the world about the death of the American dream. If I can't shake that, we may as well call the whole thing off. It's a terrible bummer and it won't work. I knew it and said it all along, but everybody seemed to think I was kidding. But now, after 2 years of being hung up on that nightmare, I have to assume that it's obvious on all fronts that I've screwed myself to the floor and I'm losing my fucking mind. It's jangled me to the point where I can't even write articles, because every time I try one I tell myself this will of course be part of the book, so I end up writing 100-page screeds that nobody will print, and the horrible fact is that I never even knew what book they were supposed to be a part of. The whole thing is a disastrous myth and I have to get out from under it before I get so twisted that I have to go back to daily sports writing. Shit, anything would be better than this awful scene. So, let's try to finish this. I've been working on it for nearly 10 days and that should tell you more about why you don't have a book MS than anything I say here. The 2 main problems, C1, and 2, above, are so much a part of each other that they seem like a knot. To wit, it seems crucially important that my second book be either good or successful, not necessarily both, but at least one of those, and, after 2 years of false starts and generally wasted effort, I still can't see any way to write a book worth reading unless I can rid myself of the notion that I'm stuck with the task of explaining the death of the American dream. I just can't get serious about writing a bad, dull book that I honestly feel is going to be a bummer in every way. Which brings me to the final category, possible solutions. 1. We could settle, very quickly, on a new working title, although I think it's a little late for this as a real solution. It might have worked a year ago, when I first suggested it, but at this stage of my desperation the mental grooves are too deep and too obviously dead-ended to be cured or altered by anything as superficial as a few changed words. 2. Nonetheless, the title has to go, and that raises the question of a new focus. Why am I writing this book? What is it about? People ask me and I can't say. So if you want to help, as you say, there is the question and the problem all at once. I don't have a title in my own mind. Yours is unacceptable and I long ago rejected it as an explanation of what I'm supposed to be doing. Here are some possibilities. A. I'm writing a series of long articles that may or may not illustrate a theme. Most of these incidents take place in 1968 to 1969 and center on domestic political situations which a lot of other people have written about. I can do them with, or, from, a special POV, but is this enough? Thus, your notion of bookends begs the question. It could give the book an appearance of a beginning and an end, but what's really in the middle? Even so, this is a viable option. I don't like it and I'm not sure anybody else will, but rather than suffer any longer with the notion of writing a final wisdom book, I may be better off just whacking out a Thompson version of the Pump House Gang. 7. B. I could focus almost entirely on the fictional narrative aspect of the book and downgrade the journalism to the level of background using scenes like Chicago and Nixon's inauguration as a framework for the trials and tribulations of my protagonist, Raoul Duke. This is the approach I like best, but it's also the one that's least realized at this point. I haven't been able, so far, to make Duke a human being. He hasn't come to life, not even for me. So the narrative still looks like a phony gimmick to string a bunch of articles together. Another problem with this approach is that the American dream millstone keeps intruding and it strikes a false note. It addles the dialogue and forces me to keep backing off and pontificating. Which recalls for some reason that Fitzgerald wanted to call his book about Gatsby The Death of the Red, White and Blue. FYI. See, this one is tricky. It's the idea of emphasizing my own involvement with these various scenes to the extent that I become the protagonist, somewhat in the style of Frederick Exley's A Fan's Notes. The problem here is one of perspective and control. My ego comes through very heavy, even when I try to write the straightest kind of journalism, and I'm not sure what might happen if I deliberately set out to write what amounts to a limited autobiography. The Killy/Playboy piece is a good example of this tack as opposed to the far straighter and less personal approach that I tried to use in the Esquire gun piece. Somewhere between these two, in terms of style and tone, is the Nixon inaugural article for the Boston Globe, although that one is almost pure impressionistic journalism, larded here and there with a few old cudgels and HST bias points. And in a far different vein we have that Los Angeles mescaline trip, which is almost intolerably impressionistic. I like all these chunks for different reasons, but I'm not at all sure they can work as a whole book. Maybe if we put them together the whole will somehow be more than the sum of its parts. But the nightmare is that the parts may seem so wretchedly disjointed as to contradict each other and make no sense at all. The problem with this, possibility is that all these seemingly contradictory stances make fine sense to me for good or ill, but I realize that people like you and Lynn and Don Erickson and the editors of Playboy can't make any sense of them at all. And that's not a judgment, just a flat recognition that we live in different worlds, which harks back, to my original notion that my real job is to write a sort of literary common denominator. Which brings us right back around to the main question, the framework. Assuming the basic material is already half-formed and that most of the research is done, the missing link is more a packaging concept than anything else. That sounds simple, but it's not, at least not to me. Maybe I shouldn't even be thinking about it, and I probably wouldn't be if this were my first book, but in this situation I tend to overwrite, over-research, over-worry, and, obviously, to underproduce. I suspect the writing would go pretty fast if I could see from A to some point around P or Q, but as it is, I can't see far beyond C or maybe D. God knows, it's too much to ask to be able to see all the way from A to Z, but... well, let me try, once again, to capsule the options. 1. There's the pump house gang approach. The main advantage here is that it looks like the easiest and fastest way to produce a book and get onto something better. More than half of this one is already written in more or less final draft. The rest wouldn't be much of a problem and the final result wouldn't be much of a success, either. It would be more of an advertisement, and that recalls advertisements for myself 8, than a coherent piece of work. 2. There's the Raoul Duke approach, which is essentially a very contemporary novel with straight, factual journalism as a background. I don't know any precedents to cite for this one, which is probably why I like it best. If it works it could be a very heavy, major book. But if it fails like it has so far, the results could be anything from a published bomb and a personal disaster, to even worse, many more months of crazed and fearful haggling between me and RH, trying to prevent a bomb/disaster by working the MS to death. And that would drive us both crazy. One of the problems here is that you have no MS sample of this approach. Maybe I should do a final draft of some chunk and let you see it before we settle on anything definite. 3. The other option is a sort of fans' notes approach using straight newsreel scenes instead of private traumas for a narrative. This approach would fall somewhere between Pump House and advertisements for myself. And in a sense it might possibly be done by simply dropping the fictional protagonist and basing the narrative simply on my own involvement, although not to the extent of a mailer-style bit. That's too much even for me. But more personal involvement than Pump House, for instance, in that the story would be first person instead of third. Here we have a problem with the fictional aspect, a la Exley. in that my backgrounds involve well-known or at least sensitive people. The Raoul Duke gimmick in number 2, above, gives me far more leeway to improvise on reality, without distorting it, than I'd have without Duke. He can play the lead role in scenes I couldn't even use otherwise, because in the context of non-fiction I couldn't prove them. Duke is only semi-fictional, but just hazy enough so I can let him say and do things that wouldn't work in first person. Like smoking a joint on Nixon's press bus, I can't say who actually did this because he's now a ranking editor on a major metro daily. It tells a lot about Nixon and the press corps that when I warned him, the press head, about the odor, he said, "Shit, this crowd is so square they don't even smell it, I've been doing it for weeks." And he was right. One alternative, of course, is for me to say that I covered Nixon with a joint in my mouth, but since I didn't, I'd rather not bias my observations that heavily, and besides, the irony of the story is that they expected me to be smoking grass, but it would never have occurred to them to suspect this other lad. Anyway, that's a good example of my problem. Duke gives me a lot of options on the journalism front, but he also presents a hell of a problem with the narrative. Once I bring him in, I have to keep him there, even when I don't need him. And I have to make him real. The original idea was to use Duke, like Gatsby, to illustrate that death of the American dream theme, but that's a horror when you start with the theme and work back to the character. It may work the other way, but I can't be sure until I see the character, and so far his symbolic value keeps queering his reality. On the other hand, his value as a sort of cover and safety valve solves many of the problems I have with the straight journalistic approach. I can insist that everything he says and does is true, but I can also refuse to identify him for obvious legal reasons. So the root problem appears to be how to handle the fact/fiction balance. Maybe there should be no fiction at all, but I can't get very enthusiastic about coming out with a handful of articles about stale scenes. And rethinking number 3, above, I don't see how I can get away with much fiction and still use the situations I've researched. A first-person account, with the author as protagonist, would have to be pretty straight, so the only real difference between number 1 and number 3 is one of emphasis. Any continuity in number 1 would lie in the style and POV, a series of articles with only the claim of a theme to tie them together. And number 3, without any fictional aids, would only differ in that the individual sections, articles, would be lashed together in a grid of supercharged rhetoric that would make the book more essay than journalism. The difference between Pump House and advertisements for myself. And that's about it for now. Before I tack on a final graph or so, I want to go back and read over what I've said, but even if none of it makes sense, I hope there's no doubt in your mind that I'm almost desperate to untangle this book and get it done. I don't want you thinking I'm sitting out here with a head full of dope, grinning at the sunsets or spending my time on skis. I skied once last winter, and not at all so far this year. The problem is not lack of time at the typewriter, but this goddamn wild juggling of unworkable solutions to what might be a simple problem if I could back off far enough to get it in focus. That's where you can help by considering the options from your end and hopefully coming up with something more specific than how nice it would be if I could tell the world about the death of the American dream. I genuinely want to get this book written, and it's beginning to look like I'm stuck on a problem I don't understand. If you can see it more clearly than I can, for Christ's sake, say so. After reading over the first 17 pages of this monster, I don't see much point in trying to edit or revise it. You asked what the problem is, and I think this letter is a pretty good answer. Not that I haven't said it all before, see my letter of August 30th, 1969, but this time, since you asked, we may be a little closer to coming to grips with it. I hope you can come up with an idea or two for untangling the bastard. If this book can be made to work, it could be a real boomer, and maybe that's the problem. Maybe I should get rid of this notion about writing on stone tablets and start thinking in terms of perishable print. But even if that is the problem, I'm so locked into the stone tablets that I don't know how to back off without plunging myself into despair. Hell, you're an editor and you're paid to solve this kind of nightmare puzzle. I'll expect a finely reasoned answer very soon. Meanwhile, I'll try to finish off a Duke/fiction section, even a very short one, so you can put that in your comparison shopping bag. Thanks. Hunter. To Warren Hinkle, Scanlan's Monthly. Feeling vindicated since the start-up Scanlan's Monthly had offered to pay him well for the Jean-Claude Killy piece Playboy had killed, Thompson objected when Hinkle tried to cut the last 10 pages. January 20, 1970. Woody Creek Co. Dear Warren. Here's the galley package and a new version of the original ending that I hope you'll use. To me, the original ending was the nut of the article. It was the only part of the piece where I sat back and took a serious, nonviolent look at what I'd seen and been through. There are parts of the piece, as it stands now, that make me sound like a pompous, vindictive freak, and that's okay, I can live with it, but at the same time it seems a bit rotten to cut the only part of the piece that partially redeems me. When I did the original version there were only 2 sections I really liked. One was the flashback to the '68 demo convention and the other was the ending. You cut both of them, also the Boston airport lead, and although I realize we're dealing with space problems, etc., it seems only fair to restore at least this brutally shortened version of the ending. I've cut the original 10 doomed pages down to 2½ or around 800 words. That doesn't seem like a hell of a lot to fit in somewhere. It seems a little on the cheap/mean side to go after people with a meat axe without explaining why, or at least trying to. As it stands now, in your edited version, I come off as some kind of vicious, petulant drunk who slinks off at the end, muttering garbled slurs to himself. And this would be okay, too, if I'd really ended the piece on that note. But I didn't. I tried, in the end, to make some kind of sense out of all that wild garbage I'd been through, and to chop it off leaves me standing there at the end with a bloody axe in my hand and no apparent reason for the heinous crime I laid on those shitheads. Hell, I may be crazy as a fucking loon, but it seems only fair to let me testify. Beyond that, and also to spread the onus to your end, it seems to me that my new, revised ending gives the piece a sort of ethical context that elevates it above the level on which it now seems to exist, that being a wild-eyed, ho-ho axe job on almost everything in sight. I'm not sure what kind of magazine you're getting out, but if you're looking for any kind of literate audience, I think this Killy piece will go down a lot easier if they find some kind of rational light at the end of the tunnel. There is also the fact that, if anyone who reads it calls me a mean, half-bright asshole for writing what I did, I'll naturally say that Hinkle cut all the sense out of it. On the other hand, if you run this new 2½ PG ending, I'll take all the blame myself. On the whole, the editing job was excellent, particularly since you were dealing with 110 pages, but cutting the whole ending was a trifle heavy, I think. Why run amok at the end? I trust you see the point, and to make things easier, in terms of space, I've marked up a few possible cuts on galley pages number 6, 10, 13, 14, and 15. I'll trade these chunks or almost anything else, for that matter, for the 2½ pages I'm enclosing with this letter. We've labored this far with the fucker, so let's finish it off right. Thanks. On other fronts, why haven't I received any promo stuff for Scanlan's? You're the last person in the world I'd expect to launch a new magazine by word of mouth. Do you plan to solicit subscriptions? Do you understand the nightmare of trying to sell magazines off the newsstands? I'm on every goddamn mailing list in the world, but so far I've received nothing about Scanlan's Monthly. Where is your head? If I were you, I'd send out notices promising a freshly cut human ear to every charter subscriber, then announce to the New York Times that you've hired an army of speed freaks to go out and get the airs. That will get people thinking, and a massive mail response, too. You should burst on the publishing world like a wolverine with a head full of Sandoz acid. Okay for all that. As for that awful moonshot scandal, I'm sure you realize that Arco, Idaho is now buried under 3 feet of snow. 9 They would track me down and chop me up like hamburger if I tried to lurk around for investigative purposes. We should wait till the snow melts for photos, as well as sleuthing. Meanwhile, I have a desk full of awful revelations. I'll sift them and send word. But for Christ's sake use my new version of the original Killy ending. Thanks again. Hunter. To Tom O'Connor, Irving Lundborg & Co. Thompson stock investments had not been doing well. January 20, 1970. Woody Creek Co. Tom. The more I think about it, the more I become enraged at the idea of your taking a leisurely ski vacation in Aspen while the investments you made for me were going down the tube. Your casual stupidity leaves me in a bad hole. Robert Craig wouldn't tell me where you were staying over Christmas and I was too distracted to hunt you down, but next time I hear you're in town I'll damn sure make the effort. I think we should discuss the idea that a broker's responsibility begins and ends with his commission. What you need, I suspect, is a stiff dose of calcium in your diet, and we can talk about that, too. Sincerely. Hunter. To Oscar Acosta. Taken aback by Acosta's last emotional missive, Thompson denounced his friend as a Mexican dunce with the morals of a goat. January 20, 1970. Woody Creek Co. Dear Oscar. Your letter came on the same day that a friend who just made his first LP asked me what I thought about it. I told him, he insisted that I give an honest opinion, and he immediately freaked out and cursed me with all his heart. It's the oldest goddamn story in the world. And I'm through with it. I don't ask people what they think of my act or my writing, for that matter, and my life is a lot easier, I think, for not going around asking for criticism. Even from good friends. Yet I recall asking you to read that gun article, but not with the idea of arguing with you if you said it was a heap of shit. My idea was that maybe you'd see some obvious flaw or contradiction that I'd missed from being too close to it, and as I recall you hit one or two things that helped. Anyway, the next thing you send me I'm going to praise to the fucking skies no matter what it is or says or isn't. Maybe you should send your stuff to Tim Thibault. As for my criticism of your use of the mass media, it seems to me that I was talking about your overindulgence, not your use. That Christmas Eve gig struck me as a fine idea and well done, it even got a big play in the Denver Post. But to follow it up, almost instantly, with a melodramatic fast struck me then and still does as very bad strategy. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe you got fantastic coverage out of it, I don't know. But from my own POV, the Christmas Eve thing looked like a legitimate story and the fast looked like a too obvious PR shuck. A good reporter doesn't mind being used, particularly if he's basically sympathetic, but you have to keep in mind that nearly all journalists hold PR men in serious contempt. They cherish the illusion of their objectivity and they snarl at the notion that anybody can use them. Which is bullshit, of course, but it's one of those golden rules they teach in journalism schools and it hangs on. Like the bullshit about blind justice they teach in law schools. Anyway, I can't go into long arguments about law and journalism right now. I have a lot of crap to get done and I'm way behind and seriously broke, to boot. Most of your letter seemed written for the ages, as it were, and although I agreed with most of what you said, I don't see much point in haggling about it. Nothing you can say is going to change my opinion of that screenplay you sent. There's nothing wrong with writing propaganda, but you have to be pretty damn good at it before you can get away with calling it something else. And despite your disclaimers, Perla is a Pig is a very different kind of writing from that screenplay. Pip is a good story about real people, that other thing is hung up on racial and cultural symbols. And so much for that. Random House is on my ass very seriously for not sending them a book MS, and I have to get at it. In closing, let me suggest that you look back at your carbon of that letter, to me, and ponder graph number 2 on PG1, the insane implication that my deliberate refusal to render advice caused you to take 150 acid trips and destroy your mind. Just read it over and ask yourself how it sounds. And before you start writing a column for the LA Times, you should at least learn how to spell column. See what kind of things journalists notice. Cheap shit, but that's the way they think. Other last gasp notes, most of what you said about my scene out here is true, and the mindless isolation worries me to the point where I plan to get out of here before next winter. But I want to try to get this house nailed down first because I want to have a place where I can live like a human being when I get tired of all the screaming bullshit that comes with trying to change a nation of vicious assholes. That's what I meant by saying you should get hold of a hillside somewhere, not as a solution, but a potential refuge from solutions. You already seem half mad from running around the streets with a head full of acid, with no address and getting constantly fired, but those are all details. The real problem is that none of it seems to be doing your head any good. You've got yourself so wired up with that Jesus complex that you cause more problems than you cure. Well, that's a bit heavy, and I don't mean it to be ugly, but that Jesus thing is very acute in your case. Your letter reeks of it. And shit, maybe you are Jesus, and now, looking back at your letter, I see no point in trying to argue with you. Now I see your final pronouncement about mankind is doomed. Period. Which is true, and all the more reason for trying to save at least a small chunk, instead of insisting on the destruction of the whole thing because they won't give you credit for saving it all. But I learned a long time ago that you can't reason with preachers, so fuck it. I got a very depressed note from Magar today. Why don't you check on him without your soapbox? He's a good person and you don't need acid to talk to him. You have to realize that you come on very strong with most people and most of them don't need it. They have their own problems. The only exception I can think of offhand is me. I don't have any problems. Okay. Hello to Socorro, and, as always, send mescaline. Ciao. Hunter. In 2 caps Mesk. To Bill Cardoso, The Boston Globe. Scanlon's looked promising enough that Thompson suggested to talented friends that they write for it, too. January 29, 1970. Woody Creek Co. Dear Bill. You really ought to get out of that fucking Boston and into some place where culture is happening. I've been brooding over my copy of Frederick Exley's A Fan's Notes for more than a year, pushing it at the bookstore and that kind of shit. It's a terrible fucking book, breaks every conceivable rule, etc. For some reason it's one of the best things I've read in years. You should try your own kind of weird writing on Scanlon's Monthly. They would dig an anonymous piece, or at least unsigned, by a big-time journalist who went to Israel and spent all his time with Mandy Rice Davies and a bunch of dope-crazed Arabs. If you could do the whole piece in the same style of your 2 grafs in the letter, it would be a zinger. I could probably sell them on the idea if you want to do it. They're running a weird show down there in New York, a madhouse of some kind, with edit rooms in a converted ballroom above a pub near Times SQ. I called them last Sunday at midnight and the office was full of people, all twisted. God only knows what kind of magazine it will be. I hate to say it, but there was talk of cutting the Boston Airport lead off the Killy piece. I'm fighting all cuts, but with a 110 PG article my position is untenable. The first issue should be out around March 1st. I was kidding about writing a column, or maybe I wasn't. If I can't get this book done, I'll be out on the street looking for work. Your letter gives me the fear maybe I'll really get to work. Hopefully I can get onto a schedule of working 6 days a week and totally amok on mescaline every Sunday. For the past month or so that's been my act, loading up on Sat night, locking the doors, building a huge fire and turning up the amplifier, wiring headphones to the bed with strange lamps burning and humping myself to a frazzle. Try mescaline, I recommend it highly. Or have I already said that? A friend of Lee Berry's showed up today, looking for a cheap house. I killed him with a double-strand spear gun and the dogs cleaned his bones almost instantly. Berry is okay, he's in New York now. Try him again sometime after he gets rid of that Italian hairdo. Okay, for now, I have to get back to work. Hello to Susan. Ciao. Hunter. To Virginia Thompson. Thompson reflected on his youngest brother's difficulties finding meaningful employment in Kentucky. January 29, 1970. Woody Creek Co. Dear Mom. Sorry to be so late getting back. Bruce Innes and his band have been here for 2 weeks and the chaos has been worse than usual. I'm also into a money bind, not gut serious, but constant mounting pressure to produce a new book, and it keeps me in a sort of muted rage at all times. Jim's situation sounds grim, although not a hell of a lot worse than mine at age 20. Remember that letter I wrote you when I got fired from the Middletown Daily Record right after I bought the Jaguar? But maybe Jim's scene is different, if only because he doesn't seem to have any idea what he'd even like to do, much less what he can do. At that point I at least considered myself a writer. The situation with his friends sounds bad, but maybe he's just growing away from them a lot faster than I grew away from mine. By age 25 I no longer had anything to say to my old friends in Louisville. Maybe Jim is just making the break a bit earlier. But actually I don't know him or his friends well enough to even guess what the problem is. It sounds okay if he wants to come out here in May. Probably June 1st would be better, or maybe not, depending on the weather. It's hard to have anyone here when it's cold outside, because we can't get away from each other and the snow makes the house a sort of fort and refuge. In the spring, once the sun gets a grip, there's always plenty of work to do outside and our world expands about 500%. I wouldn't want to commit myself for any length of time, since it's entirely possible that it might get on my nerves. But he could come out for a week or so and maybe longer if it worked out. There's a dim possibility that I might be able to get him a job of some kind, but again that depends on what he feels like doing. And what he can do. What is his address in Lexington? I haven't sent Davison anything either, but I have a pair of boots for him and I'll get them off sometime soon. Anyway, send Jim's address. And if you talk to him, say I wrote and mentioned having him out for a week or so in the spring when there'll be plenty of work to do. Otherwise, things sound pretty good there. I hope drink isn't a problem, and I don't get the impression that it is. Unless there's something serious I don't understand about Jim's situation, it doesn't sound like anything to panic over. We'll see. Maybe I'll be able to see it more clearly after a week of having him out here. Meanwhile, I have to get back to work on this stinking book. Love. H. To Eugene W. McGarr. Close since their drinking days in New York when both were copyboys at Time magazine. Thompson and McGarr had begun to drift apart after the Bronx native moved to Los Angeles. January 29, 1970. Woody Creek Co. Dear Gene. I don't recall ever having used that formal opening, but the tone of your letter leaves me no choice. Anyway, it sounded sort of grimly honest, not exactly the kind of thing I'm accustomed to get from you. At least not in the mail. Right? I'm sorry my visit was such a bummer, and in retrospect I understand what you mean. One of the reasons, I think, was that it was mainly Sandy's trip. I had no reason at all for staging a $2,000 freakout that I can't possibly pay for. Since I couldn't justify the trip to Random House, they won't pay for a cent of it. But Sandy has been so generally depressed since that child death thing that it seemed necessary to get her away to some weird and different scene. And it seems to have worked just enough to keep things level here. It was sort of a long-delayed mescaline honeymoon, an orgiastic trip that got her back in my world for a while. She was beginning to feel seriously left out, I think, and blowing a Diners Club card is an easy way to stay sane if that's all it takes. Oscar cursed me too for the same kind of reason, I guess. But what the hell? I behaved irresponsibly and perhaps inhumanely, but at least I spent my goat hours very pleasantly with my wife, and she dug it, so I have to say it wasn't a bad trip from my own point of view. The child death thing had gotten to her in a way that had me worried. She was getting very freaky about a lot of things, very depressed and not happy with life in general. But so much for all that. I had no idea that you were any more anxious to make contact with me than you were a year earlier, or the year before that. Or, etc. Now, reading your letter, I feel like a giddy asshole, or maybe not, because all you had to do was suggest that Sandy stay with Eleanor while we zapped off to one of the beach towns for a day of beer and babbling. You can't expect to drop into a dope freak's hotel room at the cocktail hour and get locked into serious talk. I had a vague feeling that you weren't particularly happy with life, but I wasn't about to grab you by the elbow and demand an explanation. That's not my style. Whatever else might be, and I really can't say. I've always communicated with most of the people I call friends on two very distinct levels, one a sort of verbal fuck around and the other, well, whatever the term is, you're right in saying we haven't been working that channel for a while. I don't know why. I figured your mind had fused completely to your groin. Now, looking back, I think I understand you a little better than I used to. It's an interesting subject and we should ponder it sometime, the notion of fucking as an outlet for frustrated energy. I'm sure a lot of people have written about it, but I haven't read their works, so it still interests me. Personally, I find frenzied humping an excellent substitute for hard writing. My humping action seems to decline in perfect inverse ratio to the number of pages I write each night. But maybe I'm just weird. It's also a fact that almost everybody I know or used to know seems hopelessly fucked up right now. Sending you that old-time mag piece was no house-cleaning accident. I spent hours looking through trunks for the fucker. For my own reasons. I'm sitting out here in a deep and wretched funk, trying to write a book I don't like and which makes no sense to me but which I have to finish very soon or find myself screwed to the floor and back on the streets looking for a sports writing job. It scares the shit out of me. The pressure is much worse than it was with the first book, which set me up for a guaranteed failure this time around. The only way I can beat it is by writing a goddamn brain-ripping beast of a book, but so far I haven't figured out how to do that. And my brain gets a little naughtier every 24 hours. Anyway, I figured you might like to know you aren't the only person floundering around. Kennedy's last letter was unspeakably depressing. Seminin is so weird that he won't even talk to me. Oscar is going mad because nobody will crucify him. John Clancy calls at awful hours and howls about failed dreams. Joe Hudson is doing the best metal sculpture in the country and he can't make a dime. Dennis Murphy had to be taken to a health farm, and I'm sitting out here in the goddamn snow, trying to explain it all and not too far, on some nights, from thinking seriously about suicide. Living in LA is probably a lot worse than living here. I don't expect any real human contact in Aspen or WC, so I'm not haunted by the lack of it. Living down there would drive me wild, I think. The smell of money and action is all around, particularly for you. New York was that way for me for 10 years. I walked past the Random House building, knowing I could write all kinds of wonderful profitable shit for them, and also knowing I couldn't get past the dimwit old receptionist in the lobby, no matter what I said. Then, for a year or so, I roamed around the building like I owned it, bringing in snakes and drugs, drinking heavily while using the long-distance phones, disrupting people who had all sorts of work to do. Well, why go on? I blundered into a scene that no amount of plotting would ever have got me into. But fuck all that. I may still put it out, and in the meantime there's no sense hassling you with it. Shit, you've done the same kind of act, and now you're brooding around your house in Topanga Canyon, and confused. You didn't say why, but that's not hard to figure either. I wish to fuck I could lay off some kind of healing wisdom for either one of us. We have come a long way from those Sunday nights at Time Incorporated when everything seemed possible, probably inevitable. There was plenty of time then. Maybe the nut of the problem now is a new sense of time. To me, anyway, it is suddenly conceivable that I might start falling apart at any moment, and blow the whole thing. For the first time in my life I can see over the hump. Time is suddenly a terrible factor. Like I said, it wasn't any accident that you got that 10-year-old time clip in the mail. After I located it and read it about 18 times I thought, now who should I send this to? Actually, I don't feel corrupted but more like a fool. Maybe you should ponder that. I don't know. But I don't get the feeling that you've spent much time in the past few years doing things you really want to do, or even any one thing you can really get high on. Maybe you should try that. Make a film you can really get into, instead of somebody else's commercial. I recall how I felt after 2 years of writing for the National Observer. They gave me just enough leeway to keep me from going mad, but after I finally quit, or got fired, I realized I'd been going mad all along. And all I had to do for money was write a $100 article about some gang of shitheads called Hell's Angels. I did it for a month's rent and nothing else, but then I got into it and the situation began developing, and I got more into it, and eventually I paid about 3 years' rent and was given an opportunity to make an ass of myself on national TV. So even the answers make no sense. By writing a money-making book and even digging it for a while, I managed to get myself into serious debt to the IRS, the Diners Club and a rich landlord from Michigan. And also to 2 publishers. At the moment I need about $37,000 to get even, and I see no hope at all. And no time either. Fuck them. Anyway, try to shake your paranoia long enough to realize that I'm still human enough to want to spend some time pondering things with you. I might seem a bit rusty, because I don't spend much time on that level, but, shit, I'll give it a whirl. Let me know if you have any good ideas about how to work it. Ciao. Hunter. To Mitch Greenhill. Thompson, a lifelong fan of American folk music, had known songwriter Mitch Greenhill, whose father was Joan Baez's agent since 1960 in Big Sur. January 30, 1970. Woody Creek Co. Dear Mitch. God only knows where you are, so I'll send one copy of this to the old Miwook Village address, and another C/O the record co. Anyway, I got the Eric von Schmidt 10 album and liked it. He seems like one of the few originals still floating around. The other day a friend of mine in Aspen who writes children's books told me Eric VS was going to illustrate it, and I said it couldn't be the same person, but it is. Very weird. Particularly that Florida gig. Next time I go down there I'd like to stop by and see him. Florida is one of my favorite places to drive, particularly at night on the beach or in the outback, very fast. Sandy's mother is in DeLand, near Daytona. Is VS anywhere around there? The Brain/Sky album is a hell of a lot better, I think, than his first one, which I've had for a while. That Woodman is a boomer, the best thing on the record. If I get a chance I'll try to plug it somewhere. Meanwhile, thanks for sending it along. I dig it and I'll get it played locally, anyway, which won't help much, but it won't hurt either. Right now I'm having a sort of weird go-round with Bruce Innes. Remember the little Canadian who had his guitar up at the house in Big Sur that night? He's playing in Aspen with a new group, the original cast, a god-awful name, at the Red Onion for something like $3,000 a week. That's a possibility for you, a terrible fucking audience, but good money. Maybe you could put something together with Rosalie. 11 Right now there's a bluegrass group called the Joplin Forte alternating with Bruce. If you're onto a booking agent, you might have him call Werner Custer, one of the owners. Let me know if you're interested. I can't do you much good with Custer, he's a Nazi and he hates me, but I can get stuff played on the radio station and that might convince him you're real, or at least saleable. Bruce is into a strange gig. Have you heard a single called One Tin Soldier? That's his. And now they have an album coming out, but it's fucked by horrible arrangements, all kinds of horns and strings and organs in the background. Talent Association, is doing it mainly as a vehicle, I think, for a gaggle of second-rate songs by Dennis Lambert and Brian Potter, the producers. Bruce has 2 really first-class songs on it, Country Song and Sweet Chicago Blues, but they're screwed by the hyped-up Fifth Dimension style arrangements. They wanted me to write some bullshit for the liner notes, but I said I couldn't tolerate all that background noise. Even so, those 2 songs I mentioned are 2 of the best I've heard in a long time. Sweet Chicago is a sure hit, but the producer hates it because it's too heavy. It's a Lightfoot 12 style thing about Mayor Daley. CBS did a thing on Aspen's hippie war last year and picked up that song for a sort of theme, but the news moguls killed the whole bit. If I can manage it, I'll send you a tape. Good chance for a single right now with the Chicago trial going on. Meanwhile, life in the snow belt humps along. We had a savage election and almost won control of the town, lost by 6 votes. The next step, they say, is that I'm going to run for sheriff this fall, and I might, if only to scare the living shit out of the fatbacks. We could win, maybe, by importing about 500 heads during the summer and keeping them around until election day, or even qualifying them for absentee ballots. I'm going to check with the SDS whips in Denver and Boulder about putting something really vicious together, a flat-out takeover bid, beating the sheriff and the county commissioner all at once. The combined vote for the mayor's race was less than 1,500, so it wouldn't take many new voters to seize control of the whole county. If we get something going, I'll let you know. We'd probably need a music festival or two, for morale purposes. Okay for all that. Oddly enough, I was trying to get control of my desk last night and I found an old letter from you talking mainly about the Detroit Lions. I guess I was 2 years early. Next year they'll mop up in the Central. Take my word for it. Probably you've been around the Bay long enough, by now, to fall into the hideous shadow of the 49ers. Those fuckers, but I see hope for them next year. One of their problems seems to be that the coach hates niggers. What kind of asshole would keep Clifton McNeil on the bench all year? Anyway, I may see you before then. I have one more chunk of research to do on this stinking book for Random House, and it involves a trip to SF. Where are you living? Send word. Rosalie Sarles was here briefly in the fall and seemed in good shape, not rich, but still excessively human. Michael Solheim has gone over to the cocktail set hopelessly pussy-whipped. He drinks Alexander's now, and wears pink bell-bottom shirts, constantly hustling business among local Republicans. An awful spectacle. As for me, I plan to take whatever small profits I get off this new book and set up a mescaline factory in Woody Creek. Hopefully I can make enough on sales to pay the rent and keep myself in a blazing stupor for the rest of my days. I bought a set of $100 earphones with red lights that flash at 95 decibels. I've worn out 2 copies of Herbie Mann's Memphis Underground and burned 2 cords of pinyon wood this winter. Get naked and gobble mescaline by a huge fire and the whole house vibrating with sound. Try it sometime, it's fun. Ciao. Hunter. And hello to Louise. To Paul Krasner, the realist. Yippee co-founder Paul Krasner didn't bite on the 10 pg screed Thompson mentions he wrote in an LA hotel room after trying mescaline. The lyrical tale would be published as First Visit with Mescalito in Thompson's 1990 collection Songs of the Doomed. February 10, 1970. Woody Creek Co. Krasner. You treacherous cocksucker, where is my copy of the 10th anniversary issue? I've been waiting for it for 2 years, or almost, maybe 17 months, but why haggle? Is it out? Was I excluded? If so, I'll have my lawyer rip your lungs out with his bare hands. You owe me that issue, I paid for it, and I consider it a sacred obligation. Somebody told me the other day that you were dead, that you were riding down 6th Ave, down? Maybe it was 7th, in a cab when your head swelled up like a penny balloon and exploded. Too much acid, they said, no blood at all in the brain remnants. You should have taken my advice and abandoned all drugs while there was still time. It's too late now, you might as well double up and go hard all the way to the end. But meanwhile, I want that 10th anniv. issue. If copy is the problem, I can probably send you something. The selection on my desk ranges from painfully straight to intolerably weird. At a glance I see a 10 pg screed that I wrote on a stolen IBM Selectric in a room at the Continental Hotel in LA while in the grip of a heavy dose of mescaline that I ate without realizing what it was, a very strange morning, which included a plane trip to Denver. Anyway, let me know what's happening about that issue. Thanks. Hunter S. Thompson. From Oscar Acosta. February 10, 1970. Los Angeles, CA. Hunter. In the first place, I doubt that I sent the play for your criticism of my lifestyle. In the second instance, you did not in any way criticize the play character, plot, suspense, story, did it work, but rather rapped on what I'm doing, which was the reason for my response. We've hardly talked about the play. I hadn't written until now cause I wanted to wait until it no longer mattered, and also I was catering to your whim of let's not haggle, which is your usual cop-out to any serious dispute with me. Having got down to it, I find I must continue the response to your last letter where you, again, indulged yourself. I don't go around asking for criticism as you suggest. Many moons ago I decided that I, me, and only me, knew more about myself and my writing than anyone else. The novel I wrote convinced me of that. After several good writers, Mark Harris, Van Tilburg Clark, and editors of the 5 largest publishing houses in the USA told me I was good, etc., and yet not one seriously thought of getting the thing published, I then decided never to be a professional writer, which means a guy that has to print in order to eat. I never showed anyone my junk until I met you, and since then, except for Margaret Harrell, I've not shown it to anyone for criticism except for you and a poet friend of mine in SF. The fact of the matter is that I like what I write, generally, and I know that very few persons whom I respect will be as wild about the shit as I am. You are the perfect example. You think you know about the issue of race in this country, which has led you to conclude that it is not really an issue at all, and so when you read a play that deals with the issue of race as seen in the context of survival of the human race, you consider the theme irrelevant and simplistically brand it racist. Quite a neat trick if you can pull it off. For a campaign manager who couldn't get several hundred votes for his candidate, you really presume too much when you object to the use of the media, couching the criticism in old alpha, beta, gamma, rah-rah, bullshit. You assume that the publicity around the fast etc. was for the purpose of spreading the good news to the Anglo public. Coming on the heels of the St. Basil's bust scene, you felt it too cheap, trite, p.r-ish. Any organizer worth his salt would tell you, 1. All efforts of publicity are directed at communicating to the people you're trying to organize, which in this instance is the Chicano. 2. All demonstrations, etc., are a means of finding some basically nonviolent work to get them, the Chicano, involved. 3. When the press has massacred you, as it did on the St. Basil's bust, and given you an image you do not want, you must then immediately find some gimmick to counter it. Which is what I did here. McIntyre had branded us as violent revolutionaries, etc., which he could hardly do after we had a very Christian fest. And you're right about this stuff not doing my head any good. I know of no other way to get the things I want for myself and for others. If it was only me, and you'll never believe this, I'd go drop out again, only this time in a warm climate, tropics preferably. I'd drink my ass off and maybe write a line or two. But here I am and likely to remain so because there simply ain't no other place for me to go. I've made a plunge into a world of ideas and feelings that are simply unscapable. Words like ego trip and Christ complex are not only meaningless in this context, but infuriatingly trite. I would hope that the one thing the acid did for me was to make me realize that ego is a wonderful thing, so long as you don't get carried away with it, laugh at yourself now and again, yet remain constant in your belief that you are super spic, Hio Cholo, Zeta, Brown Buffalo, and occasionally Oscar Acosta, ESQ. Then having believed that, there is simply no reason for a Christ complex. In fact, I am superior to Christ, and I say that as seriously as you say that you've found your CDO, which only leaves the salvation bit. I am not now, nor have I ever been a missionary. I ain't here to save nobody. That is Christian whorepiss. The white man's way of helping people. Live in the barrio because I am of the barrio, and all the fucking propaganda about revolutionaries fighting for the people, the community, etc., happens to be true in my case. In a word, I'm fighting for myself, who is totally identified with the community of the poor. And when I read this stuff and the past letters, listened to my old tapes, listened to myself talking with guys under acid, booze, and all evil forms of dope, I realize just how far down the road I've gone on my eternity trip, but don't you think for 1 minute I don't laugh at the written for eternity, as it were, just as much as you did when you wrote it. Which still raises the ultimate question I've been asking for the past 3 years. Is it still a trip, or have I arrived at my destination? God damn it, Thompson, get off my back and say something decent for a change. Which, I think, is where I came in. Or I'll let Z. To Warren Hinkle, Scanlan's Monthly. Thompson's Jean-Claude Killy piece was finally published in Scanlan's Monthly. March 2, 1970. Woody Creek Co. Dear Warren, thanks for the copy of Scanlan's. I gave out both subscription cards and I don't have the magazine now, so I can't subscribe formally, but if you'll put me on the list and tell your narc to send a bill, I'll pay it. Probably you have some excellent reason for not trying to sell the fucker via mail promotion, but I'm damned if I can see it. Editorially, the first issue looked good and up to par, but graphically, it was a fucking horror show. It looks like it was put together by a compositor's apprentice with a head full of seconal. If I were you, I'd put out an all-points bulletin for Dougald Sturmer. He has his work cut out for him. On lesser fronts, I want to impose a condition on anything I may or may not sell you in the future, to wit, that any cartoon/illustration by Jim Nutt will not be allowed within 15 pages on either side of my byline. His Killy drawing not only wasted 2 pages, but it separated my letter from the article and rendered the letter useless. And beyond that, I found my name at the bottom of Nutt's cartoon. None of which is really serious, to me, anyway, because, after all, I'm only a writer, but if I were an editor I'd make some heavy serious changes in the graphics for issue number 2. And thanks for the good editing on the Killy piece. I very much appreciate your indulgence in the parts I wanted in. At the moment I'm all wound up with the first issue of the Aspen wall poster. Tomorrow is publication day, and although it's on a far smaller scale than Scanlan's, the tension is still pretty heavy. We decided to let the old paper die and go with a completely new form of experimental graphic/journalism. I'll send you a copy when it hits the streets. And if the wall poster name rings a bell, well, I'll never deny it. The concept is the same, but the design and graphics are, as far as I know, completely new. Okay for now. Let me know about the oil shale thing. At the moment I'm working on a fast obituary for Terry the Tramp 13, who committed suicide in the wake of Altamont, according to a note I just got from Jan Wenner. Very shitty, for a lot of reasons. Ciao. Hunter. To Virginia Thompson. Thompson updated his mother about his Aspen wall posters and difficulties at home. March 7, 1970. Woody Creek Co. Dear Mom. Here's a quick note in the midst of chaos, to bring you up to date. I'm enclosing a copy of issue number 1 of my first publishing effort. It's an entirely new journalistic form, and it may work. We're already into number 2. It's a left-handed effort, but fun, and the only publication that will print my stuff without cutting it. Speaking of that, I assume you noticed the press section, p42, of this week's Time, March 9th. Their story about the birth of Scanlan's Monthly quotes a somewhat unlikely line from my article, in Scanlan's, on Jean-Claude Killy, the French skier. It's the same piece I did for Playboy, the one they refused to print. Probably Scanlan's is available in Louisville. Also, for the files, I got a fairly old booklet, 1968, I think, from the USIA, United States Information Agency, called Americans and the Arts, which for some reason has a photo of me in the Aspen section. I can't send a copy or copy the photo, because it's in color. My copy came from USIA, 1776 Pa. Ave, Washington, D.C. 20547. Wesley Pedersen, editor. That's about it for the good news. On other fronts, Sandy is even now, at this moment, suffering through another miscarriage. Only 2 months along, this time. Very depressing. And, As always, there's the money crunch compounded by my problems with this goddamn book that won't work. I'd like to quit it, but I can't because I owe them so much money. At the same time, it keeps me from working seriously on anything else. So sooner or later I'll stumble through it and get onto better things. I got a good letter from Davison the other day, the first in a long while. But no reply to my letter to Jim. I asked him out for a visit in the spring. We'll see what happens. Davison didn't seem to know any more about his 4F thing than you do. Okay for now. I have to get some work done before dawn. Love. H. To Oscar Acosta. Thompson's fine eye for graphic design showed in his Freak Power campaign's innovative two-sided aspen wall posters, which presented smart political writing as art suitable for hanging. March 9, 1970. Woody Creek Co. Dear Oscar. Your last letter was wonderful, I agree with everything you said, even the racist swill. As for M1 firing pins, I think I have a heavy gun dealer in Denver, but I put off any action with him until I can come up with some cash, and right now I'm still stone broke. I'll let you know when I find out anything, but in the meantime I wouldn't worry about buying them anywhere. M1s are totally legal and you can surely get a better price in California. CENC ad for a start. I'm enclosing issue number 1 of a thing that as far as I know is a completely new concept in journalism. We sell the poster for $1 and the edit stuff is free, and we sold 500 of the fuckers in the first 3 days, gave away about 200 and we're now rolling issue number 2, with an arty erotic cover poster and a strange bag of insult/wisdom on the back. We'll hump the thing as long as it works, or until it stops being fun. We may add pages and sell subscriptions and ads, but maybe not. Anyway, it has a lot of possibilities here and elsewhere because it requires no real overhead, office, salaries, and that bullshit. One of the main hangups is the dingbat printer, a useless fucker who can barely spell his own name. But we can solve that. Lawsuits are another problem, but I've spread the rumor that we have heavy financial backing, from the East, and welcome lawsuits as a form of advertising. This county attorney mentioned in number 1 is known to be the heaviest and meanest lawyer between Denver and Salt Lake, which ain't much, but his firm handles big oil and water rights cases, for people like LBJ's brother and various oil companies. He was the biggest target I could find, and meanwhile Joe Edwards is preparing a lawsuit against him on conflict of interest grounds, which if nothing else will force him to quit as CTY attorney, in order to defend his or interests. Summer here is going to be weird and active. I plan to run a strong race for sheriff and drive the fuckers wild. The Edwards campaign left us with virtual veto power over any liberal/demo candidates in the coming county elections. Freak power is now an accepted reality, we can't win on our own, but the lib/demos can't win if we run a third candidate, which we will. At the moment we're holding out for Edwards to run for the main county COMM spot, which if we can win will snap the spine of the local political establishment, take out their biggest will, J. Baxter Bugsy's MED partner. So, despite your drug gibberish, my various power trips are going well here. How about you? I didn't get a lot of confident vibrations off that issue of La Raza you sent. Once again, and fuck your objections, I think you should get off that how long oh lord, binge and narrow down to some kind of specific issue where you can take the offensive. One of these days you'll realize that the fuckers you're up against don't care if you live or die, they just as soon deport you, or failing that kill you. So the only way to deal with them is to scare them, find a weak link and focus on that, instead of fighting the whole chain. Well, I'll get off that. No point in sending you up the walls again. How was that mescaline? You didn't say. And what about that $1 a cap stuff you were going to pick up in SF? What is Magar into? Another sex trip? I couldn't tell from your letter, but it didn't sound like you got your heads together. From the tone of his last letter to me, he's got to get into something heavy pretty fast. Why don't you try applying his talents to something like arms buying? He'd do well at that kind of dealing, give him a percentage of whatever's available, and turn him loose. One of the main things I've learned out here is that there are all kinds of very able people wandering around with no place to use their energy. They want to get into something. On this wall poster thing I needed somebody to sell the fucker, to actually hustle it in the stores and on the streets, so I turned the wholesale/circulation gig over to a dropout painting contractor from Laguna Beach, a head I barely knew and who seemed so fucked up that Sheriff Whitmire was threatening to bust him as a dangerous public nuisance. He offered to help distribute the posters, but we needed more than just help, so I offered him a third of whatever we made, above costs, and the bastard has been on the streets ever since, selling about 100 a day. He's organized a hellishly effective gang of street vendors, lined up the airport and the car rental agencies, even the gift shop at the fucking Holiday Inn, which I savagely raped in my article. Tomorrow I'm going to walk into the Aspen Times and pay the printing fee with 285 $1 bills. And we'll have about $200 clear. Mainly because of this bastard's energy. The same thing happened during the Edwards campaign. People I'd never seen or heard of appeared and insisted on getting into it, while more than half the people we'd counted on blew their roles completely. The only trouble is that I'm not sure how to duplicate that trick. I'm not sure what really drew those people. Looking back, it's easy to say we obviously had a wave building for us, but, shit, the wave wasn't even visible to me until less than a week before the election. So, in honest retrospect, I have to think that all we did was create a very loose structure for a lot of unfocused energy trips. Very weird, and I'm still pondering it. All I know is that anybody who can figure out a way to put other people's unused energy to work has a hell of a tool in his hands. No doubt you have a huge energy reserve down there, far more than here, even per capita, so you might consider this notice. Which is only a suggestion, and I mention it only because I'm just learning about it. Politics, I think, is far more than politics. It may be the ultimate high, and maybe adrenaline is the real superdrug. I read Aldous Huxley's Doors of Perception and saw his comment about mescaline and adrenaline having essentially the same chemical base, which makes perfect sense. And so much for all that. I have to go upstairs and call the hospital. Sandy is in there again with another miscarriage, a real nightmare version, this time, since it puts me head on with the abortion laws. She's only 2 months pregnant, but the pain is so bad she can't stand up, and the pigs say they can't do a therapeutic abortion. All they do is keep her drugged up on codeine and wait for God to work his will. The D&C operation is as simple as pulling a tooth, but they won't do it, and this is Colorado, which recently passed a liberalized abortion law. Man, I'm coming to really hate that word liberal. Speaking of hospitals, how did that cell hanging case come out? You might try writing something about that. Your description was vicious. The autopsy. A new writing market is Scanlan's monthly editor, Warren Hinkle, 451 Pacific, SF 94133. The first issue is out. See the March 9th issue of Time, press section. Scanlan's bought my piece on J.C. Killy, the one I did for Playboy, but which they wouldn't print. Hinkle is the ex-Ramparts editor. You might stop by and see him the next time you're in SF, tell him what you're into and see what interests him. He's a fiendish boozer, but not much on dope. As for your Christ complex, I'll leave it alone for now. But convey my condolences to Socorro. Sandy still feels bad about your accusation that she didn't insist on bringing Socorro along on that wretched SF trip, even though I keep telling her that she had nothing to do with it. That was our decision, as I recall, based entirely and quite reasonably on our experience with eating acid in the company of people, or even one person, who hates acid. The only flaw in our formula was that rotten goddamn acid you had. If we'd had good drugs, Socorro would have hated every minute of the trip, and maybe she would have anyway. The Diners Club, incidentally, is about to seize my card. I owe them something like $1,200 from that trip, and I have no hope of paying, which doesn't bother me much, because the day I got back here I applied for a carte blanche card using diners as a reference, and it came about a month ago, just about the time diners started getting ugly. Fuck them. And that's about it for now. Say hello to Socorro, and particularly from Sandy, and lay some heinous racial insult on Benny, from me. You might also keep in mind that my sheriff's campaign will make the new politics look like something out of President Warren G. Harding's high school notebooks. It might be worth your while to come out and watch. Hell, come anytime. Ciao, Hunter. To D. Porter Bibb. David Porter Bibb III had been a friend of Thompson since high school, when both were members of the Athenaeum Literary Association. March 14, 1970. Woody Creek Co. D. Porter, etc. For the past few months I've been picking up weird vibrations indicating your return to the land of the living, or maybe just the land of the visible, which isn't necessarily the same thing. I refer, specifically, to Altamont's strange quotes from one Porter Bibb, spokesman for the Maysles brothers. The mysterious voice. That's a strange place for you to turn up. I thought you'd gone totally down the tube into corporate fuck-arounds with that silly hat of yours, the one you wore when I last saw you. At that point you were looking for a teen thou and low visibility. Sela. What now? Send a line between deals. I am, of course, in contact with people who would like to twist your head off. And mine, too, for that matter. It gives me a wild rare boot to know that after all this time and all that I wrote, that people are actually shocked to find the Angels whacking hippies at a rock festival. The sharks finally came home to roost, and the only wonder is that it didn't happen sooner. But fuck that. Send a line and affirm your gig, whatever it is. Or come out and hang around Aspen. It's weird here, I'm running for sheriff. Hunter. To Jan Wenner, Rolling Stone. In November 1967, 21-year-old New Yorker Jan Wenner launched Rolling Stone, a hip rock music tabloid that quickly developed into a glossy, ad-fat pop culture magazine. When Thompson met the shrewd young publisher in San Francisco in late 1969, Wenner immediately commissioned him to write an article on the freak power movement in the Rockies. April, 1970. Woody Creek Co. Jan. Here's a bundle of artifacts that I thought I'd send ahead, so you'll have something to use for fillers if the photos don't measure up, which is likely, considering the batch I collected today. Your friend Jackie is sick, or maybe she's just avoiding me, but so far I've drawn a vague blank on that end. I'll run her down today and see what happens. My own, local, photographer came up with a pile of shit, by my lights, but I'm enclosing his whole bundle in another package later today, and I think he has 3 or 4 usable shots in the batch. Working with photographers always drives me fucking crazy, mainly because I always end up feeling responsible for whatever they can't or won't do. In this case I ran into a bog of lethargy. Maybe somebody's spreading the word that you only pay $1 a hit for photos, I don't know, and I hate to hassle with those nonlinear bastards. Anyway, I've tossed in a few photos from my wall poster futures file, along with this rude collection of wall posters and campaign art. The little felt pocket poster was our button last year. And one of the main differences between the 69 and 70 campaigns is that we have dropped the P/victory sign, in favor of the fist. See Kruger photos showing Aspen Racing Association. T-shirts at local track. Mama Nedveyer's logo will be a red fist with a small 6 inside to remind the laggards that last year we lost by only 6 votes. Veyer is running the big race for county commissioner, and there are several decent shots of him coming in Kruger's box. My own logo will be the rotten owl, see above, and I'm enclosing a sketch of my campaign poster that you can easily create for reproduction if you need some art to break up the text and if the photos don't grab you any heavier than they do me. You might also use that today's pig is tomorrow's bacon thing out of WP at the end of the sheriff article. And maybe some other bullshit from various wall posters. That word anon on the front of number 1, by the way, means soon. Again. Forthwith. We meant it as a warning to the fatbacks, meaning we were getting ready to fuck with them again, using Joe Edwards or any other name. Anyway, call me if any of this shit puzzles you. I'm sending it mainly as backup material. Okay for now. Hunter. To Jan Wenner, Rolling Stone. Thompson and Wenner were striking the first of many deals to come, an agreement that Rolling Stone would run mail-order forms offering Aspen wall posters at discount rates to the magazine's readers. April 23, 1970. Woody Creek Co. Dear Jan. Okay, but first let me explain the X factors in both the sheriff's campaign and the 25-cent wall posters. First, I saw that photo/caption in the last issue about the lad who was running for sheriff of Virginia City, and although it sounds fine, that scene is a long way from ours. This one is getting very grim, already into dynamite CENC, and our real opposition goes by names like First National City Bank of New York, First Boston, and the Aspen Ski Corp with directors like RBT McNamara, Paul Nitze and other Washington heavies. What we've been trying to do since we lost last November's mayoral race by 6 votes is seize control of what the opposition regards as a working gold mine. And it is. The idea that a 29-year-old bike racerhead almost became the mayor of Aspen last fall has put the fatbacks in a state of wild fear. At the moment they're trying to pass a new city charter that would disenfranchise most of our voters and also bar most of our candidates from running for office. So to destroy this new charter we have to mount a serious campaign almost instantly. The charter election, yes, or no, is in June. And if we can beat them on that, I think we can generate a fucking landslide in November, not only in the sheriff's race, but also in the crucial county commissioners contest and also for the ballot proposition to change the name of Aspen, officially, to Fat City. This would wreck the bastards, and give us working control of the whole county. Anyway, I trust you see the problem both in timing and magnitude. My sheriff's gig is just a small part of the overall plot, which amounts to a sort of freak power takeover bid. It began last November and won't end until November 70. So maybe you should ponder the timing of any article. For my own purposes, I'd rather do it sometime this summer, like August, when we're well underway. Or I can wait until after it's over, although chances are that I'll be somewhere in Chuck Alverson's territory by that time. If I lose point 14, if I make a serious run at the sheriff's thing, I'll either win or have to move out. That's the tradition here, and it'll be especially true in my case. Last summer was heavy with violence, and this one looks 9 times worse. Last year the dynamite action didn't even start until mid-July, but this year it's already heavy in April, and last fall's near-miss election has given the local freaks a huge shot of confidence for whatever lies ahead. So, on the sheriff's campaign article, I'm inclined to look at it as part of a far larger thing. If freak power can win in Aspen, it can win in a lot of other places, and in that context I'd just as soon do the article fairly soon, maybe in time for August publication, so that what we've learned here might be put to use somewhere else, before November. The important thing here is not whether I win or not, and I hope to hell I don't, but the mechanics of seizing political power in an area with a potentially powerful freak population. As a passing note, there, I suppose I should say that if I do win, I'll serve out the term, although not without the help of a carefully selected posse and a very special crew of deputies, most of whom are already chosen and working to register my constituents. We found, last fall, that registration is the key to freak power. And so much for all that. I can do the piece sooner, or later, I'd prefer sooner, but what the hell? We're into it anyway, and by autumn a hell of a lot of people are going to be leaving this town. The only question is who they're going to be. As for the wall poster, yeah, why don't you go ahead and say we'll sell individual issues for 25 cents each, but only to people who mention Rolling Stone when they write. The painful truth is that it will cost us 45 cents to do this, but we may glean enough subscriptions to break even. That 45-cent figure is based on printing costs averaging for the first 3 issues between 21 cents and 29 cents per poster, plus 13 cents for each mailing tube, plus 7 cents for each stamp. But we've given it some thought, and decided to go ahead and spring for whatever happens. The only condition is that we'll cut off the supply whenever we run out of back issues, which probably won't happen, since we can always run off another 1,000 or so, when we run low. This is the only advantage in dealing with Aspen's only printer. The disadvantages are obvious, although we beat a lot of them on number 3, by refusing to let the printer do the layout, copy editing, etc. Well, 3 days later now, and I've just talked to Warren Hinkle about doing a piece on the Kentucky Derby for Scanlon's. I'm leaving in a few hours for Louisville, so I want to get this off quick, so here's the word on the wall poster. 25 cents each for sample copies to anyone writing on the basis of whatever they read in ours. This will cost us money, and we'll cut it off whenever it starts looking like a serious loss, but in the meantime, along with the 25 cent each offer, we'll also sell cut-rate subscriptions to ours readers for $10 each for 12 issues. Our normal rate, for tube-mailed posters, is $25 for 12, and believe it or not, we have about 100 takers, on the basis of 2 issues. Without pushing it, we didn't want subscriptions for obvious reasons, mainly the work involved, and that's why we said $25 for 12. But now, since we're into subscriptions anyway, I figure we may as well get all we can, particularly since a 12-issue subscription, including all back issues, would naturally end around November of 1970, a date that happens to coincide with our local political climax. In other words, at this point we're not willing to guarantee anything beyond 12 issues. Because, like I said earlier, if I run for sheriff and lose, I'll be gone from here by Christmas. Right now the political balance looks about 40/60 against us, but that's without the crazed brilliance that we'll naturally bring to any serious effort we decide to make. So I figure the real balance, right now, is roughly 50/50, which means, if we don't make any serious mistakes, we'll probably control the town and the county by November of 1970. This includes the sheriff's race, the, more important, county commissioner's race, and also the referendum to change the name of the town to Fat City. So there is a definite ominous weight to the notion of wall poster #13, which will announce either our victory, or our wretched defeat. Or maybe, if the timing works out, we can make number 13 our election issue. That would be fitting no matter who wins. Meanwhile, we are being sued by the county attorney, who claims that wall poster number 1 forced him to quit his job. He wants more money than the Meat Possum Press Limited can ever earn, so fuck him, we welcome his action. In WP number 4 we intend to go for his throat and goad him on to further frenzies. The town is empty now, number 3 ain't selling at all, but after this lull, when the summer session begins, we will get on the fuckers for real, with number 4. And then bear down even further with number 5, 6, 7, etc. up to 12. Or 13, at which point we'll reassess our leverage here, and do whatever's right. So that's it for now, I'm off to the Derby. Let me know when you'd like the sheriff article and write the random notes wall poster note however you see fit, we'll honor it. Okay. Hunter. To Warren Hinkle, Scanlon's Monthly. Thompson was leaving for Louisville the next day to cover the Kentucky Derby for Scanlon's. His first choice for illustrator was the Denver Post's Pat Oliphant, who had won the 1967 Pulitzer Prize for editorial cartooning, but Oliphant couldn't make the trip, luckily for Ralph Steadman and the future of gonzo journalism. April 28, 1970. Woody Creek Co. Dear Warren. INRA, the KY Derby piece. I just talked to Pat Oliphant and found him darkly unhappy at having his unlisted veil pierced at 2:15 a.m. I didn't tell him, but he was dealing with a veteran of midnight calls to James Reston 15, collect, from phone booths in places like Arco, Idaho, wild queries from the far interior, demanding to know why the Soviet Army chorus wasn't allowed to perform in the US. One Saturday night I tracked Reston all the way from Times Square to his weekend hideout in Leesburg, VA. And I got an answer that I should have taped Wild Screeching in the Night. Very rude, I felt. But the call was not in vain. Anyway, Oliphant said he probably couldn't go to the Derby, but he'd like to do some drawings and would call you tomorrow, Wednesday, April 29th. At that point I called a friend in SF, a good photog named Bob Chamberlain, formerly of Aspen, but I couldn't reach him either. By then it was too late to call eastward, so I postponed queries to Danny Leone at Magnum and a fine young photog in Chicago, Rob Gerlnick, who once worked with me on a word/pic feature on Nixon's inauguration for the Boston Globe. Leone, Chamberlain, and Gerlnick all have the same kind of camera eye, and from an editor's POV I don't see much difference between the three. From my POV, I'd prefer drawings by Oliphant or maybe Searle.16, but shit, by the time you get this we'll have settled all that anyway, so no point in hassling it any further for now. I'll be talking to you in a few hours. So, as far as I'm concerned, I'm off tomorrow for Louisville. The first step, as I see it, will be to rush up to the horse breeding country around Lexington, 80 miles, if there's time, or, if not, get out to the track and hang around the stables for a day or so, then hunker down in the awful social whirl. The story, as I see it, is mainly in the vicious drunk southern bourbon horseshit mentality that surrounds the Derby than in the Derby itself. And as a human product of that culture/mentality I think I can see it pretty clear. My first stop in Louisville will be at my mother's Apt, or Mrs. Virginia Thompson at the Louisville Free Public Library. You can reach me through her, although I may or may not be staying there depending on whether my brothers are there with their families. And if all else fails, assuming you want to reach me for some, or any, reason, try calling me C/O Jim Pope at the Louisville Courier-Journal and Times. I'll check with him tomorrow about press credentials, etc. Otherwise, I'll figure on getting you at least 5,000 words, or somewhere between 5,000 and 10,000, by Thursday of next week, May 7. I'll try for Wed, or maybe even Tuesday if I stay in Louisville to write the thing, instead of rushing back here. Probably I'll do that, and also probably call you on Monday to see how we stand on time and space. As for expenses, I can't say for now what they'll run, but between RT plane ticket, car rental, and clubhouse, Derby, ticket/expenses, I can't see less than $500. That's assuming I can stay at my mother's APT, which I think I can. Otherwise, we might have nasty rental problems, because Derby Day in Louisville is like Christmas in Aspen, Carnival in Rio, or a motel frenzy at the Indianapolis 500. But I have enough friends in Louisville, so I'm not worried about finding emergency space for myself and whatever artist/photog we decide to send along. The $1,500 fee money looks good from here, and so does the article. I think we've stumbled on a good genetic accident. If you see any problems, call me in Louisville at the above number, or call Sandy here and have her track me down. Okay for now. If I can keep it in mind, I'll be after you tomorrow for the names, etc. of Berkeley Barb 17 distributors who might also distribute the Aspen wall poster. I'm enclosing a copy of #3, which posed such space problems that we had to drop about half the copy, including our list of advertisers and also our non-advertisers, along with local subscription rates, many special awards and other standing heads, and also a handful of local news items, which included the genealogy statement featuring you and the Chicago Ramparts wall poster. But don't worry, we'll get it in next time. Yeah, and I'm serious about running a Hinkle mug shot with the genealogy statement, so if you have one around for general PR purposes, send it along. But for Christ's sake, don't send anything slick or straight. We need photos that will make people puke and howl for their lawyers. With only one page, you have to bear down. And that's it for now. I have to get some sleep before rushing off to confront my festered childhood. God's mercy on us all. Sincerely. Hunter S. Thompson. To Pat Oliphant, The Denver Post. April 29/30, 1970. Woody Creek Co. Dear Pat. Your call a few moments ago caught me on the way to bed, hoping to get around 3 hours sleep before zapping off in the great white sky to Louisville for the annual horseshit and bourbon orgy. Sorry you couldn't make it? As I told Hinkle, I can't think of anyone who could do that kind of scene as well as you could, even Searle or Magnum photographers, so probably what I'll do now is locate a kid, Fotig, in Chicago who worked with me on a Nixon inaugural piece. He had a fine strange eye. Anyway, I won't be getting to bed today, blowing off for Kentucky in a few hours, but if I get hung at the Denver airport I'll give a call and maybe we can have a drink. Otherwise, I'll try to catch you on the way back next Wednesday, May 6th, and maybe we can figure out a fine American folk scene we can do together. Maybe the Indianapolis 500, or a Labor Day picnic in Detroit. Whatever's right. Meanwhile, I'm enclosing copies of the first 3 issues of the Aspen Wall Poster, a total experiment in the unworked fields of the newest new journalism. Sometime this summer we may try to pressure you into doing a cover for us on the order of Malden S18 covers for the Chicago Journalism Review. But I'll talk to you before then, and if I miss you in Denver, come on over to Woody Creek for a few crazed days. Anytime, just give a ring far enough ahead to be sure I'm here, which is almost all of the time. We have a huge house with plenty of space for anything you want to bring, kids, dogs, bikes, guns, whatever, even wives. As for the wall posters, I can't apologize for all the wretched mistakes, but if you read the copies in order, 1, 2, 3, you'll see that we're beating them, mainly by firing all the printers experts. Fuck them, they should be put in welfare camps for the congenitally incompetent. Okay for now. I have to get upstairs and call Hinkle. And get my plane ticket and call my poor mother to warn her that I'm coming back, once again, to whip the shit out of everything I was raised and brought up to hold dear. Sela. To Bill Cardoso, The Boston Globe. At the last minute, Scanlan's monthly assigned British illustrator Ralph Steadman, known for his work in the Times of London and England's political satire magazine Private Eye, to accompany Thompson to the Kentucky Derby. Steadman's savage, dead-on drawings would define the gonzo look. May 15, 1970. Woody Creek Co. Billy. Your letter was waiting for me last week when I got back from Louisville. Very weird. I went there to write a strange piece on the spectacle for Scanlan's monthly, and the whole scene nearly killed me, along with the British illustrator on his first trip to the US. See Scanlan's number 4, June, I think, for details. It's a shitty article, a classic of irresponsible journalism, but to get it done at all I had to be locked in a New York hotel room for 3 days with copyboys collecting each sheet out of the typewriter, as I wrote it, whipping it off on the telecopier to San Francisco where the printer was standing by on overtime. Horrible way to write anything. Anyway, you should have given a ring or hung around long enough to get into the Derby action with us. I was there about 7 days, then up to New York for the final writing. Horrible, horrible. Maybe you can zap out here and do a story on new journalism and newer politics in Aspen. I am running for sheriff in the fall. We're about to take over the town. Okay, for now, let me know if you or Susan can find us any outlets. Thanks. Hunter. To Warren Hinkle, Scanlan's monthly. Thompson and his new British cohort put themselves in quite a mint julep haze through Derby week in Louisville. The result was the brilliantly written and illustrated article "The Kentucky Derby is Decadent and Depraved," which appeared in the June 1970 issue of Scanlan's. The bylines read, written under duress by Hunter S. Thompson and sketched with eyebrow pencil and lipstick by Ralph Steadman. May 15, 1970. Woody Creek Co. Dear Warren. Well, what the fuck can a human being say after a scene like that last one? I just read over the Derby article for the first time and it strikes me as a monument to whatever kind of limbo exists between humor and tragedy. I wish there'd been time to do it better or room to run all that bullshit about Louisville Super/Agnew Society. Goddard 19 and I cut about 4,000 words on Sunday night, dropping most of the socio-philosophical flashbacks and weird memory jogs in favor of the straight chronological narrative, and in retrospect I think that was the only way to go. With another week I might have honed it down to a finer, meatier edge, but in fact we were lucky to get anything at all. Returning to the scenes of my youth was not, all in all, an exceptionally wise idea. After 4 days without sleep due to all-night, soul-ripping doom and disaster talk, I arrived in New York in a state of crazed angst, far gone in a pill stupor and barely able to think, much less write. Goddard's ominous patience was all that kept me functioning. He's a first-class head to have on your side in that kind of crunch, and I'm sorry to hear he's leaving. God only knows what will happen to the New York end of your action without his calming influence. On the several occasions when I nearly ran amok, particularly when I lost my wallet, with all cash and credit cards, in a tavern mob watching the Knicks-Lakers game on TV, Goddard's steady head was the only anchor in town. Once again he's good, and I hate to see him go. Which is neither here nor there, for now, particularly in light of the heinous imbroglio I made myself a party to last weekend. I was never sure what was happening, or why, in terms of timing, but early on I had the feeling that I should have gone to SF instead of New York, to do the writing. The Royalton was fine, but I'd have been a hell of a lot happier and probably more functional if I'd been in a position to know what was going on. But what the hell? We're over that hump now for good or ill, and my only consolation, in reading the article, is that I helped Stedman get his drawings. He's good, probably better than anybody working in this country, but they didn't like him in Louisville. And not at the New York Times, either. The Times offered him a job, but turned down all his extant drawings of Nixon, etc. As for Scanlon's general action, well, what little I saw of the New York scene leaves me slightly worried. Something is badly lacking in the focus. The main thrust and $10,000 ads in the New York Times only emphasize what's missing. Which is none of my business, really, and most definitely out of place after putting you through all that jangled action last week, but under normal sleep-cured conditions and a fairly straight head I'd like to see Scanlon's work. Maybe it is, but the vibes I got in New York were somewhat mixed, and the only cure I can see is impossibly drastic. The fucker should work. It's one of the best ideas in the history of journalism. But thus far the focus is missing, or maybe it just seems that way to me, perhaps something missing in my own focus. And I won't argue that, but, well, I suspect there's a heavy difference between Scanlon's problems, and mine. But maybe not, and fuck the whole business anyway. I have enough problems with this goddamn one-page wall poster and my slow-boiling sheriff's campaign. Fear and loathing in the outback. Fuck them, we will beat them like gongs. Not many months left in this era, not even a year, as I see it, and maybe less. Maybe it's already gone. Which hardly matters, for now. All I really meant to do here, when I started, was to say that I wish I could have written a better derby piece, and also to advise you to send my check to Lynn Nesbitt at the international famous agency, 1301 Avenue of the Americas, NYC 10019. My advisors have warned me that agents get 10% of everything, fair, foul, or otherwise. Why not? And if ever, in small moments, I might chance to feel a hair guilty for not coughing up a super-organized soul piece, all I have to do is summon up the memory of Sydney 20 booming off, at dusk, to Gallagher's and then to the garden, hunkered down in the soft back seat of that grey Cadillac with his evil chauffeur and bodyguard. Christ, I asked that surly middleweight fucker if there was any ice in the bucket, in Sidney Zion's office, and he looked at me like it was all he could do to restrain himself from ripping out my floating rib and eating it. I was tempted to mace the bastard, but instead I backed off and went downstairs to have a scotch with poor Stedman. Indeed. And, in closing, I remain yours for peace in our time. Hunter. To Jim Silberman, Random House. May 17, 1970. Woody Creek Co. Dear Jim. By now you should certainly have received your copies of the wall poster. I sent them at you from 3 different angles, hoping that at least one batch would get through. So I'll proceed on the assumption that you have some notion of what I'm talking about in terms of the Aspen political scene. Which is suddenly far more complicated in my own mind and in light of our talk in the Waldorf than it was just a few weeks ago. The complications arise from the addition of a new and perhaps ulterior motive to my local political action. I've only been back here a few days, but even in that short time I've run sharply afoul of the mixed/motive problem, and I have, of course, dealt with it just as sharply, with all the harsh decisiveness of a man not quite sure of his motives. Rather than bore you with the details, let's focus on the 2 main problems, which are really only one. Nobody, not even my friends and henchmen, really believes I'm going to run for sheriff. We've all agreed, thus far, that it's a wonderful fear joke to keep the greed heads off balance, but I'm not sure what kind of terrible shock tremors it might send through our organization when they realize I'm serious. It will drive the old liberals into a catatonic funk, and perhaps derail our county commissioner campaign entirely, because the idea of my running for sheriff is so incredibly outrageous that it won't go down easily with some of our pragmatic young radicals. But the fatbacks are setting it up for me. A careful spy/monitoring of the Demo and GOP caucuses this week shows that the only 2 candidates in November are likely to be the incumbent sheriff and the ex-chief of police. And I think I can deal with a 3-way race forcing the other 2 dingbats to cannibalize each other's power base. We'll see. When the fuckers realize I'm serious, it will drive them wild. Even my closest allies will hate the idea. It's a lot further down the road than they ever thought I'd try to take them, and they'll do everything possible to keep me from doing it. But fuck all that. It has to be done. Not because I want to be sheriff, but because that seems like the best and most dramatic way to destroy the local power structure, make them understand that Agnew is right, that their worst and most awful fears are about to be confirmed, like a nigger mayor in Mississippi, and in fact I'd probably try to get an endorsement from Charles Evers, who strikes me as one of the better human beings walking around these days. 21. And so much for all that. I'll try to keep abreast of events with a daily diary of sorts in the interest of history, but in the meantime my hand is being forced, to some extent, by events such as these. 1. I have tentatively agreed with Jan Wenner, editor of Rolling Stone, to write a long piece for the Rs July issue on freak power in Aspen, using my sheriff's campaign as a focus for all the rest. This will tip my hand a little earlier than I'd prefer to have it tipped, and even if I can put the piece off until August, it will still put me out on the public hustings too early, although I might be able, through artful rhetoric, to dull the shock of my candidacy by means of strange humor and confusion. Ideally, I'd prefer to jump into the race at the very last moment, capping a tidal wave of rumor and speculation that will sweep me into office before my opponents have time to recover from the shock. 2. And this one isn't crucial right now, although it may be as soon as it happens. I've told Hughes Rudd at CBS about the chance of my running for sheriff, and he's already planning to do a news/film thing on it, and once that happens it will blow the thing wide open. Hughes was out here last summer, and did a piece, which CBS killed, that got his cameraman beaten and his whole crew seized, but I think I told you about it. In any case, I suspect he'll come back for his second shot like Attila the Hun on a vengeance trip, and once his thing hits the airwaves it will polarize the town completely. 3. But what the hell? Number 3 is a minor thing. It's tied up with that leftover Esquire article on gun control that I did last year and which Erickson sent back for a rewrite that I never gave them. But now, as it happens, I think I can work a completely new version of that piece into the first section of the Freak Power MS. Because, by a piece of weird luck, I took a weekend out of last fall's mayoral campaign to go north and spend a few days on a fine, mescaline-flavored antelope hunt, deliberately bugging the wardens and other hunters by driving into their midst with a huge red peace symbol on my car and behaving in a most unorthodox manner for the duration of the hunt, which I attended by means of a special permit, gained in a lottery of the most limited and esoteric nature, only the cream of the crop could even have qualified for that hunt, and when dawn came up on the great kill day I was able to mingle, as it were, with Colorado's special hunting elite. A gang of cheap pigs who were not at all charmed by my style. But that hardly matters, for now. We did well up there, many antelope steaks, and more bent mines than we could righteously handle. Which seems maybe frivolous, but in some small way it made the point that we're also trying to make here in Aspen, that the rising tide is a far bigger thing than any ephemeral argument about peace or drugs or hair. We are going to deal with the buggers, head on and on their own turf, as it were, and beat them. Because they're not smart enough, and besides that, they're wrong. And I think they know it. Their desperation shows in the madness that caused the killings of 4 unarmed anti-war demonstrators at Kent State and in the political bottom-feeding that made Agnew vice president. So it seems only right and reasonable to push the fuckers until they go completely crazy. Hunter. To Lynn Nesbitt. The Kentucky Derby story came out so well Thompson told his agent to try to sell it in Hollywood. May 21, 1970. Woody Creek Co. Dear Lynn. Here's a ragged copy of the KY Derby piece I did for Scanlon's. No clean copy exists due to circumstances beyond my control at the time. I was locked in that stinking hotel room with a head full of pills and no sleep for 6 days, working at top speed and messengers grabbing each page out of the typewriter just as soon as I finished it. No carbon, no rewrite, no time to even look back on what I'd written earlier. But what the hell? My main concern now is to get paid for the rotten ordeal. Because I have no money. And by my count Hinkle owes me, or us, as it were, a total of $1,977.27. This would cure most of my really urgent problems like rent, phone, food bills, etc. I can't imagine Hinkle refusing to pay the tab, so unless you foresee real problems you might consider just sending me a check as soon as possible. Like maybe today. Or yesterday. In any case, please let me know on this score. Thanks. And meanwhile, here's an odd notion that stuck in my head after Carol Fargon in a fit of levity during our phone talk mentioned something about selling this Derby ordeal as a film of some sort. Which strikes me now as a notion of exceptional merit. No question about it at all. What we have here is a classic of the narrative art, the strange and heartwarming story of a wild-haired English artist and a crazed expatriate Southern journalist hurled into the maw of the heinous Kentucky Derby spectacle. Indeed. Their hopes, their fears, and their final dissolution against this awful background. I see it as a combination of Dr. Strangelove and Gone with the Wind. 22, and on that basis I urge you to sell it at once. The narrative framework is all here, in the article. And much of the rest exists in chunks of background color, social comment, and tangent fantasies that had to be cut from the final, Scanlon's, version. A film treatment would be no problem, and we could do all the camera work at next year's Derby if the buggers will let me in. But of course I have wigs for that kind of rude action. Anyway, I think it's a fine idea. But of course you'll have to read the bare bones MS. ENC, to see what I mean. No doubt the final, film, product will gross about $30 million, particularly in the midst of a Depression movie boom. Let me know what you think, and how the offer stacks up. Meanwhile, I'll be waiting in a maelstrom of debt and anguish for a check for the Scanlon's article. I realize you have certain logistics problems, but with that massive organization at your command I have every faith in your ability to find somebody to cope with this thing. Thanks. Hunter. To Wanda Onis, The New York Times. Thompson and fellow reporter Wanda Onis had spent a good bit of time together at the press club in Rio de Janeiro when both worked in Brazil in 1962-63. May 21, 1970. Woody Creek Co. Dear Juan. Sitting here in the foul dawn light of my burning bush and hearing the radio belch out a sound that I finally recognize as bossa nova, with the sun coming up over Woody Creek and Aspen, it occurs to me that I've drifted a long long way from that time when my worst worry in the world was being cut off the tab at Mr. Money or missing out on the invite list to a Lionel Brizola 23 press conference. And the reason I mention all that now is the odd notion that you might be able to steer me onto a place where life is still that simple, maybe Angola, or the south of Chile. Who is the time stringer in Sardinia? At the moment I am locked into local politics to the extent that I am, quite logically, the alternative candidate for sheriff of Pitkin County, Colorado, and also the half-publisher of a wall poster that may or may not be the leading edge for a whole new kind of journalism. For good or ill, I have become the Carmine DeSapio 24 of Aspen, using that awful image more for the fact of my day/night Rio-style shades than for any implied corruption. In fact, I've found that booming into politics with a great white hammer makes it almost impossible to deal gracefully with corruption. The cocksuckers don't even want to know my price, and in truth I suspect they're counting on Agnew and the McCarran Act 25 to finish me off before I finish them. And they may be right. My stomach for protracted conflict is not quite as strong as it used to be, and I'm beginning to wonder just how strong it really was in the first place. The fucking years flip by like pages off a cheap calendar, and sometimes it's hard to understand how all this savage death screaming can really amount to much. Particularly when I think of Joao Goulart and his wife and all those fine ideas he had and all the time we spent trying to get next to him just long enough for a real quote. But that was in another country, right? And things are different now. Do you have an address for J. Goulart today? I think I'd like to send him a letter. Or Lustein, 26 weird memories in these morning hours. Let me know if you hear of any salaried post where a man can live on the beach and wear a white Palm Beach suit to work now and then in some warm, happy outpost where the booze is still cheap and the new is still nice and black and white like it was, for sure, back there in the good old days. Indeed. Sincerely. Hunter S. Thompson. To Thomas E. Rossetti, New York Police Department. Thompson had lost his wallet in a 3rd Avenue bar while in New York to finish his Kentucky Derby article for Scanlon's. May 23, 1970. Woody Creek Co. Thomas E. Rossetti. Property Clerk. Police Department. City of New York. New York 13, New York. Dear Mr. Rossetti. Thanks very much for your notice of May 20th, file no 70 M19236. I trust this refers to my wallet, which I reported lost or stolen in a phone call from the Royalton Hotel to the desk officer at the NYC 18th Precinct at approximately 3:30 a.m. on Sunday, May 10th. The wallet actually disappeared a few hours earlier that evening, while I was trying to watch the Knicks-Lakers game on TV in a bar on 3rd Ave. That's when I noticed it, anyway. But I don't suppose those details matter much at this stage. So here is the description you asked for. The wallet is small, black leather with a card holder and a money clip, about the size of a pack of king-size cigarettes. It contains or contained when it disappeared between $15 to $25 in cash and an American Express card number 69043607898 and a carte blanche card, number unknown, but containing my signature. There was a Colorado driver's license with my photo on it, a Blue Cross card, overseas Richfield, Sinclair, credit card and, if I remember correctly, a second Colorado driver's license not containing my photo. There were also some business cards, National Observer, and several other items including a PBA press badge and a stockholder's card from Irving Lundborg & Co. in San Francisco. And my auto registrations, for a 64 Volvo wagon and a 57 Chevy sedan. That should do it, I think. And if you can put yourself in my position for a moment, I'm sure you'll understand how much I appreciate getting your notice. Getting out of New York and back to Colorado with no ID and no credit cards was a real bastard of a trip. Please send the wallet code by the quickest and safest method, and if you have a moment I'd appreciate a word about how you found it. Thanks again for your efforts. Sincerely. Hunter S. Thompson. To Don Goddard, Scanlon's Monthly. Scanlan's managing editor Donald Goddard had announced he was leaving the magazine after only 4 issues. May 27, 1970. Woody Creek Co. Dear Don. Thanks for the note. I checked with the Bank of Aspen and they said it's okay for you to keep the lighter. You'll also be happy to hear that I got a note from the NY Police Department, saying they'd busted a junkie with my wallet in his possession. The remains will be sent to me, they say, upon proper identification of whatever the freak didn't consume in his short-lived frenzy. Well, so be it. That was one of the worst trips of my life, anyway, so what the hell? My sheriff's campaign has gone to the back burner temporarily due to heavy pressures on me to run against Wayne Aspinall for his 11-term seat in Congress. Hell, why not? Run the old buggers to earth and rip out their bowels. This may be the year of the rising tide and I'd hate to miss it. Either way, my next 5 or 6 months look like a strung-out replay of my last 5 or 6 days in New York. I limped back home and slept for about a week, then leaped out of bed like a cougar and began hounding the postmaster for money/checks from Scanlan's. The expense check arrived a few days ago, and I spent most of it on a clutch of transplant bristlecone pines for the front yard. Since that junkie stole my American Express card and ran up frightful bills in strange places like Louisville, Kentucky, I don't have to worry about paying those things off. Thank God for that. On the other hand, Warren hasn't sent me any copies of the magazine, so I can't be sure my Derby piece even got printed. This would cause me certain difficulties in local financial circles, and to avoid this kind of problem I have set the international famous agency on Sidney Zion, with instructions to snap his femurs if he hesitates for even a moment in the matter of fee payment. I can't look back on that effort with anything but shame and horror, but under the circumstances, I insist on full payment. Which is neither here nor there, for now. I suppose you're off for London and a new life selling tacos. God only knows how Scanlan's New York office will hold together now. I was quite depressed by the deranged and unfocused chaos of the place and I told Warren that I saw your departure as a very ugly and ominous event. I hope he can pull that goddamn monster together very soon, but in truth I don't see much hope. I keep having visions of Sidney being borne off toward the garden in that grey Cadillac with that evil-looking bodyguard at the wheel. Awful, awful. Anyway, thanks again for the very human help that kept me from running totally amok during that hideous scene, and it seems even more hideous now, because I never managed to write that thing the way I wanted to, so the whole effort begins to look, in retrospect, like a horrible joke of some kind. Maybe Ralph's drawings will pull the thing out. I hope so, because the writing is lame bullshit. Dealing with Ralph made the whole rotten trip worthwhile for me, in some kind of odd sense. I liked the bastard immensely, and his awkward sensitivity made me see, once again, some of the rot in this country that I've been living with for so long that I could only see it, now, through somebody else's fresh eye. In all, it was not a bad trip. Although it was a hell of a lot more than I bargained for, in too many ways. But again, what the hell? I wish you whatever luck you need back in the old country, and when I flee across the water probably this fall I'll make an effort to track you down and buy you a Guinness under better conditions than we had in New York. Send me an address when you get one. And in the meantime I'll be after Ralph to draw us a cover for the Aspen wall poster. Maybe he'd like a job in Washington. Hell, every new congressman should have a personal artist on his staff. Okay for now. I have to get back to my politics. Ciao. Hunter. To Hughes Rudd, CBS News. Deep into his campaign for sheriff, Thompson pondered running for the U.S. Congress. May 27, 1970. Woody Creek Co. Dear Hughes. The madness is on us for real, I think. Between now and November the deal will go down on all fronts. Let me give you a taste of how weird things really are. Tonight, in the midst of plotting my campaign for sheriff, I got a call from my local political nerve center with the word that I should abandon the sheriff's campaign and tackle Wayne Aspinall for Congress. And it's not such a bad idea in these twisted times, although in truth I'd prefer to be sheriff. But in the course of the next 2 weeks I'll be checking with the Colorado vote power people, and we'll see how it looks. Frankly, I'd prefer the Senate, but 2 YRS in the lower house might hone my instincts a bit for 72. Sela. The harsh truth of the matter, as I see it, is that the local liberals have suddenly understood that I'm serious about running for sheriff and that I'll probably win. So I told them I'd seriously consider running against Aspinall, too, without withdrawing from the sheriff's race. This will send a lot of people back to the law books, but Colorado law is so weird that my chances of running for both offices at the same time are about 50 to 50. And I see no reason why I shouldn't whipsaw the buggers if the law allows it. Meanwhile, you could do me a tremendous favor by putting your research department to work on what will surely be a simple problem from a vantage point in New York, but which looks like a bastard for me. To wit, I want to know the name, and current address, if possible, of the man who quit the Justice Department and became the chief cop at Woodstock. He is credited, in underground circles, with keeping that scene under control, and I think I could use his wisdom out here, INRA, the sheriff's campaign. I also plan to check with Charles Evers for a quote about how it feels to be a nigger mayor in Mississippi. He, Evers, is the only politician in the nation I can really identify with right now. On other fronts, I called you about 2 weeks ago just before taking off to cover the Kentucky Derby for Scanlon's Monthly. But they said you were out of the country. And for all I know you might be long gone, by now, to some O. Henry 27 kind of post in Panama City. I hope not, because if even half of the horrors now shaping up here actually come true, I'll need some human coverage. The idea of challenging Aspinall in a farm/ranch district is so awful that I hate to even think about it, and I wouldn't, under normal circumstances, but with the way things are going I suspect this may be the last election we'll have in this county for a while. And I'd hate to think I let the chance go by. Probably the wisest course would be to seize the sheriff's ring here, for now, then put my act together for a Congress challenge in 72. But I sense a frenzy building, a rising tide, as it were, and if this looks like the time to sweep the old fuckers out of the saddle, well, why wait? But the chances of anyone beating Aspinall in western Colorado are about on par with Charles Evers' chances of beating Stennis in Mississippi. 28. In any case, it would make a weird book, and in the midst of a quick and brutal swing through New York last week I had a few ales at the Waldorf bar with Jim Silberman, and he seemed to feel that I should focus my long-delayed book on my own political scene, rather than keep on suffering with the useless, abstract bullshit that has hung me up for the past 2 years. But I guess, in the end, with the depression coming on, I could get by a bit easier on a congressman's $42.5 thousand nut than I could on the sheriff's $8,000. And with the stakes that much higher, combined with the sight of Aspinall's soft underbelly, well, at least it's worth checking out. Meanwhile, however, I hope you can check that Woodstock, Justice Department, cop for me. I'd like to talk with the man and get some working ideas just in case I can't beat Aspinall and have to settle for sheriff. Okay for now, and thanks. Hunter. To Pat Oliphant, The Denver Post. May 27, 1970. Woody Creek Co. Dear Pat. Just thought you'd like to know the Kentucky Derby action was a nightmare of such massive and horrible proportions that even now, at a safe distance, I find myself loath to even think about it. But the story got done at fantastic cost to Scanlon's, and the English illustrator they sent, Ralph Steadman, was absolutely first class. If you haven't seen his stuff you definitely should, Private Eye, London Times, etc. He's better than almost anybody currently working in the US. In fact, there's nothing like his style over here. His work makes people like Searle and Levine 29 seem like old eunuchs. The New York Times offered him a job, but wouldn't use any of his work. A fine fellow. We spent 5 days in Louisville and barely escaped with our psychic lives. Sorry you couldn't make it, but in retrospect I'd ask you again. That was definitely your kind of scene. And that kind of graphic journalism is a completely untapped vein in America. All we need is somebody to pay for it. Yeah. Anyway, I'll be over there around June 4, 5, 6, to put our next issue of the Aspen wall poster together at the new print shop in Boulder. We've doubled our size, tripled our costs, taken on ads, and decided to go full bore against the grain in this time of despair and recession. I think we are about to clear the decks in this crippled, death-haunted country, and for precisely that reason I'm having a hard time deciding whether to run for sheriff of Aspen, which I think I can win fairly easily, or kicking out all the jams and running for Aspinall's seat in Congress. So when I get over to Denver next weekend I think I should talk to a few people like Craig Barnes 30 and Gebhardt and Maytag just to see how they're thinking. And I'd definitely like to have a beer with you, if you have a loose hour or so. So if you get a weird emergency call from the owl farm, don't worry. It's only me. It took about 2 hours to get your phone number last time, and now I've lost it, but what the hell? See you when I get over there. Hunter. To Mike Moore, Skiers Gazette. Skiers Gazette's Mike Moore helped Thompson put together advertisements for the Aspen wall posters. May 30, 1970. Woody Creek Co. Dear Mike. Tom's in the hospital and this fuck-awful notion of putting an ad together has driven me wild. I tried seriously for a while witness the enclosed sheep photo with attached excerpts, but that looks like shit, so I thought I'd just send it along with the word to do whatever you think is right. All this sales/advertising bullshit that goes along with being a publisher is driving me crazy. One of the few really fine things about being a writer is that you put your product in a fucking envelope and send it off, and maybe the check comes back and sometime later you may or may not read the swill. But by then it hardly matters. Fuck them. We're a nation of pigs and we get what we deserve, hee-haw, Salems and wide-track Pontiacs. I was thinking about doing a page or so of copy for the wall poster ads, but probably you should just run this letter instead with whatever layout fits. So why should anybody send us $25 to get 12 issues of the Aspen wall poster in 12 fine mailing tubes? Well, because that's what it costs us, more or less, to make the bastard exist. Tom Benton and I are using the thing about half and half for political/journalism purposes. If we can sell enough copies to make the wall poster pay for itself, we can give enough away to create some kind of working unity on Aspen's political front. This valley is full of people who came here for reasons other than to turn the whole place back into a Nazi-thinking condominium complex and make it a safe and saleable resort for the Texas Cavaliers and the Atlanta Ski Club. There is a hell of a huge difference between skiing as a sport or even as a lifestyle and skiing as an industry, a boom-time fad like golf or bowling. Or beating up peace freaks on your lunch hour. But fuck skiing. All it is, in Aspen, is a swollen sugar tit for a gang of aging Nazis who are not the local establishment. The wall poster is the voice of Aspen's counterculture, the people who last fall came within 6 votes of electing a 29-year-old bike racing head/lawyer as mayor, the 69 Joe Edwards campaign. And before 1970 is out they may or may not seize control of the town and the whole valley, or at least enough control to short-circuit the greedheads and land rapers who've descended on the place like a plague of water rats. The conflict has already degenerated into dynamitings, street violence and a sense of almost constant political crisis that never lets up, not even in the off-seasons. On one side are the cops and the mayor and the county commissioners, along with local realtors and corporate land developers from Chicago and LA and Texas and even New York and Boston. These people see Aspen as a resort, and they want to sell it. And they are. Indeed, for the past 20 years they've been selling harder than New Orleans street pimps. The other side is a weird mix of locals, liberals, freaks, dropouts, ranchers, heads, geeks and other less commercially oriented types who see Aspen as a place to live, not to sell, a refuge, of sorts, from the same kind of rotten urban madness that these scum-sucking developers are trying to sell here in Aspen. The town is already faced with horrors like smog, parking problems and sewage in the drinking water. The Aspen Ski Corp has threatened to put a limit on lift tickets, raising the specter of $100 a day ski tourists standing in the lift lines from dawn until noon, then being turned away because of the quota. The summer looks more and more like Coney Island. A Holiday Inn is already here right next to the route of the new 4-lane highway in town, and there's also a mini Pearl Chicken Palace going up, just across the street from Stein Eriksen's ski shop. Sela. That's about it. I see I've already run too long. And in truth I'd prefer to run wall poster excerpts for ad purposes instead of this watery bullshit that reads, in retrospect, like a cheap imitation of even the most left-handed gibberish in any of the 3 wall poster issues we've done so far. Probably I should describe them, but right now I'm not up to it. Today, after all, is Memorial Day, dawn is just coming up, and Sheriff Earl Whitmire has told the city fathers that he and 9 others are going to be killed before the clock strikes midnight by a gang of motorcycle Huns from Ely, Nevada, a drug-crazed swarm of Hell's Angels types called the Savage Explorers. Whitmire, my opponent in the fall election, says they're going to blow up the courthouse, the bank and Guido's restaurant, then kill all the local police and their civic soul brothers. And after that, rape the priest's daughter. Wonderful. Who could ask for a better show on this fine American holiday? I think I'll load up on mescaline and drive into town for the action, lock into a ringside seat by a window in the Jerome Hotel Tavern and watch the annual police riot. Like last July 4 curfews, posses, jeeps full of drunken cowboys with shotguns, local realtors and sheep herders wearing Notre Dame football jackets ganging up on young longhairs, huge dynamite blasts on Little Nell and hand grenades in the Woodlander bar. Why not? Get it on while there's still time. Because when I'm sheriff of this county we're not going to stand for this nonsense. No more of these atavistic spectacles. Memorial Day will be a different scene next year. My deputies will be supervising the planting of sugar cane in all the high pastures above Hunter Creek, Owl Creek, Woody Creek, and all those lush acres now held by Aspen Wildcat. Then a record fall harvest by teams of trained weathermen. The contract is fixed. History will prove me out, or at least absolve me. And the Aspen wall poster will provide a very fine and vivid historical record of the events between now and then. Indeed. Today's pig is tomorrow's bacon. Or maybe today's, so let's end this wretched advertisement and get into town for the butchery. Okay for now. And don't forget, folks, wall poster number 4 is due on June 10th, a massive, double-size issue, jam-packed with obscenity, treachery, dementia and horrible news of every description, all of it true, which makes it even worse. In closing, I remain yours for creative law enforcement. Hunter S. Thompson. To Ralph Steadman. The Kentucky Derby is decadent and depraved launched a remarkable correspondence as well as a brilliant collaboration over 3 decades and beyond. June 2, 1970. Woody Creek Co. Dear Ralph. You filthy twisted pervert, I'll beat your ass like a gong for that drawing you did of me. You bastard, stay out of Kentucky from now on. And Colorado too. Fuck you. And so much for that. I just saw the June Scanlons. The article is useless, except for the flashes of style and tone it captures, but I suspect you and I are the only ones who can really appreciate it. The drawings were fine, although I think they fucked up the layout as usual quite badly. They also cut about 1/3 of the article, in addition to the 4,000 or so words that Don and I cut in New York. In all, a bad show, and I'm sorry it wasn't better. Maybe next time. I'd like nothing better than to work with you on one of these strange binges again, and to that end I'll tell my agent to bill us as a package for good or ill. Nothing binding, but certainly a notion worth trying. The only saving grace of that derby scene was having you around to keep me on my rails. What are you up to now? How did New York pan out? What next? In a week or so I'll send you some photos of our main LBJ-style antagonist in the fall election. Also my opponents for sheriff. With photos and some text, maybe you can rush up some drawings for the Aspen wall poster. In fact, we'd use either one of those Nixon drawings right now, if not as a cover, then as a big inside drawing. Issue number 4, now going to press, is double size and folded 4 pgs, in other words, a cover, a back and 2 inside pages. We need good art. Pat Oliphant from the Denver Post has said he'll do a cover for us. I'll see him this weekend in Denver, at a formation meeting for the Radical Journalists Union, or some such. He said he was looking for you in London that same weekend when you were in Louisville with me. Strange irony, since he was the first artist I called to work with me on the story. He said you were one of the few artists in England he wanted to meet. Okay for now. I'll send you the photos and other data for the drawings I mentioned, but in the meantime, send us anything you can't sell. Or for that matter, anything you feel would be a good sort of interior advertisement for you INRA, the US press. We're constantly sending wall posters to editors in New York, SF, LA, etc. So a heavy weird drawing in the wall poster might get you a good assignment somewhere. Or maybe not. I can't say for sure. Why not get Private Eye or the Times to send you over here to cover my sheriff's campaign, a Stedman eye view of small-town politics in the American Rockies? In fact, that sounds good enough to send to my agent. If you haven't picked up anybody to represent you, let me know and I'll see if Lynn Nesbitt from IFA wants to handle your act. She's about as good as they come, I'm told. She has Tom Wolfe and that sort of thing. Even me. So let me know on all fronts. Ciao. Hunter. To Urbcon, San Francisco Chronicle. The San Francisco Chronicle's venerable Urbcon had coined the term beatnik in his column of April 2, 1958. June 19, 1970. Woody Creek Co. Dear Herb. Here's a sample of what, as far as I know, is a totally new form of journalism. At least in terms of graphics and in terms of content, too, if you consider that we've decided to completely ignore all libel statutes and beat the bastards like gongs at every turn. The Meat Possum Press is judgment-proof and exists, in fact, as a vehicle for new forms of local political action, including my campaign for sheriff this fall. I expect to be elected without much trouble. On a platform of creative law enforcement. And as a matter of fact, if you have an address for SGT Sunshine Richard Burgess, I think I'd like to check and see if he has any ideas. Otherwise, I hope to get some wisdom from Wes Pomeroy, the main cop at Woodstock, and others of the same ilk. But in truth, the wall poster is more fun than politics. But in a fairly serious vein, I think the number 4 wall poster is a completely new form of journalism. Numbers 1, 2 and 3 were derivative, in a sense, from all kinds of sources, but most recently and specifically from the Ramparts wall poster that Hinkle and his crew put out at the '68 demo convention in Chicago. So Warren is really the father of the modern wall poster. Sela. And so much for credits for whatever they're worth in these rotten times. No point in explaining the details of this queer experiment. A quick scan of the first 4 issues, in order, will show you how we've coped with the problems. Or failed to cope with them. After number 3, we were banished from Aspen's only job printing shop, which is owned by the Aspen Times, oddly enough, and we moved our printing action to Boulder, where the union shop prices were so high that we had to sell ads to make the nut. And if you look very closely at the top of WP number 4, on the cover, you'll see how the printers, or the pressmen, sabotaged us INRA, the impeach Nixon line above the target. At first they refused to print it, but the union business agent in Denver said they had to because it was legal, so they went back and censored us, in their own subtle way, at the last moment. The owner of the printing house said he was sorry, and explained that the pressmen thought impeach meant assassinate, and they botched it because they felt it was wrong and unpatriotic. Which says quite a bit, I think, about freedom of the press in Middle America, and organized labor, too. Particularly since all it said was impeach Nixon. Anyway, I thought I'd send this along for good or ill. To prove, if nothing else, that journalism is still at least half alive in the great American outback. For 4 issues, anyway. I can't guarantee #5 not even if we have to print in San Francisco. Which may happen. Maybe at the Chronicle plant, Check it out and let me know. Thanks. Hunter S. Thompson. To George Madsen, Aspen Times. Local radio DJ and Aspen Times reporter George Madsen had sent Thompson a letter riddled with spelling errors questioning how he earned a living and implying that he must be selling drugs. June 23, 1970. Woody Creek Co. Dear George. Gee willikers, you sure are curious. Do you really want to, where I get my bread? Well, George, I want to too, sometimes, and maybe we can talk about it one of these days on your ratio program, You bring your questions and I'll bring mine, and we can hold hands while we hash things out. You interest me, George. I wonder about your mind, and I'd particularly like to ask you about what you do with that photo of Jilly that you say you keep hidden until after the kids go to bed. God damn, George, I bet you're just a king hell bundle of fun after midnight. Maybe I couldn't tell you too much on the ratio, but I could sure as hell teach you how to spell establishment, People tell me I have a talent for teaching old hacks and shit kickers how to spell, but I doubt if I could be much help to you on the subject of how I make my bread. Because that's a world you'll never know, George, never in hell. I could show you a mirror, or some samples of your own fine prose, or maybe some Jimson weed. I get the feeling that maybe your head's a little tense. Perhaps we could do up some acid and get heavy on your ratio program, Think about it, George, and let me know. Sincerely. Hunter. To Jim Silberman, Random House. Thompson revealed to his book editor that his campaign for sheriff was really just a means to an end of the death of the American dream concept. July 6, 1970. Woody Creek Co. Dear Jim. Things are proceeding as planned or almost. We now have 2 freak power candidates for county commissioner this fall, instead of 1. This is posing some very harsh strategy problems, strikingly reminiscent of the National Demo's Dilemma, SP, with, say, McGovern and Ted Kennedy. Our McGovern, City Councilman Ned Vayer CENC, can't win, and our Kennedy, a sure winner, is swearing he won't run. My own notion, for now, is to force/coax/compel our Kennedy into the CC race and then, without consulting him, run my sheriff's campaign so far to the crazy left of him that he will look like a fine moderate by comparison. The only problem here is that some people think I might win by going left/crazy, that in fact it will take that kind of campaign to mobilize the young/drug/fun hog vote, which is clearly the biggest block by at least 2-1. So, rather than try to run a 2-track, dual-level effort with me catching the left/crazier and our Kennedy type holding the liberals, we may decide, by autumn, to run the whole thing on straight freak power, leaving the liberals to suck wind. Our decision on this will be fateful, and indeed at some point I might be faced with a serious insurrection in my sheriff's campaign, which the local liberals still refuse to take seriously. But when they understand that I really intend to run, they're going to freak out, and at that point we'll all have to decide just how valuable they are. And in fact they're already useless, to me, but I hate to think that I might, by running some kind of bull-headed and egotistical freak power campaign for sheriff, destroy our chances of electing the Kennedy type in the CC race. We'll see. This worries me particularly since the final chunk of my book depends on my running for sheriff. It would make me feel a bit shitty to get rich off the shattered remains of our action here, and the only solution, as I see it, is to run a sheriff's campaign so wild and weird as to guarantee my defeat in 1970, but which will seem, in 1975, like a fine and reasonable effort. In retrospect, this will be difficult, but I think I can manage it. In the meantime, I plan to write the first third of the book around last fall's Joe Edwards campaign, laying the groundwork and background for the Savage campaign of '70. And I assume, of course, that upon receipt of this portion, 1/3, of the book, you will instantly send me $5,000. I am putting it together right now, in fact, in the skeleton form of an article for Rolling Stone. Kerry McWilliams has asked for a piece on the sheriff's campaign, but I hesitate to say I'll do it for him, in light of the book action. What do you think? Send word. Thanks. Hunter. To Ralph Steadman. Steadman had agreed to draw President Nixon for the next Aspen wall poster. July 6, 1970. Woody Creek Co. Dear Ralph. Indeed. Send the Nixon drawings as soon as possible, airmail. All you have to do is submit them to what we in the colonies call a copy camera. The Times probably has a dozen of them on the premises, and send us 8 times 10 copies. That way, you never have to let the originals out of your hands. But if you've already sent the others, don't worry, we'll have them copied and return them unharmed. In any case, we want the Nixon art for number 5, which is now in the works, so make haste. While I think of it, Pat Oliphant, the Denver Post's political cartoonist, says hello. He's coming up with his family this weekend for a stay, and to do some Aspen drawings for us. Maybe I told you. But he was the first artist I called when I got the idea about doing the Derby piece. But he couldn't handle it because he had to go to a cartoonists' convention in London. And when he got back, he lamented the fact that he hadn't met you. He wasn't sure where you were, until I told him about the Derby and he saw the drawings. Very weird. He's very big over here, Pulitzer Prize, etc., and says you're the best in England, that Scarf 31 stole all he knows from you, etc. But I straightened him out and told him what you were really like. As for Scanlon's, Warren has been mumbling something about sending me to Australia to do a piece about the kangaroo slaughter, and I said okay, but I wanted you along to do the art. If you push the Alaska tangent from your end, we can probably work up a dual assignment out of it somewhere. I also suggested a series of Thompson Steadman visits to sacred American institutions like the Super Bowl, Labor Day in Detroit, Mardi Gras, etc. We'll see what happens. INRA, the other, local antagonist, drawings, I'm still looking for a clutch of decent photos to send you. It's imperative that your drawings resemble the monster we are going up against. We intend to make heavy use of your drawing not only as a wall poster cover, but also for street art. I'll send details when I get the right photos. Very soon. Your thing with the Times sounds fine. Are they letting you run loose and vicious? Heath 32 seems like perfect fodder. I think you are heading for a sort of Nixon era over there. Good luck. I'm also enclosing wall poster number 4, which lists you as chief of the London Bureau. We have plenty of extras, so if you know anybody who runs a bookstore, let me know and I'll send you some wall posters for sale in London. And, as a closing note, you'll get a boot out of knowing that I'm trying to sell our Derby Nightmare as a screenplay. No luck, so far, but I've just started trying. I'll keep you posted. Ciao. Hunter. P.S. Jim, my youngest brother, is living out here with me now and says hello. He's the one you didn't draw. To Larry O'Brien, Democratic National Committee. Back in 1964, Thompson had written to Lawrence O'Brien, then a White House aide to President Lyndon Johnson, asking to be considered for the governorship of American Samoa, and to his surprise had received a serious and courteous reply. Shortly after the 1968 election, O'Brien had been named chairman of the Democratic National Committee. July 7, 1970. Woody Creek Co. Dear Larry O'Brien. Your last letter rejecting my application for the governorship of American Samoa still cuts to the quick when I read it. And I'd forgotten all about you, except for that one foul blow, until I saw you tonight on TV in what has to stand as one of the most wretched and ineffectual uses of free network time in the history of television. You came off worse than Nixon, and that's not easy. All it did for me and all of my friends who watched was confirm our sad conviction that the Democratic Party is doomed to extinction. I say this as an experienced politician. Last fall I was campaign manager for a 29-year-old freak power candidate for mayor of Aspen. Beginning on October 1st, we mounted a whirlwind registration campaign, 2 weeks before our candidate decided to run, and we lost the election to a state GOP committee woman by only 6 votes. We did this despite active opposition from the incumbent, Democratic, mayor, the one-owner local media cartel and all local demo functionaries. Now, looking forward to November 70, we're entirely confident of beating both the GOP and the Democrats in the crucial county commissioner race. In this context, and against this very active background, your presentation tonight of the Democrats' case against Nixon seems almost as lame and irrelevant as the Humphrey-style bullshit we get from the local Democrats, whose once dominant influence has withered so badly since 1964 that they are now outnumbered 4-1 by independents and 2-1 by Republicans. Meanwhile, we have no trouble getting new voters to register as independents and to vote for the kind of candidates who once might have run as Democrats. If I were you, I would ponder this kind of development, particularly in light of the upcoming 18-year-old vote. How many students can George Meany 33 deliver? But what the hell? It's a waste of time, I think, to be writing this kind of letter, and in fact I began it as a sort of joke, harking back to those days when you still had enough humor in you to cope with my application for the governorship of American Samoa in the same spirit that led me to write it. And it seemed terribly sad, tonight, to watch you sitting there like a tired old wart healer, presiding over film clips of JFK. I can't even wish you good luck, because I honestly believe that the best thing that can happen to the Democratic Party is for the whole goddamn thing to simply disappear. As a gang of impotent relics, you people are blocking the road. There is a hell of a lot of energy waiting to be unleashed on the Nixon mob, but men like you and Humphrey are never going to tap it. So why don't you get the hell out of the way and let us get on with the job? Sincerely, Hunter S. Thompson. To the police chief. The Police Chief was a monthly magazine for cops. July 8, 1970. Woody Creek Co. The Police Chief. 1319 18th Street Northwest. Washington, D.C. Gentlemen, I would like to subscribe to the Police Chief. Please send me the annual rates at once, or if possible start my subscription immediately and bill me. Time is a factor, since I am currently running for the office of county sheriff, and friends have told me that the Police Chief magazine might be a great help to me while campaigning. Thank you. Hunter S. Thompson. Chief Magistrate. Box 37. Woody Creek, Colorado. 81656. To Nicholas von Hoffman, The Washington Post. Left-leaning Washington Post-style section writer Nicholas von Hoffman had claimed in an article for the New American Review that after the Post ran his particularly harsh column decrying the April 30, 1970, U.S. South Vietnamese invasion of Cambodia, the Nixon administration had tried to co-opt him by soliciting his views at an impromptu meeting set up by White House Press Secretary Ronald Ziegler with the president's domestic policy advisor, John Ehrlichman, who, von Hoffman wrote, ended their conversation by telling him, "We're counting on leaders like yourself to keep things calm." July 9, 1970. Woody Creek Co. Dear Nicholas von Hoffman. In the wake of tonight's board meeting, with the other members gone wild outside on fire and strange drugs, it is not an easy thing for me to sit down here and inform you by mail that tonight you were voted, yes, get ready, the new chief of the Aspen Wall Posters Washington Bureau. The salary is $96,000 per annum payable when the Meat Possum Press Ltd. Our parent organization, goes public and net stock sales reach $500,000. In the meantime, we have a man who will co-sign your loans free of charge, for almost any amount. The duties of the Washington Bureau Chief are commensurate with the salary. Your only task once your appointment is confirmed will be to pass on occasional rumors and libels too heinous for publication anywhere else. The wall poster is judgment-proof, and we intend to keep it that way. I'm enclosing number 4, the most recent issue, and any others I can find. As you see, by the masthead, we are rapidly expanding our staff. Tonight we fired both the LA and SF bureau chiefs, and we had good reasons. T.M. Goddard is the pseudonym of a San Francisco lawyer gone mad on cocaine, and Oscar Acosta, our man in LA, has not been rational since he was defeated, last month, in his campaign for the office of sheriff. Warren Hinkle has agreed to reorganize the ruins of our SFHQ, and Dennis Hopper will take over LA. The New York bureau chief will be fired tomorrow. Indeed, he was due for the axe tonight, but the meeting went out of control before we could cope with that matter. 2 of the directors went down to the river bridge with a case of dynamite, and Pat Oliphant, who signed on today as illustrator in residence, has gone up on the mesa to shoot bats with a .410. And his wife, they say, has gone after him with a handful of horse tranquilizers. In any case, I want to welcome you to the team and finish this letter so I can get some sleep. We lead active lives out here in the West. Our office operates 25 hours a day, and you can rest assured that our facilities will be made available to you whenever you check in. Our next issue will be going to press in a week or so, and unless we hear from you at once, your appointment will be realized on the masthead. As for filing, my only query for now concerns Ray Price, Nixon's speechwriter. Is he still there? Is he alive? The last time I saw him he was losing badly at Liar's Dice with Pat Buchanan, and I worry about him. In closing, allow me to congratulate you once again on your appointment to the far-flung wall poster staff. Your salary will begin piling up the moment we hear from you. Sincerely, Hunter S. Thompson, Editorial Director, Aspen Wall Poster. To Carrie Peterson, WJZ-TV 13. The Free Rolling Stones concert that drew 300,000 to California's Altamont Speedway on December 6, 1969, had turned deadly when a group of Hell's Angels hired to provide security for the band went berserk and beat a young black fan to death, allegedly for brushing against one of their motorcycles. July 14, 1970. Woody Creek Co. Carrie Peterson. Contact WJZ-TV 13. Television Hill. Baltimore, Maryland 21211. Dear Miss Peterson, thanks for your letter and your interest in my Hell's Angels book. Random House was correct in saying that I am presently not appearing to discuss the book, mainly because I've had nothing to do with the Angels since I finished writing about them, and I think it would sound a bit silly for me to get propped up on TV and try to sound wise and / or hip on a subject I'm no longer qualified to talk about. As for East Coast bike gang experts, I don't know any of them either. Several years ago I talked briefly to some people from a gang called the Pagans, from the Washington/Baltimore area, and they were very interested in picking up hints on how to act like Hell's Angels. But I couldn't help them much, and still can't. As a matter of fact, I became very tired of being cast in the role of a PR man for the Angels, and that's why I stopped talking about them in public or anywhere else. Since Altamont, however, Deck 69, I've found myself defending what I wrote from time to time on the grounds that what I wrote in 66/67 was a blueprint for what happened in 69, and that aspect of the book is the only one that interests me now. What I said then was that the Hells Angels and all their ilk were the vanguard of an Agnew-style constituency, a new breed of brown shirts, as it were, and now, 3 years later, I believe that far more strongly than I did when I wrote it. Both the Weathermen and the Hard Hats are blood cousins to the Angels, and if you feel like talking about this aspect of the book on TV, I wouldn't mind having a shot at it. I get to New York now and then, and occasionally to Washington, but at the moment I'm locked in here trying to finish a new book for RH. Beyond that, I'll be running for sheriff of Aspen in the fall, and right now I'm trying to put my campaign platform together. Which suddenly reminds me that one of my platform consultants lives in Falls Church, Virginia, so perhaps a trip east might work out. Anyway, I have no idea what's involved. We'd all be better off if you contacted my agent, Lynn Nesbitt, at the international famous agency. Jesus, that sounds awful, but those fuckers are agents for the Grateful Dead, too. From my own POV, I'd just as soon come east and rave on TV almost any time between now and Sept, if only because I could justify the trip for various other reasons. But September and October will be busy months here, and after that I won't be doing any traveling until maybe late November, depending on the outcome of the local election. So what the hell? If any of this interests you, check with Lynn and let me know. If not, good luck with whoever you can dig up. Sincerely, Hunter S. Thompson. To Ralph Steadman. Warren Hinkle had given the go-ahead for a Thompson-Steadman report in Scanlon's monthly Debunking America's Most Venerable Institutions. July 18, 1970. Woody Creek Co. Dear Ralph. Prepare yourself, I suspect we have struck a very weird and maybe rich vein, but instead of laboring over details I'll just ENC a copy, see below, of a suggestion I sent about 2 weeks ago to Warren Hinkle, to wit. I thought I'd pass on a suggestion that one of my enemies laid on me today. Why don't you just travel around the country and shit on everything, he shouted. Just go from New York to California and write your venomous bullshit about everything that people respect. Which sounds like a nice idea, a series of KY. Derby style articles, with Steadman, on things like the Super Bowl, Times Square on New Year's Eve, Mardi Gras, the Masters, golf, tournament, the America's Cup, Christmas Day with the Chicago Police, Grand National Rodeo in Denver, rape them all, quite systematically, and then we could sell it as a book, American Dreams. Ah yes, I can hear them weeping already. Where will the fuckers show up next? Where indeed? Ponder it, and send word. That, exactly as reproduced above, is what I sent to Warren, and yesterday he called from New York, saying yes, let's try it. He suggested that we call it the Thompson-Steadman Report and bill it right from the start as a long and awful series, or maybe he said Steadman-Thompson, I can't quite recall. In any case, he told me to call you at once and get started in London, but I couldn't figure out what exactly I would say, and I think it behooves us, at this point, not to waste any more of Scanlon's money than we have to. Because I think this rape series is a king bitch dog fucker of an idea. We could go almost anywhere and turn out a series of articles so weird and frightful as to stagger every mind in journalism. As we buckled down for the approach to New Orleans, I snorted the last of our cocaine. Steadman, far gone on acid, had locked himself in the men's room somewhere over St. Louis, and the head stewardess was frantic. I knew I would need psychic strength and energy when we landed to meet the press limousine and get on with our heinous work. Can you grasp the lunatic possibilities of such an assignment? Pure madness, on a scale hitherto unknown. We could travel with courtesans and bearers, rushing from one scene to another in a frenzy of drugs and drink. Indeed. The only problem is that I told Warren I'd decide on 2 definite scenes for us to deal with between August 1st and Sept 30. It's obviously going to cost a fantastic amount of money to bring you over here and keep you living well for long periods of time, so our trick is to settle on 2 things to rape in the space of 5 or 6 weeks. Pause 40 minutes for call to London. Well, so much for saving money. Good to talk to you again. Dawn is breaking here and I guess you're looking at noon. Very strange to jump all that way with a small black instrument. Anyway, that Labor Day picnic in Detroit idea sounds better and better, particularly if we can focus it on what happened to the American labor movement. Almost like the Derby gig, except with a different breed of decadence. Fantastic art possibilities, but a bit more difficult on the writing end, needs research, old quotes, dead dreams, etc. But as a feature I think it looks strong. And very timely, in terms of US politics. So the next step is yours. Select a good scene over there, either England or Ireland, that we can handle in August, or even in late September if necessary. We can work the travel either way. I could come over there in August and work on the first article, then we could come back here for the second, and maybe a third, or else you could come over here first for Labor Day in Detroit and maybe one other, then we could zip back to England for a third piece. But logistically, in terms of my work schedule and my sheriff's campaign and also for maintaining Warren's interest, I think we'd fare better by doing the first piece over there, than getting back here by Labor Day. I'll check with Warren tomorrow and let you know how he reacts. But in the meantime, it's important that you come up with some weird project that we can do over there. If you get a good idea, just send it by cable to me, C/O Warren at Scanlon's in New York, that way, it'll get to both of us, quick and cheap. Okay for now. And, again, it was good talking to you. Let's focus very hard and nicely on this thing like Zen Masters, or New York pawnbrokers. I can have my agent arrange the finances for both of us, if that suits you. Or we can work it out separately or any other way. I really don't give a fuck. It looks like excellent fun, and with things going as they are, I suspect we'll be needing some of that. Ciao. Hunter. Another possibility on this end is the America's Cup yachting races, in Long Island Sound, in late September, beginning September 15. That would give us Labor Day in early September, then the sailboat thing, near NY, in the same month. Let me know how it strikes you. H. To Warren Hinkle, Scanlon's Monthly. July 20, 1970. Woody Creek Co. Dear Warren, I talked to Ralph Steadman the other night and he dug the idea of a rape series on American institutions. He said, however, that he was pretty well tied up over there during August, but he planned to be free in Sept. And found the selection fairly thin. Most of my favorites, unfortunately, seem to fall in midwinter: the Super Bowl, the Orange Bowl pageant in Miami, Mardi Gras, New Year's in Times Square, Christmas Day with the Chicago Police Commissioner, etc. But after a day or so of thinking, I see two that look good in Sept. One is the UAW United Automobile Workers Labor Day Picnic in Detroit, or the fat remains of the American labor movement, circa 1970. We could use the picnic as a focus and BKG&D for a fairly heavy article on what's happened to labor in this country. This could be handled, I think, mainly with interviews and descriptions along with a few fine quotes from Gompers and the Wobblies. 34 And meanwhile, Steadman could be drawing the swine not only at the picnic, but maybe a few faces from Drum and that crowd, to get a nice contrast. The other Sept idea is the America's Cup yachting races, beginning Sept 15 on Long Island Sound, I think, or at least somewhere in that area. That one looks a bit like the KY Derby thing, an orgy of decadence that we'd more or less have to feel out while it was happening. No doubt we'd need heavy press credentials, well ahead, to get anywhere near the nexus of this one. We could also use a good connection in the Newport yachting crowd. I used to have one or two, but I'd hate to have to count on them now. Maybe Roy Cohn 35 knows somebody. Anyway, that's it for openers, Labor Day in Detroit, and the America's Cup in Newport. There are others. I'm building a nice list, and, yes, here's another. Right after I talked to you the other day, I mentioned your notion of a Thompson Steadman report series and its general tenor to a local wizard, and he said, Christ, the first thing you should do is give that poor bastard a chance to get back at you for that terrible shit you laid on him at the Derby. This time you should go over to England and get trapped in his territory and let him get even with you. Which struck me as a fine idea, and only fair, on its merits. I told Ralph to check around and see what kind of weird scene he could come up with, perhaps in late August. Maybe something like the English Derby, or whatever they get excited about over there. Maybe stage a gang rape in Westminster Abbey. Whatever's right. So that's about it for the moment. Let's see what Ralph comes up with on his end, but in the meantime we have those other two over here. Or any others that might come to mind. Ciao. Hunter. To the General Ordnance Equipment Company. Thompson was eagerly preparing himself for sheriff's work. July 28, 1970. Gen. Ordnance Equip. Comp. P.O. Box 11211. Freeport Road. Pittsburgh, PA. Gentlemen, please send me all details on your chemical mace MKV non-lethal weapon. In my present position as chief magistrate of this small hamlet, we could only afford 2 or 3, depending on the cost, which is also why we don't have any official stationery or letterhead. But as I am now a candidate for the office of county sheriff, I soon expect to have a much larger budget at my disposal. In the meantime, I want to learn as much about the technical aspects of the new urban-style police work as I can. So my question for now is, what is the unit price for one MKV weapon and enough reloads to test it properly? Maybe a half dozen? Also, please send details on discounts for bulk orders, both weapons and reloads. Thank you. Hunter S. Thompson, Chief Magistrate. Box 37. Woody Creek, Colorado 81656. To W.S. Darley & Co. July 28, 1970. W.S. Darley & Co. 2000 Anson Drive. Melrose Park, Ill. Gentlemen, please send me your latest police supplies catalog, as advertised in the June 1970 issue of the Police Chief. I apologize for not writing on my official letterhead, as specified, but if you ever saw this small hamlet of which I am chief magistrate, you would doubtless understand why I have no official stationery. Frankly, my business is breeding Dobermans, and until recently I saw no point in concerning myself or my neighbors with the business of police supplies. But I am now a candidate for the office of county sheriff in a very close race, and to some extent my chances of winning depend on knowing what I'm talking about when it comes to technical things. For this reason, I thought I should get a copy of the Darley catalog, so I can talk in terms of costs and effectiveness and that sort of thing. Your cooperation is appreciated. Thank you. Hunter S. Thompson, Chief Magistrate. Box 37. Woody Creek, Colorado 81656. To Mitch Greenhill. July 28, 1970. Woody Creek Co. Dear Mitch, chances are decent for a gig out here in late August or Sept. 2 places definitely looking for X, and perhaps others. Hard to say right now. But one place is owned by an X, Detroit Lion, and tomorrow I'll take your instant replay down for him to hear. The other definite thing is run by a friend who just staged a ragged sort of folk festival that sold out both nights. He asked me about Rosalie Sarles because he met her once. I mentioned you and said you now had a vicious group. He seemed interested, but he got nervous when I asked about money. Not much available on that end, I think, but maybe if you signed up for the next folk fest, he could sell you to that place where Bruce Innes was making $3,000 a week last year. You couldn't get that for starters, but $1,500 would be bottom, I think, and once you got here we could put you to work doing political rallies. I'm running for sheriff, anchoring a freak power slate. The main question would be your availability and how much cash you'd want. I don't see much trouble lining up a gig that would pay all travel expenses, etc. And if you feel like giving it a whirl, I'll turn the whole thing over to Mike Solheim 36 and let him play promoter, handle all details, etc. Let me know how you're fixed for action in Sept, October or even late August. Also check with Rosalie if she's around. Maybe we can get Eric von Schmidt up at the same time. In a nut, what's fairly certain is a gig that would cover all your expenses, but a guaranteed money maker is something else. Do you have a tape of the group? I have stuff of yours and Rosalie's. Give it some thought and send a group tape if you feel like taking a chance on it. Otherwise, we can probably get you like $30 a night solo anytime you want to come out. But with a bit of planning we can do a lot better. Send word. Hunter. To Warren Hinkle, Scanlon's Monthly. Hinkle had commissioned Thompson to review the Police Chief magazine for Scanlons. July 28, 1970. Woody Creek Co. Dear Warren. Here's the police chief thing, far longer and more twisted, of course, than our original concept. About halfway through the bugger I suddenly realized that I was onto a very rich vein. Maybe it dawned on me when I suddenly looked over the top of my typewriter and saw a book titled The Weapons Culture. Then I looked to my left and saw a whole shelf of books about weapons, crime, violence, guns, killing, rape, Jesus, the whole room is full of them. Anyway, what occurred to me was a regular feature on weaponry in the style of Dr. Hippocrates. The nation is full of potential bomb throwers and snipers who know nothing about the technical aspects of their chosen trades. I think we should help these people, and I can think of no better way than to capitalize on my newfound conduits into the official police establishment. We can drive the fuckers crazy by discussing the pros and cons of all their newest weapons, small but important things like the fact that army surplus gas masks are no good against the new improved CS. And addresses of companies which make the new masks, so that freaks can rip them off. Given the rude temper of these times, I dare say this is a stroke of fucking genius. We can create, with Raoul Duke, a virtual clearinghouse for information on all forms of violence. Answer all questions, dispense strange advice of all sorts, and meanwhile keep a fine tap on the police chief and other cop books, in order to expose everything they come up with. Also things like how to seize a floating rib, how to choke a vicious dog, and other small items like why slash tires when it's easier to cut off the inner tube stems. No doubt the FBI would visit you very soon after the first column appeared, so you'd have to protect my identity if at all possible. In fact, I decided to use my well-worn pseudonym, Raoul Duke, so as not to blow my cover with the police chief and all the various agencies, supply houses, etc. that I've written to, asking for information and weapons. If I signed this piece or any other with my right name, they would soon have me blacklisted in every corner of the police establishment. But now, since I've already established myself with the police chief, I suspect the rest will be easy. We could actually order police weapons and test them, then publish the results. We could buy a fucking pepper fog machine and test it in Golden Gate Park at a Shriners picnic. Jesus, the possibilities are massive and totally open-ended. Every freak in the nation would buy the magazine to keep posted on the newest weaponry, how to neutralize it, steal it, use it, etc. I see a vast market for this kind of information, and I see no reason why we can't dispense it quite legally. Ponder this idea, a regular monthly weapons feature by Raoul Duke, and let me know. I am already into that scene very heavily, as an adjunct to my sheriff's campaign, so the first wave is already on order. As the Chief Magistrate of Woody Creek, my legal credentials are unimpeachable. I am also a member of the PBA, the NRA 37 and the Aspen Racing Association. These are important. Meanwhile, FYI, I'm enclosing my only 3 copies of the police chief for excerpting. You'll note that I quoted mainly from the June issue, which seems like the heaviest. Note the cover, and also the ads. But I must have these back. I tried not to cut or mark them, so you could reproduce anything that looks ripe. You'll also notice, on page 39 of the June issue, an advance registration form for the 77th Annual Police Chief Conference in Atlantic City, October 3rd to 8th, and I suspect I'd be eligible to attend this function as a righteous member, and I also see that they list a registration space for guests. See page 40. Perhaps Stedman might like to come along and we could check into the parlor suite at the Tremor, HQ. This looks like a winner, a fine load of material for Raoul Duke, in addition to a straight chunk of the Thompson/Stedman report. We could slip Duke straight into enemy headquarters, then use his column to report anything heinous for use under my own real byline. Let me know about this. It looks like a winner to me, particularly since it follows hard on the heels, as it were, of the America's Cup races just a few hundred miles north. I've lined up a 50-foot yacht for that one, I think, but I won't be sure until next week. The candidate for county surveyor is going to New York in a few days to check it out. The boat belongs to an ex-Aspen ski instructor and freak/drifter. He charters it in the Caribbean in the winter, and in Connecticut in the summer. This weekend he's taking out John Lindsay and party, and I think he'd get a boot out of participating in Scanlon's America's Cup coverage. We could seize the boat for expenses, then rent out space to selected members of the Freak Press, sail right into the midst of the Newport fleet, flying the red and black flags of anarchy and revolution, launching mace canisters off the bowsprit, and hire the Grateful Dead to perform on the foredeck. Old Newport hands would break down and start vomiting at the sight of this fiendish vessel full of crazies. Paint a huge red fist on the balloon jib and a motorcycle hanging in the dingy rack. It would be a rotten outrage, but if we called it the Scanlon's Press boat, I suspect it might prove out to be a good investment. Or at least a very weird trip. So consider these things: 1. A regular weapons feature by Raoul Duke. 2. Reservations for Stedman/Thompson at the police chief's convention. And 3. Covering the America's Cup from Scanlon's Press boat, complete with the Grateful Dead. I can confirm the boat by August 1st, if necessary. The races are around Sept 15, 20. Okay for now. Hunter. To U.S. Senator Walter F. Mondale. Minnesota Democrat Walter F. Mondale had succeeded his mentor, Hubert H. Humphrey, in the U.S. Senate. In 1976 he would do so again as the first Democratic vice president since Humphrey, and again in 1984 as his party's presidential nominee unsuccessfully, again just like Humphrey. The difference was in Mondale's sincerity and refusal to go along to get along in Washington. July 31, 1970. Senator Walter F. Mondale. Senate Office Building, Washington, D.C. Dear Sen. Mondale. At some point in your hearings on the migrant labor nightmare, you said something I'd like to use in a book I'm currently working on for Random House. I heard it on TV and expected to read it somewhere in the press, but nobody seemed to pick it up. To the best of my memory, what you said runs something like this: the capacity of this nation to inflict pain and suffering on those without power is virtually unlimited. Would you be kind enough to send your own correct version of that quote? I'd rather not have to quote you on the basis of a quick and left-handed memory. Thanks. Hunter S. Thompson. Box 37. Woody Creek Co. 81656. P.S. Your Face the Nation appearance last Sunday was one of the most encouraging political developments I've seen in a very long time. You came across very straight despite the cheap, half-brainless context. And I know that's not easy. If you decide to run for president or anything else, let me know if I can help. HST. To Paul Krasner, the realist. Krasner had asked Thompson to write a pre-election piece on his campaign for sheriff of Pitkin County. August 12, 1970. Woody Creek Co. Dear Paul. Yeah, your letter got through and found me in the middle of writing almost exactly the piece you asked for, but I've already agreed to give it to Rolling Stone. Wenner asked about a month ago. What I can do for the realist, however, is a piece looking back on the election, saying a lot of things that I'm having to be coy about in this Rolling Stone gig. Like there's a lot of strategy that I have to skirt because lining it out right now could hurt our takeover bid. My sheriff's campaign is only one part of the overall plot and I have to keep it under control, in public, so as not to fuck the rest of the action. Think about a piece in November, rather than now, and let me know. Also consider the possibility of coming out here sometime in September to speak at one of my rallies. At the moment I'm looking around for a name band to anchor a list of speakers. Do you know any? There wouldn't be much money involved, but I think we could cover all expenses, and there's also the added attraction of getting in on a winning campaign for a change. My chances, at the moment, are booked about 40/60ths, and I haven't even begun to whip on the bastards. In preparation for the campaign I have shaved my head right down to a bright bald dome. Very strange and menacing. I have also joined the International Association of Police Chiefs and plan to attend their conference October 3rd in Atlantic City. Hinkle has first shot at this story, but if he doesn't want it, maybe we can work something out. I'm also trying to persuade him, Warren, to hire a Scanlon's press boat for the America's Cup races to enhance the coverage. I want to hire the Grateful Dead to play on the foredeck and sail right into the Newport flotilla with a gang of drug crazies on board. But so far I can't get this act confirmed. If it works, I'll be in New York for the races and maybe I can get you on board. Okay for now. Send word on all fronts. Thanks. Hunter. George Kimball just left today, after a vicious 3-day strategy conference. He's running for sheriff of Lawrence, Kansas, but with no hope of winning. This is a strange phenomenon. Albert in Berkeley, Oscar Acosta in LA, he got 110,000 votes, Kimball in Kansas and me in Aspen with no prior collusion. 38. Very odd. Aspen Times campaign advertisement. Thompson lay out a stark campaign platform in this paid advertisement in the October 8, 1970, Aspen Times. October 8, 1970. Woody Creek Co. Only serious people can laugh. F. Fellini. To whom it may concern. Contrary to widespread rumors and a plague of wishful thinking, I am very serious about my candidacy for the office of sheriff in the coming November election. Anybody who thinks I'm kidding is a fool. 739 new registrations since the September primary is no joke in a county with a total vote of less than 3,000, so the time has come, it seems, to dispense with evil humor and come to grips with the strange possibility that the next sheriff of this county might very well be a foul-mouthed outlaw journalist with some very rude notions about lifestyles, law enforcement, and political reality in America. Why not? This is a weird twist in my life, but despite the natural horror of seeing myself as the main pig, I think it has to be done. Or at least tried. We have come too far to back off now. The experiment that began last year with the Joe Edwards campaign is coming together, and this time Aspen is ready for it, not only for a new kind of sheriff, but for a whole new style in government, the kind of thing Thomas Jefferson had in mind when he talked about democracy. We have not done too well on that concept over the years, not in Aspen or anywhere else, and the proof of our failure is the wreckage of Jefferson's dream that haunts us on every side, from coast to coast, on the TV news and in 1,000 daily newspapers. We have blown at that fantastic possibility that Abe Lincoln called the last, best hope of Earth. This is the nightmare that our politicians have forced on us, even in Aspen. This valley is no longer a refuge or a hideout from reality. For years that was true. Aspen was the best of both worlds, an outpost of urban culture buried deep in the rural Rockies. It was a very saleable property, as they say in show business, and for 20 years the selling orgy boomed fat and heavy. And now we are reaping the whirlwind. Big city problems too malignant for small town solutions, Chicago-style traffic in a town without stoplights, Oakland-style drug busts continually bungled by simple cowboy cops who see nothing wrong with kicking handcuffed prisoners in the ribs while the sheriff stands by watching, seeing nothing wrong with it either. While the ranchers howl about zoning, New York stockbrokers and art hustlers sell the valley out from under them. The county attorney has his own iron mine and his own industrial slum at the mouth of the valley. The county commissioners are crude, dimwit lackeys for every big city dealer who wants a piece of the action. These rapists should be dealt with just as harshly as any other criminal. This is 1970, not 1870. The powers of the sheriff's office can be focused in this direction. Why not? Hunter S. Thompson. Aspen Times campaign advertisement. Thompson's second paid advertisement appeared in the Aspen Times on October 22, 1970, next to a photo of the freak power candidate glaring at smug-faced incumbent Sheriff Earl Whitmire. October 22, 1970. Woody Creek Co. The earth belongs to the living, not to the dead. Thomas Jefferson, in a letter to John W. Epps, June 24, 1813. The Random House Dictionary of the English Language defines freak as any abnormal product or curiously unusual object, a person or animal on exhibition as an example of some strange deviation from nature, monster. Indeed, a very heavy image. And the same dictionary defines power as the ability to do or act, capability of doing or accomplishing something. So in the context of semantics or straight word logic, the phrase freak power is a sloppy contradiction of its own terms. How, after all, could a group of deviates and monsters be capable of acting together to accomplish something? They would be helpless and impotent, almost by definition, a noisy hellbroth of quirks and demented energy far beyond any channel or focus. Yet, despite the obvious irony of the phrase freak power, NBC, the Los Angeles Times' finest traveling police reporter and maybe a few people in Aspen have apparently taken it at face value. And shuddered somewhere in between glee and horror at the thought that some mob of buggering, drug-crazed geeks might be ready to seize the county courthouse and put all the burgers on trial for their lives. In truth, that phrase was a crude, but super effective piece of political theater which worked too well, so now is the time to bury it and move on to the serious action, the task of returning local government to the people who live in this valley, instead of the greedheads and their local agents who only want to invest here. Which raises a point about freak power that I'd like to make before we close the coffin. For some reason that has to embarrass me as a writer, I failed to make it clear that I use the word freak in a positive, sympathetic sense. In the ominous, ugly splintered context of what is happening in 1970 America, a lot of people are beginning to understand that to be a freak is an honorable way to go. This is the real point, that we are not really freaks at all, not in the literal sense, but the twisted realities of the world we are trying to live in have somehow combined to make us feel like freaks. We argue, we protest, we petition, but nothing changes. So now, with the rest of the nation erupting in a firestorm of bombings and political killings, a handful of freaks are running a final, perhaps atavistic experiment with the idea of forcing change by voting, and if that has to be called freak power, well, whatever's right. HST. Hunter S. Thompson. For Sheriff. Committee. Rev. Thomas Benton. Spiritual Director. To Jim Silberman, Random House. Everything had gone as planned. Thompson lost the election, but gained plenty of material for his stalled Death of the American Dream book. November 23, 1970. Woody Creek Co. Dear Jim. Well, I thought I might as well answer your letter of November 3 election day as it were and confirm the tragic rumor concerning my loss. The margin was roughly 1,500 to 1,065. The GOP candidate got about 150 votes after the party abandoned him massively, by means of a huge telephone campaign on election eve, and avoided that crucial three-way vote split that we were counting on. In the other, county commissioner, race, the Democrats abandoned their candidate and swung massively to the GOP incumbent, producing the same kind of final tally. Against us. On election night our Jerome Hotel headquarters was a scene out of some other world. Every freak in Christendom was there, it seemed, including those from Life, Harper's, Look and a film crew from London along with the camera crew from Woodstock and a bona fide Swami from India. It was a fantastic scene and naturally we all loaded up heavily on mescaline and tequila, to ward off the chill. I'm enclosing 3 photos, 1, the classic Hoover and Friend shot, and 2 others from election night. The thumbs down shot came at the moment of the axe, when the Down County Trailer Court precincts reported in, and the other, with all the cameras, was taken during my final statement, which was made in a total mescaline frenzy and I remember nothing of what I said except, this is my last press conference. You won't have Hunter Thompson to kick around anymore, you motherfuckers. The whole thing is on film and appeared the other night on British Indep TV. The Woodstock crew is still haggling over who owns the rights to the 2 weeks of film they shot. They're trying to sell it as a film titled Stoned on Politics. I got a copy of their sales pitch from a producer. They approached, they don't seem to want me involved in the film in any way, which will almost certainly lead to bad trouble. But what the hell? At the moment I'm concerned with other things. Like how to cope with this final notice before seizure that came today from the IRS. They want $2,200 by midnight on Saturday, November 28th. After that, they say, they'll come out here and seize everything I own. Tonight I called Warren Hinkle and demanded at least some part of the $5,290 Scanlon's owes me, and he was of course sympathetic, explaining that everything would be okay in a few days when the current issue of Scanlon's comes across the border from Quebec in a fleet of black trucks. In other words, my ability to pay the IRS depends on Hinkle's ability to smuggle 100,000 sabotage bomb manuals past US Customs in huge trucks. I've seen that issue. I helped them put it together in SF, and as a matter of fact I have 2 articles in it. One is the lead piece, and I know Nixon won't want it let loose in the US. One of the worst items it contains, in fact, is a 2-page ad for the Aspen wall poster, half of which is a full-page color photo of Nixon with blood drooling out of his mouth, a wall poster cover that we couldn't get printed anywhere in Colorado. Horrible, horrible. Anyway, I assume you see where I'm at. The repression has come down on us full bore here. The fatbacks are trying to mop up while they're ahead, sensing a mandate, perhaps, or maybe just trying to croak us completely before May, when the mayor and entire city council will be up for election again. And that will be a very heavy election, because the one wild fact that got lost in the overall results of this past election is that we won the city of Aspen. The county vote destroyed us by such a huge margin that it offset our victory in town. In my own precinct, for instance, I lost by 300 to 90. But there is no escaping the harsh truth that all 4 city precincts voted for a sheriff's candidate who insisted, throughout the campaign, on his right to keep on eating mescaline after he was elected. I refused to compromise on this issue or any other, for that matter, and still got a 40-60th split on the vote. The entire vote, not just the freak power segment. In other words, I got a bigger percentage of the vote in Pitkin County, which is hugely Republican and where freaks make up roughly 30% of the electorate, than Jim Buckley did in New York State. 39. Contrast this to the showings of the peace and freedom candidates in California, the Raza Unida in Colorado, or even the liberals in New York, and then ponder the implications. I'm still not sure what they mean myself, but another odd factor to add in might be the upcoming 18-year-old vote and the fact that I won the straw vote at the local high school by something like 10 to 1. In other words, I'd have won easily, even admitting that I smoked grass and ate mescaline whenever I felt like it, if the 18, 19, and 20-year-olds had been eligible to vote. This harks back, I think, to our conversation in the Waldorf bar last May, and your notion that I am, somewhere far out on the leading edge of the national reality. Maybe this country is almost ready for freak power on the highest levels of national politics. Maybe a presidential candidate in 1972 could actually gain votes by admitting that he smokes marijuana and laughing about it on network TV. That's essentially what I did. In fact, I dismissed marijuana as a low-level stupor drug and said I preferred more active things such as mescaline, and occasionally, acid. We were all astounded by the lack of reaction to this kind of talk from a candidate for sheriff, no less. I have a tape of a public exchange between me and an ex-SS officer, a valid Nazi, about mescaline, and he ends up saying, "Well, I have to admire your honesty, it's incredible." And I think the fucker voted for me. If nothing else, I turned him around in public with about 100 people gathered in a room to hear me talk so totally that our exchange produced at least 10 votes out of that hostile crowd, and maybe 50. This was the most outlandish aspect of the campaign, the fact that we could actually overcome the multi-onus of a candidate who was not only insanely ugly, stone-bald, and advocating freak power with casual references to pig-fuckers and shitheads and greedy scum, but who also admitted to committing felonies as a way of life, and whose massively distributed campaign posters featured a double-thumbed red fist clutching a peyote button. This is something to talk about, and I'm doing it right now for Rolling Stone. We have another huge freak power feature coming up in about 2 weeks. It was due today, in fact, but Wenner agreed to postpone it until I could sort the whole thing out, and he also mentioned that it was going to run as a major piece, with many photos, rather than a brief news item type follow-up to the original piece. Probably around mid-December, for good or ill. So, we come to the question of the book. Indeed. And the only real question, right now, is whether this Aspen politics gig should be the framework for the whole thing, or perhaps just a couple of chapters in a long rambling gig about politics in America. What occurred to me the other night is that somehow this Aspen political freakout, particularly my own brutal involvement, might be the same kind of accidental framework for a book that my Hells Angels involvement provided. Maybe the Battle of Aspen might be a working title for a book that would actually delve into politics far beyond Aspen, all the way back to New Hampshire in early '68, Chicago, Election Day in LA, and all the other things. Because all that really led to the scene that just happened here. Without Chicago, I would never have run for sheriff or even launched the Joe Edwards campaign. So it all makes a very definite kind of progressive sense, at least in my own mind, and hopefully in print. So, what do you think? If you want to go with the Battle of Aspen, that decision will amount to far more than just a working title. It will amount to that definitive framework that we've lacked ever since you shackled me with that nebulous American dream bullshit. Which has hamstrung me ever since. What I have in mind, if the B/A idea works, is an opening chapter based very heavily on the October 1st, 70 Rolling Stone piece. .40 In other words, the book would open almost exactly like that article opens, then with a flashback to Chicago and perhaps the NRA gun control piece, then into the sheriff's campaign and another flashback to Nixon and McCarthy in New Hampshire, also Kennedy, and others, including the foul ghost of Humphrey, and LBJ, then as a sort of screeching climax, the final third of the book would be a detailed account of this past election, the framework for which you'll be able to see very soon in Rolling Stone. We could also use the Scanlon's Jean-Claude Killy piece in there, on the strength of its connections to Ski/Aspen and the Chicago Stockyards Amphitheater and other, less tangible connections that might be even more pertinent, in the end, than the others. If this idea grabs you, let me know at once. Probably we should talk about it on the phone, maybe at some length. Because once I get started on that Battle of Aspen framework, there will be no turning back. My advisors, in fact, are already gearing up, for the presidential campaign in '72. They seem to think that I could beat Nixon handily with the same kind of campaign we ran here now that we know the ropes, and which mistakes to avoid. Naturally, I refuse to run unless they offer me the Democratic nomination and about $100 million to blow on a brutal, mind-bending campaign that would stagger the national consciousness. You would have been stunned, by the way, at my public performances with a fleet of mics and cameras and even huge glaring lights in my face. At first I couldn't believe it myself, but after the first few scenes I found myself actually digging it. Very strange, maybe a sort of Hitler instinct, but there is something very wild in being able to look out at a huge crowd and actually communicate with it. Which is neither here nor there. For now, what I need from you is a definite opinion in the Battle of Aspen. Should we do it that way? Will it make us all rich? Will you send me $5,000 when I send you a third of that book? Have I made myself clear in terms of what it will / might / could be? Do you have any other, better ideas? Alternative frameworks? Titles? Vagaries? Dead-end fuck-arounds? Until I hear from you, I'll be down here in the war room, that's what we named it during the campaign, hashing out the new Rolling Stone piece. But meanwhile I think we should deal very quickly with this Battle of Aspen idea, because if you like it, it's already happening, and if you think it won't work, well, I think you'd better come up with a real ball-buster of an alternative. Because we're way overdue, and I'm getting hungry. Okay for now. Call when you get this digested. Ciao. Hunter. To Kerry McWilliams, The Nation. The Nation had run an editorial supporting Aspen's Freak Power uprising. November 23, 1970. Woody Creek Co. Dear Kerry. Thanks for the letters and especially the editorial in the recent issue. You may have a point. We actually won the city, Aspen proper, and only lost the whole county by about 60/40ths, which is a hell of a lot better than any freak/left/weird/radical/new/young/etc. candidates did in most parts of the country. Consider PNF in California, Raza Unida in Colorado, or even the liberals in New York. What neither the Times nor the National Observer said, incidentally, is that we ran straight at the bastards with an out-front mescaline platform. My drug tastes were discussed quite openly, not only in the newspaper but also in mass public forums, and through it all I refused to say I'd stop eating mescaline if I got elected. Marijuana got lost in that scramble. We completely jumped over it to the extent that I probably could have won if I'd compromised to the extent of forswearing mescaline if they'd let me keep smoking grass. But we refused to compromise at all, on any issue, and we still won the city. Which is weird, and certainly worth thinking about. The question now is whether to go even further in the May 71 city elections, mayor and council, or whether to back off a bit and try to consolidate local strength with some kind of surefire, non-frightening slate that won't scare out such a brutal negative vote. They were totally terrified this time. People came out in wheelchairs and on stretchers to vote against me. Not for anybody or anything else, just against the freaks. Anyway, as far as doing a piece for you is concerned, I think I can probably do something fairly short and focusing on one aspect of the campaign, rather than the overall thing, because I'm doing that for Rolling Stone, as a sort of follow-up on the Battle of Aspen. Jan Wenner asked me for it about midway in the campaign, and since he also offered to pay about twice what he paid for the last one, I really didn't have to grapple with the idea very long before getting down to it. I just got off the phone with Warren Hinkle in SF, a last-ditch midnight effort to salvage some of the funds they owe me for things I did for Scanlon's before the crunch. Today I got final notice before seizure from the IRS, telling me I have to raise $2,200 before midnight on Saturday or they're coming out here to attach everything I own. I'm also about to lose my American Express card, which was very hard to get and which will make my freelance life very difficult in the future if I lose the bastard. So you see the problem. As always, I'd like to write a good long piece for you, but I always seem to be in the position of a wild boar in a running battle with a pack of hounds, and I never seem to have time to do the kind of things I want to do. Beyond that, I'm trying to learn to play the flute because it strikes me that most of today's real literature pops up in music instead of in fiction or even personal journalism. For instance, at the moment my writing room is full of New Speedway Boogie by the Grateful Dead. It says more than anything I've read in 5 years. But what the hell? I'll send you a campaign poster, and plan on getting you a piece, say 2,500 words, in 2/3 weeks. I have a hell of a lot to write. All at once. I think the time has come to do it. Okay for now. Ciao. Hunter. To Jim Silberman, Random House. Tom Wolfe had sent a note of encouragement to Thompson, who was still being pursued by the IRS. November 25, 1970. Woody Creek Co. Dear Jim. Here's an addendum to my last, long letter, and maybe something you'll want to keep in your file. Tom Wolfe's new book came today, Radical Chic and Mau-Mauing the Flak Catchers, and on the title page was a handwritten note, to wit. Dear Hunter, I present this book in homage after reading the 2 funniest stories of all time, J.C. Killy and the Derby, Scanlon's. You are the boss. Not the sheriff, maybe, but you are the boss. Tom Wolfe, November 16, 1970. For whatever it's worth. If nothing else, it makes me feel good. Particularly right now in the shadow of the tax man. The IRS mogul in Denver was extremely surly when Joe Edwards called him yesterday, saying my case had already been assigned to a field agent who would be calling on me shortly. So we are now in the process of stripping the house of all money valuable items, guns, amplifiers, motorcycle, sculpture, etc. And both typewriters. This one belongs to the new community school, in town. Anyway, I trust you see why I'm very much interested, right now, in getting the book concept settled, so I can seize that opening $5,000. Your cooperation will be greatly appreciated. Sincerely. The Boss. To Tom Wolfe. Wolfe's fourth book, Radical Chic and Mau-Mauing the Flag Catchers, satirized the cynical self-interest of activists and do-gooders on both sides of America's racial divide. November 25, 1970. Woody Creek Co. Dear Tom. Your new book came today and I read the whole first section before Sandy mentioned that you'd written something up front. She read it as something like, "You are one of the boys," but I deciphered your arcane script and dug it immensely despite the massive lack of evidence to support your idea. At the moment I think you're running way out front, and not just because you've sent more books to the press. With the possible and perhaps fading exception of Ken Kesey, you're about the only writer around that I figure I can learn from. Very quick into Radical Chic I suddenly understood that one of the main strengths of your weird, super detailed style is a definite dramatic tension that comes with the idea that something very brutal and final might happen to the subject on the very next page, or maybe the next paragraph. You convey a kind of doomsday confidence in your evidence that almost precludes the necessity for summing it up, a sort of mercifully suspended judgment that amounts, in the end, to a horrifying indictment. Maybe guilt by detailed suggestions is the right phrase. Whatever, it works. I found myself hungering for the axe to fall. Or maybe I'm just projecting some of my political wisdom, gleaned from the last campaign. We used the same technique given that one of our opponents was a moral junkie and the other a twice-convicted felon illegally running for office. We managed to taint them savagely by floating rumors that we then refused to discuss in public, thereby implying that we were above that sort of thing. It worked very nicely, although not quite nicely enough. Indeed. We lost. And you missed a hell of a good story. I thought about calling you early on, but my position seemed to preclude that kind of out-front hustling. As it was, I was heavily damned for the publicity, even though I spent about half the campaign trying to avoid it because I could see it was killing us. Now I understand that Agnew was right about the press. They are a gang of cheap swine, even the ones who try to help and be friendly. What the campaign needed in retrospect was somebody with a kind of super third ear, or somebody who could sense, somehow, what was happening and why. But nobody like that showed up, and now it's left for me to write the epitaph for Freak Power. At the moment I'm doing a follow-up for Rolling Stone, and given my current financial circumstances I suspect I'll also try to whip something up for Random House. The tax man is after me in a very serious way, demanding $2,000 by midnight on Saturday or we go to war. Seizure proceedings. Those cocksuckers. I called Warren Hinkle the other night to get the $5,000 Scanlon's owes me, and he said my payment hangs on a shipment of some 100,000 copies of the long-delayed next issue getting across the border from Canada this weekend. In other words, if the whole shipment is seized at customs, which it certainly will be, then Scanlon's is doomed and croaked. And I think that's a foregone conclusion. That gang of pigs on the New York end, Zion, Bob Arum, Roy Cohn, etc., should be hung by their fucking heels and beaten with wire whips. But fuck all that. It's making me crazy. I shall, of course, prevail. But it's wearing me down. I dig the battles, but I don't have much stomach for the war. The shitheads keep on breeding, multiplying. You croak one and two more slither out to replace it, like getting rid of Johnson and gaining Nixon/Agnew. Jesus, what next? Where will it end? I think maybe Kesey is right. Ciao. Hunter. To William J. Kennedy. Kennedy had sent Thompson his own account of the night he had spent standing guard outside Thompson's campaign headquarters. December 5, 1970. Woody Creek Co. Bill. I just read your piece again and it seems a lot better than it did before, although at that point I probably wouldn't have liked anything I read, no matter what the fuck it said. But I still don't like the lead, it takes a long time to overcome. Actually, that word kibitzer might be what puts me off. I've always deplored your penchant for those rotten, cute little words like Bali, etc. But we've talked about that, so to hell with it. My own piece for Rolling Stone is still laboring along. I missed the first deadline and it's beginning to look like I might miss the second, which would get it out about the middle of January, with yours, and for that reason I'm going over yours again to match up loose details, like the temperature outside on that savage Wednesday night when you did guard duty. You had 18 and my first draft said 12, so I guess I'll go with 18, since I really didn't check at the time. There was another mistake, I think. You quoted that SDS note as saying this will only be used on Hunter Thompson if he is elected sheriff. The tape says this will only be used if HT is elected. A definite difference. There was another one where you quoted me saying, "My blood ran cold." Which of course I'd never say, but what the hell. Anyway, here are two photos I thought you'd like. We have about 7 million to sift through, but these are dupes, so I thought I'd send them along to Dana.41. I assume you got straight with Harper's and that the thing will be in the Feb issue. Let me know if I'm wrong, because I'll want to get some extra copies and Aspen only gets about 6, in all. Meanwhile, in addition to the Ars piece, I seem to be drifting toward using this Aspen political scene as the basic framework for the book. Silberman seems to dig it, and right now I'm inclined to write just about anything he'll give me quick money for. The taxman is after me for real, final notice before seizure and that sort of thing, which is grim. I wonder if this has any connection to Bromley's 42 employment with a division of the IRS? Paranoia. After that election? Okay for now. Send word. H. To Sydney Zion, Scanlan's Monthly. Sydney E. Zion was co-editor of Scanlan's Monthly and apparently in charge of its editorial budget. Thompson thus attached an invoice of his fees and expenses for the 3 articles he had done for the magazine. December 8, 1970. Woody Creek Co. Dear Sydney. After several weeks of extensive and increasingly anguished phone conversations with Warren, Hinkle, and attorney, John Clancy in San Francisco and attorney, Leon Friedman in New York, I was advised tonight by Leon that the reason I have not received a sizable check from Scanlan's is that my bill, statement, money demand, etc., was never received by you in the New York office. And that once you received my bill there would of course be no problem at all in effecting prompt payment, to me, in order that I might transfer these monies, at once, to American Express and the Internal Revenue Service. As Leon has probably told you, and as Clancy has certainly told Warren, the American Express computer has redlined my number to the tune of $1,035.30, all incurred in the course of that disastrous month on the road for Scanlan's, and the IRS has sent me a final warning before seizure, which means their next step is to come out here and sell everything I own at a public auction. These developments have naturally disturbed me, coming, as they did, hard on the heels of my tragic loss at the polls. But what the hell, no point in boring you with the details of these rotten, stinking, fiendish fucking nightmares that I somehow got myself into. The point right now is to get out of them, and to that end I'm enclosing a bill/statement I sent Warren about a month ago. That one was the end result of a settlement worked out between him and Clancy, and I assumed it had been passed on to the New York office for payment. I realize, of course, that your normal procedures have been even further addled, of late, by elements of fascist insanity relating to printers, unions, customs, Mounties, and that sort of thing, and I understood, Sydney, I sympathized, despite the soaking sweats that occasionally seized me when I recalled that conversation at Sardi's about, what was it? Something about establishing nerve damage. Brain damage? Goddamn, I have it on the tip of my tongue, but again, what the hell? In any case, the enclosed statement is necessarily a summary of all the items I've tried to pull together since that heinous trip, the original purpose of which was to put off the taxman and lay in at least a minimal cash reserve to cover my campaign expenses. What happened, however, was a total disaster on all fronts, including the loss of what small cash reserves I had at the time I took off for SF and Portland. That's the $559.80 item. I should have listened to Stedman, who'd been warned by one of your guilt-plagued operatives to do nothing at all until he got money ahead. Consequently, when we had to charter a biplane out of Newport to avoid arrest at dawn, I had to put Stedman's fare on my MEXP card and also give him enough cash to get into town from LaGuardia. That whole twisted scene at Newport was so rotten, so bad, so crazy and unreal from start to finish that even now I hate to think what it actually cost me, overall. I ask you, Sydney, where will it end? Who can you trust these days? Even in publishing? And so much for all that, just a touch of the natural wigginess, to clear my head for a final statement. Which naturally concerns money, and I need that money at once. Any delays might prove disastrous. The taxman has already assigned his field agent to my case, and the first thing he'll try to seize is my car, and that will cause me real problems. Which I'd much prefer to avoid, and even a partial payment from your end would get me off that hook and make my life human again. I have every reason to believe, in fact, that a quick shot of $2,500 or so would stymie the buggers completely, and then we could haggle about the rest. Because all I want right now is to get these swine off my back, and since you owe me enough money to get that done, absolutely no question about your owing at least that much, well, that seems like the thing to do right now. At least that's the way it seems to be. So let me know something at once. It's imperative. Yes, speed is of the essence. Essence. Whatever, after all these words, I trust you get the point, and spelling be damned. Thanks. Hunter. To John Lombardi, Rolling Stone. John Lombardi, the Rolling Stone editor assigned to Thompson's Freak Power campaign article, unwittingly prompted Raoul Duke to put together his list of the 10 best albums of the 1960s. December 11, 1970. Woody Creek Co. Dear John. The Aspen photo packet will be delayed a day, so I can skulk around town and find whatever Fottig calls himself trout fishing in America 43. He's the one who got the shot of the guy voting on the stretcher, which I have, but I want to find the person who actually got the photo. Otherwise, I'm sending about 25 shots, maybe even 30, depending on the final mix, so Kingsbury 44 can fuck around with a layout all the way from 0 to super heavy. If the selection I send seems a bit rife with shots of HST, well, I worked with the two main campaign photigs in an effort to show the chronology of the action, as we all saw it, so a lot of the photos inevitably show my skull from many angles. But what the fuck? All I ask is that you return any and all photos you don't use. The caption list contains a few comments INRA, my own favorites, but these merely reflect my own taste, and I know Kingsbury has his own, so to hell with all that too. Whatever's right. On other fronts, I enjoyed our long talk the other night, and after I hung up I realized that was the first human conversation I'd had with anybody since the election, since the advent of the deep funk that came down almost instantly afterward, not because we lost so much as the taxman and the bill collectors and the Scanlons fuck around and the local shitheads running wild with their victory leverage, and mainly, I think, the final rotten understanding that America is really America, for different and deeper, more final reasons than the Panthers ever figured. Those poor bastards are just brushing the nerve ends right now. They have no idea what's going to come down on them when they really start scaring the right people. There'll be a nigger hanging on every telephone pole, along with a lot of blacks, too. This is what my half-born piece is about. If I can get a tentative lead together and maybe the shape of an ending, I'll send them along with the photos, FYI, and if you need an excuse to keep the thing timely, Keep in mind that Phil Hill is due to take office in Lawrence, Kansas, on January 11th. But he won't. Those fuckers will abolish every JP office in the state, rather than let a certified freak into office. And that's the whole story, as I see it. The cocksuckers are into a rule or ruin gig, and the only kind of voting they'll tolerate is the same kind Marshal KY45 says he's for in Vietnam. Only as long as it's a means to the right end. Right? Right, which gets back to that gun control article I mentioned, and the main problem aside from the length was that I changed my whole mind on the subject somewhere around midstream, and since then not much has happened to bring me back around, except that now it's 24 hours later and I've spent the last few hours talking with an Esquire writer/FOTIG team who flew in to do part of a feature on the politics of costume, or maybe the costume of politics, or some such flaky bullshit. But it hardly matters what they want. I learned my lesson about the press during the campaign, so tomorrow I'm going to set up my own photo for the fuckers, the new posse, posed and armed to the teeth on the courthouse steps as a heinous mockery of that shot ours used in the pre-election story. No more of this free-form press relations fuck around, from now on it's the iron fist. Also, I checked on the nitty-gritty dirt band and found they left town replaced by ex-Monkey Mike Nesmith with something called the First National Band, which is just as well, because I don't have much stomach for studio-born road shows. But I resent your assumption that music is not my bag, or whatever you said, because I've been arguing for the past few years that music is the new literature, that Dylan is the 1960s answer to Hemingway, and that the main voice of the 70s will be on records and videotape instead of books. But by music I don't mean the nitty-gritty dirt band. If the Grateful Dead came to town, I'd beat my way in with a fucking tire iron, if necessary. I think Working Man's Dead is the heaviest thing since Highway 61 and Mr. Tambourine Man, with the possible exception of the Stones' last two albums, and the definite exception of Herbie Mann's Memphis Underground, which may be the best album ever cut by anybody. And that might make a good feature, some kind of poll on the best albums of the 60s, or, where it was at in the rock age. Because the 60s are going to go down like a repeat, somehow, of the 1920s, the parallels are too gross for even historians to ignore. So, for whatever it's worth to either one of us, for that matter here's the list from Raoul Duke 46. 1. Memphis Underground, Battle Hymn of the Republic, H-Man. 2. Mr. Tambourine Man, Bringing It All Back Home, Zimmerman. 3. Highway 61. Zimmerman. 4. Working Man's Dead, Warlocks et al. 5. Let It Bleed. 6. Buffalo Springfield First Album. 7. Surrealistic Pillow. 8. Roland Kirk. Various albums. 9. Sketches of Spain. M. Davis. 10. Sandy Bull, #2. Jesus, what a hassle to even think quickly about a list like that. Even now I can think of 10 more I might have added, but what the fuck, it's only a rude idea. But a good one, I think, and particularly for ours. The implications of the final list would vibrate far beyond the actual music, it would be a very heavy fucking document. You may want to give it some thought. Okay, for now. I have all the photos together and I'm sending them along with brief captions, so we can get this thing started. Ciao. Hunter. To Elizabeth Ray. December 30th, 1970. Woody Creek Co. Dear Aunt Lee. Thanks as always for the Christmas check, this year it went into the campaign debt fund. We ran up massive bills almost everywhere, and they all came due when we lost. But I guess that's an old story with losing candidates. Anyway, here are 2 campaign pieces that may or may not explain what it was all about. The Aspen Wall poster is our monthly publication. Tom Benton does the art and I do the writing. The net result of this last incredible campaign seems to be that I'm now plunged heavily into national politics, but on some very odd level that doesn't seem to fit with anybody's idea of left or right or center or anything else. And that's just about the way it should be, I think, but it's a very hard stance to explain, and it always has been. The New York Times article comes as close as anything written during the campaign to explaining what it was all about. If nothing else, I certainly learned a hell of a lot. I'm working on a book about the campaign. Hopefully, it will be finished in a few months. And I'll send you one of the first copies, for good or ill. Thanks again for the check. Love. Hunter. 1971. Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Queer Nights in the Circus, drag racing on the Strip. Brown Power in East LA, Tom Wolfe flees to Italy, invasion of the Jesus Freaks, a generation run amok. Shrewd advice from the sports desk. The famous roadside test in Monterey during the Rolling Stone Big Sur conference in 1971. Thompson passed the test by catching his sunglasses behind his back when they fell off his head during questioning. Photo by Annie Leibovitz. Drawing by Ralph Steadman. Hunter Thompson with Oscar Zeta Acosta, Caesar's Palace, Las Vegas, 1971. Photo courtesy of Cashman Photo Enterprises Incorporated. Rolling Stone Staff, Big Sur Conference, 1971. Left to right, Tim Ferriss, Andrew Bailey, Grover Lewis, Paul Scanlon, Bob Kingsbury, Jan Wenner, John Landau, HST, Brian Cookman, Jerry Hopkins, Tim Cahill, Bob Greenfield, Joe Esterhaus. Front row, Tim Krause, Charles Perry, Ben Fong Torres, David Felton. Photo by Annie Leibovitz. Hunter Thompson in Las Vegas, 1971. Photo courtesy of HST Archives. Official certificate from the District Attorney's Drug Conference. Photo courtesy of HST Archives. From William J. Kennedy, look. Thompson's friend William Kennedy had a new job. January 25, 1971. Hunter. Some you win, some you lose. I've been named book critic for Look magazine. My first column will appear in the March 23 issue, on sale March 9. This assumes that they print what I write. Signed a contract last week after only about a month's worth of waiting. They knew my work from about a year ago, things I did for the Observer and the TU Albany Times Union. I won't get rich, but I won't want for much for a while either. Out of the blue, really. I hadn't given a thought to it until they called me up and asked me to be a candidate for the job. I talked to Selma Shapiro and she hooted mightily, from Albany to Look. I don't believe it. So much for Selma's faith. I'm writing Peggy Clifford tonight also and will send her a copy of the article as soon as I can find one. I am in the usual chaos, topped by some unusual frenzy. I get about 12 books a day. My predecessor says some days you get 60. Stop by with your wheelbarrow when you're in the area. All right for now. Will you make sure to send me your stone piece? I don't get near a newsstand. I'm subscribing to it, but I'm afraid I won't get it in time to see your work. Got a call from Dick Ellman one the other night. He's got a 600-page novel coming out about a professor who murders his wife. He's getting restless with his agent who thinks the book is too strong. Don't understand. Ellman also divorcing. Den Petit Clerc's 2 novel on lemons coming out around May, I think. Yes, yes, yes. Kennedy. To Robert Lipsyte, The New York Times. Thompson pitched the sports angle on the rape of Aspen story to an editor friend at The New York Times. January 27, 1971. Woody Creek Co. Dear Bob. It just occurred to me that we're sitting on a really wonderful sports story out here, but for some reason the hired ski press can't seem to get into it. What's happening to Aspen is that it's faced, very suddenly, with the same kind of socio-political reality that's stomping down the aisles of every other sport from boxing to pro football, or at least trying to. Anyway, the town is committing financial suicide, rather than cope with all these terrible new afflictions that have suddenly rushed in from the outside world. The merchants have chosen to hunker down in a brain swamp of Nazi/Agnew platitudes, and their lunatic stance is all that keeps local politics interesting. The ski patrol, for instance, just voted to unionize under the Teamsters, and now there's talk of a savage strike, complete with picket lines on the ski lifts and imported thugs pounding strike breakers, etc., etc. And all this with another, mayor and city council, election coming up in May, and tonight I attended Aspen's first John Birch Society rally, at the new Holiday Inn. The fatbacks are gearing down for Waterloo, a last stand, and like I said, it looks like a King Hell sports story. FYI. Hunter. To William J. Kennedy, look. January 30th, 1971. Woody Creek Co. Dear William. Your note INRA, look was the best news I've had in fuck knows how long. I didn't realize those fuckers even reviewed books, but if Selma's into that action I know it must be important. Indeed, you'll probably blow up to about 300 pounds of free booze by mid-71, you'd better be watching yourself. This is a very ominous watershed for us all, and since I'll probably never have an opening to say it again, I might as well belch it out now. Yes. You have just been bought. Sold out? Bought in? What is it? I'm no longer sure. Are you? I think that's a righteous question. And I'll start reading Look to find out some hints at the answer. But in a nut I see this as a really terrifying development all around. The deal continues to go down. For us all. And where, they ask, were you when the great ace fell? Where indeed? Den Petty clerk turned up in my driveway last night, leaning nervously on his horn and yelling that last year he made $250,000 and the taxman took it all, and where could he rent a peaceful cabin in Aspen? What could I make of a scene like that? What could you make of it? What will the taxman say next week when he comes for his crucial $1,000 according to the schedule Thompson's tax advisor Shellman rigged up, and I tell him I can't be bothered with that kind of cheap left-handed shit because all my $250K per year buddies are embarrassed to be seen in a house that is known to be haunted these days by the taxman. Horrible, horrible. Anyway, it's a weird but absolute truth that about 30 minutes before I got your letter INRA, look, I was standing in the shower and for some reason thinking about the rum diary, which led to a side shot on your action, and found myself wondering why my life was so bound up in the failed dreams of Crazy Irishman, Clancy, Hinkle, you, and I came out of the shower sort of slumped and ill-humored and grumbling at Sandy. And then she gave me your letter, which I opened with a baleful sort of snarl, and I tell you by Christ it was the first honest ray of light I've seen since election day. If you were anywhere around I'd smack you on the fucking ear and drink off the rest of your whiskey. With a crazy burst of laughing and nasty raps on whatever gang of assholes stumbled into that kind of hopeless mistake. Yeah, good show. For good or ill. The terrible irony, of course, is that it should have happened at least 10 years ago. Why do the bastards always learn so late? And so long after the crucial eviction or else rent was due? You should make it your business to focus on the high things that are happening now, which is risky, because it involves a constant kind of out-front value judgment act that nobody else on the publishing/PR grog scene can possibly understand. Their gig is whatever's safe, and that leaves a lot of room for whatever's right. Consider it, and good luck. Okay. Hunter. To Selma Shapiro, Random House. January 30th, 1971. Woody Creek Co. Dear Selma. Bill Kennedy just sent me a note containing a nasty quote from you about Hicks sneaking into the big city. I always suspected you of living behind a rude, commercial eye, and the raw, naked and supremely focused ambition that drives you was never more clear than when you turned your back on all your best aesthetic instincts and stripped that naked bird/shooting/California shotgun photo of me off your wall and sent it back for revisions. That was a callous, rotten act, and it plunged me into a savage, mindless sort of drug frenzy that lasted for maybe 2 years. In any case, I'm enclosing the latest issue of the wall poster including my most recent personal public release style photograph. This one is a real fucking winner, and when I tell Silberman that it has to be the jacket photo for the next ugly book, I don't want any tasteless shit from your department. I have all the graphics well organized, and beyond that I've lined out a fantastic hired pig campaign that will bend them all stupid. All that's left, of course, is the book which I must get back to, for now. It's stone gibberish, but what the hell? These goddamn kids will buy anything, won't they? Best commercial wishes. Hunter. To Jan Wenner, Rolling Stone. Thompson was toying with committing to write a regular column for Rolling Stone. January 30, 1971. Woody Creek Co. Dear Jan. This comes in the midst of a certain amount of work/priority/message chaos, some of which resulted from those fucking telegrams of yours that got here 3 days late. Jesus, you should know by now, don't ever fuck with Western Union. I got your first one in the midst of writing a proposal for various acts geared to the 1, 2, 3 notions you outlined in your last letter, but when I figured you'd be here in a matter of hours I said, well, fuck this, we'll wait and talk about it. Then I called Rock 3 and he said no, maybe Wednesday, or maybe now, but in any event I'll gear the fuckers back up and send them off ASAP. And Rock, in the meantime, will get the brunt of the wild boar message. Yes, we need that herd. Anyway, the nut of what's left hanging here is some idea of consolidating what we have on Aspen, along with some hazy ideas on LA/Chicanos vs. Vietnam, with lengthy notes and samples, along with a very definitely double-edged idea about the notion of doing a regular sort of column for Rolling Stone, which is always a good idea, in abstract, but I remember I agreed to it once for Ramparts, and the idea of filling 1 page a month was never quite hashed out between editor Peter Collier and myself, much less that wiggy bastard Hinkle. But it was a good idea. I never denied that, although it was hard to lock into for $150 or $200 a month. Because what happens to anybody who gets into any kind of forced/regular writing is that he's bound to make a useless fool of himself now and then, and it's hard to set a price on that kind of reality. But to hell with that for now. At best it's just a vague notion, maybe born of my continuing frustration at always having to dump about 9/10 of everything worth writing about, the inevitable freelancer's compulsion to always fire your best shot, which kills all of the fast raps and left jabs en route to all those classic KOs. Right, but let's not forget that the KOs are where the main survival/nerves live, and we all have to scrape those evil fuckers once in a while, if only to pay the rent. Or maybe the real word is dues. Which I suspect maybe you might have a hard time understanding. No fault of your own or anyone else's, for that matter, just some accident of history, and maybe the main thing you lost with Lombardi for was his gut understanding of that concept, which lent a definite depth, or dimension, to most of what he did or got into. But what the hell? Excelsior. Right? I'll get this jangled package to you as soon as I get it all straight. And meanwhile I'll eat some snails with Rock and bug him a bit about all the scenes that he should, of course, be into. Right? Wild boar and wolverines. But discretion is the word, eh? And why not? We're all discreet when we see the need. Even me. And that's about it for now. Okay. Hunter. To U.S. Senator Walter F. Mondale. Minnesota Senator and future Vice President Walter F. Mondale, one of the few Washington politicians Thompson respected, had taken less than a month to reply to his July 31, 1970, letter. February 1, 1971. Woody Creek Co. Dear Senator Mondale. Sorry to be so late with the reply to your letter of August 24, 70, but my correspondence and indeed my whole lifestyle were plunged into limbo last autumn when I became involved in one of the most savage and unnatural campaigns of modern times. I refer, of course, to my freak power bid to unseat the incumbent sheriff of Aspen, Colorado. which failed by a roughly 40/60% split when the local Democrats and Republicans combined in a last-minute coalition to beat us. There's not much point in explaining this tragedy, but for your general amusement or whatever, I'm enclosing a New York Times clip for some background. And also one of our wall posters, and if I can find one, a copy of a thing I did for Rolling Stone. I'm not sure what any of this might explain to you, but my general idea in sending it along is that we might possibly have stumbled on something very important out here. Aspen is a solidly GOP town by registration, but in 1970 all 4 city precincts voted solidly for a freak power ticket, which is not quite as bad as it sounds, see Rolling Stone, but bad enough to generate a landslide against us in the 2 rural/suburb/trailer court precincts, and that was what beat us. And that's about it for now, except maybe to urge you to think about the weird implications of this Aspen/freak power thing. On the surface it seems entirely local, but stripped of those menacing fright words, the Aspen campaign boiled down very simply to the notion of running a completely honest political campaign, saying exactly what we thought and what we planned to do. My platform was a bit heavy, and towards the end we were forced to tone down the language but not the realities, and in the final analysis it hardly mattered whether we planned to tear up the streets or merely ban autos from the city center and turn the streets into malls. The real issue was power, and who was going to have it. This was clearly understood on both sides, and as a result we turned out an incredible number of voters, more than anyone thought was possible. What I'm getting at here is the fact that we managed to tap a huge block vote that nobody even suspected was alive in this town. These were the people, nearly all under 25, who understood that our freak power slogan was not an insult but a compliment. This was a difficult thing for the local ACLU-type liberals to understand. They didn't like being appealed to as freaks. But what the hell? They speak a dead language, anyway, and the whole point of this election was to win on our own terms, with no compromise. And this, I think, was the key to the massive vote we turned out, both for and against us. The town was plunged into total hysteria for more than a month, and in the end, the opposition, the GOP and the Democrats, turned out every possible vote. They brought people on stretchers down from the hospital, they wheeled in 90-year-old vegetables, they did everything possible and still lost all the city precincts. Which wasn't enough to win a county election for us, but I'm convinced that what we proved here will sooner or later be crucial in national politics. This is especially true, I think, in light of the fantastic national, and even international, press coverage we got. This was a serious problem for us. As it turned out, we simply couldn't handle the bastards, especially the 8-man film crew from London with their light banks and color cameras that followed us everywhere for the final 2 weeks of the campaign. But there's no point rambling on about all this at the moment, although it occurred to me that the concept might interest you. Or maybe it might interest George McGovern, whose only conceivable chance seems to be a successful appeal to precisely the same vote we managed to tap here in Aspen. Edmund Muskie has already blown it, and Edward Kennedy, well, that's hazy, for now, but the haze won't matter if McGovern can somehow manage to tap the national equivalent of freak power. Which is interesting, right? And all I meant to do here was answer your letter of 8/24. Which I seem to have done, for good or ill. So, all I can say for now is hang on. You seem to be doing okay, and it's nice to know that there's at least one straight voice in that twisted arena. Sincerely, Hunter S. Thompson. To Sydney Zion, Scanlon's Monthly. Thompson would make good on his threat that the name Sydney Zion is going to stink for a long, long time by dragging it through the mud, and worse in Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. February 5, 1971. Woody Creek Co. Dear Sydney. You worthless lying bastard. I just talked to the IRS man in Grand Junction, Colorado, and he read me a letter from some goddamn lawyer of yours, to the IRS, saying Scanlon's didn't owe me any money at all and that you refused to honor the $3,400 plus assignment to me of funds owed Scanlon's from Select Magazines Inc. The truth, of course, is that Scanlons does owe me money and that the figure actually represents a compromise arranged after long haggling with Warren Hinkle, who signed the document, assignment, in his capacity as vice president and editor of Scanlons Monthly. This debt was affirmed by Warren, in good faith, and it strikes me as absolutely incredible that you should have anything whatsoever to say about it. In fact, I'm astounded to find you speaking for Scanlons in any way at all, especially to a writer. You never showed anything but total contempt and disinterest in writers up until now, but now that American Express has seized my credit card for Scanlons' incurred debts and the IRS is threatening to seize my personal belongings and put them up for public auction, now you have the stupid, greedy gall to say the magazine doesn't owe me any money. What the fuck would you know about Scanlons' dealings with writers, financial or otherwise? The only interest you ever showed in the magazine, as I recall, was that useless, atavistic series on dirty kitchens that was a constant embarrassment to everybody connected with the magazine. Beyond that, it never occurred to me that you had any interest or connection with the editorial side. As far as I or the other writers were concerned, Hinkle was the editor and you were some kind of two-legged nightmare to be avoided at all costs. Which was easy, because not many of the writers spent time in Sardi's or Gallagher's. My only clear memory of you in the office was the time you roared in and began yelling at Don Goddard, then the managing editor, about some useless trivia when he and I were trying to put a long overdue lead article together for the June issue. That was my Kentucky Derby piece, which Hinkle was waiting for at the printers in San Francisco. And then, while Goddard tore his hair, you tried to get me to accompany you to Gallagher's for a drink. Later, after you'd gone off in a sulk, I asked Goddard if that was your normal behavior at deadline time, and he said it was usually much worse, so bad, in fact, that he could hardly wait to flee Scanlon's employ just as soon as that issue was out. I later heard he was fired, but the truth is that he was driven out by your constant tirades and total lack of concern for the editorial side of the magazine. But to hell with all that. I only mention it to show why I'm shocked to find that you now claim to know what Scanlons may or may not owe me. You never knew anything, Sydney. You were humored. You were a fucking drag on everybody, and now you want to act like an editor. Bullshit. You wanted to hold up publication of the guerrilla warfare issue last September, in order to establish damages in some lawsuit you were planning at that time. I heard you suggest that to Hinkle in Sardi's, and I recall being shocked at the notion that your only interest in publication had to do with winning or losing a lawsuit. Once again, the editorial side of the magazine meant nothing to you. As Harvey Cohen 5 said to you one night in Elaine's, "You're a pig, Sydney. You are the enemy." So now you're proving it, with me. To deny that Scanlons owes me any money is such a goddamn rotten lie that I'm surprised even you would try to carry it off. You've caused me a tremendous amount of trouble. First, the loss of my American Express card, which as you know is a crucial loss for a freelance writer, especially for $1,100 or so, or about half of the expenses Scanlons owes me, and 2, this crisis with the IRS, a debt I'd planned to pay off with the rest of the money Scanlons owes me. These are not small items, Sydney, and you can goddamn well be sure you haven't heard the last of them. Hinkle has at least tried to square that debt, but you lying bastard have just told me to fuck off. As far as I'm concerned, you should drag your treacherous ass off to some cheap gig selling used cars in Hoboken, which is where you belong. In 10 years of dealing with all kinds of editors, I can safely say I've never met a scum-sucker like you. You're a disgrace to the goddamn business, and the only good thing likely to come of this rotten disaster is that the name Sydney Zion is going to stink for a long, long time. Sincerely, Hunter S. Thompson. C.C., Lynn Nesbitt. Warren Hinkle. IRS. And others. To Jan Wenner, Rolling Stone. Thompson had been working on an article commissioned by Warren Hinkle on the police murder of Chicano, L.A. Times writer Ruben Salazar when the bottom fell out at Scanlons Monthly. February 8, 1971. Woody Creek Co. Dear Jan. Too many loose ends for tying in one letter, so here are two, for the moment. 1. Xerox bill for that Aspen stuff, at your request, and also bill for 2 phone calls to Oscar Acosta INRA, LA/Chicano piece. Total $20.85. Thanks. 2. Large item is a half-edited galley of that Salazar LA/Chicano/murder piece I did for Scanlons but which got lost somewhere between layout and press time 4 months later. Understandably, no doubt. I guess. Maybe because it was written while the coroner's jury was still out, but it's in now, and the verdict supports my thesis about 85%. Which is weird. It was sort of a hung coroner's jury. Anyway, I've been talking to Acosta off and on for the past few days and he's told me a hell of a lot about what's going on down there, savage polarization, revolution in the revolution, etc., but the sum total of what he's told me sounds more like a novel than an article. It sounds like a perfect nightmare of a story even for somebody with long-time blood/drug/madness ties to the radical Chicano vortex. Despite my near-total access to the craziest and meanest corners of that East LA militant scene, I still can't find that special happy peg to keep the story moving in the context of any given narrative situation. The whole story is too open, too sprawling and contradictory to fit in the article framework. Which is why I'm enclosing this Salazar piece. Because it offers a natural framework and a good narrative. And besides that, it embodies a hell of a lot of painful research and detail that would take about 2 weeks to duplicate. This could provide the nut of a new, updated piece on the same scene beginning now, flashing back to the Salazar murder for a focal point and narrative, then finishing with post-Salazar developments up to now again. So, consider it. And let me know ASAP. I just, today, got over a terrible crisis hump with the IRS by coming up with an instant grant at the last moment, about 2 HRS before the seizure deadline. The fuckers were poised to tow my car off, impound my bike, seize my turntable and amp the whole gig. And they were serious, which I didn't really believe until this morning at about 9 a.m. Anyway, the pressure is off for the first time since the election. I now have 2 more months until the next and final, $1,300, deadline. But right now 2 months seems like a lifetime considering that they must leave me alone for that long. And that's time enough, I think. So, given a choice between Vietnam and LA, I still prefer Vietnam. That's one of the best stories of the past 5 years, a natural setup, while the Chicano thing is a natural bummer, and in fact I wouldn't consider it except for the existence of the Salazar thing, which would give me a running start. The political scene out here remains grim. It's beginning to look like we not only peaked but shattered in that last election. Rather than go into detail on that, right now, I'll enclose a chunk of rambling stuff that I've had around for a few days, ready to send but without any real reason to. Except that now some of the stuff I've marked with red bracket lines, see left border, might fit into any Aspen letter you plan to run. Jesus, these crippled attempts to put the Aspen story together are driving me deeper and deeper into permanent freakiness. But for whatever it's worth, here's more. I'll eventually get it together for the book, but what the hell? I don't see much point in editing this stuff, just use what you want and fuck the rest. As for Rock, a major investor in Rolling Stone, I definitely think he should be arrested. The fucker is floating around like some kind of unprogrammed energy bomb, adrift in the sea lanes of a reality he can't seem to mesh with. And I suspect he's capable of raising serious hell if he ever gets focused. Maybe we should run him for mayor of Aspen this spring. What Arthur needs is some responsibility, something to settle him down and get him anchored. It makes me nervous to know that people like that are running around loose, with all that static lightning stored up in them. Hell, maybe we should run him for president in '72, on a national freak power ticket. Wait until the convention and then launch him out of nowhere with a special 2 million Rolling Stone press run and thousands of hysterical half-naked groupies swarming into the floor of the convention, chanting rock. 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 Christ, it can't miss. I'll plant the seed next time he comes out. He's sure to go for it. Why not? Indeed, why not? Anyway, let me know on the Chicano gig. Right now I need some sleep, to curb this manic euphoria that comes with shucking the taxman for a while. Okay for now. HST. To Max Pale of Sky. 3 years after Rolling Stone premiered, Jan Wenner's fledgling empire verged on financial collapse. Thanks to some gutsy deal-making that would look even shrewder later, his company was bailed out of near bankruptcy on January 8, 1971, Wenner's 25th birthday, by the arrival of a $200,000 check from high-living self-made computer mogul and cutting-edge wannabe Max Pale of Sky, who ensured his investment by severely tightening Straight Arrow Publishers, Inc.'s business operations. February 8, 1971. Woody Creek Co. Dear Max. Enclosed are 2 specimens of what purports to be the finest Chicano mescaline straight from East LA. I haven't analyzed it yet, but the source has always been reliable in the past. I understand that your interest in these matters is entirely rooted in the same socio-political-research that I naturally share, since we're both in journalism, as it were, and also into politics. Which makes us both political scientists, and on that basis I feel it's entirely fitting that I make this evidence available to a fellow scientist. Sila. And so much for all that. It's entirely possible that I'll be in LA sometime soon. Jan is muttering about a piece on the Chicano/pig war in East LA. And I'll check with him in a day or so to find out. If I get down there, maybe we can get together for a beer, or a beaker or 2 of tequila. In the meantime, I suggest you speak to that dingbat who calls himself Arthur Rock. I suspect he's looking for trouble out here in the peaceful Rockies, and by God, if there's one thing we won't tolerate out here, it's a dingbat looking for trouble. Okay for now. Sincerely. Hunter S. Thompson. To Jan Wenner, Rolling Stone. Strange rumblings in Estland. Thompson's investigative piece on the August 29, 1970, murder of journalist Ruben Salazar by a Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputy appeared in the April 29, 1971, issue of Rolling Stone. Thompson left open whether Salazar couldn't possibly have been the victim of a conscious, high-level cop conspiracy to get rid of him by staging an accidental death. The incredible tale of half-mad stupidity and dangerous incompetence on every level of the law enforcement establishment was perhaps the most valuable thing to come out of the inquest. February 10, 1971. Woody Creek Co. Dear Jan. Christ, I just read that Salazar piece from start to finish for the first time and discovered a terrible jumbling in the lead. I don't know who edited the thing. I just turned it in on my way from SF to Newport for the America's Cup story, but my version ran chronologically from the time I heard about Salazar's death in Portland, and then on to LA, meeting Oscar at the airport, etc. And then into the investigation. In this version, something drastic happened to that chronology. It doesn't make any real sense until around galley number 3. Which is neither here nor there, for now, but it bothers me to see how scrambled it reads up front. Also, my section breakers are missing, verbatim quotes from the California Penal Code, Sector 187, the legal definition of murder. Anyway, it don't matter none, but it bugs me just the same. Oh, yeah, there are some photos in rough sequence of the murder action. I got the originals from Joe Razzo at La Raza and I assume he still has them. I returned the photos to him after Hinkle used them for the Scanlon's layout, Sila. Which reminds me, you mentioned Clancy had called about selling Scanlons to ours, which strikes me as an interesting idea, in the abstract, and that's all it was, as I recall, when Clancy first mentioned the idea of talking to Pale of Sky a month or so ago, but even now it strikes me as a fetching sort of idea. What comes to mind, right off, is some kind of 1970s version of a Time/Life empire, 2 entirely different publications locked into the same nexus, real freak power, but keep in mind that I'm talking just about the concept, the general idea. Beyond that, I think I'll pass for now, but if you want to talk about it, hell, give a ring. I'm always good for talk about empire building. And so much for all that. I began this letter about 40 hours ago, but most of the time since then I've spent ramrodding this goddamn effort to change the election date. The troops are not into it. And I guess that's part of the story, too. Like I said, the question now is not so much whether we can put our act back together again but whether it's worth the effort. In the long run, or even the short, for that matter. If Aspen had a bestseller list, the United Farm Catalog would be number 1 right now. An alarming number of our people are ready to abandon ship, rather than face another feudal shutdown. Which leaves me in the awkward role of playing keeper of the flame or maybe just main hustler instead of main pig. Anyway, that's why I'm late finishing this letter. And the main point, as I recall, was to get you a quick outline of the upcoming Aspen piece, so here's that, very much off the top of my head and subject to massive change, but fairly reliable in terms of length, thrust, theme, etc. To wit, well, this was supposed to be the outline, but I began and kept going 5 to 6 pages with a quick opening scene with me and VOL6 hunkered down in this cabin and debating the wisdom of making another full-scale assault on the fatbacks in May, and this led to the same kind of speculation I mentioned on the phone the other day, the future of freak power, in Aspen or anywhere else, and whether or not we might all be better off not wasting our time with this bullshit and bugging off for somewhere else. Which led, of course, to the question of where. And after a long and torturous talk we got back to the notion that in fact we had no choice but to hang on here, because if we're going to have to stand and fight somewhere, and I think that's painfully obvious, whether we like it or not, we both saw the heavy advantage of working in a scene where we already have a proven power base, a town that last November voted not only for mayor, for county commissioner, but also for a sheriff whose only compromise on the drug question was to say he would not eat mescaline on duty. Given a bit of rest and perspective, this has the appearance of a very heavy reality, and all the more so when you lump it with the fact that the local Democrats and Republicans only beat us by collapsing into a last-minute desperation coalition, with each party agreeing to sacrifice a main candidate, that avoided the three-way vote split we were counting on. Which was crucial, and which we probably would have had if I hadn't written the bastards a perfect blueprint for beating us with that Battle of Aspen article in ours. Anyway, my new lead takes off from a private conversation between me and VOL about whether this battle is worth fighting any longer, which gets into the is the country fucked, too, argument, and also our reluctant plans for coping with what looks like an almost certain mayor/council election in May. So the dialogue of the lead involves both our loss last November and our private argument about whether to try again in Aspen or anywhere else. I'm totally convinced that this argument has far-reaching national ramifications, because it's beginning to look like the 60s gave birth to a whole generation that now has no place to go or at least no obvious place, and in truth not even a real direction. I was living 2 blocks above Haight Street in the spring of '66 and I remember that sense of a whole new world taking root, but in retrospect that era seems more like a speed-laced acid trip than anything real, and since then not much has worked out. The movement to rural communes went limp pretty quick, although now I suspect we might be heading for a really massive flee the cities movement. Not to communes or anything formal, just out, a serious panic trip in any direction. Maybe even Aspen, which gets back to the theme. We tried to run the opening wedge for a new Boondocks program, but we blew it. So I guess the next section should deal with why and how we blew it, our mistakes in strategy, direction, organizing, internal squabbling, etc. All the stuff that combined to get us stomped at the polls. And despite all the points we made and the chance of a new direction we may have created, I guess A-Rock has a point when he says the first business of a politician is to get elected. Which is true, I guess, but it sidesteps the question of why. And it also misses the whole point of the Aspen campaign, which was that we ran the public line between the necessity for winning and the weird possibility of winning on our terms. That was the only thing that made the Aspen campaign worth the effort. Hell, any shithead can win. Look at Nixon. To him, the end justifies any means. But our idea was that maybe the means could be the end, the concept is the solution. If the idea had been to simply unseat a stupid backwoods sheriff, I sure as hell wouldn't have shaved my head and flooded the town with posters showing a double-thumbed red fist clutching a peyote button. But, so much for all that. The fact is that we ran what the New York Times called the most bizarre political campaign on the American scene today, and, despite all our mistakes, disasters and panic trips, we wound up winning the city of Aspen and only losing the county by a 45-55 or so split against the combined muscle of both major parties. In other words, on November 4, 1970, Freak Power was the largest and most powerful single political voice, or tangible vote block identity, in Aspen and in fact the whole county, and I think this is worth pondering. Anyway, the piece should move from the opening Vayer/Thompson conversation INRA, Freak Power here and elsewhere, to the May election and brief prospects, to the big question, fight or flee, and a brief discussion of that, in the context of the 60s, and then back to the November election and a detailed account of our mistakes, along with heavy emphasis on the fact that we won the city and only lost the redneck county because of a last-minute GOP/demo trade-off. So in essence that leaves me with all kinds of options, once I get the lead done. And the ending, I guess, should focus on the what next question. In Aspen and elsewhere. Or, an epitaph, for Freak Power. Something like that. Or, where do we go from here? Okay for now. Hunter. To Lynn Nesbitt. As usual, no matter how hilariously jangled an account he sent to his agent, Thompson couldn't hide the fact that he was on top of every one of his projects. February 22, 1971. Woody Creek Co. Dear Lynn. I need advice at once. My priorities are becoming badly scrambled. The other night I found myself roaming around my house in a crowd and wondering who might be good for the price of a pack of cigarettes while Billy Hitchcock's 7 girlfriend is cooking up a pot of peyote tea on my stove and Jan Wenner is on the telephone screaming at Gates Learjet in Denver trying to charter a plane to LA at once because he, Wenner, can't communicate with Bob Rafelson who's too stoned to remember where he left, or put, or sent, his Learjet that he just flew in on, and all this is happening in the kitchen while Arthur Rock is having some kind of public crisis in the living room wondering out loud whether to put $1 million behind McGovern along with his partner Max Palevsky who seems to own not only Xerox but Rolling Stone and just about everything else in the fucking world except enough mescaline to get through the night on. And the instant Wenner gets off the phone it rings and here's Clancy and Hinkle both crazy drunk at the plaza trying to sell Scanlons to Rock for a massive tax loss and Rock is so stoned he thinks it's New York Mayor John Lindsay calling him for money to fight Muskie and McGovern, and somebody says, no, it's Max demanding drugs and meanwhile Clancy is shouting it's all over, your money is doomed. And all I can curse him for is being drunk and Irish or maybe Jewish, or at least a lawyer. And suddenly people are yelling hang up. Hang up on that bastard. Which Clancy hears and goes crazy with rage because he thinks they know he's calling, but actually nobody knows who's calling, or cares, but they want to call a doctor because Rafelson has freaked in the kitchen and fallen on top of a huge sleeping Doberman, which has bitten him and drawn blood, and Rock is screaming I knew these goddamn dogs would turn on us sooner or later. And my wife is crying because somebody poured the peyote tea into the chicken curry, and the minute I hang up on Clancy, Wenner yanks me aside and says look at this which is a list of inoculations I have to get before leaving for Saigon on June 1st, and it occurs to me that I might as well start right then by shooting up with that fine chicken curry tea, but at that point I'm still trying to be reasonable, although Noonan the mad coroner aide is slobbering over Rafelson's wound and suddenly the phone rings again and this time it's Oscar Acosta in East LA. Screaming that the pigs have surrounded his house and are about to finish him off with mustard gas, and just then the door opens and some freak rushes in yelling, we need $1,000 at once for the lawsuit. Which is a lawsuit to tie up the Aspen city government for the next 2 years, guaranteed chaos and civic/fiscal collapse, and just then I remember that I haven't paid the electric bill and the lights might go off any minute and I don't have any kerosene, and now all three Dobermans have gone wild on the smell of blood and the noise is so bad that I have to hang up on Oscar and leave him to his fate and... Well, why go on? That scene is pure fiction, of course. It could never have happened. Especially in writing. And to that end I suspect you should bury the first page of this letter. All I meant to convey, when I started, was a sense of stone-mad helplessness in a scene so weird that it's hard to understand how the host to all that craziness could be too broke to buy a pack of cigarettes. So let's chalk it off to fiction, for now, and focus down on a few facts. To wit, Wenner wants me to become a contributing editor of Rolling Stone. Which seems fine to me, but I'm not sure what it means in terms of money, obligations, time, problems, advantages, etc. I deliberately avoided talking specifics with him, until I could find out what an arrangement like this would mean in terms of contracts and that sort of thing. For instance, my first assignment would be to spend 6 months in Vietnam, covering the US retreat in a series of articles that would eventually become a Rolling Stone book. I said fine, because it's a story I'd very much like to work on, but I hesitated to commit myself to a book until I talked to you, although I asked John Sacknine about it and he said no problem. Anyway, that's just one loose end. Another is a piece that I originally did for Scanlon's called The Murder of Ruben Salazar, the Chicano journalist killed in LA by the cops, that Wenner now wants to buy for Rolling Stone, along with a week's worth of updating that it definitely needs. We didn't mention any price on this, although what Hinkle had agreed on was $1,200 to me and $300 to Acosta for the legwork. The piece was bought, edited, set in type and sent to the original printer, but by the time the goddamn thing got printed finally in Montreal, Hinkle had dropped both the Salazar piece and another by Migny in favor of his, Hinkle's, introduction. Which is neither here nor there, I only mention it to give you some background. Which leads me to another problem, of sorts. At some point in the midst of the election madness I agreed to do an aftermath piece for Rolling Stone, which I never really did, although about 6 weeks ago I sent John Lombardi about 200 photos and 140 pages of first draft text that I was essentially writing for the Random House book. The text began with my Scanlon's commissioned coverage of the America's Cup yacht races last September and then jumped to Aspen and the madness of the sheriff's race. I wrote it that way because, as I told Silberman, I intended to open the book with a quick America's Cup scene and then run through a series of flashbacks, 50,000 or so words, leading up to the 1970 Freak Power election. In other words, my idea was to write a long rambling article that would eventually become the first and last chapters of the American Dream/Battle of Aspen book. This came to mind perhaps because the same kind of setup worked out very nicely, by accident, for the Hells Angels book. In that case, Playboy commissioned a Hells Angels article that they eventually rejected, but in retrospect the rejected Playboy article was transferred almost word for word into chapters 1 and, final I forget that number, of the book. So that's what I decided to do on this too. And the only problem is that Wenner wants to buy both segments as articles. In other words, he wants the America's Cup piece, no price mentioned, and also the Freak Power election piece, which I thought had been rejected in embryo by Lombardi just before he moved to Esquire, but which Wenner now wants to resurrect for $1,000, a price that Wenner tells me you muscled out of Lombardi. And I use that word muscled in a friendly sense, the only point being that Wenner feels that $1,000 is the price already agreed on for the number 2 Aspen piece. And that's fine with me unless it happens to get in the way of a serial sale for the book. Which is not impossible if I sell it in tandem with that America's Cup/opening chapter scene. In other words, and I explained this to Jan, I'm not sure how Silberman would feel if I told him I'd already sold the first and last chapters of the book as Rolling Stone articles. I recall his reaction to my insistence on selling the entire Hells Angels book to Esquire for $1,000, and I'd just as soon not be made to feel that stupid again. I'm particularly sensitive on this score after hearing that Dave Meghesi, my number 2 bodyguard during the campaign, just sold his football book to look for $12/14K. That figure didn't come from Dave, and maybe it's only a rumor, but in any case I think you can probably see, by now, the roots of the general money/politics hassle behind this thing, and I offer my profound apologies for making it seem so complicated. But I'm afraid it is. Recall PG1, above. But for now let's try to keep it as simple as possible, and to that end, here's the schedule. A. I've already agreed to deliver the Freak Power piece to Jan in SF on March 15th. The agreement is that the draft I deliver at that time will be up 100 pages long and at least 75% finished. March 16th will be spent in SF, working verbally on the Aspen piece, deciding how to finish it off. March 17th will also be spent in SF, deciding what we need to complete the Salazar/Chicano piece. Then, on March 17th, I will go to LA and spend 3 to 5 days gathering whatever bullshit I need to update and flesh out the Chicano piece. After that I will fly back to SF and finish off both articles, Aspen and LA Chicano. Jesus, what the fuck have I agreed to? This is the first time I've lined this gig out on paper, and even now, on the upswing, it looks like the final speed trip. B. And so much for that. By March 25th, at the latest, I should have 2 very large features finished for ours. This ignores, however, the America's Cup sequence that Jan wants to buy as a separate article, but which I've already written, very roughly, into the first draft of my Freak Power piece that is also the final chapter of Silbermann's book. In other words, on March 15th I'm going to be standing around Wenner's office in SF with about a third of Silbermann's book in my hands in rough draft, of course, but even then with one half of that third already sold for $1,000 and chapter 1 not yet sold but very much on the block at that time, because there's going to be no way to ignore it or even dodge the issue once I show my draft to Wenner. He's already said that he wants both ends of the thing, which is fine, except I'm not sure what that leaves us to sell for serial rights. If anything. So consider that. On March 15th I'll be standing in SF with 3 articles in my hands, as it were: 1. Salazar/Chicanos, 2. Aspen election, and 3. America's Cup, which is also the lead into Aspen election. Number 1 is the piece originally commissioned by Scanlon's, but not paid for, not even the expenses, which contributed largely to the loss of my American Express card. Anyway, this one is not only written but already set in type, final galleys, and all that's left is to write a new lead, a new ending and a fee. Number 2 is already committed for the $1,000 fee that I assume you agreed on with Lombardi, although in the last phone talk I had with him we both assumed that the Aspen piece was croaked, for ours, and the last thing I recall telling him was, yeah, I definitely want to go to Vietnam, but I can't agree to anything until you've talked to Lin. And that was the last I heard, from you, Lombardi or Wenner, until Wenner called a month or so later and said he not only wanted the Aspen and Chicano pieces, but he also wanted me to go to Vietnam for 6 months. Which is the next problem to cope with, but before we get into that let me finish off the list, above, by harking back to number 3, the America's Cup thing that Wenner wants to buy but which is also the opening chapter to Silbermann's book. And number 3 is the only one of these not already committed, at least verbally, to Rolling Stone, and I say this on the assumption that you somehow sold them that Aspen piece for more than they originally agreed to pay for it, and also when both Lombardi and I had already decided to junk it. Which leaves us for good or ill with the ominous Vietnam caper and the contributing editor gig still unresolved. Which also leaves me not incidentally with about 2 months to finish Silbermann's book, before jumping off to Saigon. Ideally, my departure for Saigon should be delayed until I finish that book for Random House, much of which is already written in rough form, and then I can flip off for Saigon as a salaried, contributing editor of Rolling Stone for 6 months, or as long as it takes me to get either killed or disaccredited by the Army press office. In the contributing editor context, Jan spoke of a salary, a draw and expenses. But I have no idea what this means, although I assume it's the same kind of gig Sack has with Esquire or Frady has with Harper's Point 10, or maybe not. I was once appointed Aspen bureau chief for Ramparts, at $150 a month with no duties at all. I was supposed to write a column, as I recall, but the checks never came and the columns never got written, and looking back I suppose all that was for the best. Although maybe not, who knows. Also, before I forget, Jan expressed interest in publishing a photo book titled Freak Power in the Rockies, composed of photos taken during, mainly, this last campaign, but also many others to give the thing dimension, but he said of course we'll need your text. Which is cool. Shit, I'll write anything. But it might prove awkward if that text for the photo book also turns out to be the final chapter of Silbermann's book, which is already sold and published as a Ars article, etc. 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 But I felt I should mention that, too, despite the complications. So, what we have here is a terrible hellbroth of loose ends that might, despite all odds and probabilities, fit into a sort of accidental package focused mainly, hell, entirely, on Rolling Stone. Which is fine. All things considered, and naturally for my own reasons I can't think of any publication in the country I'd rather get into than ours, only a relative judgment AZ, on publications nothing else, and that includes a lot of logos I'll only allude to, quite gracefully, without listing their names because the list probably wouldn't make much sense to you and maybe to me either, once I give it some thought, but what the hell. As long as New York exists I suppose we're all slaves to it, in some awful unnatural sense, and after reading, tonight, the current issues of both the National Lampoon and the New York Review of Books, and also after watching Tom Wolfe and Buckley 11 on TV last week, I have to wonder if maybe Goldwater might have been right when he said New York should be cut loose and floated out to sea, and then I remember that evil treacherous pig Sidney Zion, a lawyer, and then I wander upstairs and turn on my TV set for the morning CBS News, and I see that demented old hag Israeli Prime Minister Golda Meir, who looks so much like LBJ that I freak at the sight of her. And it occurs to me that maybe Arafat 12 has a point, after all. Yes, the Jews should be driven into the sea along with the Irish and the Spics and the Okies and the niggers and all the rest. Indeed. We are all pigs. And I can tell you from bad experience that that's a nasty truth to live with. But that's another, longer story and no point getting into it now. Except that it leaves me vaguely baffled at the continuing contradiction of my decent relationship with Jim Silbermann. A definite point here is that I think the RH book should still be first priority, right, who I'm sure is a rotten bastard, on some level, but so far I haven't been able to place it. What is it about Silbermann? It's impossible to be comfortable with a man whose essential foulness remains hidden. That dirty bastard. Wow. None of that, If I learned nothing else from that last election, I was battered to a painful understanding that my sense of humor lacks range and easy mesh quotient. Which made a nasty difference in the last election, like, when I said I planned to put the incumbent sheriff on trial for his life when I won, well, a lot of people really believed that. Which was hard to explain in the crunch, and which also hardly matters here. I seem to be drifting, but after all these goddamn pages, why not? I think most of the serious points are made, and despite any gibberish I might get into now, in closing, everything I said about those numerous negotiation gigs with Rolling Stone is absolutely serious. Beyond that, the March 15th deadline ignores the definite likelihood that I'll be talking to Jan on the phone between now and then about all kinds of small things and details, but since I've already agreed to sell him all these goddamn articles and to go to Vietnam and also to become a contributing editor in principle, which I can't really explain except that I've said yes to all these things without mentioning money except for the $1,000 shot for the Aspen piece, well, it looks from this end like you might, as they say, have your work cut out for you. If nothing else, we're talking about the sale of a few articles for $1,000 or so each, but beyond that we're talking about a long-term relationship that could, and should, I think, involve a decent amount of money not only in terms of article fees but also book rights and other money options that would naturally come with any contractual association with an aggressive and ambitious little bugger like Wenner and a magazine that's obviously looking to expand in every conceivable direction. In this sense, it's a bit different from the same sort of gig with, say, Esquire, because Esquire is more or less static, for good or ill, while ours is very definitely kinetic, also for good or ill. Maybe there's no basic difference in signing on as a contributing editor for either one. But the point is that I don't know. I have no point of reference, and I suspect I'll need one soon. Tomorrow I'll make a serious effort to locate Sack down in Georgia, not only to find out what Esquire gives him for first refusal rights on everything he does, but also to find out about expenses, etc. in Vietnam. In the meantime, I'm counting on you to make sense of all this gibberish and come up with some kind of arrangement that will allow me to become not only rich and famous, but also safe from the tax man. My feeling, for now, is that I have nothing to lose by hiring on with Rolling Stone, but what I need to know is what it's worth, in terms of straight dollars, particularly when it has to be laid out on 3 levels, salary, draw and expenses, and also considering book rights, options and other future expenses. Okay. Maybe the best thing to do, once you've digested this letter, might be a phone talk, very soon, right? Indeed. From Tom Wolfe. February 25, 1971. El Grande Hotel. Rome, Italy. Dear Hunter. I've been in Italy on a lecture tour, which has been pretty funny stuff. My audiences look at me as if I were a new Oldsmobile, nothing more and nothing less. I tell them about you and the angels from time to time, and they seem to think you're crazy. That's just the point, I tell them. No writer in Italy would think of such an excursion, because it would be unprofessional. That's the going frame of mind among writers here, journalists included. My new journalism book I expect to wrap up, finally, in March. I have a section of the angels slated, but I am tempted to use one of your superb Scanlon's pieces, too uproarious for words, man. Followed your sheriff fight with great relish. You accomplished more by not winning, just coming close, I think. Keep 'em flying. Tom Wolfe. To Jan Wenner, Rolling Stone. Bitter from his dealings with Sidney Zion, Thompson tossed around the idea of writing a scorching exposé on the now bankrupt Scanlon's Monthly. February 28, 1971. Woody Creek Co. Jan. Here's a real hummer for you, farewell to Scanlon's. Give it some thought. Forced visits with Hinkle and Zion, along with word photos of earlier, happier visits in the old days. Before the money ran out. Yeah, and this is a mean trip, for sure. And in truth I'm not sure I'm mean enough to do it, but it is an idea. And the truth is that while Scanlon's had money, it was a good idea. Hinkle was the only editor in America you could call at 3 a.m. with a sorry idea and feel generally confident that by the time you hung up you'd have a $1,500 story in your craw, plus massive expenses and whatever else you needed to get the thing done, but it was hard to know, even then, if the thing would ever see print, because the final gamut was yet to be run. Indeed, there was Sidney Zion, the money man, who spent his days in Sardi's and his nights in Gallagher's and Elaine's, holding forth, then reeling back to the office to fuck over the editorial people, the writers, like me, and the artists, like Ralph Steadman, and even the staff editors like Harvey Cohen and that poor straight British bastard Don Goddard, and God knows how many others. Anyway, it's a terrible vicious idea. But it still burns the shit out of me that those pigs bought their own public stock at 5 cents on the dollar, and now that they're going bankrupt they're going to pay off their creditors and stockholders, including themselves, at 8 cents. So even in bankruptcy the editors come out ahead, right? Or maybe wrong. I haven't investigated this well enough to be sure, but the figures are clear enough. So here we have the great muckraking journalism experiment as a stinking ripoff. Everybody gets fucked except the, people who bought their stock at 5 cents on the dollar. Anyway, this is a shot we should probably give some thought to, because even though the bastards deserve it and also that a story like this would clear the decks of a whole legion of bad shuck hustlers, yeah, even then, there is still the question of how a final shot like this would serve the greater good. And I think that's the question we should weigh. Frankly, I'm inclined to do it, or at least to pursue the initial interviews and scare the mortal shit out of both of those bastards, but in the final analysis I think it's a thing we should talk about quietly. An example that occurs to me is the Toronto Peace Festival thing, which burned Brower and that crowd 13, but which established a larger truth that in the end was worth the effort. It was right to fuck Brower, and as far as I'm concerned it's not only right but necessary to fuck Zion. But I wonder about Hinkle. Although the piece could be done in a way that would spare him, more or less, but, well, give it some thought and we'll talk it over when I get there on March 15th. Ciao. Hunter. To Tom Wolfe. Thompson may have had a point. Wolfe's white suits and jet setting probably wouldn't have gone over well with Ella Reeb Mother Bloor, the radical pro-temperance suffragette who co-founded the U.S. Communist Party in 1919. March 3, 1971. Woody Creek Co. Dear Tom. You worthless scum-sucking bastard. I just got your letter of February 25 from Le Grande Hotel in Roma, you swine. Here you are running around fucking Italy in that filthy white suit at $1,000 a day, laying all kinds of stone gibberish and honky bullshit on those poor wops who can't tell the difference, while I'm out here in the middle of these goddamn frozen mountains in a death battle with the taxman and nursing cheap wine while my dogs go hungry and my cars explode and a legion of Nazi lawyers makes my life a goddamn wobbly nightmare. You decadent pig. Where the fuck do you get the nerve to go around telling those wops that I'm crazy? You worthless cocksucker. My Italian tour is already arranged for next spring and I'm going to do the whole goddamn trip wearing a bright red field marshal's uniform and accompanied by 6 speed freak bodyguards bristling with mace bombs, and when I start talking about American writers and the name Tom Wolfe comes up, by God, you're going to wish you were born a fucking iguana. Okay for that, you thieving pile of albino warts. You better settle your goddamn affairs because your deal is about to go down. Unprofessional, indeed. You scurvy wop. I'll have your goddamn femurs ground into bone splinters if you ever mention my name again in connection with that horrible new journalism shuck you're promoting. Ah, this greed, this malignancy. Where will it end? What filthy weight in your soul has made you sink so low? Dr. Bloor was right. Hyenas are taking over the world. Oh Jesus. What else can I say? Except to warn you, once again, that the hammer of justice looms, and your filthy white suit will become a flaming shroud. Sincerely. Hunter. To Virginia Thompson. March 3, 1971. Woody Creek Co. Dear Mom. As always, the same old reasons for not writing. Your last letter came at a time when I had to borrow $1,000 at midnight on Sunday to keep the taxman from towing my car away at dawn on Monday. Scanlon's went bankrupt owing me $52.60, which plunged me into serious trouble with the IRS and also caused American Express to seize my card and take me to court. So, ever since the election I've spent most of my waking hours screaming at lawyers in SF, LA and New York, and also at IRS men in Denver and Aspen, but all to no avail. In the end I got no money out of Scanlon's and neither the IRS nor MEXP altered their forced payment schedules. So at the moment I owe the IRS another, and final, $1,300 on April 7th, and I owe MEXP about $1,200 yesterday. Anyway, to hell with all that. I'm getting that end of things under control, more or less, by hiring on as a roving editor of sorts for Rolling Stone in San Francisco. This means that most of what I write for the next few months, or longer, if the deal works out, will appear in Rolling Stone, which Jim gets, as I recall. My problem now is to get on an even keel again from that disaster with Scanlon's. Meanwhile, I find myself infamous and stone broke. Aspen is full of journalists demanding to interview me. Today it was James Reston Jr. from the New York Times, and the May issue of Esquire will apparently include me in some kind of horrible photo spread, in gibberish. There is also talk among West Coast political financiers of my running for the U.S. Senate from Colorado in '72. Which is fine, but meanwhile I'm about 4 months behind on the rent and the tax man is even talking about auctioning off my Dobermans. Horrible, horrible, but what the hell? Enclosed are some weird memos of the campaign that you might like. Bill Noonan's full PG newspaper ad in the Aspen Times, in his losing race for coroner, just won the State Press Association award for the best ad of 1970. I'd send a copy if I had one, but by now they're all collector's items. INRA, your letter of 2/1, yes, I'd definitely like to have the London fog coat and the white pants. My wardrobe is like that of some Yukon trapper. Send them at once, and thanks. At the moment I'm trying to finish a huge Aspen election aftermath article for Rolling Stone. I have to take it over there on March 15th, then immediately go to LA to finish off a piece on the Mexican-American versus police scene down there. At the same time, I have to come up with a film script to show some producer in LA and also decide how I can finish the Random House book in time to go to Vietnam for Rolling Stone. In other words, everything is coming to a head at once. As usual. The RH book is so long overdue that it has to be done by the summer, so the options for autumn are either making a film or going to Vietnam for a few months. All this will have to be decided by the end of March, but right now it's all very hazy. I've had no word from Davison or Jim since our phone talk. Did Jim ever get that belt we sent? I didn't want to punch the hole in it because I wasn't sure what size he wears, but the idea was that he should get the hole punched. How are things going there, in general? Better than here, I hope. Sandy is a volunteer teacher at the new experimental school, headed by Sylvia Ashton Warner. Constant problems on that end, in addition to a constant crisis atmosphere in local politics. I seem to spend most of my time during the day playing political boss, and I'm getting goddamn tired of it. Hopefully, we'll be able to lease this house next winter and live somewhere else. Maybe Saigon or Hong Kong. Right now it doesn't make much difference. Okay. That's about it from here. Send word from that end. Love. H. To Tom Wolfe. On assignment to cover Nevada's Mint 400 motorcycle race for Sports Illustrated, Thompson had spent most of the past 6 weeks enduring and writing Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, his groundbreaking gonzo chronicle of a savage journey to the heart of the American dream. Wolfe would pronounce the resulting book a scorching, epical sensation. April 20, 1971. Woody Creek Co. Tom. Here's the final version, of Part 1, of that Raoul Duke in Las Vegas thing. Jan said he gave you an earlier, now obsolete version, although in some ways I like the early shot better, because it moves faster. I've found that it's almost impossible to sustain that kind of speedy madness for 10,000 words. I'm still working on Part 2, but it's not working out so well. This is the kind of thing that has to be done in a straight run, I think, and all in one place. The first draft of Part 1, for instance, was written by hand on Mint Hotel stationery during an all-night drunk/drug frenzy while I waited for dawn to come up so I could flee without paying. I typed the section you have in a motel in Pasadena, but changed hardly anything from the original crazed draft. Then I left it alone for about 10 days while I worked on that Chicano thing, and when I tried to get back on top of it, out here, I found my mind locking up every time I tried to write. This happens every time I leave the scene of a piece physically and mentally before actually writing it. So in terms of gonzo journalism, pure, Part 1 is the only chunk that qualifies, although even the final version is slightly bastardized. What I was trying to get at in this was the mind warp/photo technique of instant journalism, one draft, written on the spot at top speed and basically unrevised, edited, chopped, larded, etc. for publication. Ideally, I'd like to walk away from a scene and mail my notebook to the editor, who will then carry it, untouched, to the printer. But I think that will take a while to hash out. Anyway, you can do whatever you want to with this. I just wanted you to see that Raoul Duke is pushing the frontiers of new journalism a lot further than anything you'll find in Hell's Angels. I think the main thing is to find some sort of academic type justification for the photo/mind warp approach. Otherwise, the grey little cocksuckers who run things will keep drawing that line between journalism and fiction. But fuck them. It's their problem, anyway. I told some creep from Sports Illustrated that I had this weird account of the thing they sent me out to cover, but they didn't even want to look at it. Just send us a 500-word text block, they said, because we need something, after all, to explain these incredible bills you ran up. So I'll send them their caption after I finish the main gig, which should be today or tomorrow. Sorry we didn't have more time to talk in SF. Maybe you can arrange for me to come to New York and address the Columbia journalism faculty. Otherwise, I'll be locked in out here all summer, finishing that gibberish for Random House. Let me know if you feel like coming out for a few days. Plenty of room here. Okay. Hunter. In Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, by Raoul Duke, for Rolling Stone. To Tom Vanderschmidt, Sports Illustrated. Tom Vanderschmidt had aggressively rejected the 15,000-word masterwork Thompson submitted in place of the 1,500-word motorcycle race coverage asked for and expected by sub-editor Pat Ryan, who would go on to become editor of People magazine. April 22, 1971. Woody Creek Co. Tom. Sooner or later you'll see what your call, to me, set in motion a fantastic mushroom. Tomorrow I'm going back to Las Vegas for another bout with the swine. Very heavy duty. Meanwhile, tell whoever Pat Ryan is that I'm right on the verge of sending her those 500 words she wants. I offered her the true gonzo interpretation, but she insisted on a small mess of pottage. People like that should be sent back to answering flip buzzers. Anyway, your instinct was right. The Lord works in wondrous ways. Your call was the key to a massive freakout. The result is still up in the air, and still climbing. When you see the final fireball, remember that it was all your fault. Okay, and thanks again for calling. Sincerely. Hunter. To Lynn Nesbitt. Thompson spelled out his thoughts on the final direction of Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, his Vietnam project, and his presidential aspirations. April 23, 1971. Woody Creek Co. Dear Lynn. Here's the $20 I owe you from the Polo Lounge. Actually, I'm just trying out the stationery I stole, and since I couldn't think of anybody else to write, well shucks. Anyway, I called Silberman today and sold him a book for a massive price. It's called Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, by Raoul Duke, Doctor of Journalism, or something along those lines. The first half is already done, 15,000 words of mean gibberish that is already sold to ours. The second half will be done when and if I survive the National District Attorney's Conference on Narcotics and Dangerous Drugs, which begins Monday, April 26 in Las Vegas. I plan to attend accompanied, of course, by my attorney. Mr. Acosta will meet me there with the tools of our hellish trade. If you want to chat about this, and I think we probably should, you can call me at the Hotel Flamingo until Thursday, when I'll probably stop through San Francisco to edit the original Vegas piece and put my initials on the final draft of the Rolling Stone/Random House merger. The book idea is based on my notion that the original 15,000 words that Sports Illustrated rejected plus another long narrative based on the drug conference equals 2 articles for ours and 1 short book for Random House. Silberman offered me $100K for it, maybe you can ease him up to 110 or so. In any case, I sent him the first 41 pages of the final draft. He should have them by Monday, at which time he plans to announce his decision to send me $33,333 for openers. He'll probably deny this when you call, but it's true. Take my word for it. In any case, the Vietnam book arrangement seems settled. You'll have to work out some arrangement whereby the joint aspect of publishing it is between ours and RH. I don't want anybody fucking around with the author's share. Okay for now. Jan, by the way, has no idea that I'm doing this phase 2 of the Vegas thing. Silberman agreed to underwrite all expenses on the old American Dream account, so all I owe ours is first refusal rights. Which hardly matters, because nobody else is likely to publish it anyway. Silberman suggested the Police Gazette. Do you have any good contacts there? In any case, I think it's safe to assume ours will publish the drug conference thing, as a follow-up to the Mint 400 nightmare. I spoke at some length tonight with Dave Felton, de facto assistant editor of ours, but he doesn't have the money authority to make $2,000 assignments to lunatics. And Jan is still in England. So as far as ours is concerned, I'm going to Las Vegas this time for Random House, and if we get a good ours-type article out of it, they'll be happy to look it over. Very complicated, but I think I have it all under control as always. The program for the next 4 months looks like this. A. Go to Las Vegas on April 25th and do another 15,000 words on the DOS drug conference, then sell this to ours for $2,000 or whatever you can get. B. Take the same piece in addition to the first Las Vegas article and sell them both to Random House for a quick short book, for autumn publication. C. Finish the Aspen article for ours, collect another $2,000, then send a copy of that article to Silberman as the final chunk of bulk copy for the American Dream / Battle of Aspen book. D. Collect $5,000 from Random House for the first third of the AD/BA book, then spend June and July whipping that book into some kind of recognizable shape with the help of some workhouse editor that Jim said he'd assign to the task. E. Around August 1st, collect another $5,000 from RH with the MS almost finished and prepare to leave for Vietnam for ours. F. Leave O/Accept 1 and begin writing articles for ours and also for joint ours/RH book. Finish final editing of AD/BA book in my Bangkok villa, collect another $5,000, and continue writing articles until Jan or Feb. 1972. G. In the spring of 72, return to this country and run for president on the freak power ticket, a man on a weird horse. Okay for now. Let me know if any of this leaves you unsettled. Also let me know if you know anybody who'd like to rent my Aspen villa next winter. John Sack had first option, but he decided it wasn't elegant enough. How can I explain that to my friends? Yours in Fear and Loathing. Hunter. To Jan Wenner, Rolling Stone. Back from his trip to Las Vegas with Oscar Acosta, Thompson was broke, trying to iron out the details of his upcoming trip to Vietnam, and all the while steadily shaping his classic Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. May 7, 1971. Woody Creek Co. Dear Jan. Thanks for the various Xerox things, payments list to Lynn, Saigon letter, etc. I sent a note to that fellow Garstang, CENC copy, and I definitely want to talk to him before I go. Be nice to him if he calls or comes by, and consider that Saigon notes idea. Also, it might be good to trade subscriptions with the Vietnam Guardian, that could provide a good check-in point when I get there. If nothing else, the astrology charts are extremely weird in the context of Vietnam/combat. Maybe worth reprinting as a tale to Saigon notes. There's also the idea that anybody who subscribes to ours from Vietnam will probably be a long-time subscriber for reasons too complex for exploration here. Just take my word for it, us vets know how it is. On other, money, fronts, it seems beyond any question that you owe me a few $100, which I need, right now, so I can send off a check to LL Bean for some special Saigon action clothes. At the moment I have $92 in the bank, and the Bean check is $96, so I haven't sent it, and I won't until I get some funds. Anyway, according to your list, you still owe me $500 on the Salazar fee. This assumes, also, that $520.85 has already been paid against my Salazar/Vegas expenses, which according to Sandy's figures amount to $922.04. No, I already sent a bill for that $20.85 phone calls item, so the remaining unpaid expenses come to $422.04. This, plus the $500 more for Salazar, means you owe me $922.04. $922.04. That should bring us up, in time, to the second Las Vegas gig, not counting expenses, which will be split between ours and Random House with SPTS. Illust. Absorbing a chunk of the expenses like hotel and room service, etc., from the first Las Vegas trip, but I haven't sent them anything yet. I just keep playing one toke over the line, and let it bleed 14. As a matter of fact, right now I'm trying to put them together with some of my super/secret/weird/voice tapes from Vegas 2, driving around the countryside with my attorney, asking for the American dream. We got some very strange replies, burned down by junkies. Got electrocuted while taking a shower in the car. The American dream. In this town. Anyway, and by all means correct me at once if I'm wrong once you pay me for that outstanding $922.04, we'll be even, except for your share of expenses on Vegas 2, up to now. In other words, the $922.04 should cover all fees, expenses and retainers to date, including Salazar and Vegas I, which still has 1,000 or so words to come, not necessarily to finish it, but to tie up some loose ends and launch us into Vegas 2. Has Alan Rinsler talked to Silberman Inra, book/possibility arrangements on that? I'm working on the assumption that we're talking about a 30,000 word shot in 2, and possibly 3, sections. I say 3 because the night before I left, this last time, I found the American dream, and it might be necessary to go back and drill some wisdom out of the freak who put it together. But that won't be necessary until the first 2 parts are finished and ready. Then we can see if we need that wrap up. I think we will, but why haggle about that now? I assume you got my clip, Inra, the Aspen elections. Total disaster for our side. Arthur Rock's candidates survived, but just barely. For the past 2 days Tom Benton's gallery has been full of people we've never seen before, all of them wanting to know who should be hit first. I think we're into a long, nasty summer here. The next election is a year and a half away, and in the meantime we're stone fucked. If Aspen is a political preview of the national scene in '72, God's mercy on us all. We're back into a total underground scene here, which is fun, now and then, but a bummer for the long haul. Anyway, we'll see. Come on out when you get time. I'm concentrating on setting up this vortex thing in this valley, which means that between now and Sept, I have to find a buyer for this big mesa just west of me. Maybe you should send Max out here to look it over. He could build a huge stone tower in the middle of 100 or so acres, then fence the thing off and establish a grazing preserve for wolverines and wild boar all around him, and when he wasn't around, the tower could be used for Rolling Stone scholars in residence, whose only extracranial duty would be to feed the boar and exercise the wolverine. Okay for now. Send the check. Thanks. Hunter. To Max Palevsky. In 1961, Palevsky and 5 fellow technicians left their jobs in L.A.'s nascent small computer industry to form scientific data systems with their own $80,000 and another $1 million from Wall Street investors. 8 years later, electronics giant Xerox Corporation bought the company for $94 million, making Palevsky good potential neighbor material for Thompson. May 7, 1971. Woody Creek Co. My dear Dr. Palevsky. In the interest of science, I feel I should warn you that those seeds you exhibited on the occasion of my last visit are of excellent non-commercial quality. Extremely mild and happy, perhaps the best I've ever seen for mating purposes. You should be extremely proud of that crop, the mildness and consistency are without parallel in my experience. Sela. On other fronts, I ran into a friend of yours at the Aspen airport the other day, one James Smith, an oil dealer of sorts. He spoke well of your house in the desert. It seems he snorted up a hooker of laudanum out there with Tom Braden 15 then came to grips with God. But you know how these oil men exaggerate. In any case, I just sent a note to Jen about a lot of things including an embryo stage land use experiment we're trying to put together out here in this valley about 10 miles out of Aspen. The main man is George Stranahan, whose relationship with Champion Spark Plugs is much the same as yours to Xerox. He's about your age, but far more suave and intelligent, currently serving out his final year as a physics professor at Mich. State. Anyway, after spending several million to buy up this entire valley, which backs into 5 million acres of the White River National Forest, he's now pondering some very weird ways of dealing with the land, the main idea being to effectively retire the land, take it permanently off the local real estate market, by selling a handful of large chunks to people with no interest in resale or subdividing. These people would be selected with an eye to some sort of cranial unity. George is already dealing, for instance, with the Rev. James Reston, which appalls me. I figure if I have to live next door to an editor, I much prefer Jan to Reston. Why go to all this trouble to create a St. Petersburg in the Rockies? But that's only the Big Sur/Pebble Beach aspect of the thing. The other side involves long-term leases, for little or no money, to a small community of genuine freaks who'd be willing to build their own city on a huge 800-acre mesa that would otherwise become a stone-rotten subdivision. Well, I see the hopelessness of trying to explain this thing in a short note. And I can't really speak for George, either, so all I can say for sure is that there's a very large mesa right next to me for sale at a definitely sub-market price to the right person for the right reasons. If this concept interests you at all, let me know. It's a weird trip, but it needs a lot of talk to say what it actually is. Okay for now. Ciao. Hunter. To Jim Silberman, Random House. Thompson braced his book editor for the imminent expense bills from Las Vegas, which he acknowledged might seem unreasonable, but were all in the interest of journalistic science. May 9, 1971. Woody Creek Co. Dear Jim. Here's a copy of the finished parts of Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. For ID purposes, this is Vegas 1. And, depending on how number 2 turns out, there may have to be a brief Vegas 3. Maybe not. The necessity for a number 3 would only come after a few hours on the phone with the owner of the Circus. If he's the Stone Alger 16 freak that he almost has to be, on the evidence, then I think it would be worthwhile to go down there and observe him at close range. Maybe get some insight into how his gig was done, along with some inside wisdom on the financial/leverage ethic of Las Vegas. Only a genuine freak could have created the Circus. Which is where I finally found the American dream, not an easy thing to explain in a few words, as I think I mentioned earlier. This last trip got into far heavier and more serious things than we have in this, Vegas 1, section, in. What began as a joke and a casual rip-off somehow developed into a serious quest that incredibly yielded up the main fruit. I'm fairly certain about what I finally discovered down there, but whether the combined narrative of Vegas 1 and 2 will support that kind of massive conclusion is something we can only guess at right now. In any case, what you have, ENC, is Vegas 1, about 90% finished. We need one bridge scene between parts 2 and 3, then a short wrap-up to part 3. This involves maybe 2,000 or so words, at which point Rolling Stone will pay me the final $500 and Vegas 1 will be theirs to publish as is, or perhaps to hold and wait for Vegas 2 and maybe 3. But, unless you've made some arrangement with Alan Rinsler, ours is not financially involved in anything beyond Vegas 1. I had thought, until tonight, that they were into the whole project on the basis of that $500 they sent in reply to my desperate telegram from the Flamingo. Yes, that one, but as it turns out, that was my June retainer, not expense money, so as it stands now after talking to Jan Wenner a few hours ago, ours seems to have paid $1,500, out of $2,000, for Vegas 1, but so far I've paid all my own expenses for this thing, except for an original cash nut of $300 from SPTS Illustrated and the Mint Hotel bill, which I never saw, for a variety of ugly reasons, but in any event, I have a fairly hefty carte blanche bill on my hands, for Vegas 1, as well as Vegas 2, which is in fact quite crucial. This means you'll be getting a bill for something just under $1,000 in the very near future to be applied, I trust, against the American Dream expense account, which to my knowledge is still capable of absorbing this amount. Yeah, don't say it, I know we're nearing the end, in more ways than one, etc. Which is neither here nor there, for the moment. No doubt some of these expenses are unreasonable. Like renting a white Cadillac convertible and then soaking the bastard with the hard-crusted, sun-baked scum of 100 grapefruits and 24 coconuts and 26 pounds of catsup and French fry residue, along with a layer or so of vomit and a goodly number of bad dings, dents, and scrapes that were covered, thank Christ, by an extra $2 a day for total insurance. The car was not a happy-looking machine when I turned it in, but they just gritted their teeth and took it. This was the insurance side of the American Dream, the terrifying underbelly of actuarial tables. Anyway, the point is that you can't send a man out in a fucking Pinto or a VW to seek out the American Dream in Las Vegas. You want to be able to come roaring into the circus in a huge Coupe de Ville and know the insanity of watching people jump and run and salute and all that crap, which is crazy, of course. But the insane truth is that the difference between $15 a day for a Mustang and $20 a day for a white Cadillac convertible is massive in LA or Las Vegas. That extra $5 is a ticket to their world, that and constantly giving dollar bills to boys for quick unctuous service. Which comes hard when the driver of the Cadillac is a huge gross drunken Chicano wearing a yellow fishnet t-shirt with a long hunting knife and a bottle of rum in his hand. But even that kind of culture shock disappears with a $2 tip, instead of just $1. Incredible. And I guess I'm just sort of talking off the top of my head about this, maybe laboring a bit to justify the unreasonable side of the expense tab. But of course this is not a reasonable story. This is a tale of gross excess on many levels. And those details are hard to fake. There is no way to understand the public reaction to the sight of a freak smashing a coconut with a hammer on the hood of a white Cadillac in a Safeway parking lot unless you actually do it, and I tell you it's tense. They don't like it at all. It rips their nerve ends in a very extreme way. Like ordering 2 servings of crab louis in the Flamingo, then sending it back, uneaten, but covered with broken light bulb glass. With cigarettes put out in the sauce, and the crab meat floating in spilled gin, with maybe a condom full of Coca-Cola on the tray. This is horrible. I admit it, and naturally I regret ever having participated in such a spectacle. But it was all in the interest of journalistic science. Or maybe behavioral science. I've always been heavy into science, on all fronts. And so much for all that. What we have to do now is figure out what we have here. Vegas 1 is just an article for ours, a 15,000-word drug frenzy. But if Vegas 2 turns out to be another 15 or 20,000 words, then we're talking about a book-length project and a book. Which is a different thing from just an article. So maybe you should ponder Vegas 1 and tell me what you think. The DOS conference wasn't as grisly as I expected. Those dumb fuckers know nothing at all about the realities of the drug culture. The keynote speaker said, and I quote, "We must come to terms with the drug culture in this country." And from that point on, the whole conference bogged down in 1959-style gibberish. The whole thing was so dank and atavistic that I had no trouble dividing my time between the Vegas drug underworld and the National DOS Drug Conference, leaving the dunes in the white Cadillac to look for mescaline while the others were eating dinner, then coming back at night to watch films, with the others, about the mind-bending horrors of people given over to drugs. It's a very strange feeling to walk into a room full of 1,000 cops with a head full of mescaline and listen to them telling each other about the terrors of the drug problem. Many strange details and anecdotes on this theme, but no point getting into them here. What I'm going to do now is try for a quick finish/run on Vegas 2, although at the moment I'm not sure if I'm writing a long article or a short book, or maybe both. I'll send a copy of this letter to Lynn, and also to Jan, so perhaps we can put that concept together and figure out just what the hell I'm writing, because I don't see much point in writing a 35,000-word magazine article that will probably involve all manner of savage editing/cutting hassles, and particularly not in light of all the other time-pressed bullshit I have to do, unless we're looking pretty realistically at a book. It would be a disaster, I think, to allow this thing, which is essentially a speed writing project, to get bogged down in one of those open-ended, unframed American dream type nightmares, where I just keep writing and writing and writing without any real idea what I'm writing to. What kind of hole, I mean. I keep saying this, and I'm past worrying about whether it's a terrible failure on my part, as a writer, but the awful pragmatic truth is that unless I see the hole I have to fill along with a definite honest deadline, I'm never going to finish anything. You simply can't expect a profligate freak to write on a banker's schedule. That's a difficult mix to maintain, except at sporadic adrenaline peaks, that special rage that comes with the specter of some real or imagined rip-off. Indeed, yes, let sleeping dogs lie. Lie. Lay. Fuck sleeping dogs. Yeah, this has gone on long enough. All I meant to say, in the beginning, was that I need some idea of a framework for this thing. Vegas 1 came very quick and easy, maybe 6 or 7 actual writing days, but that was because I knew what sort of hole I was writing to. Which is no longer the case. At the moment I don't know if I'm writing a book or an article, and that makes a hell of a difference when it comes to leaving things in or out. At this point, however, I don't see any possible way this thing can get off at less than 30,000 words. We already have 15k, and 10k more in first draft, so we're already flirting with a book-length project almost by accident. The question now is whether to push it all the way, writing to a 40,000-word hole and thinking in terms of book money, or trying to chop the whole thing into the framework of a $2,000 article and get onto other things. Either way. Although naturally I'd prefer to go the book route. But I don't want to think in those terms unless it's realistic. So let me know ASAP. This thing has to be done quickly or not at all, and the fat is in the fire. Sela. Meanwhile, it's dawn here and I have to go down the road and steal a bale of hay to make a nest for my Doberman bitch who's about to have a litter. Maybe you'd like a few purebred champion vicious Dobermans to leave around the office at night. To rip the lungs out of all those writers who keep trying to break in and alter the small print of their contracts. Let me know about this, and tell Selma I'll send her drug order just as soon as I can rake it together. Okay for now. Ciao. Hunter. To George Kimball. Kimball, a writer for the Underground Press, had run for sheriff of Lawrence, Kansas, on the Freak Power ticket in 1970. May 9, 1971. Woody Creek Co. George. I've just been talking to Jan Wenner, Rolling Stone, about you, suggesting that he get you into writing some articles, in addition to that record review gig. My motives were mixed, of course. Aside from your undeniable mastery of the medium, I want Wenner to have the experience of dealing with somebody more demonstrably crazy than I am, so that he'll understand that I am, in context, a very responsible person. This seems to have escaped him, up to now. We just had a bad argument over my expense account, like who was going to pay for the rental of a white Cadillac convertible and a gross of coconuts in Las Vegas. I suspect I lost, but what the hell? I'm getting used to that. We just had the mortal shit stomped out of us in last week's city elections. How are things going in Lawrence? In Aspen, it's back to the underground. We've completely blown our public leverage here. At the moment I'm Aspen's answer to African American civil rights activist H. Rap Brown feeling lucky to be on the streets. I assume you saw that cheap bullshit in Esquire. Lucian Truscott said you were coming out here to join your hat in the picture. Benton is holding the hat for ransom $100, he says, he took it back right after the photo. That was a bad trip, with nasty repercussions here. I got blamed for making us all seem like giddy chimps. Including myself. But what the fuck? Come on out when you get time. We're having a Death of Freak Power spectacle on July 4, a vicious parade, with brawls, bombs, etc. A guaranteed bummer. Send word. Love. Hunter. To David Felton, Rolling Stone. Former L.A. Times writer David Felton became Rolling Stone's Los Angeles editor in early 1970, moving to the San Francisco headquarters as associate editor a year later. Known as the Stonecutter for his glacial pace and brilliant work, Felton was assigned to edit Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas for the magazine, which included handling Thompson's expense accounts. May 9, 1971. Woody Creek Co. David. You scurvy pig fucker. I was just about to send you some mescaline when I talked to Jan and found out that all my daily expenses on the Salazar/Vegas stories were disallowed for reasons of gross excess and irresponsible outlay. That $500 you sent wasn't for my expenses at all, it was my fucking June retainer, which means I was spending my own money all that time. Yes, for all those coconuts, for that hammer, all those light bulbs, the white whale, you treacherous pig. So here's the deal on the mescaline, the first 2 pellets will cost you $211 each, that's the $422 in daily expenses that got disallowed, and the other $98 will be free. No wonder my attorney bought that Gerber Mini Magnum in order to cut your throat. Shit, I paid for that thing, too. You devious pervert. $211 is cheap for the likes of you. Don't blame me when you get castrated leaving the building one of these nights. Rumormongers of your stripe shouldn't be allowed to procreate, anyway. I'll expect your cashier's check for $422 within 10 days, after that when I've toted up my Vegas 2 expenses the price will rise sharply. Up to something like $298 each. You dirty Catholic bastard. I had you pegged from the start. If I were you I'd get my ass back to Azusa, or wherever that rotten place was that I got trapped in. Sincerely. Dr. Gonzo. To Oscar Acosta. Thompson was still haggling with Silberman and Wenner over expense tabs for the Vegas trips. May 13, 1971. Woody Creek Co. Oscar. Strange dealings here. I'd been putting off sending you that knife because I wasn't sure it should go to the office address or any address, and meanwhile waiting around for a $422 general expenses check from ours on the first Las Vegas trip, and also telling Dave Felton that he was about to be castrated by drug-crazed Chicanos some night when he left the building, when all of a sudden the phone rang about 2 nights ago and there was Wenner, enraged at the totally wasteful nature of my expense account, due to angry prodding, he said, from the business manager, and saying that all my per diem expenses would have to be absorbed in the fee. This means that ours refuses to pay $1 toward anything but basic expenses for either Las Vegas trip, which leaves me $422 in the hole after Salazar and the Mint $400, even including the $300 from SPTS. Illust, etc. And God only knows how deep in the red after this last trip, although I think I can get $500 out of Random House. Silberman says he never got that telegram, and that he would certainly have sent the money if word had reached him. All of which leaves me more or less up in the air, not only INRA, expenses, but also in terms of where to move with part 2 of the Vegas piece. Which is heavily complicated, but not to you. I wanted them to send you a check for RT plane fare from SF to Vegas to SF, which I think is fair, but at the moment I'm not even sure they're going to pay for the white whale. My carte blanche tab is $527, and none of the Vegas Day conference bills are in yet, so the next gig is up to Random House. By my count, we did about $1,000 in 3 days, and I suspect my chance of payment on that depends entirely on what Silberman thinks of the Vegas 1 sections I sent him, the stuff you read in the Flamingo. If he sees it as a money maker in some form, he'll pay, otherwise, I'm into carte blanche for another lost card and a lawsuit. I suspect it will turn out okay, but I won't know for a week or two. Meanwhile, let me know if you still want that knife, and if the office address is right for mailing. Also call and tell me what's happening with the various tensions, threats, etc. And if you have one of those UCLA Student Union reprints of the Salazar article, I'd sure as hell like to see one. On other fronts, it's 8:30 a.m. here and Benji has just hatched a surprisingly small crop of 4 rat-sized Dobermans, 2 males and 2 females. In 2 months they'll be the size of big cats, and if you're serious about wanting one, you'd better let me know. If I get the whole pile of expense money from Random House, I'll give you one for nothing at all. Otherwise, you'll have to pay for the ear and tail cutting and shots, which comes to around $75. But since I have only 3 to sell or give, you should let me know at once. I plan to keep a female, for breeding purposes. I called Socorro's number the other night after you called, after Ed Bastion 17 called to find you, but there was no answer. I'll let you know how this expenses hassle turns out. The world is full of pigs. But keep this to yourself. Ciao. HST. To Jim Silberman, Random House. May 24, 1971. Woody Creek Co. Dear Jim. Here's the rest of Vegas I, with the exception of 1,000 or so words on the Mint 400 itself that will fit between the end of insert A and the beginning of part 3. Rolling Stone isn't interested in this, but Sports Illustrated insists that I write at least a few hundred words to justify the trip. So I will, and then we can include that in the story, too. Anyway, I just talked to Wenner and he says he wants to hold Vegas I, which he's already paid for and claims to like immensely, until I send in the complete text of Vegas 2 and then run them back to back in consecutive issues, with illustrations by Ralph Steadman. I've insisted on Steadman, because he's the only illustrator I know of who understands the gonzo journalism concept. He has lived through it twice, and he'll catch the style and tone of this Vegas thing instantly. All of which leads me to believe Jan, and Alan, are probably thinking in terms of a book in addition to the 2 long articles. Nothing was said about this tonight, and I didn't ask, but I doubt if they'd go to all the hassle and expense of getting Steadman to illustrate the thing unless they had something more than a 2-part article in mind. Which is fine, I think, although I'm not sure how we'll work out this odd triangular thing that seems to have cropped up. They've already paid for Vegas I, but not the expenses. Wenner bought that on the basis of the first 7 pages in rough draft, but Vegas 2, the DOS conference, was a Random House job as far as I'm concerned, particularly as the $500 they sent me was my June retainer, instead of expenses, and it was only tonight that Jan definitely committed ours to buying the thing. I trust all this is clear. The only 2 questions still hazy in my mind are, 1, who's going to pay that $1,000 plus expense tab and save my carte blanche card, and 2, will the Vegas Diaries of Raoul Duke become a book? Or merely a 40,000-word article? What do you think? I trust your judgment implicitly as long as I agree with it. So let me know what it is. Ciao. Hunter. P.S. I'm definitely in a writing mood these days. The angst has come to a head, let's not blow it this time. To D. Jackson, American Express. American Express had the gall to cancel Thompson's card for non-payment of his substantial Las Vegas bills. June 1, 1971. Woody Creek Co. Dear Mr. Jackson. Of course you were unable to reach me by phone. And you're going to play hell reaching me any other way, either. You bastards refused to talk to me when I called, you refused to talk to my attorney, and now you think I'm going to answer your goddamn silly telegram. At my own expense. My position is extremely simple. But every time I've tried to call there and explain it, I've been routed off to some goddamn elevator boy. After 3 expensive efforts, I got tired of talking to people who could barely speak English, much less understand what I was saying. How would you feel if you kept calling my house for prolonged conversations with my 7-year-old son? He deals with any calls I don't feel like taking. In any case, my point has always been that I would very much like to get back on an even keel with American Express. I made frequent use of my card, as your records will show. They will also show that I paid my bills quite regularly, until Scanlon's magazine went bankrupt without reimbursing me for my credit card expenses on a 6-week, coast-to-coast assignment. This happened at a time when I was running for sheriff of this county, so naturally in the chaos of a political campaign I made no attempt to deal with routine things, and by the time I got around to dealing with things like credit card bills, I found that my American Express card had been cancelled. This was not the sort of precipitate action that was likely to coax up prompt payment, so I naturally put your bill at the bottom of my list, where it remains. Why in hell should I hurry to pay your bill when you've already put me on a list full of criminals? Every establishment in this county that accepts American Express credit cards has my name on a list of people who should be arrested if they show an MEXP card. What kind of stinking treatment is that? You swine put me on a list of criminals, then you refused to talk to me when I called. All I wanted to do was explain why I hadn't paid the bill as promptly as in the past, and that I wanted to get the thing settled without problems, but I kept getting switched back and forth from one goddamn extension to another, talking to various elevator boys who kept screaming "pay now or else" at me, and meanwhile all this subhuman gibberish went on my phone bill. So I finally figured, to hell with that Nazi computer. I don't need my MEXP card. I have others. And I pay those bills. Why the hell should I worry about some gang of flunkies who keep yelling at me from New York? There was no way to speak with anybody in authority in that organization. I tried, my attorney tried, and finally we just let it ride. My position today is the same as it was when this stupid trouble began. I'll pay the bill if my card is reinstated. Probably I'll pay it anyway, but by the time you squeeze that $1,000 or so out of me in the courts, you'll be deep in the red on this account. As long as I remain on that list of criminals, you're going to have to deal with me as you would any other criminal, and with the slightest hint of any defamation of character I'll cross-file on you. My attempts to deal with you people to pay this bill are a matter of record. I made every conceivable attempt to be reasonable with you people, and in every case you treated me like a criminal pig. So from now on you can deal with my attorney, Joseph Edwards, attorney at law, Wheeler Opera House, Aspen, Colorado. He'll be back from vacation in a week or so, and when he returns I'll instruct him to deal with you in the proper fashion. In the meantime or at any future date I remain open to any reasonable settlement of this ugly nightmare. And by reasonable, I mean some settlement that will leapfrog your elevator boys and get us back on that normal human level on which I can pay my bills and continue using my MEXP card. Do not fold, spindle or mutilate this letter. Sincerely, Hunter S. Thompson. Note, direct all further correspondence on this matter to my attorney, see above. To Jan Wenner, Rolling Stone. In what began as a quick note to wrap up loose ends, Thompson asked Wenner to at least lend him the money to cover the sizable expenses he had accrued while in Las Vegas. June 1, 1971. Woody Creek Co. Jan. I just ordered a handful of congressional reports and other wisdom on drugs in Vietnam from Ted Kennedy's legislative wizard, Jim Flug, another Aspen Alps type. Hopefully, he'll send me a huge carton of bullshit full of quotes and obscure wisdom, which will definitely come in handy later on. In any case, he's a fairly heavy bugger and I figure I can count on him to supply me with anything potentially damaging to the administration now or later. Also, could you address the enclosed letter to Sandy VOL1 in New York? Thanks. Any address that will get to him. It's nothing heavy, just a note saying I'm waiting for his record, as a summer antidote to all that third-rate shit Jan peddles. I figured he might work a little harder with that kind of poke. Maybe I could review the fucker when it comes out. I think he's one of the main talents around. Most of the people I see in the record review section these days should feel privileged to carry Sandy's equipment around. I can see where you might feel a bit self-conscious about pushing him, but for the same twisted reasons you have to consider that you might have buried him in your basement. That kind of charity can be fatal. You don't want to put the bastard in a hole where anything Ars does on him looks like a house hype. But fuck all that. All I meant to do, when I started this, was to wrap up a few loose ends, to wit. 1. Forwarding this letter to Sandy. 2. The possibility of buying 4 AR3S speakers at some kind of reduced price, 2 for me, 2 for Benton. Possible price. 3. Also, any chance of a discount on one of those new Dyna amps like the one you have in the office? Or maybe an AR amp, along with the speakers. Whatever's right. I'm also looking for a list of Ars notes now, including all the above and also the following. 4. One copy of the Anarchist Cookbook 19 currently unavailable here. Lyle Stewart, publisher. Possible. 5. The strange intelligence that Ars has suddenly appeared for sale in 2 very unlikely places in Aspen City Market, a chain supermarket, and Carl's Pharmacy, a mini chain run by one of the worst assholes west of St. Louis, which hardly matters. The point is that your new distributor is apparently good. Neither one of these new outlets in Aspen would touch Ars on their own, so apparently the state-level feeder is giving it to them, and it seems to be selling. I can't be sure, because I don't dare even enter either one of those places. Which is excellent, overall, but Benton was somewhat stunned to find his exclusive dealership shot all to hell. I told him it was God's will, and besides that it paid my rent if not my expenses. Shit. I see that maybe the time has come to end this letter. No more random points from my accumulation of Ars notes. I'll get that Xerox about the man who yanked his eyeballs out to you as soon as I can persuade Sandy to take it into the Xerox place. Right now she's impossible to talk to. My carte blanche bill for both Vegas trips is $1,289.45 and they don't take partial payments. I learned this the hard way. Anyway, I recall that there was some question in your mind when we talked the other night about whether I had already drawn my June retainer. And I said that I thought I had. But this was only because you had already told me I had, although naturally it never occurred to me that I was asking for my June retainer, in advance, when I sent that telegram from Vegas for the $500. I thought I was asking for expense money, and when it arrived, with no explanation, I figured that's what it was. So that's how I spent it, and when I told Acosta about the expenses/denied disaster, he chuckled and said, "Oh, so what we spent out there was your salary?" "Yeah," I said. "That's what we did." "Ah, fuck this. I think the thing to do is for you to lend me the $1K plus to pay off carte blanche. That way we can worry later about who should righteously pay the tab." Fuck. Maybe I should. I'll never deny the thing was excessive. But I don't recall spending anything, out there, that didn't strike me as being necessary at the time. But this is a hard thing to argue or defend. It drags us into the realm of the preternatural. All I really care about, frankly, is not losing my last and only credit card, which is the only thing that enabled me to do that whole Vegas thing in the first place. That card is important to me. I must have it. And I will. That $500 you just sent will pay off the first leg, but if I do that it will leave me owing the Woody Creek store so much that Sandy refuses to go in there to argue anymore, which means I won't get my mail. The WC store, and P.O., is effectively off limits to me. I take my watch off when I go into the place, once a month, of necessity, because I know from long experience that even in brief, unexpected scuffles you almost always knock your watch off, and it's a bummer to have to go back and ask for it. Which is why I switched to Timex, but now that I have this goddamn rotten Accutron, I'd hate to lose it in a flurry of stupid violence. Actually, none of this is serious right now. It's all bullshit. The solution, I think, is for me to send carte blanche a personal check for $512, or whatever, today, and worry about the other shit later. If ours can lend me enough to pay them off, that's fine, and this notion of a loan is only contingent on Silbermann's decision to not pay the expenses on Vegas I. There is, of course, no reason why he should. At this point I have no idea what he plans to do with Vegas I. It came on him out of the blue. And for that matter, I guess it came on you that way, too. So in truth you aren't obligated to pay those expenses, either. But none of this will matter to carte blanche. All they want is a check, which I'll send them today. We can work out the details later. First we'll see what Silbermann says, and then we can think in terms of a loan as a solution of last resort. The crucial thing is not to lose this card. That's all I really give a fuck about. Meanwhile, let me emphasize that under no circumstances should I ever again be given my monthly retainer in advance. Sandy's reaction to my intelligence that I had accidentally spent my June retainer in Las Vegas without realizing it was something like what you might expect from Janie if you came home one night and said you just sent all your available cash for next month to Tim Leary in Algeria, so she would have to make do. One other note, I got the bundle of Salazar/issue copies, but they arrived a week or so late, along with my airmail copy of the current issue, because of that goddamn insane address that must be posted somewhere in the mailroom. I'm enclosing it. What does it take to get the bastard changed? You can be sure I'll have it done next time I come over, but why should a simple thing like getting somebody's address straight require drastic measures? The obvious problem, CENC label, is that sending something to both Aspen and to Woody Creek is the scaled-down equivalent of sending something to both San Francisco and Oakland. The Owl Farm is a Woody Creek address, not Aspen. The WC zip code is 81656. The Aspen zip code is 81611. These Hamwit geeks go crazy when they get something addressed to two different postal areas. Everything gets to me eventually, but for fuck's sake let's get my address right. It's Dr. Hunter S. Thompson. Owl Farm, Woody Creek, Colorado 81656. I have another address in Aspen, which is actually the wall poster box. This is K3, but I only use this one for dope and other things that can be properly addressed to the wall poster. This address should be stricken from all Rs records. It is not listed in my name and the box is checked infrequently. And rarely by me. For various reasons. Anyway, Jesus. I've interrupted this letter so many goddamn times. Having 4 2-week-old Dobermans in the house is not easy. Christ, I keep forgetting what I was bitching about. Probably the point about that $500 expense thing got ahead of the others, but don't worry about it. Like I said, I know my Vegas expenses were excessive by any normal standards. But the terrible excessive truth is that they were genuine out-of-pocket expenses. I just checked my bill stub again and the valid carte blanche figure is $1089.45 or $200 less than the figure I had on PG3, above. $492.26 is the corrected, final adjusted figure for Vegas I, and $597.19 for Vegas 2. This is horrible, I admit it, but it's also for 2 people, 2 car rentals, 2 separate trips, etc. Which is neither here nor there at the moment. As I said, let's wait and see what RH does with the lunatic bill I sent them. If they pay it, I'm home free, with carte blanche, at least, although we still have the specter of that $500 June retainer somehow dribbling through my fingers. Actually, $70 of that was for a good portable radio which I had to get because the one I bought at the Chicago convention was finally and inevitably ripped off. Which doesn't matter either. I think I'm going crazy. It's 10:33 in the morning and this is the longest letter I've ever written. It began as a quick note to wrap up loose ends. Don't let the money thing hassle you unless you have $500 or so extra lying around. I don't want to be the asshole who stomps across the editorial budget, demanding more than anybody else for things like white Cadillac convertibles. But on the other hand, I'm fucking well tired of losing credit cards so that editors can pay their bar tabs. If the money's there, I honestly think you should pick up the tab for Vegas despite the obvious fact that the whole thing got bogged down in terrible excesses and bad misunderstandings about what various monies were for, like that $200 I drew in SF, for instance, I really thought was for SF expenses. Anyway, fuck it. If the money's not there or if it's any kind of real problem, I'd be a fucking idiot to keep yelling about it. So I won't mention it again unless I need some kind of emergency loan to pay off carte blanche, and I won't mention that unless it's necessary. Okay, for now. My brain is drifting back to politics. It should be drifting to bed, but for some reason I think I'll stay up and go looking for elk on the bike. I did another one of those airborne over the hump and crash in the water gigs last evening, but this time I didn't stall, I just hung on and came boring out, drenched with mud and gasping for breath, and it was a wild high feeling to go screaming off across the meadow instead of lying there on the bank. Maybe there's a lesson in this. Never let off. Keep it screwed on for good or ill. Ciao. H. To Jim Flug C/O U.S. Senator Edward M. Kennedy. Now a salaried national correspondent, Thompson had official Rolling Stone letterhead suitable for making requests of Senator Ted Kennedy's legislative aid. June 1, 1971. Woody Creek Co. Jim Flug. C/O Sen. Ted Kennedy. U.S. Senate Office Building. Washington, D.C. Dear Jim. It feels weird for me to be writing on any kind of corporate or institutional stationery, but this one doesn't really bother me. I still live here in Woody Creek, and my editorial involvement consists of periodic trips to the coast, primarily to deal with projects like the ENC Salazar gig. I'm listed as a contributing editor, but that doesn't really explain it, and at this point I doubt if any real explanation is necessary. What I have to do for the summer is finish off a book for Random House, then leave for Saigon in September to cover the retreat and total dissolution of the U.S. Army. My current arrangement is to spend 6 months there, then to get back here for the 72 campaign. So in the unlikely circumstance that you might want to rent a big house about 12 miles out of Aspen next winter, let me know. In the meantime, I wonder if you could get me a copy of that drug report that AP says was prepared for the House Foreign Affairs Committee, by Rep. Robert Steele, Archon. I'd also like to have another document mentioned in the same AP story, 5/27/71D post, to wit, an earlier report from the House Armed Services Committee also described corruption in the drug trade among South Vietnamese officials, but stopped short of indicating how heroin gets into Vietnam. Could you possibly get me copies of these two reports? No author or congressman is mentioned, by AP, as a primary source for the Armed Services Committee report. Steele is named as the principal author for the FGN-AFCOM. RPT, House, and there is also mention of a Morgan F. Murphy, D.Ill. He worked with Steele. What I'm trying to do is arm myself totally for a heavy 6-month gig in Vietnam, 2 articles a month for Rolling Stone, then putting all the articles into an instant book in time for the Nov 72 election. I suspect we'll be running something heavy out here about that. How about you? Yeah, I know that one's loaded. But I'm naturally curious. Keep me in mind if you want to do something serious. Camelot 20 won't make it this time around. This time it's going to be heavy, and that's it for now. Send word. Thanks. Hunter S. Thompson. To Jim Silberman, Random House. In 1970, Thompson investigated the tragic death of journalist Ruben Salazar, a writer for the Los Angeles Times and leader in the East LA Chicano community. Thompson's provocative article was dropped by Scanlon's but later published by Rolling Stone. June 2, 1971. Woody Creek Co. Dear Jim. Here's a copy of my Ruben Salazar article, Rs 4/29, for your personal files just in case nobody sent you one. It's a long fucker, 19,200 words, and it should probably be read straight through. One of the interesting technical aspects of this one is that it's two first drafts, both written at high deadline speed, but almost 6 months elapsed between the writing of the center section, done for Scanlens, and the color/culture update that was done for Rolling Stone to bracket the actual Salazar story. But an odd mixture of circumstances made them both first drafts. The Scanlens section was actually written by hand, about half of it done on TWA's Red-Eye Express from SF to New York one night in September of '70. But that evil fuck, Sidney Zion, didn't like it. So it was croaked, for a while, anyway. Anyway, I felt it was the kind of thing I should get into print for a lot of weird reasons that got tied up, somehow, with personal friendships and the paying of personal dues and that sort of gibberish. But in the end it was done, and for all its flaws I like it. When those scurvy pig fuckers shoot me, I hope some biased geek from somewhere like Woody Creek does the same thing for me, flaws and all. The way I saw it, Ruben Salazar was a journalist, not a Chicano, and I personally believe they shot him intentionally, but I couldn't prove that. All of my research and interviews were done before the inquest, before the cops would talk to the press, and the only reason I resurrected the story was that the result of the inquest incredibly confirmed the story I'd put together in the first days after the murder. Anyway, I think you should read it. Particularly right now, since we don't have much time to put all this American dream bullshit together. In that context, I think Salazar's last utterance is a very special thing. That's impossible, we're not doing anything. Then he stood up and caught a tear gas bomb in his temple. And by any normal standards, he wasn't doing anything. But Restrepo 21, who was with him, said Salazar had been talking all day about, but shit, now that I write this for the first time, I see again that I'm sure Restrepo couldn't possibly understand, for sure, the kind of thing he claims to have understood in Salazar. I recently had to intervene with the KMEX TV management to keep Restrepo's job, a wild threatening letter to Danny Villanueva. 22. Which hardly matters, for now. I was savagely pilloried in print by the heavy street militants, but oddly enough the editors of the Chicano paper at UCLA came to my defense and reprinted 30,000 or so copies of this article in La Gente. It began on the front page and consumed almost the entire issue, and yesterday I picked up the Denver Post and saw my name mentioned by a Chicano columnist as the only Gabacho journalist who wasn't like the others. Wait, yes, here's another Chicano matter. Oscar Acosta, the Chicano lawyer, is currently writing his memoirs. They are being published by Consejos, a Chicano quarterly, and he's half mad to get them published in book form. I have the first installment, in the current issue of Consejos, but since it mentions me I'd prefer to wait and send you the next installment, which I assume will not bring me into it. Anyway, it's called Memoirs of a Brown Buffalo, and the theme is that everybody's trying to kill the buffalo. This is how Oscar sees himself, and it would take too long here for me to explain the validity of what he's saying. Right after the Ars article came out, for instance, 6 of these heavy militant street crazies showed up at his apt and said it was time for him to go out to the desert and die. They had guns, and they were ready to do him because he said too much to the gringo writer, me, so now he's up in Berkeley for the summer, writing his book and lecturing 1 hour a day in the Chicano Studies program. It might be a good book to publish. Oscar is definitely a writer. I sent his first novel to Margaret Harrell a few years ago. And she said it needed work, which was true, but with a little help from a good editor this new thing he's writing might be very good. Certainly worth looking at, if only because it's an intensely personal statement from a main figure in the mushrooming Chicano/Aztlan movement. 23. Let me know if you'd like to look at it. The other thing I'm enclosing is a memo, 22 PGS. I just sent to Bert Schneider at BBS regarding a film based on the Rum Diary. The chances of this working out are much higher than anything associated with a standard commercial relationship for reasons I see no point in explaining now. It's a personal thing, a quirk of fate. I explained it to Lynn. But let's wait and see what happens. My private guess is that we'll get a film out of it, but okay for now. Send immediate word INRA, Vegas. And also I must have that expense check for the Vegas trip. Time is important. Crucial. I am dancing on the edge here. Send word. Thanks. Hunter. To Bert Schneider, BBS Productions. Thompson wrote Bert Schneider in great detail about the logistics of making the Rum Diary into a movie. June 2, 1971. Woody Creek Co. Dear Bert. Barbara just got back from the 88th leg of her Odyssey and told me you people were feeling overdue about getting some kind of working chunk of the Rum Diary from me, which made me wild and nervous, because Michael didn't make this deadline entirely clear to me before he took off for Guatemala. Consequently, I'm enclosing a few bits of things I've been working on, not in the sense of sending you anything official, but mainly to assure you that I am indeed grappling with the fucker, along with a lot of other things, at least one of which might also turn into a good film, CENC sample of Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Anyway, my problem on the Rum Diary is not in the grappling, which is easy and fun, for the most part, but mainly in the fact of my own ignorance about what we need, on paper, before we can start talking seriously about a film. I told Michael I'd write 5 scenes, but that was before I got into it and realized that I'll probably be writing 10 pages for every 2 minutes on film, which means a minimum of 450 pages of fairly tight script/dialogue, and that's a bastard of a thing to just dash off and stick in the mail, on the odd chance that somebody at BBS might take a liking to it and perhaps send a check for the rewrite. I started off doing a few scenes, see enclosed yellow pages, but it was instantly apparent that I couldn't just sit down and rip them off, out of context. That one shot about the airplane hassle, en route to San Juan, where the protagonist asks the old man to sit on his hand, is a scene in itself visually, but on paper it needs a lot of explanation. Our protagonist, C. Barn, is in an extremely crazed, wired, state of mind. This can be established by about 33 seconds worth of facial expressions on film, but in print it's a bastard to explain quick. How fucked up would you have to be to ask your Pan Am seatmate to sit on your hand? Anyway, what I've done, ENC, is wrap up the few brief shots I've done here in addition to the 370-page novel that Random House bought a few years ago, on the basis of my assurance that I was right on the verge of rewriting it, and for now I thought I'd just send them along, for good or ill, and on the general assumption that they'll probably weigh more than nothing at all. Perhaps the central problem in these dealings is that Michael is reluctant, for reasons you'll probably understand as well or better than me, to confront you with anything but a king hell 12-star boomer. It's the classic story of the coach's son trying to make good, but of course being merely good is not enough on that trip, you have to be super. Like Pete Maravich 24, or whatever his name is. Which is neither here nor there in my case. I labor under the equally heavy onus of having no other source of income except my 10-year gig as a freelance writer. Rolling Stone is currently paying me $500 a month as a contributing editor, but that adds up to $6,000 a year against my annual minimum needs of something just under $15,000. And this will probably go up to $20,000 or so when I take on the additional burden of paying off these 2 houses and the 100 acres that go with them. The payments will start falling due in a month or so. This should explain, more or less, why I can't righteously lock in and spend the next 3 months on a 450-page screenplay for people I barely know, and with no prior understanding of any kind. Rafelson is hopelessly crazy, that's clear. He's a refugee from the Lionel Ole 25 syndrome, the Big Sur doomed elegance/secret/hero trip, and although I admire that POV immensely, I have to remember that Lionel wound up paying his rent with street acid. And he died of an aneurysm. What all this is leading up to, I think, is a fairly critical question, to wit, What do we need before we can start talking seriously about putting the Rum Diary together on film? There is no doubt in my mind, and Michael agrees, I think that we have a super visual story to work with. The novel, itself, is a massively flawed masterpiece, but even on that level it is full of very physical behavior. The San Juan drink/drug/madness underground, as a backdrop to the American dream destroying one of its main worshippers. On a purely visual level, we have mass violence in the Palms, street brawls in Old San Juan, idyllic carnality on stone-white beaches, a terrifying cockfight scene far out in the central mountains. We have casinos, skin diving, politics, fear, idealism, violence, madness, lust, flesh, brutality and twisted behavior. Shit, it's almost an IP film 26 up front. The setting and the basic storyline make the American dream overtly seem like pure gravy, except that the American dream gibberish is all that makes the film worth doing. That's more or less what I'm looking at here, the long chance of a film versus the guaranteed, financial, success of several journalism projects. Frankly, I'd much prefer to stomp heavily into film like a lot of other people, I guess, and the only difference between mine and a lot of other people's stories, right now, is that I can actually make a living as a journalist/writer/etc. This may end when the Las Vegas saga appears, because I doubt if 1971 America is ready for gonzo journalism, but that's not a problem here. That one is coming out anyway, for good or ill, and I'll deal with the reaction as it erupts. What concerns us, right now, is some kind of valid format for proceeding with this Rum Diary thing. Obviously, you need enough to convince you that it's a good film. I'm already sure of this, and I think Michael is too, although he doesn't want to confront you with it until it's already a guaranteed screamer. For instance, he doesn't want to submit the script until it's refined and heavy enough to convince Orson Welles 27 to play the part of Stone. Which is fine. But like I said, I'm not independently wealthy and it's my story, so before we get into a 450-page script, I think we should at least consider some terms or possibilities the financial possibilities. Perhaps just the normal, step-by-step shit, or maybe something different, although not quite so different that I have to write the whole goddamn thing before we talk about what it might or might not be worth. My summer, of 71, is extremely heavy with long overdue projects. I have a long book, unconscionably overdue, for Random House, that has to be finished before I can take off for Saigon in September and spend 6 months covering the retreat and disintegration of the U.S. Army for Rolling Stone. This may or may not work out, but for now it's scheduled. And also this summer, in addition to the Random House book, I have to finish this short saga on Las Vegas that also looks like a book. And so much for that. I only mention these things to line out the problems that might or might not interfere with my getting full bore into the Rum Diary project until we can figure out what it might be worth, all around. If only to assign it a place in the general priority schedule. If the fucker was worth $1 million to me, for instance, I'd definitely be tempted to clear the decks and hump it along with a focus bordering on total craziness. But if it's basically a friendly on-spec project, well, I'd still like to do it, but the bulk of my energies would have to go into projects for paying my way in this rotten world. Once again, for good or ill. Shit, I was almost ready to start apologizing for what might seem like a greedy/grasping trip here, but it suddenly occurred to me that you fuckers are zooming around in Learjets and that sort of thing. Which is right, of course, but I get the feeling these days that maybe I should have a Learjet, too. Why not? Indeed. And that's the main reason I'm sending this letter with this hazy chunk of samples instead of a final carved, super refined 450-word script. Not that I wouldn't want to, but I simply don't have a loose and lazy summer at my disposal. And beyond that, if some evil immoral waterhead like Raph Elson can fly around this doomed nation in a Learjet, I think it's only fitting that I have an elegant jet commander at my disposal. What should happen at this point, I think, is that you should read over the enclosed gibberish and see if it strikes any sparks. The 22-page memo is full of references to the 370-page novel manuscript, but I think there's enough in it to let you see where the story is aiming. And the yellow pages, a rough draft of what I think should be the opening scene, is only included to give you some idea about how it might be done. The next step, as I see it, would be to write some interpretation. What I need is some kind of definite framework to work with. I could send the novel MS, but I would only do that with the warning that it's nearly 10 years old, and in truth I think the only value it has, now, is that it's full of the kind of odd details and valid, unseen mental/emotional shots that will make the film true. You can't fake the sense of terror, for instance, that comes with being stomped in a palm grove for no legal reason by a clutch gaggle of Puerto Rican cops, or the crazy midnight vibrations of a San Juan jail. This stuff is already in the novel, and it would be hard to get again. Very hard. And definitely painful for whoever had to get it. Anyway, the novel exists, if anybody wants to read it. But the story Mike and I have talked about is quite a bit different from the tale that's told in the novel. Maybe a good thing for you to do, at this point, is to read through all this crap and then talk to Mike, and then maybe the three of us should get together and hash the thing out. Because if the possibility of turning this thing into a film lies with what I can put on paper before we talk about it, well, I doubt if we'll get started anytime soon. The problem is not in putting it on paper, but the time factor. It will take me at least 2 months of steady work to write the film properly, and a lot of that writing would have to be done more or less on location in Puerto Rico. Because obviously these scenes are going to have to change a bit, visually, to fit what the camera will see. And that's fine. Except that I haven't been to San Juan in a few years, and I know it's changed drastically. So any valid script would have to be written on the scene as it exists today. One good thing, for instance, is that the San Juan Star actually exists. It was just bought, from Cowell's Communications, by the Newhouse chain, I think. Cowell's bought it from the lunatic who began it around 1960, and we have the original managing editor, now the book editor of Look, 28, to work with us on newsroom details and that sort of thing. In terms of shooting, the physical problems wouldn't be any worse than a set in California. As far as I'm concerned, we're about 70% home when we start. The rudiments of the storyline already exist on paper, in the form of the novel. The only completely new factor is the character of the protagonist, which Mike and I have already solved, more or less to our own satisfaction, but which will inevitably change as the story takes shape on film. I'm absolutely convinced it should be done. And if I were independently wealthy, I'd go ahead and do it on my own. But I'm not. I have no money at all. None. So what we do with this thing now depends mainly on BBS. The next logical step would be, or at least seem to be, for you and I and Mike to go over to the patio in the Beverly Hills Hotel and talk heavily and crazily for 3 straight days, or, if that hotel makes you nervous, we can go out to the karaoke in East LA and hassle it there. Whatever's right. As far as I'm concerned, we have the fucker about 2/3 under control. All we have to do now is settle the filthy realities. Which should definitely be done soon. Because of my own priority problem, see above, and the definite possibility that if we get this thing going seriously, I might have to reschedule a few of my own realities. Excelsior. Hunter S. Thompson. To Jan Wenner, Rolling Stone. Rolling Stone had won 1970's prestigious National Magazine Award for Specialized Journalism for its coverage of the Altamont debacle and for David Felton's June 25, 1970, piece on Charles Manson, co-written with British music journalist David Dalton. The Columbia University judges lauded the magazine for challenging the shared values of its readers. June, 1971. Woody Creek Co. Jan. Right after I hung up last night I realized you said the award was for unstable journalism, but the word I got was unstable. Which made me wonder why you seemed so pleased. Or maybe I just felt guilty, one of those Freudian misunderstandings. Since I was working on the Las Vegas piece at the time, it figured. Unstable, indeed. Those swine. Next year we should demand a gonzo category, or maybe ours should give it. Of course. The first annual Rolling Stone Award for the year's finest example of pure gonzo journalism. First prize, a gallon of raw ether. Second, a pepperfogger, donated by the Ella Sheriff's Department. Third, a free trip to the 1972 Mint 400 in Las Vegas to anybody with the balls to go out there and apply for Rolling Stone press credentials. And so much for that. I'll talk to Silberman and see what he says. He told me once that he trusts my instincts. But he was probably lying. Anyway, I'll want 20% off the top of any merger I can effect, or a giant size A/C bullet suitcase, whichever proves out to be the greater value. As for juggling contracts INRA, the American Dream/Battle of Aspen book, I think it would be a mistake all around for me, or you, to propose that right now. Silberman has treated me with an almost preternatural decency thus far, and I don't want to screw him until he gives me a good excuse. Yeah. Screw is the wrong word, I know, but I think that's how he'd see it. And I doubt if it would help your relationship with him, either. The best way to deal with it, I think, is to see if we can work out some mutually pleasant agreement INRA, the Vietnam book. And if that works, maybe we could use it as a sort of pattern. I think a R/RH hookup would be a good thing, especially for ours. The trick is to convince Silberman that it would be good for RH. Maybe you and Alan can figure that one out. If so, let me know and I'll try to help. Silberman still owes me a huge favor for the murder of my snake on Random House turf. Okay for now. The Vegas piece should be all in by the time you get this. My only fear is that that fucking idiot Felton will ruin it, like he did the Salazar piece. Ciao. Hunter. To Jan Wenner, Rolling Stone. June, 1971. Woody Creek Co. Jan. Sorry we didn't have more time to talk last night, but come out again and give me some warning. Not via Western Union. Anyway, I think we're putting together a very unlikely and potentially powerful chorus out here, and considering the people involved, the initial stages are bound to be difficult. Especially when we all get stoned, early on. Sila. Which is really just a standard occupational hazard these days. Strange irony, though, that your social/computer date should have ended up with Bob Rafelson. Maybe you should examine that. Meanwhile, I think we managed to touch most of the main bases, perhaps in spite of ourselves, and after a few hours of idle thought, I can't see how that contributing editor gig could be anything but a good shot. In that context, you have to recall my prior associations and consequent trauma. I'll check with Lynn and Silberman for possible hang-ups and then get back to you, but in general I like the idea, and in my own mind, it's a thing I'd like to do. It seems to fit that idea of a chorus, which is a concept I think we should push, maybe even as a newer and more sophisticated version of freak power. Because in my mind, at least they're two verbal means to the same end. But the power of a word like chorus lies mainly in not pushing it. There's a massive political potential in that concept if we handle it right and gently. And with the idea that it might provide a decisive rally concept for 1972 presidential politics. It seems to me that McCloskey's 29 trip is actually the first shot in what suddenly looks like a real fight for survival. That cheap bastard must be beaten in 72, and to do that I think we have to get him on the defensive at once, and keep him there, in other words, to shape the challenge and make sure he sees it coming, so he has to focus on re-election, instead of war with China. Which is what he'd prefer to do anyway. He's a stone politics junkie, a total campaigner. Which means he'll have to be stomped on his own turf, on his own terms, which makes him a natural setup for the time, and Nixon, honored Green Bay Packers' strategy of breaking the enemy by running at his strength instead of his weakness, thus knocking him off balance at the start. It's straight Packers coach Vince Lombardi wisdom, but Nixon has learned it so well that he'd never recognize it coming at him from us from any kind of freak power, drugist/radical ethos, because nowhere in his own mind or in the minds of the people he hires, Pat Buchanan, Ray Price, etc., to think strategically for him is there any room for the idea that some ragtag coalition of dopey liberals and freaks could possibly understand the brutal simplicity, and political application, of Lombardi's run. At their strength ethic. When I had my historic pro-football debate with Nixon in NH in early '68, I got the powerful impression that Vince Lombardi was the only man in America that he viscerally respected. Lombardi was a winner, with a deceptively simple strategy: run first at their strength, beat them there, and the rest is simple. Which works in politics as well as pro-football. In '68 Nixon beat HH not by emphasizing their differences like Goldwater challenging Johnson in '64, but by smiling over time to pick up wavering Humphrey votes, and especially on the issue that a brand new unencumbered Republican president would be able, politically, to end the war in Vietnam while, president, Humphrey would be too locked into the LBJ trip and thus unable to make any radical changes in the national war policy. In other words, Nixon confronted the Democrats not with a different program for Vietnam, but with the mystic necessity of clearing the decks and installing a whole new, Republican, machinery and administration completely free, he said, of that web of doomed obligations that would inevitably hamstring a demo castle keep like Hubert Humphrey. Which proved to be absolute bullshit, which hardly matters now, because the point we want to see and focus on here is that Nixon beat Humphrey on what should and could have been Hubert's strongest argument to end the war in Vietnam at once, because LBJ fucked up. Nixon's bargaining strength, according to the perpetually lame and grasping wisdom of people like New York Times guru James Reston, was that any GOP president could afford to admit that the US was wrong in Vietnam, while no Democratic regime could possibly run the risk of repudiating 10 years of demo, LBJ-JFK, strategy. Thus Nixon preempted what could have been Humphrey's main argument. It was a straight Lombardi-style game plan, and it worked. Nixon actually won the election by claiming that only he could end the war. To Jim Silberman, Random House. It's even more remarkable that by his own admission Thompson wasn't on drugs while working on Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. June 15, 1971. Woody Creek Co. Dear Jim. Thanks immensely for the check. It came, unfortunately, in the same mail with a notice from Carte Blanche that I was cut off. I've cursed Wenner for making this nightmare possible by his penny-wise, pound-foolish fiscal concepts, but for now I'm into fighting with the goddamn computer. What your check does, however, is give me the leverage to bargain with the swine. I can at least offer to send them a check immediately, provided I'm reinstated. This didn't work with American Express. Once that computer nixed me, I stayed nixed. Anyway, we'll see on this one. But in any case, I definitely appreciate the check. The only thing that vaguely alarmed me about your letter was your statement, to wit, you know, it was absolutely clear to me reading Las Vegas I that you were not on drugs. This is true, but what alarms me is that Vegas I was a very conscious attempt to simulate drug freakout, which is always difficult, but in reading it over I still find it depressingly close to the truth I was trying to recreate. To this end, and right after your letter came, I ate a bunch of mescaline and went to a violent, super jangled car race last weekend with Lucian Truscott from the Village Voice, and I was relieved to find that we, along with about 10 other people, experienced the same kind of bemused confusion with the reality we had to deal with, that Raoul Duke and his attorney had to cope with in Vegas. We were completely involved with what was happening, but our involvement was not so much on a different level as from a different POV point of view than the people in the grandstand around us. A man behind us was more excited, a man in front of us was alarmed at the behavior of a truckload of freaks who seemed more scrambled than we were, but our overall approach to the race and the scene was consistently strange, in the same sense that I tried to make that Vegas thing consistently strange. But to hell with all this. What depresses me is your statement that it was absolutely clear to you that Raoul Duke and his attorney were not on drugs. Because my conception of that piece was to write a thing that would tell what it was like to do a magazine assignment with a head full of weird drugs. I didn't really make up anything, but I did, at times, bring situations and feelings I remember from other scenes to the reality at hand. I might even claim, for that matter, that this was done by consciously tripping the fabled LSD recall and / or flashback mechanism. But this is a difficult subject, and there's no point in trying to come to grips with it here. What I'm talking about, in essence, is the mechanical reality of gonzo journalism, or total subjectivity, as opposed to the bogus demands of objectivity. But fuck all that, for now. All I ask is that you keep your opinions on my drug diet for that weekend to yourself. As I noted, the nature, and specifics, of the piece has already fooled the editors of Rolling Stone. They're absolutely convinced, on the basis of what they've read, that I spent my expense money on drugs and went out to Las Vegas for a ranking freakout. Probably we should leave it this way. It makes it all the more astounding, that I could emerge from that heinous experience with a story. So let's just keep our personal conclusions to ourselves. INRA, Vegas as the end of the American Dream book, I definitely disagree. Lynn has already urged this on me, and I told her that although I share her, and your, sense of urgency about getting the book done, I'd hate to wrap it up with a stone-crazy drug orgy that might impeach the essentially serious tone of the book as a whole. I can't see coming off a thing about Aspen politics, or the murder of Ruben Salazar, and sliding into a freakout in Las Vegas that was originally conceived in such madness that I didn't even want to sign it with my own name. I might be wrong on this, and I told Lynn that I'd probably defer to Silberman's judgment on this, which is true, but I want you to keep in mind that I'd just as soon not be dismissed as a drug-addled clown, and I'm afraid that might be the effect of ending the AD book with the Vegas thing. My notion of a proper ending remains the Aspen/Sheriff thing, which is more or less written, and I should definitely send you a copy, so we'll at least know what we're haggling about. The main problem with everything, right now, is that it all has to be done immediately, which in the terms of my own history is probably instructive, but despite all that I'm still a bit leery of making a public fool of myself, just to get a book out. There is always the chance, of course, that I am a fool, but I'd prefer to make some asshole like Peter J. Prescott 30 figure that out for himself, rather than give him the kind of drug handle that the Vegas thing would offer. I don't see any real point in trying to pass the Vegas thing off as the work of Raoul Duke, either. But I get the feeling that my image, as it were, might not suffer so drastically if that one appeared separately as something like the Vegas Diaries of R. Duke. I like to think that I can still draw the line between savage humor and brute serious journalism, but maybe not, and I suspect that when the final truth is known, if ever, there will be no real difference at all. Frankly, I've never seen one, myself. In the meantime, I'm enclosing an accidental classic of a photo that was taken by one of those wandering barroom photographers in Caesar's Palace on one of those nights during the drug convention. On the left is Raoul Duke, and on the right is my attorney. His real name is Oscar Acosta, the Chicano lawyer, but I promised not to publish his name in connection with this photo, without his permission. This is not the kind of story that would help him politically in East LA. Publication of the photo, itself, is no problem, and I suspect that the use of his name won't be any problem, either, once the time comes. The key consideration is how the story is treated. If we're both to be made out as fools, then the caption should be Raoul Duke and attorney in Caesar's Palace. But this is something we can worry about much later. The important thing, right now, is to finish Vegas 2 and also the Aspen piece. After that, we can see how it all fits. But from my own point of view, I think Vegas I and 2 should be separate entities. You shouldn't worry about RH control over this, in light of the fact that you've paid the major part of the expenses for Vegas. For that matter, you should put aside all worries or concerns or even paranoid delusions about any of this material somehow slipping out of your grasp. As far as I'm concerned, and I've explained this to Wenner, you've endured a lot of half-mad bullshit from me during the past 2 years, and as far as I'm concerned you have first call on any material that you think should go into this long overdue book. My only concern, INRA, Vegas, is that I don't want to confuse payment of a legitimate debt with the permanent destruction of my credibility as a writer. But I assume you understand this, so until we come to some serious disagreement you can assume I think you're doing the right thing. I'm not going to start piecing off things to Rolling Stone or anybody else without warning you far in advance, and not even then until we've had a human talk. Which seems vaguely like make work, right now. At this point, I'm not even sure ours has agreed to pay my expenses in Vietnam, so that Sept 1 departure date is hardly definite. My only serious concern, at this point, is to get this goddamn Evil M Dream book out. Vegas is secondary, and Vietnam is third? My idea that Vietnam might be included in the AD book was clearly useless. It emerged from a panic notion that the war might be over by October, and this seems hopeless now. On the other hand, thinking realistically, I get the impression from Wenner that he's dead serious about getting me to Vietnam, so any momentary haggling about expenses will probably be settled pretty quick. Next week, in fact. He and his wife are coming out here for a week or so, and on the basis of his last visit out here I have to assume the talk will run fast and heavy. So if there's anything in this letter that addles or disturbs your thinking, you should get your reply off at once. Or call. My experience with Jan is that when he starts calling me every 24 hours, which has been the case during my solitary funk this week, that he is definitely into something. And if that's the case, I'd prefer to be absolutely firm with you before I start making extraneous agreements. To that end, I'll try to Xerox and mail a copy of my half-finished version of the Aspen/Sheriff thing tomorrow. Sela. Another upcoming thing, next week, is a summit conference on Vortex. That's the name I've given to this valley. My friend and landlord, George Stranahan, has bought the whole thing, and now we're trying to figure out what to do with it. Mike Murphy is coming out from Salem, along with Wenner. What we want to do is come up with a completely new concept of land use and /or occupancy, something that transcends the old notion of ownership. Do you know anybody who's into this? Or any pertinent books? If so, you should tell me at once. We have a rare situation here, a whole valley, including a small sawmill town, that the owner wants to use for some kind of genuinely revolutionary supra-ownership experiment, and I find myself in the weird position of being the contact man. We plan to incorporate the place immediately, then get on with the business of destroying the concept of land/ownership in perpetuity. Not communes. That concept strikes me as hopelessly naive, or at least naive to me, given over, as I am, to my mania for privacy. And the handful of others now involved seem to feel the same way. So this leaves us with a weird hellish problem: how to codify privacy and at the same time croak the notion of fence lines. I suppose this can't make much sense to you there in the pit, but the point, as I see it, is to establish some viable alternative to the pit. When the world narrows down to the point where I can leave my house in Woody Creek and be in LA in 2 HRS, or New York in 4 HRS, not counting time zone differences, there is no longer any sense in this lifestyle. The techno/demographic realities of 1971 are in total conflict with the idea that any amount of money can buy absolute domain over any physical territory. This is becoming clear around Aspen, if not in New York. But this is a different story, and I'll get to it later when we get something working. Meanwhile, I'll send the Aspen thing and also Vegas too. And on your end, let's confront the mechanics of getting a good book together by September 1st. Okay for now. Hunter. To Jan Wenner, Rolling Stone. Thompson's ongoing agonies over expense accounts and contract negotiations serve as a cautionary tale for freelance writers. June 15, 1971. Woody Creek Co. Dear Jan. I'm sending today, under September cover, an accidental classic of a photo to go with the Vegas thing. As I noted in the margin, Acosta's name should not be mentioned without his permission. He's not opposed to the use of the photo, but as of now he's concerned about seeing his name etched permanently in the caption. I understand this, and agreed that he would only be identified as my attorney. My own caption ID is personally immaterial to me. The Raoul Duke byline, however, might now be entirely viable if Random House decides to use Vegas 2 in the American Dream book by HST. This is an option that Silberman bought very cheap, I think when he paid the expense tab for both Vegas pieces, less $500 that was paid out in cash and remains unreimbursed. What he paid was the carte blanche bill, but not in time to beat the computer that took my card. The swine cut me off last week, no warning at all, just a massive cut off and a vicious letter from the Harbor Detective Agency, saying I should cut my card in half and send it back. I refused, of course, but that doesn't alter the fact that my number is now on the to be arrested at once list that circulates among CB dealers. The fact that I blame you for this is probably unjust in the long run, but of course there was never any real question of the long run. All I wanted to do was pay off my card, and talk about fiscal responsibility later. Which is neither here nor there, for now. The deed is done. I am now naked of credit. And this ugly fact is going to put a bad crimp in my working style for a long time to come. Sela. As for Vegas, it's coming along very slowly. Silberman thinks it should go in the M-Dream book, but I disagree. By picking up my expenses, however, he bought the right to decide. As I noted in previous letters both to you and Silberman, he had no contractual obligation to pay the whole nut. I'm impressed, however, by the shrewdness he showed in buying effective control of 2 books for $102.10. If you want to get seriously into the publishing business, you might do well to watch Silberman's left hand, never mind his right, and see how he deals with the rudiments. What we are into now is a situation where Silberman has the right of first refusal on Vegas 2, in terms of book rights. If he wants Vegas 2 for the AD book, it's his leaving ours, straight arrow, with nothing but first serial rights on Vegas I. Like I say, I disagree with this. The Vegas stuff is too twisted, I think, to anchor a serious book. But what will probably happen, now, is that I'll have to persuade Silberman of that and then trade him the Battle of Aspen and Epitaph for Freak Power, for the entirety of Vegas. And this dealing will be subject in a lot of ways to the schedule my planned departure for Saigon on Sept 1. So we'll have at least this to ponder when you get here. Sandy says you called Sunday and then today. I was far into madness on Sunday. Lucian Truscott showed up with a huge bag of mescaline, and today I was too cosmically pissed off to talk about anything. Especially money, which you seem to have indicated would be the subject under discussion. I had a terrible scene with the dentist earlier today. One of the side horrors of Vegas 2 was that I bit down on something that cracked 3 of my teeth, a problem I was unaware of until I went in a few days ago for my routine 6-month cleaning. I've also been locked into this vortex, new concept of land use and ownership, thing for the past few days. We can't figure out what to do with this fucking valley, and this impotence is driving me nuts. Maybe you have some ideas. Mike Murphy, E. Salin, is coming out in a week or so, and I plan to prod him for ideas. When exactly do you plan to be here? Shit, I'll call him tomorrow. I'm vaguely concerned, among other things, about that Jesus Freak memo from the sports desk. If there's any possibility that it might be published, I want to talk about it first. Meanwhile, I've prepared sports desk memo #2 on the subject of drug lyrics in rock music. The very nature of this format makes the writing a bit heavy. Number 1 began as a joke, and perhaps it ended that way. I can't be sure. Whenever I belch out my bias that strongly, it takes on an element of craziness, and I want to be careful of this. In the past 2 weeks I've received copies of 2 different books that used selections from Hell's Angels, and in both cases I was shocked at what happens to my stuff when it's printed out of context. All it takes is a few cuts on the humor to make the rest seem like the ravings of a dangerous lunatic. Anyway, we can deal with these things when you get here. It's possible that Bill Noonan will be gone, and if he is you can stay in his house, which would probably be preferable, from your end, to using the guest room here. Which is definitely available complete with white sound. But I'll talk to you tomorrow, before you get this, and get a fix on your travel dates. Okay for now. HST. To Tom Wicker, The New York Times. New York Times Washington Bureau Chief Tom Wicker was a soft-spoken North Carolina liberal known for his eloquent opposition to the Vietnam War and other injustices. He would write in his 1978 book on press that the true freedom of the press is to decide for itself what to publish and when to publish it. June 18, 1971. Woody Creek Co. Dear Mr. Wicker, I just finished your piece on the greening of the press in the May/June Columbia J Review, perhaps the best or at least the most consistently committed thing of yours I've ever read. Your out-front public education has been one of the minor spectacles on the press scene during the past few years. Nothing snide or nasty about that, it's definitely meant as a compliment. Most people with your kind of leverage seem to hunker down and start snarling when their natural preconceptions go down the tube, but you seem to have learned from it, which would seem to be such a natural thing that it shouldn't need a compliment. But I think it does. Which is neither here nor there, at least not in the context of your CJR piece. The thing made a perfect, ominous kind of sense from beginning to end, and from my own POV as a longtime special pleader, I was particularly jerked up by your conclusion, the last 3 graphs. The novel, the good novel, has always been the best journalism. And, we must create the kind of conditions in which they, all those good writers, can do their best work. Which raises the point and the reason I write this letter that, despite the visceral wisdom of the point you make, I get the feeling that what is actually happening is exactly in the opposite direction of what you advocate, that what we see today is a savagely collapsing market for the kind of journalism you seem to value. And so do I, and a hell of a lot of others. But the truth which your Columbia speech never even hinted at is that the market, and therefore the possibilities, for the kind of writing you're talking about has shriveled drastically in the past year. I never really gave a fuck for Harper's, but at least it was an opening, a possibility. Or maybe not. A quick spin on my own bitch here might be that Harper's was really a waste of my time and money and paper. Just a stylish sinecure for a handful of writers who couldn't find elbow room or whatever at the Times. Or Mailer's private bazooka, but to hell with all that, it's not that important. Harper's at least passed for the kind of journalistic format that you and all the others including me say is necessary. On another level, I recently covered a motorcycle/dune buggy orgy in Las Vegas with the Life Bureau chief from LA, and he said that both Life and Look were in terminal trouble, and I said that was a fucking shame, but that if he wanted to take about a 90% cut in pay, we might create a position for him as Rolling Stone bureau chief in Miami. He smiled. It was a bad joke. He could no more work for ours than you could write editorials for the New York Daily News. But the point, once again, went far beyond the real or rumored vulnerability of any 1 or 2 magazines. Once again, it was main doors closing, possibilities shut off. To this end, I'm enclosing a thing I recently did for ours, not because I think it's especially valuable in itself, but it seems to me to be the kind of thing that almost certainly couldn't be published anywhere else in American journalism. As it happens, this was a first draft deadline special, and it has a few nasty holes in it, but even if it were absolutely perfect, journalistically, I doubt if I could have sold it or even given it away to any other publication with any sort of readership or circulation. Not even the LA Times, Salazar's own newspaper, would have touched a thing like this, not even after the inquest confirmed the Chicano militants' charges on almost every point except the charge of first-degree murder. Well, no real point pursuing this. And whatever Rolling Stone might or might not publish is equally beside the point. Because it's hardly the sort of major, national journalistic voice that you seem to be talking about. Ours could do everything right, and still be useless. Its readership is not only relatively small, but also relatively bent. The real horror, to me, lies in the fact that there is absolutely no vehicle in American journalism for the kind of sensitive and intellectual and essentially moral/merciless reporting that we all understand is necessary not only for the survival of good journalism in this country, but also for the dying idea that you can walk up to a newsstand, or a mag rack in Missoula, and find something that will tell you what's really happening, or at least what a certain group of editors honestly believe is happening, based on whatever mix of truth and facts and madness they've managed to rip out of the mire. What is happening all around us, or at least around me, and I travel a lot, is a sort of tandem nightmare in which there are fewer and fewer examples of the kind of journalism you say is necessary, and meanwhile more and more people are using that scarcity as an excuse or maybe even a good reason to turn their backs, or heads, on journalism entirely. The people I deal with most often, for good or ill, simply don't relate to newspapers and magazines. They might scan a daily paper for something specific, something they're looking for, but the idea of reading the daily paper for news or general information, as I do, simply doesn't occur to them. A lot of them read the paper, but it's more for amusement than wisdom. Tom Wicker / New York Times. Dear Mr. Wicker, this thing has been lying around on my desk for a while, and chances are pretty good, right now, that I'll never finish it, not as a letter, an essay, or whatever sort of rambling screed it was turning into. There is also the fact of the Times' recent dealings with the boys in Fat City. My reaction to that is pure admiration and even envy. That's one of those things I would like to have been a part of. Which is neither here nor there, in terms of the point I was leaning into, with this half-finished, letter. The Times, for all its space and valor, will never be enough of a market by itself for the kind of journalism you talked about in the CJR piece, see attached. The point I set out to make was that while we all see the desperate need for that kind of journalism, the market realities are shrinking drastically. Realistically, the overall trend is away from the kind of journalism you argue for. My reason for enclosing this lengthy clip of mine from Rolling Stone is somewhat hazy to me now, except that it seems to illustrate, for good or ill, the kind of article that there is virtually no market for today. It doesn't even fit comfortably in ours. Which is all the more reason for saluting whatever misguided, bad budget instinct caused me to publish the thing. Which changes nothing. The problem of a shrinking market for good journalism is still with us, and it appears to be getting worse. If you know something that would lead you to argue with this idea, for Christ's sake let me know at once. Not that I'm looking for work, myself, I have plenty for now, but if I'm wrong about what strikes me as an almost terminally critical trend, I'd like to know about it. Okay, for now. This thing got out of hand. It began as a letter not to argue with you, but to agree and then point out that all your speeches on the need for better journalism are useless gibberish in the face of a diminishing demand for better journalism. This was my point and my question. Ciao. Hunter S. Thompson. To Sidney Zion. Sometimes Raoul Duke had to step in where Hunter S. Thompson knew better than to tread. June 18, 1971. Woody Creek Co. Sidney Zion. C/O Sardi's. 234 West 44th Street. New York City 10036. Dear Sidney. It would sure be wonderful to see you right now, Sidney. You rotten quizzling pigfucker. But I get to New York now and then, and of course we'll run into each other one of these days. We'll have a real scumbag of fun when that happens, Keep me in mind, Sid. I wouldn't want to go so far as to say the Arabs were right. But I was. You cheap pig bastard. In closing, I remain, yours for old time's sake. Your buddy. Raoul Duke. To Jan Wenner, Rolling Stone. Thompson offered Wenner some etiquette tips in anticipation of his upcoming visit to Woody Creek. June 19, 1971. Woody Creek Co. Jan. INRA, Housing and Our Talk this afternoon. First, my guest room has been a standing offer for quite a while, no question about that. If I seem at all hesitant or vaguely reluctant about it, The reason is that other good friend visitors in the past, mainly left radical types, have reacted unnaturally to its cell-like nature. And I've become a bit sensitive about this. I don't like having to defend my hospitality after the first night. I like that room, myself, but maybe that's because it's a bit like the war room. The trouble, I think, is that I failed to seal off the 18x10 window near the ceiling, leaving this one ray of morning light to remind occupants that something is drastically wrong with their quarters. But the place is fine at night, which is the only time I tend to use it, myself. In the meantime, however, I'll take care of that window. No point ruining an otherwise comfortable tomb. And for that matter, I have plenty of room on the porch or in the yard for anybody who's heavy into midnight winds and harsh sunlight. And porch beds, too. I just wanted to get that one thing straight. It's a fine room, with the best bed in the house, but it lacks one thing, and I'd rather not hear any more about it. I've taken a lot of demented bullshit about my guest room, so I thought I'd warn you. As for Bill Noonan, he plans to leave for Alberta on July 5th or so for 2 weeks. His house will be open kitchen, bedroom, living room, etc. And when I asked him about you staying there today, he said, "Fine, but in the interest of generally human reasons, I think it would be better if you sent him a note, yourself, and asked him about it personally. He would feel a lot better about it, that way. This would only be a formality. He's already said okay to you staying there. He's such an exceptionally decent fucker that if you showed up and needed a place to stay, he'd insist on giving you his bedroom while he slept in the car, and it's exactly for this reason that I think it would be better if you sent him a note and just asked if you could use his place while he was away. This would also spare me the onus of seeming to use his place as a guest house, which I do, now and then, but only with mutual friends, and he'd appreciate a note or a phone call to accent that mutuality. The point, of course, is that he'd rather offer you his house than have me offer it. I know it's a simple thing, but us folks out here in Vortex are simple people and we don't like to step on each other until it's necessary. Sela. So on the general front, you should just plan on coming anytime it feels right. Aim here and plan on socking in for as long as it feels comfortable. The cell is yours as long as you want it. And if you want to move across the yard to Billy's place, that's fine too. Whatever's right. I know that when I get out on the road with Sandy, I like to get weird and fuck a lot, which occasionally causes problems in close quarters. But that's up to you. For all I care, you can fuck all night on the living room couch. Rafelson will be here the whole month with his videotape, which he claims to use only for unspeakable sex scenes. He's rented a house in town. That was mandatory. I can't have a lunatic hanging around, waiting for me to act lewd. The fucker is seriously crazy. He may be a problem. Anyway, the housing thing is fixed. You'll have the run of the owl farm, both the owl house and the iguana house. And who could ask for more? Rafelson, for instance, couldn't get iguana house for less than $1,000 a week. Another thing, yes, I want those two AR3X speakers, or if they have a newer, improved model of the 3A, get that. And the way to pay for it, I think, is to take like one speaker, $167, out of the next retainer, then the second speaker out of the retainer after that. I'd also like to get two Bose speakers, in addition to the Rs. They should cost about the same. And of course I'll need a first-class amplifier to drive these fuckers. The Dyna is probably adequate, but since we're dealing on this level, I think I'd prefer the Heathkit ARW15. This is the factory wired top-of-the-line Heathkit, including both the amp and the FM tuner. Why not? After I talked to you today, I played Sticky Fingers 31 a few times, and there were instances when both the high and low ends blew out on me. I think the combination of two AR3S, two Bose, and a Heathkit ARW15 would just about clear the decks of any technical problems on the listening end. My Dual 1019 remains adequate for a turntable, so if you can handle this other stuff and take it out of my retainer at something like or less than $175 a month, I think that's exactly the way to go. What makes this arrangement feasible is that Random House will owe me $5,000 when I give them the first third of the AD book. That third, at least, is inevitable. In terms of sheer volume, it will have to be there with the submission of either Vegas 2 or the Aspen/Sheriff gig. Either way, I foresee a $5,000 windfall in the next month or so. On other fronts, I recall some suggestion that I didn't like the past few issues. We got sidetracked on this, and I never got back around to saying that it wasn't that I didn't like them. I chalked that off to Felton's penchant for inflammatory, Hearst-style journalism. No, what I said to David was that the past few issues seemed to be singularly lacking in anything savage, i.e. heavy, weird, mean, etc. But then I recalled that Guy Esterhaus, Joe Esterhaus's thing on Kent State, which was absolutely first-rate. That final thing about the phone call, anonymous, saying his daughter was a whore and got what she deserved was so foul and insane that it could only be understood by somebody who has dealt personally with the kind of people you have to deal with in order to run for sheriff of Aspen on the mescaline ticket and still get 1,000 votes. This is what I told Max Palevsky, and he refused to believe that you have to personally confront these rotten bastards, on their own turf, before you can understand how genuinely and terminally sick this country is. We are fucked or doomed, as it were, and when I asked you about that financial analysis thing today, it was only a natural adjunct to all the other evidence. And this is all the more reason, I think, to seriously consider this vortex thing as a hedge against total disaster, if nothing else. What may be coming is the worst 5, or 10, years since the Reconstruction and national nervous breakdown, with nothing sacred, no holds barred, and God's mercy on all those left out in the open. There's no particular reason why I should lay this on you, and certainly no reason why you should take it seriously, but these are the basic vibes and information I'm getting, and despite your wretched performance on my carte blanche crisis, I feel obliged to pass them on. It probably gets back to that old thing about hanging together or separately, or maybe, in some looser and less articulate context, a word like karma will do. What the fuck? We'll have plenty of time to talk about this. You should blow off for Aspen with total confidence that your reservations are the best that any human in the Western world could hope for. You have the whole owl farm and all its weird facets at your disposal, and this is a very rare thing. Ask Lucian Truscott. He just spent 3 nights sleeping in his VW with his girlfriend because he failed to make reservations. Okay, for now. Keep that vortex gig in mind. Any precedents, ideas, prior type experiments, etc. like Canyon. I suspect this thing might be a bit more important, in the long run, than seems to be at the moment. Ciao. Hunter. To Jim Silberman, Random House. Thompson proposed a solution to the impasse he felt he had reached on his American Dream book. June 27, 1971. Woody Creek Co. Dear Jim. Here's a notion that's occurred to me off and on for a while, INRA, the AD book. But under the current time/circumstances, I think we should get these ideas out front and deal with them, to wit. After several hours of shuffling, and/or organizing, 2 years of AD material, it occurs to me that the shit is so hopelessly inconsistent in the context of time, tone and focus that perhaps our only serious hope of getting it all together in book form by Sept 1, 71, might be the mailer, advertisements for myself format, i.e. lacing all this bullshit together chronologically, as best we can, then having me write transition intro, to each section. This would get around the grim possibility of having to rewrite the whole trip, but it also raises the notion of trying to lump a bunch of articles together and turning the lump into a book by means of some fast/heavy update transitions. Under the circumstances, I suspect I could live with this idea. How about you? The alternative is a brutally serious, time-sucking rewrite of all these articles, which might or might not turn out to be worth the time and effort. My personal analysis, for now, is that the further opportunities of the moment, the Saigon book, the definite possibility of a film based on the Rum Diary, and also the Vegas book, make me wonder how long it's going to make sense financially or any other way, for either one of us to keep me tied up with this goddamn American dream bullshit. We might consider the massive possibilities of getting it out of the way and moving on to better things. It is a millstone. It prevents me from focusing seriously on anything else while at the same time tying me to a project that I've never understood or had any real faith in. So why not just lash this fucker together using Aspen as a focal point and proper climax and set me free to deal with the world of the 1970s? The 60s are over, and I think I can lay that era to rest with a long, rambling, final third of the book, article on the Aspen/Sheriff gig. With this format, we could begin, more or less, with the Battle of Aspen piece that I did for Rolling Stone last October, then flash back to things like New Hampshire 68, Chicago, Election Day in Hollywood and the Nixon inaugural, and use all these as a sort of kaleidoscope background for the Aspen/Sheriff finale. That would leave me with only 1/3 of the book to write, in first draft, and not even that much, really, because I have about 15,000 words on the Aspen/Sheriff thing already done. This would also leave us free to do Vegas 1 and 2 as a book, instead of forcing it into the AD book. So ponder this and let me know what you think at once. Our time is running out. Thanks. Hunter. *Saint Arrow bought Oscar's memoirs. To Mark Penzer, true. Gonzo journalism was a hard sell at first. June 30, 1971. Woody Creek Co. Dear Mr. Penzer. Lucian Truscott suggested I send you a note writing something for True, but at the time a few weeks ago I had nothing even halfway for sale. Then I suddenly got a piece back from Sports Illustrated, a freakish thing of about 3,500 words, with a note saying that since they'd only asked for a 250-word caption, they felt no obligation to pay me that same $a-word rate for an article that might make 99% of their readership stupid with rage and sick social feelings. The piece has to do with the 3 or 4 days I spent covering the fabulous Mint 400, bike and buggy, desert races in Las Vegas. A friend of mine at SI sent me out there as a sort of lark, with no real assignment except to come back with a caption to justify expenses, but for reasons of my own I wrote a much longer and dirtier thing than they wanted. I write excellent captions, but it struck me that a scene like that deserved a bit more. SI disagreed. Maybe because they didn't like references to people being beaten stupid and sucking ether to get twisted. They stuck by their original concept, insisting that what I'd sent them was an overwritten caption instead of an article, and now they want to buy the whole piece and chop it up for captions. Which is okay, I guess, but after talking with Lucian when he was out here doing his trout fishing gig, I thought I might send the thing along to you on the off/odd chance that the piece, as written, might fit more in the True format than into C's caption mold. Beyond that, and beyond the simple money factor, I hate to give those doomed corporate castratos a good, first-place piece and watch them cut it up for captions. I understand perfectly why they can't use it as an article, it's too rude and weird, but I hate to just shrug it off like a pound of used meat writing that didn't fit C's Bridge Club format and so had to be butchered down like offal. Anyway, my agent Lynn Nesbitt has a copy of the thing at IFA in the Time Life building. Or I can send you one from here. Except that would take longer, and you'd wind up having to deal with Lynn anyway, if the thing interests you, and if it does, we should keep in mind that I'd just as soon add a few heavier and nastier graphs to the version Lynn has, in order to burn off the smog that came down on me when I tried to write something suitable for SI. The only real problem, right now, is that I have to know something quick. SI just sent me a bunch of forms to fill out, in order to satisfy the taxman before they can send me any money, and unless I have something better to do with the piece, I might as well just let them have it for captions. I would, however, prefer to sell it as an article. And at this stage of the hassle, I don't really give a fuck what kind of money I get for it within reason, of course, and Lynn would have to be the final judge of that. If you want to take a look at the thing, however, you should call her and say you got a note from me that said money was / is secondary to getting the thing published as an article. Under different circumstances I might have been able to send you something better, but this thing just boiled up by accident and I figured why not. As a total literary entity, the Incredible Mint 400 could use a few stiff shots of something or other before I'd want it to go into the archives, but in retrospect I guess I've felt that way about everything I've ever sent off. What we need to do now is first find out quick if the piece interests you at all, either Lynn's version, or mine, which would take a bit longer. After that, we can figure out how to deal with the fucker. All I need at the moment is an immediate reply of some kind. Probably the phone would be best late afternoon, your time. Or call anytime at all and leave a message with whoever might happen to answer the phone here during morning hours. I never know who might answer when I'm asleep, but the rule is that they have to take all messages word for word, and it tends to work out, for good or ill. Unless I hear something from you ASAP, as it were, I'll assume that I might as well go ahead and let SI chop the thing up for captions. Let's say I won't do anything with the bugger until July 9th. That gives you a week to brood on the idea, get the piece from Lynn, and call if it interests you. Okay for now, and thanks. Hunter S. Thompson. To Jim Silberman, Random House. Silberman had asked Thompson whether Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas was journalism or fiction. June, 1971. Woody Creek Co. Dear Jim. Under normal circumstances it should never be necessary for a writer to explain how his work should be read. In theory, all literature and even journalism should be taken on its own intrinsic merits above and beyond, or even below, the confusing contexts of whatever reality surrounded the act of writing. This was the keystone of the new criticism, a now discredited school of elitist/academic criticism that flourished in the 1950s and largely accounted for the massive loss of interest in all forms of fiction writing by the end of the 1960s, or at least all forms of fiction except what some managed to peddle as new journalism. This is a term that Tom Wolfe has been trying to explain, on the lecture stump, for more than 5 years, and the reason he's never been able to properly define the new journalism is that it never actually existed, except maybe in the minds of people with a vested personal interest in the old journalism, editors, professors, and book reviewers who refused to understand that some of the best of the country's young writers no longer recognized the line between fiction and journalism. Where the senile strictures of the new criticism made traditional fiction irrelevant, the hopeless stagnancy of traditional journalism, the Hearst/Hecht mentality, made it impossible for anybody who took himself seriously as a writer to work for a newspaper or even a magazine. In 1960 the pinnacle of journalism was an editor's slot at Time Incorporated, and the pinnacle of fiction was selling tone poems about the birdbaths of your doomed youth to the New Yorker. The choice was pretty grim. You could either get involved in reality and be a rewrite hack for Time, or you could hunker down with your intensely private memories and be a star on the cocktail/fiction circuit. But, either way, you were fucked, particularly if you were 20 years old and inclined to take the real world seriously. There was simply no room, no way to make a living, in that twilight of the Eisenhower era, for anybody who might want to bring a writer's fine eye and perspective to the mundane realities of journalism. Probably the first big breakthrough on this front was Jack Kerouac's On the Road, a long rambling piece of personal journalism that the publisher, Viking, called fiction because if they'd said it was journalism no literary critic would touch it. Not even the book editors for Time and the New York Times. And if they ignored it, the book would die on the vine. As it was, On the Road had sold less than 20,000 copies in hardcover at the peak of its infamy, and it was only after Allen Ginsberg's Howl got busted for obscenity and the trial was covered by Life that Kerouac became notorious as the spokesman for the Beat Generation. And, with that, the mass media had a profitable excuse to recognize what they called a whole new style of writing. But the only thing new about it was the sudden official sanction for novelists and poets to focus on the world we were all living in. Lawrence Ferlinghetty's savage description of a testimonial dinner for good old Ike was written in the form of a poem 32, but it was really not a hell of a lot different from Harrison Salisbury's articles, on the front page of the New York Times, about Eisenhower's aborted goodwill trip to Japan in 1960. It was clear that both Ferlinghetti and Salisbury were calling the President of the United States a gibbering, ignorant old fool, surrounded at all times by thieves and flunkies and self-serving advisers who were either hitmen for the captains of commerce or in some cases the captains, themselves, like Defense Secretary Charles Wilson, President of General Motors, or Treasury Secretary Robert B. Anderson, one of America's most powerful oil barons. The beat writers were a main force in the national uprising of 1960 that resulted in the shocking defeat of Richard Nixon, the incumbent vice president, by a relatively unknown senator named John F. Kennedy. The same people who instinctively identified with the mad angst of Howell and the high-speed underground rebellion of On the Road also understood personally, if not politically, the importance of beating Nixon. Because it was clear, even then, that he represented what Robert Kennedy, in early 1968, called the dark side of the American character. Both Kennedys understood this, which was easier for them than for most of the rest of us, because in the protracted combat of a political campaign you are forced to know your opponent, because every move you make, every word you say, even privately, because any sign of weakness or pessimism in a candidate might demoralize everybody around him, your whole lifestyle is geared, hypercritically, to dealing with the enemy, which means you get to know him pretty well. Perhaps not personally, because even in scenes like debates and personal confrontations the campaign machinery intrudes and overwhelms, in the same sense that the frenzied public machinery surrounding a heavyweight championship bout makes it just about impossible for anybody involved in it to act human. At least not on a public level. The roles are not created for the actors, no more. And mystery is always in vogue. To Jim Silberman, Random House. In one day, Thompson sent Silberman 3 detailed missives on the Battle of Aspen, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, and the Death of the American Dream, as he struggled to combine the themes into a worthwhile book. July 12, 1971. Woody Creek Co. Dear Jim, I see 2 very distinct and different ways to go with the AD book. 1. To do it as a series of chronological scenes, using advertisements for myself type bridges to jump from Nixon in New Hampshire to Chicago to gun control and then the battles of Aspen. This would pretty obviously amount to a lineup of old articles, laced together by freshly written bridges. This notion worked pretty well for Norman Mailer, at least in retrospect. I don't know how it sold. But under the circumstances I think we might be better off going with 2, which would start with the Battle of Aspen piece, almost verbatim out of Rolling Stone, then flash back to New Hampshire, etc. And then finish with my still unfinished Aspen/Sheriff piece that's titled The Politics of Armageddon. In other words, to use the 2 Aspen pieces as the framework, with the other stuff as background. That way, we could call it the Battle of Aspen and give the structure a unity that I think it would lack if we did it as a chronological series, with bridges. The problem with number 2 is mainly time. It would take a lot of rewriting to work New Hampshire, for instance, into the Battle of Aspen. Unless maybe we completely reverse the advertisements for myself idea and use the dated articles as bridges. In other words, the nut of the book would be 2 separate accounts of Aspen elections with things like the Nixon inaugural laced into the narrative in italics. This would require some skillful editing, but if we could do it right I think it would make a better book. The narrative would begin and end in Aspen, structured around the 69 and 70 elections, 2 separate stories, but the real story, on a different level, would be in the scenes, like New Hampshire and Chicago, etc., that drove me so far into activist politics that I found myself actually running for sheriff. Chronologically, this would make for numerous digressions and a fairly scrambled time sequence, but I think we could keep this under control by editing the thing so that it moved, overall, from the first stirrings of political rebellion here in Sept 69, to the terrible doomed frenzy of our freak power campaign here in Sept/Oct/Nov of 70. And then, as a sort of epitaph, the aftermath, when they mopped us up in the spring of 71. In this way, it would be the story of a genuinely indigenous political rebel lion so starkly contemporary that I could run for sheriff on the mescaline ticket and still get 45% of the vote, with the moral of the story being that if you challenge the bastards on that level you had damn well better win, because if you lose, you're fucked. What this would amount to is the political education of Hunter S. Thompson, or Raoul Duke, how a classic example of the late-60s dropout culture, one of the original, 1964-65, settlers of the Haight-Ashbury, SF, acid rock world, finally drifted so far into activist politics that he finally found himself riding the crest of an energy wave that he never knew existed. The nut of the story, I think, is the weird truth that I began that Aspen/Sheriff campaign as a joke and a smokescreen, only to find, once it got rolling, that I had accidentally touched one of those long-lost nerve ends in the American dream, a concept that appealed very intensely to a hell of a lot of people. Far more than I ever thought possible. The Battle of Aspen piece in Rolling Stone drew a fantastic amount of mail from all over the country and indeed all over the world. I still have a huge pile of letters on the floor behind me, that I've never answered. None of them are especially profound, but the thread that ties them all together is a sense of excitement at the idea that freaks are finally beginning to take political power into their own hands. This is something we demonstrated pretty heavily in that last election, even though we lost, and it's also a thing that could have a heavy bearing on the 72 and even 76 elections. I keep pounding on this theme with everybody I talk to. Mike Murphy, the president of Esalen Institute, was just out here for a week, and I finally convinced him after 10 years of mean argument that even Esalen must get into politics. Jan Wenner, Arstone, is here now for a week, and he's agreed to work with Murphy to set up a Politics of Armageddon conference at Esalen in September, with the ultimate idea being to mobilize the new 18 to 21 vote, along with millions of now stagnant votes of the 1960s dropout culture, in order to drastically change the whole power balance of electoral politics in 1972. Ideally, the Esalen Conference would result in a radically different, but not necessarily radical in the old political sense, platform, a document that would represent the interests of the 40 or 50 million potential voters who won't go to the polls at all, unless we can jerk them out of the mire with some kind of heavy/wild trip like the Freak Power campaign in Aspen. I think 76 might be too late for this kind of uprising. 4 more years of Nixon's mob will make the presidency not worth winning. It will be like winning a civil damages lawsuit against a man who long since went bankrupt. In any case, it will be imperative to make a strong run at the bastards in 72, in order to muster the energy/action for 76. We learned that in Aspen. You have to convince the long-term dropouts that their votes are critical. We did that in 69, which accounted for our incredible 45% showing in 70. Anyway, I trust you see the drift of my thinking, which is also why I prefer AD/book option number 2. I suspect the Battle of Aspen might blossom into a savagely relevant book, while a collection of old HST articles, even with beautifully written bridges, would probably get lost in the shuffle. I know I'm right on this score. There are more of us than there are of them. We can beat the bastards, but only if we can shake off the old liberal death wish that has haunted every liberal-type loyal opposition candidate since Adlai Stevenson. Except the Kennedys, and of course they were killed. They threatened that in Aspen, to death and dynamite if I won, and even if I refused to drop out of the race, but we ran it straight back at them. We brought in vicious political bikers from Madison, black belt karate politicos from Denver, a pro football dropout like Dave Megiesi from SF, along with a mind-boggling media presence from almost everywhere. And all this worked. We, almost, beat the bastards at their own rotten, mafia-style game, in addition to stomping them totally on the ideological level. We forced a coalition of the two political parties. We forced each party to sacrifice one of their two main candidates, and even then they could only muster a 55% nut. Well, no point in this long ramble about politics. You asked for my table of contents, and I guess the only real answer is the same question I've been hurling back at you for 3 years: what the fuck is this book about? A table of contents for what? What we've done, thus far, is amass a bundle of articles that don't add up to much unless we can lash them together. We have the New Hampshire article, presenting, the Richard Nixon doll, July 1968, about half of which appeared in Pageant. We have the Nixon inaugural piece from the Boston Globe. We have that 150-page odyssey on the gun control question that was done for Esquire. We have the Killy/Chicago piece that appeared, minus most of the Chicago section, in Scanlon's after Playboy bounced it. We have that test pilots thing that was chopped up for Pageant, those daring young men in their flying machines, September 1969, and also Election Day in LA that was done at the same time and never published anywhere. There is also the murder of Ruben Salazar and a first draft of that America's Cup piece that I was doing for Scanlon's when the crash came, along with the American Legion convention in Portland, which mixed with the Sky River Rock Festival. And also the Kentucky Derby piece. But the main one, I think, is the Battle of Aspen, in conjunction with the follow-up piece that is still not finished. That strikes me as the only one of the lot that will be just as ripe in the spring of '72 as it was in the fall of '70. The other stuff is important, I think, but I suspect it was more important to me, personally, than it will be to the book. If I hadn't gone to Chicago, for instance, I would never have launched the Joe Edwards for mayor campaign that led me to run for sheriff. What we lack, at this point, is the saga of the Aspen/sheriff campaign, but most of this is written, not entirely put together, but virtually all of it done in first draft. About 20,000 words already done, in addition to the 10 or 15,000 in the Rolling Stone piece. That gives us a working nut of about 40,000 words even before we start thinking about which sections to use out of the collected articles. The Nixon inaugural piece, for instance, is short enough to run verbatim as a kind of section breaker, while the gun control thing and even the Killy/Chicago piece are both too long to run except if we chop out the pertinent excerpts. The overall idea, then, is to frame the book as the story of two political campaigns in Aspen, and then somehow fit in all the stories that led me up and into these campaigns, with the lesson being that the two-party system is the lie that is choking America, and the articles you have, in carbon and clips, are the story of those scenes and events that created the two-part, Aspen elections narrative. I hope this is clear. The trick will be in devising a format to fit the articles and old carbons into the two-section Aspen-based narrative. I see no real problem in this, except time. The real problem, as always, is getting you to tell me something except what a wonderful goddamn amusing writer I am. This shit about the American dream has gone on long enough. Since we signed that original contract, I have lived the fucking thing more intensely than anybody I can think of. I have gone to the mat with the bastards for 2 years in a row. And I think we learned, even proved, enough here to begin exporting it. This is what I'm working on now with the ESALEN conference, and it's also what I'd like to write a book about while I'm still wired. So for fuck's sake, let's do it. If you don't like this notion, let's argue about it. My research is finished. What I want to do now is write a book. I'm enclosing a very loose and tentative outline, based on the idea described above, 2 main sections, 2 Aspen elections interspersed with background chunks from 68 through 70. In other words, reversing the mailer ad/myself structure, the main narrative will be in the first person, cut here and there by third person or maybe even retrospective first person accounts of scenes that explain why, and how, I came to do the foul things I did. By this formula, I might run about 41 pages of straight chronological narrative about the Edwards for mayor campaign in '69, then flash back to 5 or 10 italicized pages on New Hampshire in '68, then 33 more pages of the Aspen '69 narrative, then cut to 13 pages on the Chicago convention, then more on Aspen, slash to the Nixon inaugural, then back to the climax and finish of the Edwards for mayor campaign. A 6-vote loss. End Section 1. Section 2, in the same format, would be framed by the Aspen/sheriff campaign, incorporating flashbacks to things like the Kentucky Derby, Election Day in LA, Gun Control and America's Cup along with a sense of epitaph, with details, for rock festivals and Hate Street. A quick outline for this format is attached, but it won't make much sense to anybody who hasn't read this letter. What you should probably do is read the Battle of Aspen again and see if you can understand the politics frenzy I got into, beginning with New Hampshire and Chicago, then snowballing crazily after the '69 Aspen campaign. If you can understand this, you owe me $5,000 at once, because at least 1/3 of the book is already written and sitting there in your hands. CENC outline. As a matter of fact, I suspect that delivery of that $5,000, for the first third, might be exactly what we both need to force this monster through to the finish. It would certainly give you more incentive to focus on the fucker, and the proven assurance that the final 2/3 would net me another $10,000 would cause me to clear the decks and gear down, even to the extent of moving out to a motel to get the bastard finished. Right now, for instance, I have Wenner and his wife staying next door ostensibly on vacation, but at noon tomorrow, 4 HRS from now, Jan is going to be over here demanding to see the climax scene from Part 2 of Fear and Loathing in Vegas. It won't exist, of course, because I've spent the past 4 hours on this letter. But I think I've finally crystallized my own vision of the AD book. I think we should title it The Battle of Aspen and move, full bore, from there. I'll send my vitally important comments on the Las Vegas book in a separate envelope, which I'll write immediately and mail along with this one. Meanwhile, I'm spending my off hours playing volleyball and snorting cocaine with Bob Rafelson. His initial reaction to the Rum Diary film project was, "Yes, let's do it right now." But of course that's impossible, and he's starting a film of his own in September. So I think the thing to do is get off to Saigon, then come back for the '72 campaign and then do the Rum Diary. That will give me the time and incentive to rewrite the novel in tight visual/narrative form. And also by then I should have 1. The AD/Battle of Aspen book in print. 2. Hopefully, the short Vegas book in print. 3. And also a Vietnam book going to press. I'm also on the verge of settling this land purchase project with no money down, an accomplishment that will cause me to rank, sooner or later, with the handful of great financial wizards. Anyway, that's how things stand at the moment. By my lights, I've given you enough, with this bundle, to begin talking seriously about sending me that $5,000 check for the first third. If not, I think you owe me a serious, working alternative, because in terms of the book as I see it now, you have the first third. The Vegas book is a separate thing, as I see it. See tandem letter. So ponder all this and let me know at once. I am ready to wrap the fucker up ASAP, but I'll need something more than mere fuzzy encouragement from you before I can tighten down the screws and blitz everything else to get this thing finished. Okay for now. Hunter. To Jim Silberman, Random House. Thompson included a separate letter on the Vegas project. July 12, 1971. Woody Creek Co. Jim. I'm not sure which of these envelopes you'll open first, but I thought I should separate this memo on the Vegas project from the long letter and AD/Battle of Aspen outline. It seems absolutely clear to me that I'm writing two different books, particularly if you can agree with me that the AD book should go as the Battle of Aspen. I can't see any way to mix a 40,000-word Vegas/drug nightmare into that, without destroying the AD book and my reputation along with it. Wenner will be over, he's sleeping not about 100 yards away, in 4 hours to do the final editing on Vegas 1. That's 20,000 words, completely finished and ready to send to the printer as of tonight. I think I persuaded Jan to get Ralph Steadman, the British artist who worked with me on the KY Derby piece, to do the art for Vegas. I don't know how you could work this out in terms of money with R/Straight Arrow, but it seems to me that having paid the bulk of my expenses on both Vegas pieces, you have at least a first option on what now looks, irrevocably, to me, like a 40,000 to 50,000 word book called either Fear and Loathing in Vegas, by H. S. T. or The Vegas Diaries of Raoul Duke by Hunter S. Thompson. Vegas 2 is already 10,000 finished words, and it looks like an easy 30,000 before I can wind the bugger up. Jan has already decided to run it in 2 consecutive parts, presumably with Stedman's art, and I see no point or hope in trying to fit the Vegas thing into AD/Aspen. Beyond that, since you already have 20,000 finished words of a 50,000 word book, I don't see any real problem with Rolling Stone. As I see it, they blew any control they might have had over the book rights by refusing to pay my expenses. I can still sell it to them, of course, but only if you reject it for RH. I think you'd be crazy to do that. Line for line, the writing in Vegas is a high-speed minor classic, and beyond that, it's the definitive epitaph statement for the benevolent drug era of the 60s. We are heading for a far more vicious time. We are already there, in fact, but it won't become generally obvious for a year or so. Wenner and I have spent the past 2 nights, all night, hashing out meanings and trends and directions, and for the immediate future it's all crazy/down, no matter how you look at it. The only hope is a drastic political uprising, the kind of thing that would shock Birch Bay and McGovern 33 and curdle whatever blood Teddy Kennedy has left. Meanwhile, I am running full speed to finish Vegas 2. I assume you have all of Vegas 1, and I hope you won't push whatever prerogative you might have to include Vegas in the AD/Aspen book. Unless you can convince me that I'm absolutely and finally wrong in the way I see the 2 books now, which is that Vegas and Aspen are 2 different stories. By putting them together, I think the style and tone of Vegas would fatally cripple any impact that the AD/Aspen book might have, and I think it might have quite a bit. But not if the author is apparently whacked on ether and acid 25 hours a day. On the other hand, I would kill the whole mad style of Vegas by trying to make it fit the AD/Aspen format. Which leaves me in the position of having submitted a book to you and expecting a reply in that context. If you're worried about contractual hassles with Rolling Stone, forget it. Jan's not going to hang me up on a book contract, and neither will Alan Rinsler. They like you, which is weird, or maybe that's just what they tell me. Anyway, I'm willing to admit a touch of pushiness here, but even so, I'm sure you'll take it in stride and give me a quick definitive word on 2 things. 1, I figure you have the first third of the AD/Aspen book in hand, which means you owe me $5,000 or at least a detailed explanation of why you don't, and 2, I figure a submission of 20,000 finished words entitles me to some kind of tangible reaction from you in the Vegas book. When you deal with both of these items, I figure we'll be well on the road to fame and fortune, and I intend to become increasingly savage on both fronts, if only for the sake of creating the kind of tension that will force me to get something finished and published. I have the first halves of 2 books sitting here on my desk, and it's driving me crazy to sit here and stare at the fuckers. Send word at once. Call. Come out for a visit. Do something. Anything. Help. Sincerely. Hunter. To Eugene W. McGar. Thompson belatedly updated his old friend. July 28, 1971. Woody Creek Co. McGar. Inexcusable failure on my part. Totally inexcusable. Except in your case. You seem to have all the time in the world. Anyway, I called you almost instantly after I got the phone message, but the phone rang dead. Maybe that was during your trip to SF, and then I began failing, not only with you, but with everybody. My mother sent me a bunch of postage stamps for my birthday, with a properly hurt and neglected message. But I don't know what to tell her. What can I say? About my act? My life? My world and wherever it's going? Who knows? About 9/10 of the time I feel like an obvious fool, but the rest of the time I know I'm a saint and a hero. I seem to be in a state of conflict at all times, most of it wasted energy. Fucking Paul Simonon came to town last night. Staying at a house down the road. I haven't seen the bastard in 3 years, haven't even heard from him, or even about him. But I know he's down there. And it's 9 AM now, which means I probably won't sleep, so I guess I'll see him soon. Just stare at the fucker. What else? I have no idea what to say. And I'm not sure it matters. Horrible to think that the arrival of Seminin should boil down to just another hassle, just something else to cope with. But it's true. For a while I thought I was drifting off and turning weird, then I read over some of the stuff I wrote, even 10 years ago, like the Rum Diary, and I see that I'm still on dead center, for good or ill. I don't seem to have learned much. Clancy continues to plague me, but now that he's legitimized his madness, it no longer seems quite as interesting. Maybe it's the Belly 34 syndrome. For a while I thought he was focused on a serious political freakout for 72, a concept which occupies more and more of my time these days, but it turned out that he was looking for shucks/profits and another Pat Paulson. 35. Tim Thibault was just here and told me about some heinous scene where the two of you went up to his area, SP. Area and got the word about going out in the rowboat, which pretty well explains the kind of cheap gibberish he seems to be into now. 9 out of every 10 sentences that pass his lips contain the phrase, rip off. Tonight he is in Chicago, attending an organizing meeting for the Fred Harris for President campaign. All the radicals are there. Clancy went with Warren Hinkle, the radical delegation from SF. As for me, well, I'm the sports editor of Rolling Stone. How's that for progress? Around October 1st, the plan is that I'll move to Washington, D.C. and write a political column for ours until Nov 72, at which time I'll do something very active and definitive. Meanwhile, I'm trying to finish 2 books at once. Oscar can tell you as much about them as I can. He's crazy as a fucking loon, but for some reason I can handle Oscar's kind of craziness as opposed to Clancy's. Oscar just sold his memoirs to the book division of Rolling Stone. The bastard had better deliver. Which reminds me that I owe ours 20,000 words A/O yesterday. The second half of Fear and Loathing in Vegas, by Raoul Duke. Watch for it around October 1st in the magazine and then in book form. The other book is The Political Monster that I've owed Random House for 3 years, and for now it looks like the title will be The Battle of Aspen, using the framework of the 2 elections here to reflect on the past 4 years of national politics and other action. Shit. I see that I'm writing a very informative letter. A far cry from years of 6/24, which I found tonight in my deal with immediately pile. I find that if I don't do something immediately, it never gets done. Hopefully, I'll get over to SF around the end of Sept, before moving out to Washington, and maybe you can get up there for a calm beer or 2 at that time. It occurs to me that the past few times I've seen you, I was essentially a spectator for your sex problems, or frenzies, as it were. I think I mentioned this to you once or twice before, just about the time I got terminally tired of it. Oscar reports, however, that you still have a touch of dork fever inra, that recent trip to SF. Maybe you didn't spend enough time in locker rooms as a child. Almost everybody has genitals, Gene. The coach wasn't lying. We all fuck, we're all beasts, and I'm honestly not trying to be nasty, here, but it's puzzled me for quite a few years now that you seem to have felt that fucking was the highest and only worthwhile thing a man could get into. Shit, that's a cheap shot and I'm sorry for it. I know better, but it is a valid impression. Maybe if I can lash together the kind of stone-mad political uprising I have in mind for next year, we can put you to work on other orifices. The schedule is heavy and I'm already far behind. Too far. I'm beginning to get the fear. Okay for now. Call or send word, and maybe I'll see you in SF in about 6 weeks. Meanwhile, I guess Seminin says hello. I'll find out, for sure, in about 10 minutes. Ciao. H. To Lynn Nesbitt. It was always so hard to find good help. August 12, 1971. Woody Creek Co. Dear Lynn. You'd better watch your drinking, or whatever. Your call earlier tonight put me so off balance that I couldn't eat breakfast when I hung up. Normally I refuse to even answer the phone at that stage of my day, because my head doesn't usually get functioning until about 3 hours after my body wakes up, but this time I sort of grabbed the thing automatically, thinking it was probably some kind of. But to hell with all that. Congratulations on your second revolutionary birth. And also to Richard, her husband, along with a warning that I mean to stomp him into terminal poverty this autumn on the point spreads. Tell him I'm already prepared to lay $100 at 5-1 that the 49ers will be in the Super Bowl, and only a lunatic would turn down a bet like that. Indeed, and now to business. I'll assume there's no doubt in anybody's mind that we're now talking about two books, Vegas, and the Battle of Aspen. Vegas is about 2/3 finished at the moment. I'll send both you and Jim a copy of the first 50 pages of Vegas 2 that I just chipped off to ours. That should give Silberman about 35,000 finished words, and that's sure as hell enough for some serious contract talk, which is, of course, your gig. The Ballantine hang-up is a definite problem. I hate to give them Vegas as a substitute for the Rum Diary, because if I remember the origins of the two-book contract correctly, the RD was sort of thrown in for nothing. And Vegas seems like too good a thing to use for a contract breaker. I could rip off a MS for that purpose in 3 days. For years I've wanted to write the final pornographic novel, with an opening something like this. I kicked the fucking door off its hinges. The girl backed into a corner, trying to cover herself with the curtain. I could see she was going to scream, so I bashed her against the stove. She fell. I sat on her naked chest and pulled her front teeth with my Chinese bolt-cutting pliers. Then I grabbed her by the hair and forced my throbbing, uncircumcised member into her mouth, etc. etc. Yeah, one of those. I figure that kind of opening would make Ian Ballantine cry 36, and God only knows what it would do to his wife. I owe that bastard something for sending me a check for $21.20 when I pleaded for a $1,000 advance to pay off the tax man. He finally sent me the grand last week, but not until Ballantine's share was safe in the company vault. Anyway, if faced with the specter of having to use Vegas as a contract breaker, I'd prefer to send in a tentative draft of the Rum Diary, rewritten as above. I don't think I'd have to submit more than 10 pages, to get us off the hook. You could explain that my numerous experiments with LSD have changed not only my writing style but my whole personality, and that I'll never again be the same. I figure Ballantine is worthless anyway. They blew the Hells Angels PB distribution shamefully. I'd feel a lot happier if we could make an arrangement of some kind with Shercliffe at Pocket Books. I'm not sure how good he is, for money making, but I like his instincts. And he's also a good person to drink with when I come to New York. None of which matters a hell of a lot, I guess, except to emphasize that I think we can work out a cheaper way to dump that Ballantine contract than giving them Vegas. Another angle on that, which I couldn't mention on the phone today because Bert Schneider's de facto protege was standing in the kitchen with my wife, is that based on idle talk during Ralph Elson's few coherent moments during his stay here, I got the necessarily vague impression that Vegas interested him more than the Rum Diary. I can't say anything definite on this, because the bastard has been off his game, as it were, ever since he got here. No point trying to explain this by mail, it would only get dangerously tangled. There are numerous other possibilities in this area, but I think I should push them a bit further before you get excited. One of the main difficulties, right now, is that I refuse to rent my guest house, for the winter, to Mike Burns, Schneider's protege, and this has led to a scurvy hellbroth of personal recriminations, etc. What I may do, however, since the Washington gig seems definite by now, is rent the guest house to Burns, provided BBS takes a 6-month lease on the main house, mine. I'll see about that tomorrow. In any case, both Rafe and Schneider seem to be tied up for the next 6 months to a year, and so am I, for that matter. Once I get locked into the '72 presidential campaign, I don't want to have to be dealing with a film script with my left hand on my off hours. Raf Elson's first comment on the Rum Diary, about 2 months ago, was, "Can we do it before September?" Obviously we couldn't, and his later comments led me to believe he knew that, when he said it. But when he began mumbling about Vegas. And so much for all that, for now. I'll let you know just as soon as I smell a break, although the fact that I'll be tied down in Washington for the next year doesn't leave me open for seizing on anything quick. So let's leave this one hanging for the moment. Another thing to consider is that not going to Saigon blows that verbal contract I made with Rinsler for giving me an extra $5,000 for letting Ars put my VTNM articles into a book that would also be pub by Random House. When I say contract here, I refer to that brief conversation that I told you about, in which I said, "Yeah, that sounds okay to me, but of course you'll have to talk to Lin before anything is definite." Loss of the Vietnam book leaves us with maybe a good possibility of going the same route with my Washington/campaign gig. I'm not sure how this would work out in terms of Ballantine, RH, etc., but maybe it's worth considering, although Ars would have a definite claim to this one, whereas they don't have any hold at all on the Vegas book. Particularly not after going ahead with including the first Battle of Aspen piece in their anthology, or whatever it's called. Probably it won't make any difference, but I think we should hurry Silbermann INRA, that $5,000 that comes with the first third of the politics book. As I said in the outline/letter, as far as I'm concerned he has the first third now. He could argue that claiming it's only bulk copy, but in any case he has enough so that we can start thinking about where to draw the line for that $5,000. Another big factor, in that area, is that this politics, AD/BA, book has been in limbo for so long that forcing a decision on the first third/$5,000 question would put definite pressure on both me and Silbermann. In view of the time factor, the necessity to get it published by next summer, I think some heavy fiscal pressure would be a definite impetus. I get the feeling, from talking to him, that he's still thinking more in terms of an idea than a book. That transition has to be made immediately, or we'll blow all our lead time, which is already getting narrow. I know, from experience, how hard it is to make Random House move fast on anything. They already have about $10,000 in the book, about half of that toward my travel expenses, and I think another $5,000 might be just what Jim needs to get his adrenaline up for a fast finish, and some heavy pressure from his end is about the only thing that will force me into the kind of feverish concentration that I'll need to get the book done, a forced march, as it were. That's the only way I ever get anything big done. He doesn't have any experience with this, because it was Shercliffe who dealt with it on the Hells Angels book. On the basis of far less than Silbermann has now, SC gave me the second and third leg of my advance in a $3,000 lump sum because I said that's what I needed to get the book done, and along with the money came an ominous warning that if he didn't get a finished MS on the specified date I could start looking for a newspaper job, because I'd be finished in book publishing, and what happened is history, as they say. After 9 months of fucking around I had about half the book done, and then with only 2 weeks to go before the deadline, I moved to a motel and wrote the second, better, half in 4 days. Sela. Anyway, the point of that story is grossly evident. I'm definitely going to need some pressure from RH, and preferably from somebody like a copy editor who knows precisely what copy I'm talking about, rather than Silbermann, who only knows about the idea. I tend to work only as hard as I think I have to work, and what gets me in gear is a serious deadline and people screaming at me on the long-distance telephone about specifics like, we must have the ending to chapter 7 by Friday, or the printers are going to sack the whole goddamn book. I have a history of never missing a real deadline, and Silbermann has, wisely, never given me one, if only because neither of us understands exactly what book I was supposed to be writing. But now I think I understand it. God only knows what he thinks about it. But if he can handle that outline I sent, then he should stop fucking around and start setting deadlines, and he should assign somebody to the book who will prod me unmercifully, In the same way a copy editor named Margaret Harrell kept me locked to the daily grindstone on the Hells Angels book. Maybe I'll try to locate Margaret. The last time I heard from her, she'd married a Flemish poet and was living over a water closet in Algiers. But that was a year or so ago, and possibly she's back by now. If so, she's definitely the missing link. I'll see if I can find her. And that's about it for now, except to clarify my statement, today, that I wasn't desperate for money. Which is true, because I got that royalties, money, and I hope you'll remember this moment of adult honesty in the future. But my failure to cry wolf doesn't mean you shouldn't pursue that first $5,000 with all your zeal and talent. I need that. Not only for the dollars, but to escalate the mutual level of commitment to the book. Ciao. Hunter. To Margaret Harrell. To sweeten the appeal to his trusted Hells Angels copy editor for help on his new book, Thompson attached a darkly funny essay blaming movie icon John Wayne for everything that had gone wrong with the American dream. August 12, 1971. Woody Creek Co. Dear Margaret. Where are you? And why? I've lost track completely. My last definite word was from a water closet in Algiers. Anyway, I'm sending this on the odd chance that you might have bounced back to the US since I last heard anything. If so, I've been hassling Silberman severely to assign a Margaret-type copy editor to this goddamn book that I finally seem to be on the verge of getting together. But God only knows who he'll assign, and it worries me, for all the obvious reasons. The bastard has to be finished by November 1st, because that's my date for moving to Washington, D.C., to become the chief political correspondent for Rolling Stone, a contract job for 1 year, Nov 71 to Nov 72. The book is now titled The Battle of Aspen, but the main thrust is toward the idea of translating our Aspen freak power tactics into the national politics arena, so it will have to be out by the summer of 72. If you're anywhere loose and within hailing distance of Random House, I think I could recommend you for a job there beginning almost immediately, although the pressure won't get serious until around Sept 15 or maybe even October 1st. That's when I'm going to need somebody who can deal with the book without having to waste 2 months getting to know me. I am not encouraged by memories of the other copy editors I met there, but if dragging you back is absolutely out of the question, maybe you know somebody who could handle it. This deadline is real, I think. I had most of the bastard written last spring, but then I went out from LA to Vegas to do a quick caption for SPTS Illustrated, but I got so involved with the place that the caption is now a book, incorporating what Silberman thought would be the final section of the big book. He's been a little nasty about letting the Vegas junk go for a separate book, but I think he's finally agreed. Last week after about 2 months of haggling. So what I'm looking at, right now, is 2 books. Vegas is almost finished. It's called, Fear and Loathing in Vegas, A Savage Journey to the Heart of the American Dream by Raoul Duke, Doctor of Gonzo Journalism. If you hurry, you can deal with that one, too. I promised to have it all finished by the end of August. Jim already has about 35,000 finished words, with a maximum of 25,000 more to come. I'd prefer to keep it down to 50,000 or so, but I don't think I can. It's a spontaneous outburst that almost wrote itself. Let me know where you are and if there's any chance at all of tracking you down to help out on the Battle of Aspen. I'm not worried about Vegas, but the other one makes me very nervous. I suspect I'll need a friend to make the bastard work and beat the deadline. Send word at once, from anywhere. Even if you can't make it, I'd like to know where you are and what you're doing, thinking, feeling, etc. Ciao. Hunter. Attached. John Wayne / Hammerhead piece. This country is so basically rotten that a vicious, bigoted pig like John Wayne is a great national hero. Thomas Jefferson would have been horrified by a monster like Wayne, and Wayne, given a shot across the time span, would be proud to pistol whip a radical punk like Jefferson. John Wayne is a final, rotten symbol of everything that went wrong with the American dream. He is our Frankenstein monster, a hero to millions. Wayne is the ultimate and perhaps final American. He beats the mortal shit out of anything he can't understand. The brainwaves of the Duke are like those of the hammerhead shark, a beast so stupid and irrationally vicious that scientists have abandoned all hope of dealing with it, except as an unexplainable throwback. The hammerhead, they say, is no different today than he was in 1 million BC. He is a ruthless, stupid beast with only one instinct: to attack, to hurt and cripple and kill. There is no evidence in modern science that the hammerhead shark had any ancestors and no descendants, either. But science is at least half wrong on this count. Like many another species, the hammerhead survived by moving to a new habitat. The most advanced of them came out of the sea and learned to walk on land. They learned to speak American despite their tiny brains, and a few of them moved to Hollywood, where they found themselves much in demand as extras and even as heroes in hundreds of cowboy films. The new hammerhead was a perfect cowboy. He was vicious and stupid and ignorant of everything except his own fears and appetites. He beat the mortal shit out of anything that made him uneasy, for any reason at all. The hammerhead was a perfect warrior. He defended the flag. Any flag. He learned to understand words like orders and patriotism, but the secret of his success was an ancient taste for blood. He thrived on action. But he was brainless, he had to be aimed. The hammerhead was the one you hired when you wanted to kill Indians. He was also available to whip niggers. And then to hang wobblies. He was given a badge and a club, and by 1960 or maybe even 1860 the hammerhead ethic was the American dream. The press created a whole pantheon of hammerhead heroes: J. Edgar Hoover, John Dillinger, Audie Murphy, Joe McCarthy, Ira Hayes, Lyndon Johnson, Juan Corona 37, but the king bitch stud of them all was the Duke, John Wayne, a cowboy movie actor whose only real talent was an almost preternatural genius for brainless violence. The Duke wasn't satisfied with just killing people, he beat them into bloody, screaming hamburger. Which made him number one at the box office, the ultimate hammerhead, a total American hero. Thomas Jefferson was a useless artifact at this point, and even Horatio Alger was little less than a convenient myth. By 1960 John Wayne was more American than Studebaker, 38. He had the whole dream in his fists. And it was just about then that the Duke took his gig to Vietnam. Both the Negroes and the Indians had been beaten to jelly, the beatniks were finished, the hippies were on the ropes, and only the gooks remained. Historical pause. The rest is history, as they say. The Duke ate it over there in the Nam. And he took all his relatives down with him: Westmoreland, McNamara, Bundy, Rostow, Rusk, Taylor 39 LBJ. A whole generation of King Hammerheads went down with the Duke in Vietnam, and by 1971 the only real question was whether or not Nixon, whom even the Hammerheads scorned, was stupid enough to link his name forever to some kind of horrible, nightmare echo of Dunkirk 40, an army of wild junkies, fleeing in terror along some broad and bloody highway that Texas contractors built with personal income tax money from Saigon to that beach on the South China Sea, and then wading, under fire, into the timeless surf toward a handful of broken lifeboats. A nation of hammerheads going back to sea. A panic worse than anything lemmings ever dreamed of, an indescribable tragedy for those who will die there, with lungs full of blood and seawater, but not for the main hammerheads. They will toss another log on the fire down in Texas, and polish their gold-plated memoirs. The filthy truth is that 50 years from now our grandchildren will be herded, by law, into stylish jail/bunkers that will still, even then, be called schools, and they will be forced to buy millions of expensively bound history books, which they will study under the watchful eyes of a new generation of enforcers who will still, even then, be called teachers, and they will learn from their texts and their teachers that men like Richard Nixon and Lyndon Baines Johnson were American statesmen. And other names, like Agnew and Humphrey along with Rusk, Rostow, and JFK/LBJ National Security Advisor McGeorge Bundy will fade away into footnotes. That is the horror of it, that in 1995 the standard/text high school history books will not say that America in the 1960s was ruled and effectively gutted by a gang of cheap thugs who also happened, for reasons of political necessity, to be mass murderers. The history books will not say that Lyndon Johnson was more vicious than Mussolini and more stupid than Hitler. 41 They will not say that Robert McNamara's hands were so bloody that after 5 years he forgot what blood smelled like, and that the ranking generals with honored West Point names like Taylor and Westmoreland and Abrams 42 were still screaming, all the way to the end, for more blood and bombing and fire, and that even in 1971, with the awful truth so obvious that even senators could see it, the ranking fixers who still ruled the U.S. Congress were threatening editors of the New York Times with prosecution for treason because they finally published documented proof of what a whole generation of young Americans had been screaming in the streets for 5 years while 50,000 others died senselessly to protect a dozen or so wealthy dope dealers who were also generals and occasionally presidents of that cancerously corrupt little finger of Asia called South Vietnam. These dirty truths will not appear in the history texts of 1995. The hired fixers will take over just as soon as this undeclared war is unofficially finished, just as soon as the last shark is called off and brought home for an angry rest. And not one of these blood-hungry hammerhead scumbags will ever be nailed to the final whipsaw judgment they all deserve. Not because of what they did, but because they did it in the name of a dream and a human possibility that was fragile from the start, but strong enough to survive almost every abuse and cruel failure that human beings were capable of. Except the hammerhead ethic, and the beasts who rode it to power. These were the swine who found their model in a brutal freak like John Wayne. If it won't salute, stomp it. Break it. Destroy the goddamn queer dirty thing. Rip its lungs out. Then nail that coonskin to the wall, like LBJ said. If there is any real justice in this world or the universe, God has already dug a special hole in hell for LBJ and the Duke, a pit full of rancid blood and fang leeches, which the bastards will never escape from. But there is not much evidence in history of either God or justice. The best we can hope for is truth. Not often, and a pretty thin gruel even then. The hammerheads get all the meat. To Joe Esterhaus, Cleveland plain dealer. In 1969, Hungarian-born Cleveland plain dealer reporter Joe Esterhaus had lucked into one of the biggest scoops of the Vietnam War when an old college friend turned army photographer asked if he'd like to see some gruesome shots of the 1968 massacre of hundreds of South Vietnamese civilians at My Lai. Esterhaus became disenchanted with his own triumph, however, when his employer proved determined to profit from the atrocity by selling the images to other publications at outrageous prices, and in September 1971 he excoriated his own newspaper in a 14,000-word article, The Selling of the My Lai Massacre, in the tiny, liberal Evergreen Review, upon which he was immediately fired. Rolling Stone hired him soon after he lost the wrongful dismissal case he filed against the plain dealer. He would write several searing articles for the magazine before trying his hand in Hollywood, so successfully that he stayed there. Esterhaus made his screenwriting debut in 1978 with the Sylvester Stallone vehicle Fist, and in 1992 received a reported $3 million for his script for Sharon Stone's star-making Basic Instinct. August 31, 1971. Woody Creek Co. Joe. I just finished your My Lai piece in Evergreen, and it reminded me once again to bitch at Jan Wenner, Rolling Stone, for not offering you a fat contract of some kind. I thought your things on Kent State and the biker war at Polish Hall were two of the best pieces ours has coughed up this year. I was especially taken with the biker thing, because I could almost smell every fucking detail, and when I read it in galleys I thought, shit, I'd better hustle, because here's a bastard who can write this stuff almost better than me. Anyway, I just sent a note to Wenner, reminding him that I told him to hire you about 2 months ago. If a gig like that interests you, send him a note and don't worry about references. Ours could use a hell of a lot more of the kind of stuff you do best. and if you get to Washington, D.C. anytime after November 1st, ask info for R's phone number and give me a call. At the moment it looks like I'll be there all winter, fucking with national politics. Best. Hunter S. Thompson. To Jan Wenner, Rolling Stone. Thompson was dragged once again into the tradesman chores of freelancing. September 10, 1971. New York, New York. Jan. I tried to call you the other night and even during the day, and Stephanie Mills finally told me you were in New York. I considered the idea of tracking you down more or less as an exercise, but under the circumstances I decided against it. All I really wanted was a bit of talk about the preliminary trip to New York and Washington, along with some kind of non-vague understanding about whether or not all my expenses would be covered. This is a problem because Carte Blanche hasn't yet officially reinstated my card, and I'm still waiting for a $5,000 check, less $500, that Lynn somehow drilled out of RH. In other words, I'm penniless now and without a sure credit card. But if necessary I can borrow the $500 or so that I'll need to make the trip, and after giving that idea some thought, I decided to go ahead, rather than try to deal with David Felton or anybody else at the office. What this situation underscored, once again, I might add, is the yawning abyss in authority at ours when you're out of the office. I don't know enough about the individuals there to offer any suggestions, and I've never been one to knock equality, but in truth it's a fucking bummer to call there and know that I've hit a goddamn dead end if you're not available. We should talk about this, when there's time. There's no fucking way you can be a good editor, effective publisher, world-traveling personage and beleaguered family man all at once. Which reminds me about that note I sent Inra, Joe Esterhaus in Cleveland. He strikes me as having excellent instincts, along with a pretty firm head and decent work background. But fuck all that. What I was calling about was the New York/Wash trip, and as of now I plan to leave on Tuesday, for New York, to see Sanders Inra, the process, and also to hassle with Silbermann, which brings up another aspect of the thing that suddenly mushroomed on Wednesday, when I called Lynn to demand money. She informed me that Silbermann was not interested in publishing Vegas in tandem with anybody, which resulted in a lot of yelling from me, and then a quick bit of harsh explanation from her, which is something else we should talk about, when there's time. Because it involves Silbermann's opinion for good or ill of the entire Saint Arrow book operation. Anyway, I told Lynn that she would have to call Alan. I refused to. And about 3 hours later she called back to say everything was fine, but that word came through Sandy, because I wasn't here to talk with her, Lynn. In any case, I'm assuming that the word I got was valid, and I'm sure I'll learn more about what happened when I get to New York. Actually, I already know what happened and I can't even feel guilty about it, because I have a taped conversation that makes it absolutely clear that I actually affected, at one point, a Rs-RH joint publishing agreement, at least for one book. But of course this is meaningless, except as a sort of object lesson along with that other one I mentioned earlier, the ugly truth that Silbermann was quick-wit enough to buy control of Vegas, in book form, by paying all expenses for both trips, without even asking for a breakdown. The bill I sent him was about 3 lines long, one figure of $500 plus for the Mint 400 and another $500 plus for the drug conference, and then a total of $1,000 plus. He never even asked what the money went for. He just sent the check and jotted down Vegas/Thompson on his list of RH futures. You'll recall that I warned you about this at the time. And you'll also recall that the situation developed because whoever sent me that $500 in Vegas made sure that it went against my retainer, instead of expenses, which gave Silbermann his opening. Maybe something can still be worked out. If possible, you should track me down for a phone talk before I leave New York. For instance, I have no idea how to deal with Sanders Inra, his process material. And unless I hear something definite from you, I'll go ahead and deal with him as a freelance writer. I figure on getting down to Washington by the weekend, 18/19, then renting a car and sort of looking the place over. But I can't see much real good coming from it unless we can talk, first, about what I'm looking for. I've worked the DC thing out into two separate categories, and the root difference between them works out to the difference between a Washington bureau and a contributing editor based in Washington. This is also the difference between looking for a house on Capitol Hill, and a safe apt in Georgetown. I can probably scout both possibilities while I'm there, but I can't do anything definite until after we've talked. Meanwhile, I've settled the deal with Stranahan and have tentatively leased both houses until June 72, but I can't sign the contract for this one until we arrange something definite in Washington. I realize that I'm laying all this gibberish on you at a bad time, and I wish there was some kind of super wisdom I could spray it all with, but the truth is that if I had any wisdom for you, I'd have let you know a long time ago. I wish I did, but anyway, call me when you can. And in the meantime, I've taken a definite liking to the Randy Agnew story. I think that would be a nice way to kick off the Washington gig, so I'll get onto it during the scout visit, if possible. Green 43 might be useful as a leg man, but the tone of his letter indicates a pervasive lack of brain speed and essential curiosity along with a full belly, which means we probably shouldn't count on him. Okay for now. Send word ASAP. H. To Bill Cardoso. Thompson's friend from the 1968 Nixon press bus had given up his post as editor of the Boston Globe Sunday magazine for a job in the Azores. September 10, 1971. Woody Creek Co. Billy. My health is excellent, although failing in various critical areas that I choose to ignore. For some peculiar reason, your letters always seem like a shout from the far shores of sanity. Your current gig sounds good. As a matter of fact, I've been thinking about it all afternoon, since your letter came, and it occurs to me that maybe Sandy and I could lash out there for Christmas. Weird, eh? You can always count on your friends to fuck you around when you find something good. It never fails. Anyway, current plans say I'll be moving to Washington, for a year no more, on November 1st, as the chief political correspondent for Rolling Stone. I'm going there in a few days to look it over and try to find a house, then back here for a month of steady work on another book. I just finished one. Rolling Stone will publish it in 2 parts, beginning in October, and then Random House says they'll put it out in book form. The Stone version will list Raoul Duke as the author, but RH insists on going with HST, which will make life difficult for me in Washington, because the book is a first-person account of an incredible string of felonies committed in Vegas. But more on this later. I've just finished The Bastard, and I'm high as a fucking pigeon. L. Buckley. In any case, this Washington gig looks definite. For the first time since that heinous political fuck around, things seem to be going fast and hard for me. I just managed to buy 2 houses and 128 acres in Woody Creek for no money down, and there are also signs that I'm learning how to beat the New York money machine, and on the basis of all this, I think it would be entirely fitting for me and my bride to spend Christmas in the Azores. Could you handle it? One possibility is that you might work out or at least put me onto some kind of free ride hookup with whatever airline services that filthy place. What better way to get right smack in the middle of the hip map than inviting the sports editor of Rolling Stone out for a visit? With one fell stroke, I could make Funchal the in-place to go this year. Maybe you could check out that crowd at the Hilton on this. But what the hell? We have plenty of time for that gig. I'm serious, though. We could leave the kid in Florida, with Sandy's mother, and rip out there with a satchel of fine mescaline, which would definitely be worth a story. I'll be writing a column out of Washington, in addition to the normal stuff, so I figure I might as well ride this trip all the way out for a year. Why not? Let me know at once. It's possible that I could actually pay my own way, but shit, nobody else does, so why the fuck should I? And it seems to me that the Funchal Hilton could use just about any publicity they can scrape up. Sela. On other fronts, your tale of William Kennedy's visit sounds well nigh intolerable, and all your observations seem dead on. That thing about too late hipped in life, is worth stealing. I guess the fucker has gone a bit wild with his new status. Although in fact we had considerable trouble with him out here during the election. He came out to cover it for Harper's, this was before his look gig, and since he was an old friend I gave him total access denied to all other press. So he went immediately nuts and developed into a hell of a problem. We ended up making him stand guard duty outside the house in 12-degree cold with a .30-.30 on the 3 to 5 a.m. shift. And no dope, because we told him he had to be alert, in case the vigilantes attacked. And so much for that. I'll get on him for dragging a bunch of creeps into your place. No excuse for it. He is an old friend, but I suspect you're right about his head. Sila. Inra, your piece for ours, I sent it immediately to the wrong editor. But I didn't understand this until a week or so ago. I thought the guy was a heavy, but it turns out that he's about to be fired. The weird thing is that although he never acknowledged receipt of your piece until I finally yelled about it, he actually went to Boston, looking for Avatar, and came back to SF with all kinds of variations, featuring you, personally, on that piece you wrote. When I sent it on, I made no guess about whether or not it was true, but he came back from Boston muttering about the mythical freak, Cardoso. And he never put his rumors together with the story he had on his desk, which is shitty, but the truth is that most of the people at ours aren't much better than what you had at the Globe. Their hair is longer and they smoke a few more joints, but so what? This cocksucker, the editor in question, didn't even acknowledge 2 hits of mescaline I sent him, so you see what I'm dealing with. I am, however, getting this Ars trip under control. I even have Rahul Duke on the masthead as a contributing editor. When I go to Washington, I'm going to promote Duke into my spot as SPTS. Ed. So I can use him to spew out my pure gonzo stuff. You'll want to read my Vegas thing, it's a must. Let me know if you have any problem getting ours out there, maybe I can get you a free sub. I've never tried that, but maybe I can convince Wenner that it's important for ours to be seen in the Azores. I think I can. Send a note and remind me. Okay for now. Everything in your letter gets my head moving. I definitely want to make it out there for Christmas. Check the free ride thing and let me know if it's possible. I can lean on somebody over here, if you send me a name. Ciao. Hunter. From Oscar Acosta. Acosta had been arrested. October, 1971. San Francisco, CA. Hunter. I hung around Frisco with Henry for 2 more days with heavy dope and his constant babble after I left you in the dust with the blue Mustang. I took another peek in the city for a pad, then played the game all the way out and looked around Berkeley to please Marco. Knowing all the time I'd not find my CTO in any place where there is danger. I had become so paranoid I even secretly accused you of many evil things. Fortunately I kept it all to myself, so I got no apologizing to do. Saturday I picked up Marco, talked to his mother and auntie for a couple of hours and nearly went out of my skull with the fear that I was actually hung up on something so out of my league. She still likes opera, Pepsi, and Adlai Stevenson, probably in that order. It worked well, however, because that was the last push in the butt I needed to get out of Sin City. I came back to my parents' house in Modesto, kicked my old man out of his room, painted it a funky red, green, gold and pink, and am now a writer in residence. I haven't felt this good, safe, and open since 1968. I have nothing but memories here to haunt me, and even those seem trivial. It sure beats the shit off the fucking banging around I've been getting the past year. That whole trip was so bizarre I'm afraid it'll take even a heavier writer than you or me to make any sense of it. Not that either of us will actually try, but I'm going to take a stab at it. Then Monday we returned to LA for my court bit. First my old man's station wagon completely broke down at the foot of the Grapevine and we had to hitch it into the Land of Fear. Then my lawyer got sick and I had to go to court all alone, with Marco as my bodyguard. They put one of the heavy D.As on the case and he started in on me right away. I was dressed like when you last saw me. And in no mood to play the lawyer anymore. He refused, that's right, refused to arraign me. You've been charged with, etc. How do you plead? Not guilty. That's what the entire hearing consisted of, legally that is. He argued with the judge that I was a defendant like any other one, and that since this was a felony I had to have a lawyer present. The judge reminded him me, was a lawyer. I see no reason to treat him differently than any other person charged with a crime, the bastard argued. The judge says, but, counsel, this is a special case. I finally got into it and thought I might end up in jail again. This is a special case. The DA charges everyone else with a misdemeanor, but on me he files a felony. Anyway, the motherfuckers are really after me. They want my ass so bad it drips all over them. I really felt like pleading guilty and getting the fucking thing over with. Do my time, pay my fine and then get into what the fuckers really want, my license. My lawyer and I spent a long time talking about the case and we've decided it's going to be as weird as the Biltmore. We found out that the guy in the car who told us he dropped it, apart from his fantastic inconsistencies, lied through his ass to position his friend, my ex-client in the Biltmore case. To make a long story short, I am now convinced he is totally useless and in fact dangerous as a witness. We are paranoid as hell because the only way we can use him is if he testifies differently than he remembers, which is perjury, which, if we encourage it, is subornation of testimony and conspiracy on our part, and it would completely knock out our main defense, which ultimately is, I didn't have it and the cops know I didn't, and based on their own statements about the whole reason for tailing me for 3 hours, the chances are that they planted it on me. So, as of today, we are not planning to call him. I picked up the transcript of the testimony of the feds and sheriffs and it is a real doozy. I really felt strange in that courtroom. It ain't paranoia no more. But no one believes me. How is it that a folk hero such as I was in East LA this past year is suddenly without a single fucking supporter? I who taught them how to make points off the man by whopping it up in his face, who defended perhaps 100 dudes, never had a client sent to jail, got 100,000 votes, T.V.'s most popular kid in LA. I mean, how would you feel if they were out to get your union card so that you'd never be able to write again? The sickness, the real wretchedness comes from the realization that I'll neither be found guilty or innocent. So I can look forward to perhaps 2 or 3 trials. And if there is a conviction, perhaps 3 years of appeals, and then the fun begins. The action to take away my license could last 5 years. Do you hear me, boy? If you do, you and Neil Herring, my lawyer, are the only 2 in town who do. But I seriously doubt that you do. You are so much into the Vegas thing, r/s and DC, that you fail to see which side your bread's buttered on and it's getting all over you. Fuck it, I may as well run it all down. When I called you last September on the Salazar case, we made an agreement that from here on out things would be on something more than a personal basis. Each would have some voice, some control, a piece of the action, excluding Bread. Although we spoke of 50-50ths, I told you that wasn't my bag nor my need. After a hell of a lot of work on both our parts, we got it out. The final piece you wrote, and I put my complete trust in you, and I have no regrets. You came through like a champ. But if you read the piece carefully, you'll notice that a good half of the info, the stuff on which you base your opinions, art, etc., would not have come from your pen as it did had I not been around. Can anyone in his right mind believe that Rudy, Benny, and Frank 44 would have talked to you without me? Or that you picked up all those paragraphs on the Chicano movement from someone other than me and the gang? To a lesser degree, much vaguer on details, the Vegas thing was no different. As a result of Salazar, I got booted out of the gang. My life threatened, etc. In your large head you think it was the writing. In your racist head you think it was cause they hate white people. Quite simply, it was a matter of personal loyalties. It was because I told them you were my camarada that the axe fell. If I'd said, man, I'm just using this honky fool to get my picture in the paper and maybe a contact with the publisher, shit, I'd still be on top. Instead, I got no friends, they took my fucking grant away from me and I ended up doing the Biltmore without their support. And now I got to do my own case with nothing but me and Neil. Do I indulge myself? Sure, would be easy to simply lay it down to paranoia, wouldn't it? So what am I bitching about? I got my picture in the paper, didn't I? And, as you've strongly hinted, I got a contract from Wenner, not Alan, through you. And I can hear you right now. I told you I didn't want to write about friends. You knew what you were getting into. Ultimately, I've had absolutely not one iota of control except that which I've sneaked in over your head, i.e., I've had a measure of influence into what ultimately went into the work by my mere presence and godlikeness. What, do I want recognition? Perhaps a little footnote that says, this idea came from Oscar? If that is what you think, and I think you do, then buddy, you don't know shit about your subject. All I want is for you to quit playing the role that I'm some fucking native, a noble savage you discovered in the woods. I mean, your Frisco R/S action this time was a bummer. Like, did you even so much as ask me if I minded your writing and printing the Vegas piece? Not even the fucking courtesy to show me the motherfucker. No, I don't control what you write or what anyone prints, but as a friend, Pendajo 45, as a friend who has already suffered the pangs of purgatory because of your first piece, one would think my old buddy would say, here it is, what do you think, and do you mind? Your only statement on the subject, which I tried very hard to raise on several occasions, your name's not on it. Jesus Christ, can one change history facts by merely calling it a different name? Even the lesbian knew better than that. I forgot, you told Wenner it was all fiction. And you told me you knew how to write good dialogue before we went to Vegas. Holy Mary, you sound like Abby 46 Mailer and Wolf all in one. My thoughts are not exactly flowing smoothly because I'm really getting worked up as I write this shit. And then you say, I think we might use the picture. And then David says, I don't think we'll use the picture. Oh, sure, late at night, with everyone gone, you finally said, what do you think? It was too late and too little. But the best line of the whole week was, I'm thinking of going down for your trial. Maybe, if I can swing it. I haven't talked to Wenner yet. You dumb cocksucker, you talk to me first. Your fucking arrogance has really gone to your head. Could it be it's because you're becoming successful? On the staff of R/S and all that? Fuck it. If you ain't got the message by now. To Oscar Acosta. October 18, 1971. Woody Creek Co. Oscar. Just read your last letter over again, and agree with Sandy that the most merciful way to deal with the thing would be to ignore it. The letter was a mess, and I doubt if I'm the only one getting tired of that paranoid, self-pity, hey look at me, I'm Oscar Tripp, and all I know about your book contract is that nobody's going to publish a lot of weepy gibberish about how nobody knows how important you are. You don't know how fucking lucky you are that I didn't run into you cold, as a stranger, on something like the Salazar story, because, with an act like yours, I'd have crucified you on general principles. Shit, you're lucky the LA press is a bunch of lame hacks, anybody good would screw you to the fucking floor. He might regret it later, once he got to know you, but that probably wouldn't happen anyway. If you mean to continue that belly trip, you'd better give up on the idea that the press is going to love you for it. Not unless you're dealing with somebody who can shrug it all off and talk to you later, with all the psychic cameras gone. There is a certain gut contradiction in knowing that the press is a gang of assholes and expecting them to love you and make you famous in spite of themselves, and you'd better figure that out if you intend to keep on practicing public law. But fuck all that. It's 7:13 a.m. here and I want to go to sleep, but probably I won't be able to because I feel so fucking guilty about what I did to you with that Salazar piece. It won't happen again, and the only way you'll get me to your goddamn pill trial is to subpoena me, which I assume you'll do, if you think I can be any help. And if I can, I will, but only as a witness, not a writer. As for Vegas, I refuse to let you or anybody else edit the fucker no more than I'd have let you edit Salazar, and for a lot better reasons, this time. The Caesar's Palace photo won't be used without your permission. I told you that a long time ago, and at this point I think it would clash with Stedman's drawings, so as far as I'm concerned, we won't use it. Talk to Wenner if this deletion offends your sense of justice, and if you insist on being identified as my attorney in the text, I guarantee you'll regret it. This is my book. There is no editor on it, not at ours or Random House either. RH hasn't even assigned a copy editor to it. There is, however, the chance that I'll want to use that CP photo of you and me on the back jacket of the RH book version, probably without any ID, just the photo. Let me know if you plan to object. Or maybe you'll want an ID. Is that possible? If so, let me know and I'll make the proper arrangements, and God's mercy on your ass if you try to turn this book into a personal publicity trip. That's about it for now. I'm deep into packing for the move to DC. The house is torn all to pieces. Millions of goddamn boxes, packing everything I own into 2 basement rooms and then renting it out. My address in Washington is C/a Rolling Stone, room 1369, National Press Building, Wash, D.C. 20004. No phone yet. In closing, let me leave you with a straight verbatim echo of a thing that my old, and now dead, friend Lionel Ole sent me a few years ago when I was complaining about all the personal/mechanical problems that were keeping me from finishing the Hells Angels book. You've probably seen it on my wall. You better get back to that machine, mister. You can con those guys out of front bread once, but only once. There's more, but I think the point is made. You'd better write that fucking book. A $2,500 advance is about $1,000 more than most first/unknown book writers get these days, and the truth of the matter is that I had nothing to do with it. The book thing is between you and Alan, and although I don't know the guy at all, I get the feeling that he attaches considerable importance to it for himself, as well as you, and if I felt like tossing idle guesses around, I'd guess you'll have a hard time conning another publisher if you blow this one. But that's only a personal guess, and I'm sure you'll take it that way, for whatever it's worth. In the meantime, for fuck's sake, get off the acid. There's too much paranoia in it, especially for you, because you seem to enjoy cultivating it, and that's suicide. There's too much good in your head and all the rest of you, for that matter, to bog it all down in sick gibberish like that last letter to me. As for details, I'm waiting for RH to send me some money before mailing you that $200, but I can send it immediately if you need it. And I could probably go $300 more, if necessary, so let me know. And if you think I could do you any good on the stand, let me know on that, too. Ciao. H. Instructions for Reading Gonzo Journalism. November, 1971. Washington, D.C. Half pint, 10-inch hyponeedle, the kind used for spinal taps and inoculating bulls. Fill this full of rum, tequila, or wild turkey and shoot the entire contents straight into the stomach, through the navel. This will induce a fantastic rush, much like a 3/4 hour ml high, plenty of time to read the whole saga. Gonzo journalism, like quadraphonic 4-dimensional sound, exists on many levels. It is not so much written as performed, and because of this, the end result must be experienced, instead of merely read. Beyond that, it should be experienced under circumstances approximating as closely as possible the conditions surrounding the original performance. For this reason, the editors have agreed to pass the author's reading instructions along to all those who might want to experience the saga under the proper conditions. We offer them without comment and certainly without recommendation. To wit, read straight through, at high speed, from start to finish, in a large room full of speakers, amplifiers and other appropriate sound equipment. There should also be a large fire in the room, preferably in an open fireplace and raging almost out of control. Alternative, hot tub and vibrator. The mind and body must be subjected to extreme stimulus, by means of drugs and music. To Jan Wenner, Rolling Stone. Thompson installed himself in the nation's capital on behalf of Rolling Stone on November 1, 1971. November 18, 1971. Washington, D.C. Jan. I'm interrupting Vortex/Washington number 1 to whip off this quick note INRA, timing, deadlines, priorities, etc. What I've written so far is a slag heap of spotty gibberish with no real subject at all, and it suddenly occurs to me that I'd rather miss an issue than send something bad and / or useless. What happened during the past 3 days was that Dave Meghesi came into town to promote his book via radio/TV and newspaper interviews, and since he was staying here at the house I found myself bashing around from scene to scene with him and doing about half the talking. In a nut, I've been on the DC promo circuit, talking mainly about the youth vote, that rotten phrase again, and why ours is opening a Washington bureau. It never occurred to me that so many media people in Washington would know who I was. I went into the city room of the Wash/Star today, to cash a check. My checks are totally worthless here and I have no cash, and suddenly found myself socked into a long Q&A session that eventually became a formal interview for a series the Star is doing on intellectuals and sports. None of these people had even read the Vegas stuff. Their interest stemmed entirely from the HA book and 2 things in Scanlon's. As it happens, the SPTS ed. of the Star just came from the SF Examiner and is staffing his whole section with freaks. See attached memo for 2 gratis subscriptions. He offered the facilities of his office for anything I needed, phones, typewriters, work, etc. So I now have a second office. There are so many things happening that I can't even sleep. Coming out of Woody Creek into the scene has jacked me into a brutal adrenaline trip compounded by the shock of finding myself treated like a public figure of sorts. Given this odd visibility factor, I suspect the new fact of ours bureau in DC will soon be viewed more as a lobby gig than a news operation because I'm already locked into the idea that I'm here to write a column with one hand and whip up a giant anti-Nixon youth vote with the other. There's no escaping it, my history is too public, so for Christ's sake let's create that vote. We have a tremendous amount of latent sympathy, and potential energy, among young heads in the media. They seem puzzled at the idea that ours is getting into politics, but they all seem to like it. Shit, today I got my first job application, which I'll forward as soon as I Xerox it. Within a month or so, I suspect we'll be needing that extra room in Prisendorf's office 47 more for political reasons than anything journalistic, and now that I think on that I suspect we should be pretty careful. The point, however, is that a hell of a lot of people seem to want to help me. Too many, I think, but at this point I don't want to turn anybody off. On more specific fronts, I'm already gearing down to make the real Nixon Vortex/Washington number 2, that name is off the top of my head and might not last, but let's use it for now as a sort of working title. It conveys a certain amount of urgency and bogus drama that fits in nicely with the activist side of this gig. In truth, I feel a bit like Victor Lewis. From here on out it's going to be hard to defend the notion that I'm here to merely write a column. Okay for that. Number 3, I think, could combine youth vote and candidates by running a flash survey on how various candidates view the possibility of a youth vote. That way, I could run a series of quick interviews with all the candidates, on the basis of a single question, then come back to the ones we want, after using the survey to sort of introduce myself. I think, however, that we have to get away from that phrase youth vote. It leaves out about 2/3 of the people we're talking to. Ideally, we should come up with something about halfway between youth vote and freak power. Something to embrace both the latent, and massive, Kessie-style voter with the 18 to 21 types. Now a few important details. 1. My rent checks should be made out to J.M. Ely, and sent on the 1st of each month to that name and ACCT. Hashtag, C/O The Ciboban Trust Co., Hyattsville, MD. 2. I've had a long talk with the manager of the newsstand next door to the NAD. Press Building, CENC note with name of Big Boss for all 6 Universal News stores, and the man in store says ours invariably sells out in a few hours. I told him I wanted it there the next time I came around, so he gave me this man Siebert's name, which you should pass along to the distributors. I got the note on the doubled up distribution, and according to the man at Universal, they'll all sell. Maybe not, but he had no reason to bullshit me. Okay for that. I haven't seen a copy of ours for sale since I got here, and that makes life unnecessarily difficult for me. There is now that I think on it a first-class FM rock station here that reaches almost the entire young/music type audience. I'll get the name and send it along. A few spots on it might work wonders. I'll check around for other possibilities and let you know. Right now I have to get to bed. It's 6:30 a.m. And I have to get up before noon, in order to buy a bed and a TV set. Today is Saturday. My private phone number just got activated yesterday. It's 726-8161. Don't give it to anybody, not even on the master Rolodex. The Rs number 882-2853 rings here in the house. That should be enough for all but the critical few. The point is that I want to have one phone I can always answer, without fear of being fucked around by lunatics, and the first time I start getting hassled on that number, I'll change it. So don't give it to anybody except Max, Stephanie, etc. Well, now that I have all this space, I'll include the 2 names I want to lay gratis subscriptions on. 1. Dave Bergen, sports editor. Washington Evening Star. 225 Virginia Avenue, SE. Washington, D.C. 20003. 2. Kiki Levith S. 1280 21st Street Northwest, Washington, D.C. 20036. This is the girl who's doing the intellectual/sports series for the Star. Actually, since I'm paying $5 a hit for these subs, I see no point in explaining why. So from now on, just deal with the names and bill me and assume I know what I'm doing. This would work nicely as a sort of general rule, for that matter, except that right now it's not entirely true. What I'm doing at the moment is feeling my way around and trying to cope with all these unexpected reactions to my gig. The problem, oddly enough, is that things are working out better than I expected, but at the same time I'm swamped with vicious little details. The phone man, for instance, got here at 10 o'clock and left at 4:30. He's just back from Vietnam, and for a number of reasons that need no explanation, it took him 6 hours to drill through a stone floor and then a stone wall, in order to put 2 phones in the fear room. And then he came back this morning, to check the phones, he said, but what he really wanted was a copy of number 95. Not for Vegas 1, but because of that story on Sly.48. I been wonderin' why that sonofabitch is always late, he said. Then he said he's been reading the Stone for 2 YRS in Nam. I figure he'll be around again, which is okay, I think, because in a city that's 72% black it might be nice to have a sharp black friend. When the bastard came back today he was wearing a hat that would have freaked even Sly. And that's it for now. Hopefully, I'll get a column in by Tuesday, but I'm not optimistic about its potential coherence or heaviness. If it looks bad I'll simply hang it up and make the nut with something else. Don't worry, either way. This is going to be a good and extremely active gig, but I'll have to get grounded first. I assume, by the way, based on the schedule you sent me, that the real deadline for Vortex number 1 is December 1st, instead of Tuesday, November 22nd. Is that right? Send word. HST. To Jan Wenner, Rolling Stone. Thompson found that settling into the Washington political scene was no easy task, given his notoriety and limited resources. Among other things, he wanted an assistant to spare his wife, who was pregnant once again, From the Chaotic Pace. December 9, 1971. Washington, D.C. Jan. Just a note to get this stuff out of the way before I get down to putting number 1 together. Jesus, it's 3 hours since I hung up the phone after our talk and I'm still getting things straightened out enough to do any writing. Making dinner and reading today's Post and Star took most of that time. The WSJ and the New York Times are still unread along with Newsweek and a whole inbox full of other magazines. Which brings up the question of hiring some kind of assistant for these things. We may as well face the fact that Sandy is absolutely useless on this front. Between the doctor, one's school, and setting up the house, she has about 2% of her time left for the sort of secretariat that she was doing in Woody Creek, and this is proving to be a hell of a lot more of a problem than I might have thought, if I'd given it any thought, because I've grown accustomed to letting her deal with my day-to-day reality and keeping the fucking weasels off my back. We had a terrible hassle, for instance, about that seemingly quick little thing of picking up that shit from the Moroccan embassy. She finally did it, but I'll never ask her to do anything like that again. Pregnant women are very touchy, and especially pregnant women who are very tense about being that way, like Sandy is. Anyway, the point of all this is that I find myself having to cope with all kinds of minor detail bullshit that I'm not used to even thinking about. Which brings up the question of an assistant. VOL1 is a possibility, but that raises various problems. 1. I'm not sure if anybody who takes himself seriously as a heavy young journalist, as VOL1 seems to, could handle all the maddening bullshit I'd necessarily be laying on him. What I mainly need is something like a very bright secretary type to stand between me and the world of daily detail madness and to do all the stuff that must be done, by somebody, but not by somebody who has to write, too. In other words, I need somebody to do most of the things I've spent most of my time doing since I've been here, like trying to find a fucking copy of ours and taking it out to the Capitol Press Gallery because they wanted it for my credentials trip, or talking to these lunatics who keep calling the Rs number and asking weird questions, or getting things Xeroxed, or etc. 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 2. VOL1 wants to write, not get into slave work, and I suspect he'd be more valuable as a sort of regular backup man for stories I think are important but not quite important enough to cover personally, especially when I won't be in town. The other thing is that VOL1 has a job in the Nat. Press building that pays his rent for about 2.5 days' work per WK, and he's very eager about writing, which means he'd probably work for a year at least on a regular piecework basis, with maybe a monthly or weekly minimum and anything he can make on top of that on a per-word basis. 3. This would leave us the option of hiring a sort of half-time secretary and general non-writing assistant, which is what I really need. This should be a girl, I think, if only because Prisendorf would like that, in the office, whereas he couldn't handle some eager young sport whose very presence would be a put-down to his own assistant. In other words, a male writer-type assistant would mean getting another office, and I'd hate to lose the bundle of odd advantages of working in a scene with a guy whose job requires him to stay on top of every breaking big story and who also has an assistant, a wire ticker, vast files, many contacts and considerable prestige on the DC press front. I can go in there at 4:30, for instance, and get a quick, authoritative rundown on everything important that has happened since dawn, and even when I don't go in, I can count on either Tony or his assistant calling me at home if something heavy comes up. This is too good a thing to write off, in addition to the hassle of finding another office, somewhere, and then paying for it. I haven't seriously pushed the idea of sharing a part of the rent. I mentioned it once, but Tony shrugged it off. He's clearly more interested in whatever side benefits might come from having the Rs operation in there with him, like the Rs refrigerator, $72.50, delivered, and also whatever free records might come with having the DC Bureau on the record reviewers list. That kind of stuff, plus a bright and hopefully decorative girl assistant around the corner, would probably work very nice and not even cost much. In any case, we're going to have to do something about the non-writing aspects of this gig. There's no way I can hide from them. People know I'm here, and to some extent I'm a bit of a public figure, but I also have to work, and that means I need a human buffer to keep well-meaning people from driving me fucking nuts. I no longer have the protection of an unlisted phone in Woody Creek, Colorado. I'm now in the belly of the beast, as it were, and if things keep up like they have been, I see no hope for any sort of concentration, unless I do something like move to some fishing village on Chesapeake Bay and take a different name. There is also that quote from Max about ours making so much money that it's almost obscene, which I promise not to tell anybody if you hire me some decent assistance. Otherwise, I'll pass it on to Lee Berry and tell him to flail you with it. Another point, Inra, your filthy comment on my batting average vis-a-vis my friends. By my count it's at least .500 rather than the .333 you mentioned. I recall pushing you for 3 or 4 months to hire Esther Haas, and I also recall having to lean pretty heavily on you to even hire Stedman for one shot. Your first reaction to his dog book, as I recall, was something like, "Who needs this kind of cheap Steinberg, 49. But, well, yes, there was Ed Sanders, and Lucian Truscott. And also John Clancy, I guess, whose value remains to be toted up, that will come around April 15th of next year, I think, for both of us. Anyway, I insist on .500, and the only problem about Dan Green, for that matter, is that the Observer pays him about twice what I get, on the salary front, anyway, and since he lives in a city where he never sees ours for sale anyway, he didn't see where he stood much to gain by writing for it. That exposure problem goes far beyond mere sales figures. A writer wants to think he's being read, and people who talk to writers want to think they'll see themselves in print. And in that context, I might as well be the DC correspondent for Earth Straight Arrow's short-lived environmental magazine, and I want you to understand that this is a fucking, flat-out bummer to have to work with. But fuck all that. I realize the problems and I have total faith that they'll all be dealt with, but I want you to keep in mind that ours looks a hell of a lot different from out there in that corner office on 3rd St than it does to people here. We are not what you'd really call big in this town, except with a handful of young journalist types who might, if this White House press hassle goes right, be precisely the ones who can give us the leverage we need here. So for Christ's sake, get rid of your notion that we should tell our tiny handful of allies here to fuck off. That would be a terrible mistake, and it would put me in a very bad hole. And keep in mind that you did say that tell them to fuck off. So if you get any calls from the Post, Star, New York Times, etc. about the White House press hassle, keep in mind that these bastards are in a position to make my life very difficult if you treat them like scum. The real issue is far larger than a simple little matter of whether or not I get a White House press pass. The important thing is whether or not people think it's worth their while to even talk to me, and on this score we couldn't ask for anything better than a clash with the White House with the DC press on our side. Fuck the credentials, what we need is a front-page argument with Ziegler. .50. Okay for now, and so much for all that. The only other thing is the question of that phone Xerox machine. I already have the sending half of the action in the office, so all we need, on your end, is the receiver, which rents for $50 a month, according to Prisendorf, and which could also be used for New York copy. That would mean cutting our copy transmission time down to 3 or 4 minutes per 300 words instead of 3 or 4 days by mail. I could finish a story at noon and have it on Charlie's 51 desk, ready for final editing, by 2 p.m. Or finish it at 6 a.m. and have it there by dawn, SF time. This would also work for New York stories. The fucker will even transmit photos. Tony sends all his stuff to the Post on the thing. It would virtually eliminate the mail/deadline lag, and, given the tax problem with all those obscene profits, you could probably get the net transmission cost down to almost nothing. Anyway, you should definitely check it out. There's no fucking reason in the world why I should have to kill the last 4 days before deadline time with an airmail scene when the whole thing could be easily solved by a relatively cheap machine. Shit, they even make them in portable, so I could walk into any phone booth in Chicago and transmit the whole thing, comma for comma, in less than 30 minutes. These things are common equipment even for sports writers. Good God, I feel a vomiting fit coming on, cold sweats and all that, so I'll hang this thing up and go outside for some air. Ciao. H. To Ralph Steadman. British artist Ralph Steadman's illustrations for Rolling Stone's Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas articles published in the magazine's November 11 and November 25, 1971, issues exactly captured the gonzo spirit, and Thompson knew it. December 16, 1971. Washington, D.C. Dear Ralph. Thanks for poking Thames TV for the campaign film. They said fuck off, but that won't be the end of it. I'll take the problem from here now that you've put them on record. On other fronts, the Random House deal seems fixed at whatever price your agent can grind out of them. If the price seems low, keep in mind that my book contract with RH, for the Vegas book, says that it will include drawings by Ralph Steadman, cost to be borne by the publisher. So for fuck's sake don't settle on any price before you talk to me, because it's already in my contract that the book will include your drawings, which puts us in a very comfortable bargaining position, and as far as I'm concerned, which is only my opinion and general outlook, you shouldn't settle for anything less than at least $5,000, which is a bit less than half what they've agreed to pay for the writing, and I figure that's just about fair. I feel the drawings are necessary to the book, but what we have to keep in mind is that Silberman, RH, seems to feel the drawings are a sort of indulgence to the author, and he's hinted here and there that he'd just as soon publish the book with no art at all. The kicker here, however, is that everybody now involved with Vegas is on record, unofficially, to the effect that I should never have gotten involved in a piece of shit like that in the first place. My agent advised me against even going out there for the Mint 400, Rolling Stone refused to pay my expenses for either trip, and Random House refused to even consider the MS for a book until I arrived in New York with the bastard totally finished. So on that score we have them all. This is a long story and I'll let it hang for the moment. I'll fill you in when you get over here in January. I'm absolutely certain I can sell that trip to the Super Bowl over here for a nice chunk of dollar, or at least as a package with other, more political stories. There's a paddle wheel steamer leaving St. Louis 2 days before the game, a steamboat trip down the Mississippi, and I told Wenner tonight that he had 72 HRS to say yes or no, leaving me free, if he won't pay fat for it, to sell the whole spectacle to somebody else. Wenner almost cried at the idea of paying your expenses to come over here for one story, so I told him we could bring you over in January and then keep you around for the entire presidential campaign. In other words, to do all the illustrations for my bi-monthly coverage, a regular column called Fear and Loathing in Washington, and also for the book, which is already contracted to the Rolling Stone book division. You should give this idea at least a serious thought. For one thing, there's a definite chance, better than 50/50ths, I think, of a film on the book, and one of the main ideas right now is centered on that animated drawings idea that I mentioned on the phone. We should know the prospects on this by the 1st of next year. In the meantime, for Christ's sake don't make any agreements with anybody to do anything over here in the US. Obviously if somebody offers you a hell of a lot of money to illustrate something, you should probably go ahead and do it, but you should balance any offer you get against the idea that by June of '72 we, the Steadman Thompson coverage, etc., are very likely to be worth more than the sum of our parts. In other words, we can probably earn twice as much together than either one of us could earn separately. I'm not totally sure of this, but I'd be willing to bet on it. That Vegas saga has had a massive impact among the sort of in-group, writer/editor clique, and I think if we wait till the Random House book comes out we'll be in a position to sign a really staggering contract, for almost any story we want. Keep this in mind. We really cracked the buggers with this one, we drove them right down to their fucking knees, and the most fantastic thing about it is that the thing is really flat out fucking good. It's a genuine fucking classic. The overall reaction to the thing has put me seriously off balance. People are reading far more into the story than I ever intended to write. And God only knows what will happen when RH floods the bookstores with the hardcover version. You should, by the way, tell your agent to negotiate some kind of agreement that will make you more money if the book becomes a bestseller, which is not unlikely. In other words, the idea that you might make more by asking less in front is entirely feasible. Give that one some thought, too. Okay, for now. The thing to do, right now, is really to sit back and wait until the book comes out, and also to let me know if you're up to coming over here in early January and staying a few months. Maybe 6, possibly 9, all the way up to election day, doing the whole fucking campaign. Think on that a while and let me know. But remember that riverboat trip down to the Super Bowl, I think that's a must. Ciao. Hunter. To Ian Martin, Thames TV. London's Thames TV production company had sent a crew to Aspen to film Thompson's 1970 campaign for sheriff for the British news show this week. December 21, 1971. Washington, D.C. Dear Mr. Martin. You cheap, half-wit asshole. What the fuck do you mean? We cannot normally make them, film prints, available to people who have taken part in programs. I realize that you've just answered a complaint according to the rules of the network, and of course you're not to blame for anything, and beyond that I don't expect this letter to have any effect over there, because I understand quite perfectly that you executive types can't be held responsible for agreements made by your film crews when they're across the water. But just for the sake of history I want to clear up a detail or so. That was my campaign for sheriff that your clumsy 8-man crew swarmed onto in Nov of 1970, and they were only allowed to cover it after lengthy conversations between Peter Ibsen and Udi Eichler for your side and several of my campaign managers, representing me. It was a horror to have those fuckers around, with all those lights and cables and other assorted garbage everywhere we went, but we figured we stood a good chance of winning, and for that reason we also thought it would be good to have the story on British TV. To this end, after lengthy negotiations, both Ibsen and Eichler agreed to furnish us with $100 for the campaign headquarters beer pool and a print of the film, as soon as possible. This was accomplished only after long hassling with several members of my staff who felt it would be a terrible mistake to lay that kind of trip on the locals' huge banks of lights and 8 people yelling with heavy British accents at every public gathering at the climax of a brutally emotional campaign in a treacherously unsophisticated Rocky Mountain community. This proved to be a mistake as we thought, and the reaction came almost immediately, but since we had made the agreement and also because we had more important things to worry about, we tried to ignore Eichler's crew and assumed that they were at least serving some purpose by getting the campaign on record. Another factor here is that, a month or so after the campaign, I called Ibsen at the ITV office to ask about the film, and he assured me it was coming very soon. But now I understand. They never had the authority to make any agreements, anyway, so how could we have been so goddamn foolish to have taken them seriously in the first place? How indeed? Well, Martin, perhaps one of these days, in my travels, I might have the opportunity to discuss this problem with somebody from Thames TV. We have another campaign over on this side of the water this year, and perhaps you'll be wanting to cover it. I plan to cover the entire campaign, including most of the primaries and both conventions for Rolling Stone, and somewhere along that ugly trail I'm sure I can be of some assistance to your people, like maybe helping you arrange a bit of coverage, or something like that. Don't hesitate to call on me. I'd welcome an opportunity to do a bit of translating for you, with the locals. You scurvy, lying pig fuckers deserve all the help you can get, right? Right. Just ring me up anytime, Martin. I'll be traveling a lot, but if you can't find me anywhere on the campaign circuit you can always reach me through Rolling Stone in San Francisco. My name is Hunter S. Thompson. 1972. Freak power goes to Washington, strategic retreat into national politics. Madness and violence on the Sunshine Special. Getting to know the White House, learning to fear Richard Nixon, falling in love on the zoo plane, farewell forever to innocence. Cover by Tom Benton. Hunter and Juan Thompson at home in Washington, D.C., 1972. Photo by Ellsworth J. Davis. California Campaign Trail, 1972. Photo by Annie Leibovitz. Dr. Thompson and George McGovern on a train in Nebraska, 1972. Photo by Annie Leibovitz. Democratic National Convention, 1972. Front to back, HST, Pat Cadell, Warren Beatty, Tim Krause. Photo by Bob McNeely. To Jan Wenner, Rolling Stone. Throughout 1972, Thompson was so engrossed in covering the presidential campaign for Rolling Stone that he found little time for private letters, but his editorial correspondence with Jan Wenner proved so politically astute that much of it would be published in his next book, Fear and Loathing, on the Campaign Trail 72. January 3, 1972. Woody Creek Co. Jan. I fucked around with the Chicago/youth vote thing for about 5 hours and didn't get a hell of a lot done, but I think it looks okay for getting finished this week. I'll definitely plan on that. So I can get up to NH next week with George McGovern. No point hanging around here any longer. I'm taking off today at 2:30 on TWA. It's 6 a.m. now and my brain is too tired to keep humping along on this thing, but I think it looks okay for a finish in 3 or 4 days. That's not a promise, but I see no reason why I can't get it done by the weekend and then move north. I feel much better about the gig now. For some twisted reason, my head is a lot straighter today than it was when I got here, despite all apparent evidence to the contrary. The fucking CFIP got me again last night and put me through the roadside acrobatics trip again. Incredible. Twice in 4 days. How could it happen? Anyway, I'm heading east on the assumption that we've cured whatever was trying to kill me, but not necessarily on the basis of what we talked about that afternoon, Thursday, on the balcony. After the meeting talk, I decided that we'll have to make the column a separate gig, keeping it fairly short, with the same title, in order to keep my opinions from becoming a problem for everybody else, and also to croak any conflict that might arise vis-a-vis my corporate identity, that columnist versus editorial writer thing, which tends to haunt me in a way that I can't even rationally explain. But it's real, so we may as well deal with it. All in all, I think we have the thing under control. I'll get on that Secchi/researcher thing at once, and also call Tim Krause, Landa and Tim Ferriss once so I can organize the Eastern Front ASAP. Hopefully I can check through New York next week, en route to Boston and then to NH. I can't figure out what the fuck makes me think the Big Sur gig was an unquestionable success, but as far as I'm concerned it was. Except for Felton, that treacherous little fart. Why not send him to open a Lima bureau and then stop payment on his expense checks? That would sure as hell teach him a lesson. On balance, I think we somehow managed to chop the great Gordian knot. If the week served no other purpose, it at least gave Duke a stay of execution, and I think that's important. Sorry we didn't get to talk more, but what the fuck. The important thing was to croak my hate trip, and that worked out. I feel definitely up about things now, and I was impressed with the general style and tone of the crowd you've managed to put together. Whatever problems we have now seem minor. As far as I'm concerned, we should plan on 2 distinctly separate trips: INRA, DC1, the column, which is mine, and, 2, the political coverage, which is Rolling Stone's. We'll have to figure out the technical aspects of the format, but that should be easy. I'll call before shoving off for New York and Boston. There remains, of course, the problem of my attorneys. What can I say? Oscar's trial begins on Jan 5, and as far as I'm concerned Clancy's should have been yesterday. I have changed my mind about the death penalty. The only other problem that comes to mind is Janie Wenner's muddle-headed notion that I'm a decent person with right and proper instincts, but I think maybe I managed to solve that one, too. Probably you shouldn't mention my thing with Carol Dota too, but I guess that bastard Felton let the pig out of the bag anyway, so fuck it. Okay for now. This no-sleep trip is beginning to wear me down. I think I'll go over and pack my rhinoceros skin bag and hit the road. Thanks for a good week. HST. To Jan Wenner, Rolling Stone. Thompson chose Rolling Stone staffer Timothy Krause, a Peace Corps veteran, Harvard graduate, and son of Pulitzer Prize-winning playwright Russell Krause as his assistant on the 72 campaign trail, an apprenticeship Krause made the most of. His book The Boys on the Bus, Riding with the Campaign Press Corps, published by Random House in 1973, became a critically acclaimed bestseller that the New York Times's David Halberstam called the best writing about journalism I have ever read. January 14, 1972. Washington, D.C. Jan. Here's the general outlook for political coverage for issues number 102 through hashtag 106, mainly in terms of coordinating things between me and Tim Krause vis-a-vis the NH and FLA primaries. The only serious problem looks to be issue number 105, which will be going to press just about the time the deal goes down in New Hampshire. The election there is on Tuesday, March 7, which puts us in a bit of a bind, and which will also determine what kind of coverage we schedule for issues number 104 and possibly even number 103. The main question, I think, has to be whether Tim should do an overall NH wrap-up piece for hashtag 104/hashtag 103 or try to file a last-minute results piece for hashtag 105, keeping in mind the real distribution and mail delivery dates for number 104, which would get a NH wrap-up to most readers about a week before voting time in NH. On the other hand, this would make things very difficult for Tim, having to wrap the fucker up 2 weeks before it happens. But maybe he could do this with a sort of question, issue piece for number 104, and then me filing a last-minute thing from DC when the NH results are final around midnight EST, using the Xerox. That's one option. The other would be for me to go up to Manchester, with the Xerox transmitter, and help Tim file a last-minute results piece for number 105. This could be a real nightmare. If the results are still hazy by midnight, we might find ourselves going to press on number 105 with the real meaning of NH still up in the air. The only essential questions up there concern the size of the vote McGovern and McCloskey 3 will pull, and this figure could hang until noon the next day. There is, of course, the unlikely possibility that either George or Pete will jump off to an early lead and then hold it, in which case we'd have to wait, as long as that possibility existed. Anyway, you see the problem for number 105. Ponder it and let me know, because what we do with that one will have a definite influence on my own plans for hashtag 103, 4, 5 and number 106. On number 102, I'm pretty clear. I'll cover the Mass Rad/Lib Caucus 4 on Saturday, January 15, then move across the border to spend a few days with McGovern and then file a piece on his stance and general outlook in both Mass and NH. If the Mass Rad/Lib Caucus rejects him, however, the Young/Left vote has to make a choice among 3 or 4 candidates. The winner will be ahead not only in Massachusetts, but all over the country in terms of long-range publicity. Tim is also pretty clear for number 102. He's on to McCloskey. We'll meet in Manchester on Monday and figure out the details from there, but it's already definite that we have 2 separate pieces for number 102, McCloskey, and McGovern, against the background of whatever happens in Massachusetts on Saturday. The problems begin with hashtag 103 mainly because of the problem with number 105. I'll talk to Tim and get his ideas, but whatever he has in mind won't much affect the question of whether I should do my Lindsay in Florida thing for number 103 or number 104. In any case, I'll plan to leave NH in time to get down to Florida so I can do a Lindsay piece for hashtag 103, although it might be better to save it for number 104, which would leave me free to do a DC piece, maybe the real Nixon, etc., for number 103, then Lindsay in FLA for number 104, then a last-minute results piece on NH for number 105, and then back to FLA for an election night and what now, piece from Florida, combining the NH and FLA results with the added advantage of having 3 days between the election and the Friday, March 17th deadline to get the piece in via Xerox. Actually, this piece would seem almost mandatory, either way, so the question is how to space out my movements for hashtag 103, 4 and number 105, and this depends on how we plan to handle number 105, vis-a-vis the 3/7 voting date in NH. I assume all this is at least tolerably clear. The only gut problem is how to handle number 105, and my own inclination would be to have Tim do his final NH piece for number 104, then have me do a last-minute thing on the NH results for number 105 from DC, instead of NH. Personally, I don't much give a fuck. I'd just as soon take the transmitter up to Manchester and do a results story with Tim for hashtag 105, but I think this would be very risky. On the other hand, we're going to have problems with number 105 no matter how we try to fuck with it. If we spring for the last-minute results story, for instance, that will leave Tim on the loose for number 103 and number 104. But if he does his NH wrap-up for number 104, that would leave him loose for number 105 and a very belated analysis thing on the effect of the youth vote in N.H. for hashtag 106 along with my FLA wrap-up. On balance, however, I think I would argue for this. The fuck-up possibilities of trying to get the NH results and analysis into number 105 are immense unless Tim can somehow do a sort of overnight wrap-up that we could lash together at the last moment, and hope to sweet Jesus that the final results go according to form. The only upbeat note, here, is that we should both Tim and I know a lot more about how NH looks by the time number 102 goes down, so maybe there's solace in that. But not much. Keep in mind that I spent a month in NH in '68, and even with my pro-McCarthy bent I was stunned by the size of his vote, and I can't really recall anybody up there who was more optimistic about McCarthy's chances than I was, so we may as well assume that any attempt to predict 72 is subject to at least a 30% error factor, which is all either McG or MCC needs to claim a victory. Okay, for all that. The only immediate question, for right now, is whether I should plan to file from FLA on Lindsay for number 103 or number 104. I'll go down there anyway, after NH, but let's keep in mind that we'll have a valid chance for filing a DC dateline piece on something like the real Nixon for number 103, then doing a long and fairly well-written piece on Lindsay in FLA for hashtag 104, which would still leave me loose for whatever we need for number 105, then back to FLA again for a final for number 106. Shit, no point in scrambling this up any more than it already is. I have it all charted out, but I refuse to send my only copy of the chart and I still can't get the Xerox people to deliver the machine. I've already signed a contract and given them a deposit of $18 for the delivery fee, but they refuse to be definite about delivering the fucker. If it's not here by the time I get back from NH, I'll get another brand. According to consumer crusader Ralph Nader, Xerox is not the best, anyway, but what the hell. The point here is that you'll have to make your own chart of this hashtag 103 through number 106 coverage problem. Right after I talked to you tonight I had a long chat with Tyler Knapp, Nader's Volvo Raider, and as of now I get the feeling he's ready. I'm leaving him with about 6 projects, including the writing of a story on the Volvo myth, based on his own massive research. What he does for Nader, he says, is usually prepare lengthy research memos that Nader usually edits for speeches or personal presentation in one form or another. So I told him to do one for ours on what's happened to Volvo. And, in addition to that, I left him with about 5 fairly prickly problems to solve, so I should know about that when I get back, and I'll let you know at once. Okay for now. I'll check in with Landau on Sat night or Sunday, and then meet Tim at McGovern HQ in Manchester at Monday noon. McGovern will be in NH until noon, Wednesday. And at that point I'll head back here then down to FLA. But I'll talk to you before then. Ciao. HST. To Bernard Shercliffe, Pocket Books. Convinced that Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas would be a hit, Thompson lobbied Shercliffe to buy the paperback rights. January 30, 1972. Woody Creek Co. Dear Bernard, I was shocked and deeply saddened by the general style and tone of your talk the other afternoon. It was bad enough to find out that you didn't know Rolling Stone from the Journal of Addictions, which explains your failure to notice a new work by Raoul Duke, but even after long thought on the subject I can't see any graceful way for you to explain that gibberish about having to catch the next train to West Egg 5 or whatever, and maybe we could have a drink around lunchtime whenever I came up with something that might pass off as a legitimate lunch/talk expense. It was a bummer, Bernard, a stone bummer. But I decided to send you this thing anyway, mainly because you're the only paperback editor I know in a personal sort of way who can also sign big checks. And also, in what has now become a peripheral consideration, I'm assuming there must be something left of your sense of humor. I could lay a lot of heavy advertisements and flashy endorsements for this thing on you, but I figure you should just sit down and read the bugger first because it runs its own interference. In football terms, Bernard, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas is what us fans call a naked reverse, which means that the offensive blockers all move in a false direction, forcing the defense to roll with them, and then the ball carrier, usually a flanker, suddenly takes off in the opposite direction with no blockers at all, depending entirely on his own speed and strange moves to turn the corner and go long. But this is getting a bit heavy, But you want to keep in mind that I've spent the last 2 months in the shadow of the White House, where Jimmy the Greek Six takes his cocktails. Anyway, read the fucker and then call me for the corporate checkbook before you ring up Silberman. When I first called you, the paperback price was $100K, but 4 hours later, when you failed to call back, it was up to $110,000. And by the time you get this letter, Bernard, God only knows what it might be when you finally get around to reading it. My guess is that we could maybe settle for $125,000 if you can come up with a cashier's check by this Friday. But what the fuck, Bernard? Why worry about money? This book is pure fucking gold. There are only two kinds of people who could lose money on it: a fascist waterhead publisher, and a fascist anal retentive distributor, but in either case they would need the help of an ignorant, humorless, fascist, anal retentive editor. None of which is likely. Things are well under control at the moment. I've already taken care of all of those problems we had with the Hells Angels gig, things like advance publicity, legal squabbles, film sales, preparing the market, lashing the MS into final galleys, art, the whole nasty trip. It's all been taken care of, Bernard. We're home free. Which explains the price, at a flat-out fucking bargain at $150,000. Which reminds me that you once sent me a book called A Clockwork Orange and asked me what I thought about it, and I remember telling you it was one of the best things I'd ever read, which immediately caused you and Ian Ballantyne to dump the fucker and let poor Burgess piss away his film rights for $10K.7. But to hell with all that. I've never been one to get ugly about past blunders, or to hold grudges any longer than absolutely necessary, and it might also be worth mentioning, at this point, that in the long run I have almost never been wrong. I say almost out of modesty, Bernard. But the really terrifying truth is, well, shucks, let's save it for later. In the meantime, read Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, then crank out a check for $175,000. About the only guarantee I can make you right now is that you'll take any ties, that's for old time's sake. I never forget my friends, Bernard. And I know you feel exactly the same way. But keep in mind that if I don't have your check by Lincoln's birthday, you'd better put a fucking wolf lock on the door to your office, because I'll be sending my attorney around to find out what your problem is. Sincerely, Hunter. To Mark LeBeau. Thompson sent an encouraging reply to a young fan from Minneapolis who had written of his disillusionment with the upcoming presidential election. February, 1972. Washington, D.C. Dear Mark. Thanks for the note and the cheerful upbeat flash that came with it. When you talk about voting, however, keep in mind that it's no real trick to vote for the best of a bad lot. You'll get a little tired of that after you've voted a few times. I've tried it, and my feeling now is that the compromise/lesser of two evils game doesn't seem to be getting us anywhere. So I'm looking for something in the way of candidates or ideas that might really change the institutionally corrupt nature of politics in this country. So don't mistake anger for pessimism. I believe the democratic process can work in America, but not as long as the major parties keep forcing us to choose between double negatives. Anyway, keep an open mind. There's still a chance that something right could happen in this election. And who knows? You might even want to vote for it? Okay. Hunter S. Thompson. To Jan Wenner, Rolling Stone. This is the first of many dispatches Thompson would send Wenner from the 72 campaign trail. Late February, 1972. Washington, D.C. Campaign trail. Dear Jan. Jesus, what's the other one? Every journalist in America knows the 5 W's. But I can only remember 4. Who, what, why, where, and, yes, of course, when. But what the hell? An item like that tends to pinch the interest gland, so you figure it's time to move out, pack up the $419 Abercrombie & Fitch elephant skin suitcase, send the phones and the scanner and the tape viewers by separate float, load everything else into the weightless magnesium kit bag, then call for a high-speed cab to the airport, load on and zip off to wherever the word says it's happening. The public expects no less. They want a man who can zap around the nation like a goddamn meth rind bat, racing from airport to airport, from one crisis to another, sucking up the news and then spewing it out by the 5 W's in a package that makes perfect sense. Why not? With the truth so dull and depressing, the only working alternative is wild bursts of madness and filigree. Or fly off and write nothing at all, get a room on the edge of Chicago and shoot up for about 16 straight days, then wander back to Washington with a notebook full of finely honed insights on the mood of the Midwest. Be warned. The word among wizards is that Maine Senator Edmund Muskie will have the Democratic nomination locked up when the votes are counted in Wisconsin, and never mind the fact that only 12% of the potential voters will go to the polls in that state. The Arizona polls, using bullhorns, billboards, and fleets of roving voter buses, managed to drag out 13 or 14%. This ugly truth is beginning to dawn on the big-time demos. They commandeered a whole network the other night for a TV broadside called The Loyal Opposition, featuring Larry O'Brien and all the top managers discussing the party's prospects for 1972. It was a terrible bummer. Even though I am paid to watch this kind of atavistic swill, I could barely keep a fix on it. It was like watching a gaggle of Woolworth stockholders, bitching about all the trouble they were having getting the company to hire an executive-level Jew.